We'll keep you updated on the evolution of Gabe Kapler, his bulking this offseason, and everything you need to know about the Giants going to Pittsburgh to kick off the second half of their season on the other side. But it's time to kick off the Murph and Mac Morning Show, and I should tell you that you are listening to KNBR, AM and FM in San Francisco, a Cumulus Media Station. The sports leader, and the Murph and Mac Show on a Thursday morning starts right now.
All right, happy Thursday, everybody. We are here. We're going to get through 4 hours somehow, some way, riffing, laughing, chuckling, and signing Shohei Ohtani by the end of the show. Paulie, I actually jock-blogged early yesterday.
Nice.
Sometimes I wait. You know, it's like, I was that guy, dude. Believe it or not, you think of me as Mr. Buttoned-Up guy because I have the eyeglasses and the OCD, and I got to shower and shave every day and all that stuff.
Not to mention, you threw a major scare into me the other day. When I don't remember if this was on the air or off the air, but Murph told me a story very recently about how, speaking of you being a buttoned-up guy, that you were walking into some party, saw a dude smoking a butt and let him have it.
That's true.
You're like, you know what, dude? I can't have this.
He was smoking
I'm
a clove,
Paulie,
a clove.
I know, because now I'm like, damn, I better watch my step. I don't want to get cracked.
I'm such a
but that speaks to the buttoned up. Yeah, that's the buttoned up.
Well, it was a very good friend of mine. He was a little brother figure, and I saw him at a high school party smoking. I said,
you're like, oh no.
I'm like, that's really weak. You shouldn't be doing that. And here I am. Well, you know, people. Paulie, I'll judge.
Here I am.
Paulie, yeah. I'll judge.
Yeah,
I'll judge.
Yeah, you got to judge.
I'll judge.
I'm the judge and the jury.
I'm going to make sure to tell you how you're living your life.
Let me tell you what you need.
All right.
Yeah.
But anyway, I am, despite this button-down image, I am a procrasturaally.
Yeah, me
believe
too.
It or not.
Always have been.
So,
for better or worse.
So I have, I was going to say it's contractually obligated that I jock blog every week.
You got to blog.
But Paulie, I should say, lucky for you guys.
Yeah.
I get to jock blog every week.
No doubt.
People don't know what we're talking about. LeBron James on the ESPYs last night, he got the award for becoming the NBA's all-time leading scorer. And then made his quote-unquote dramatic announcement that he was not retiring, even though...
It wasn't anything anybody was waiting for.
I know. And he said, there will come a day when I don't have anything left to give to this court.
He's just unbelievable.
But he said, he paused dramatically and said, lucky for you guys, that day is not today. And it's like,
Hey, by the way, I got to give...
I wonder how many times he practiced that in front of the mirror, by the way.
Oh, plenty. Guaranteed. And I got to tell Marcus...
Lucky for you guys. Lucky for you guys.
Lucky for you guys.
For you guys.
Yeah, nice.
Lucky for you guys.
Lucky for you guys. So I was saying to myself, because I was listening to Marcus driving in, and he said, talking about LeBron James's acting chops, and he goes, well, you got to give him love. He was in Space Jam. You know the one you got to remember, though, for real, where he was actually pretty good is Trainwreck.
Yeah.
With Amy Schumer.
Not bad.
He actually was pretty good
Not
in
bad.
the movie. Like, when he came on the screen, I'm like, you know what, there's a good LeBron James
remember,
scene.
guys, I had to, when he became the all-time leading scorer, I had that moment, man. I was like,
Yeah, I've begrudgingly kind of giving him some love.
Top leading scorer in the history of the NBA, top 5 in assists.
He just makes it so hard, though. He makes it so hard.
Well, lucky for you guys, I am top 5 in assists.
You guys know how lucky you are to see me play?
But anyway, I was telling you that I usually procrastinate the jock blog, and I was that guy throughout school that I did.
Yeah, me too.
I
I've
did
been
procrastinate,
like that too.
despite the button-down image, Paulie.
Yeah, but you
I
get it
wasn't
done.
that guy who did his homework early.
So
but yesterday I did it early, and it was about it was about Shohei.
Yeah,
I kind of feel like the show.
There's a little bit of a buzz going on.
I kind of feel like the Shohei sweepstakes are officially underway.
All right,
and I started pondering
and the Cobb thing, and
I said there's a dream scenario and there's a nightmare scenario. As I was just saying to my good friend Meek Mill, Paulie, dreams and nightmares.
Shout him out.
You know me and my Meek Mill catalog. I roll with Meek.
And I'll shout out another fellow golf enthusiast right alongside Murph, the great Alice Cooper. Welcome to my nightmare. Welcome to my nightmare. Yeah,
that works. Does he have a song about dreams, or we go Fleetwood Mac on that?
No, we're just going Mac. Yeah,
okay. Or Cranberries dreams. But it's basically two scenarios. One's a dream, one's a nightmare. The dream is that he comes here, and I start to say, there's a. And then the nightmare is the nightmare.
Well, the nightmare to me is not only does he not come here, but that
the nightmare is blue.
Well, that's a total nightmare.
That's
and
what I'm saying.
Very actively worried about that, but I think it's even compounded by the potential that the Giants are in the mix again and used kind of like a springboard to a better deal. Like, that's the thing I'm starting to worry about.
That girl or that guy in high school who's
now.
who's the best friend of the cute guy or girl?
And I don't like being in that position where you're just a bargaining chip. That's the only reason that you're in the equation is to get a better deal from somebody else.
Shout out, you're the John Cryer Ducky figure in Pretty in Pink.
But nobody wants to be that kid. I'll tell you that right now. I'm still pissed at that kid.
Right. But anyway, so but it is something we can talk about today if you want. Just, the dream. And then I like Russo came on and said Giants are top 2. Heyman says they're top 3. I don't think he's going to the Angels. It sounds right now the industry believes it's a 2-horse race, Dodgers and Giants. You got to be kidding me that it's that. You want to talk about a zero-sum game, like the nuclear war game? Like, you either get him or he's a Dodger. It's not you either get him or he's a Texas Ranger. You either get him or he's an Atlanta Brave. No, you either get him or he's a Dodger. It's like, man, the finger's hovering over the nuclear button on this one, man. Can you imagine if the Dodgers rolling with that freaking guy?
I'm worried about that.
Then you start hating the guy. You know what I mean? We all
totally.
like him right now, right?
Totally.
You know what I mean? We're all like, oh, he's lovable. He does his thing. And then we'd be like, get this guy out of my face. So anyway, just telling you that I actually didn't procrastinate this week.
Yeah, that's good. I got to do mine today. I got to do a jock cast.
How about you, buddy? What'd you do last night? How much ESPYs?
Not much, dude. No ESPYs for me at all. No,
zero.
I didn't even check in.
Zero.
Well, first of all,
we couldn't wait up till 8.
I didn't want to. First of all, what I did was I decided I would take a look at it. Went over to my traditional ESPN 1, nothing there. ESPN 2, nothing there.
Yeah.
So I go, maybe they threw it over on ABC. Let me check that.
Good
no.
thinking.
Then I find out I got to go to. I go, you know what? I'm not doing it tonight. I'm not jumping in and out of apps. I'll leave it to you guys. I don't want to. I don't want to be
load
involved.
Peacock?
No, not doing it.
So
not doing it. I'm against it on Thursday night too. That drives me nuts.
It was on ABC.
Thursday Night Football.
Didn't come
they
on
make me
till
go
8.
in and out.
Yeah.
Cut the crap.
By the way, Giants.
The ESPYs aren't prestigious enough to make me have to go log into Peacock.
It didn't.
Sorry.
It was on ABC at 8.
Well, they didn't get me. They didn't get my eyes on it.
How about that?
Yeah.
So
You can tell me.
You went SB free.
I've never liked the ESPYs.
Well, never.
I got to be honest. It's like kind of like when I watch the ESPYs, I hate myself.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm like, this is
true.
what kind of life am I
remember
living?
the
You know what I
very
mean? I'm
first
like,
year they
what is this?
invented
What am I doing?
I want to say was it 93, 94, something like that was the first year. And I remember the whole concept was
like, what?
But my whole concept was like, wait a minute.
What?
You got to give out awards. I'm like, wait a minute.
I just saw the Super Bowl.
I know
who won. Yeah, I don't need any more.
You need to tell me the Chiefs are the football
Joker
team of
got
the
his
year.
MVP.
The Nuggets are the team of the year.
Mike Malone check.
I'm like, Shohei's the player. I'm like, dude, we did all this.
Right,
you know what I mean?
I don't need it.
So I was really baffled by the concept.
Did you actually dive in? Okay.
Paulie, I'm a pro.
Well,
I'm here to deliver for
give me
for
your
the
professional
audience.
review.
My professional reviews, I felt like a D for
Yeah,
watching
it's the
it.
thing.
All right?
I know.
So there
You
go.
wind up hating yourself.
I will say this. I got the warm fuzzies for the first award of the night went to Drew and Lauren Holiday for being humanitarians. And those are my Bruins, baby. Those are my both of them.
The holidays are great.
Proud
Yeah,
of
they're
you,
all cool.
So I was proud to see Drew doing his thing.
He's awesome.
I was interested in McAfee's monologue. Boy, the sweat on a McAfee, too. He was sweating. So he had to go do the monologue. He wasn't bad.
Only question I have, was he wearing a tank top?
As Waterboy pointed out, it was a rare chance to see him wearing sleeves.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he came out with sleeves.
Reason to tune in alone.
And, Paul, I won't take you seriously until you start wearing the pants that end 2 inches above your ankle.
Is that the move now?
Well, it's been the move for a couple years now.
I don't know if I'm going that way.
McAfee's doing it.
Oh, yeah.
It usually only works on really slim guys. Like, fashion only works on slim guys. And McAfee's a little chunky. In fact, he referenced to himself as fat at one point in the monologue. And when you're chunky and you try to pull off those pants, they kind of bubble up like Bill Parcells. You know what I mean?
He
had a little Parcells thing going on. But he did fine. I mean, geez, he walked around. He had a couple riffs. It all comes down to the writing in that situation.
Is your boy Aaron Rodgers in the house bumming everybody out?
He heard the big news. Though.
I'm not going to the ESPYs.
They're going to be on Hard Knocks. They just announced.
Yeah.
So you're gonna get Rodgers right in your grill.
Hey, it'll be great for the cooler though. We'll have tons of Rodgers to pick
the
apart.
Cooler will be loaded.
Not going to the ESPYs.
So I didn't really actually see any Bay Area. I didn't see no Warriors.
No Brock Purdy.
I didn't see Brock. Waterboy said he didn't see him either. So
why wouldn't he
be there? That's his moment.
How about a defensive player of the year, Nick Bosa? Could I get him in a tux?
I didn't see them.
Yeah, Nicky ain't playing that nonsense.
There's a lot of LSU. Livy Dunn, the gymnast, who's the Instagram sensation. And then the LSU women's basketball team was getting some run.
Yeah.
They did their thing. You know who the big stars are now? I
don't.
Mahomes and Kelsey.
Well,
they're running the world.
That's
right
old
now.
news.
They're running the world. And Mahomes, it's funny in the TV show Ted Lasso, which I know you guys don't watch. Jamie Tart, who's the very, very, very cocky superstar player, goes to an awards show and he wears a suit with no shirt underneath, and it's supposed to be very funny. Like he's like, "How do I look? I look great, don't I?" and it was like, you're not wearing a shirt. He's coming in with, there's just the
Tough
sweaty.
look to pull off.
Guess
Yeah.
what? Mahomes did that last night. Mahomes wore the suit with no shirt underneath.
Wow, really?
Yeah, he went full Jamie Tart on us there.
all right.
When Tart did it, it was supposed to be comic. Mahomes actually did it.
He means it for real.
Yeah,
Like,
he did
check
it.
me out.
Mahomes like, I'm going to go do the Jamie Tart.
How's the chest? Is he shaved? Does he have like a lot of
Yes,
hair?
he was clean.
He was all cleaned up? Yeah.
So two things, Paul. I'm not going to take you seriously until your pants end 2 inches above your ankle and until you wear a sport coat with no shirt
How
underneath.
great would
All
that
right,
be?
buddy?
And I said, but guys, you guys are
That's
lucky.
your next gig. Freestone Peaches
I don't
or
think
whatever
so.
we're doing.
I don't think so.
When you're up there with Walton and Weir. All right, dude? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Hey, Paulie's only one day away from his show.
Oh, you guys have no idea how excited I am. I can't wait. Ours started packing up the cooler last night. Gonna have provisions, bringing in all our friends.
You're a real deadhead.
Yeah, we'll see everybody out there, man. All Friday, Saturday, Sunday, triple shot. We're doing it all.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I'm excited
Yeah.
for you. All right, we'll say good morning to Waterboy. Get the guest list going on a Thursday morning, July 13, 2023. The Murph and Max Show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Lucky for you guys, that day is not today.
Hercules. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' sports leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Chris the Mad Dog Russo stopped by the Murph and Mac Morning Show yesterday to talk about the Giants' odds at landing Shohei Ohtani. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Is he trying to get you in the mood, Paulie?
Yeah, very much getting me in the mood. We all know, like, the most important thing, right, Marcus?
That's the most important thing in life is to get to a Grateful Dead concert.
First of all, good morning to Marcus.
The
Waterboy.
Thank you for my fire, too.
Another successful leadoff spot. Your on-base percentage is 1,000, buddy.
Yeah.
Or if we're being real, maybe one morning you weren't quite there. Maybe your on-base percentage is like 985. All right, buddy?
Yeah, maybe that morning where the parking lot was locked and I couldn't get in, Murph.
Well, you was yesterday.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
We had the rare bad mood, Marcus.
I like that, though. I like edgy Marcus.
I feel
led to a great show.
Bad mood rising.
Nice.
Every once in a while, you got to break out the saltwater boy.
That's
you
good.
do.
Very good. You've never been to the Grateful Dead or any form of the Grateful Dead, correct?
Never. I have zero experience.
Is there
you do
any
fine.
chance he shows up this weekend?
Marcus? Well, no, I know he's not because he's
He
out of
would
town.
love it.
I know he would.
He would love
no,
it.
you really would. You would
I was
love it.
actually a little bummed out because I heard about that concert going on. We just played a promo for a Slightly Stupid and Sublime with Rome being down at Shoreline. But boys, I'm out of town this weekend.
Yeah.
I'm going camping with Adam Copeland.
Well, this is something that's going to need to be explored.
Man, camping on an immaculate grid? Is that where you guys go camping?
Oh, wait,
is he
nice.
going to lay out like 9 tents and it's going to be like a Rocky and a tiger? You know what I mean?
Now, the funny thing is, I don't see Marcus as like a survivalist.
This is incredible
up in
news,
the
by
woods
the way.
guy, like with his canteen and fires and like.
How do we not do 4 hours on this? Or we might do 4 hours
I think
on
we
this.
probably should. I'm not really much of a camper. That's like one thing. I don't have the gear. I don't like the tents. I don't know. Do you have all the gear you need and
Paul
everything?
Mac, that's where you're wrong. I go camping every single summer up to Lake Don Pedro. That's my spot. I've got the tents. I've got the fire making stuff. I got everything.
I'm
Paul
too
Mac.
city slicker for that. I know a lot of people love Creative Tony loves camping. Come camping with me. He's always had me to go camping. I'm like, I don't know if I want to get like attacked by a bear in the middle of the night. I don't know if I need that in my tent while I'm sleeping.
You're
like,
100% right.
Defenseless.
There is an
he comes
argument.
sniffing around like.
Here's the hottest take of the day. It's not Shohei Ohtani being a Giant or a Dodger. It's is camping overrated? 808 KNBR.
I'd rather pay to go sleep in a nice bed.
Because
book me a room
the
at the
idea
Ritz
is
Carlton.
great. Like there are certain points where it's peaking,
the
like
stars.
early morning.
Yeah.
The sound of the rushing river.
You're fishing, maybe drop a line.
That crisp morning feel, maybe getting that coffee over the fire, that kind of deal. Even as Paulie Mac points out, the starry night.
I might even bring the guitar.
All that
We'll
stuff.
strum some guitar at
But
night.
that's all set off by maybe the worst sleep you're ever going to get
You're
in your
on
entire
pebbles.
life.
I wake up, I got a pebble on my forehead.
It's brutal. You're freezing. It's uncomfortable, and you're just grinding
Where am I
through the
showering?
night.
Can I get a shower up in this piece?
Well, here's the thing, boys. Here's the thing. I heard Paulie Mac just bring up the Ritz-Carlton. Well, the difference is you're paying hundreds of dollars for the Ritz-Carlton. Camping, you pay like $20 for the campsite.
So you're just going for the
whatever.
cost efficiency.
Oh, it's a great, cheap vacation.
There's no question. It's cost efficient. There's no question.
And I've got answers for your sleeping problems.
Give it to me, baby.
Drink more.
Okay.
Just drink
pass
until you
out.
pass out.
Pass out so that
drink
rock,
more.
that rock that's driving into your abdomen.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't even feel it.
I don't know that that's my
morning.
vacation.
And then the next morning you wake up and start drinking again.
Okay. Well, you know what? Maybe I should camp with you more often.
100%. You can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning, Murph.
Now, do you
man.
have a location already staked out? Like, do you?
Yeah, so the lake we're going up to is Clear Lake.
Yeah.
But Copes
we know
is
Clear.
taking care of everything.
Wait a minute. Copes is like they have regular
Yeah, you used to
abodes
go
up
up,
there.
yeah.
Oh, yes.
With like
Yeah.
roofs over the head. You're like. You're
See,
sure
those
you're not just
details-
going to hang out at Copes' summer house?
I don't know, but does he have a cabin? I don't know.
Yeah, he has family up there, and he frequently summers up there.
He used to, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, and they have like a boat and a dock and a cabin and all that stuff. So
Well,
I mean,
hell
you're
yeah.
really where you're going. You're not really going camping.
Well, I don't know. We're going to the lake. I'll tell you that.
There's a big difference now.
Huge difference.
One
Night and
showed up
day.
with his backpack,
Night and day.
and Cope's gonna be like, dude, we got a
You go
refrigerator.
to the cabin, I might come. You're going camping, I'm
Well, I was
out.
going to say, I, that's a great question.
Is there
I
a
don't know if I-
misunderstanding that you think you're going camping, and he's like, no,
he
we're going
shows
to
up
the
at the game with
Yeah,
ropes
that's
and
the thing.
everything. Yeah,
I've got the
bow and arrow.
I've got the tent in my trunk already. Are we not camping?
He's got
What was-
firewood.
What were the parameters laid out by Copes?
Going to the lake. We're going for the whole entire weekend.
Okay, I think you have a roof over your head. I do. I
okay,
think you have a
maybe.
roof.
See, my experience is I'm always sleeping underneath the stars.
Well,
in the
why
tent.
don't you suggest
Yeah, that's
that you
pretty
guys
cool.
head out and go camping?
Well, that works too.
I mean, say, hey, listen, this roof is cool and all, but let's go out and let's go roofless.
well, I think the main star of this entire trip is the lake. You get me near any body of water, I don't really care where I'm sleeping.
you'll be on the
Marcus,
lake. Yeah, you'll
Can
be
I
on the
get you
lake.
to do a little fishing finally?
Oh, I'll do some
I
fishing.
want to see you
Hell
do
yeah,
some
I'll get down
fishing,
with some
dude.
fishing.
Yeah.
my last week of July, I'll be in San Diego, and San Diego Mike's already planning our boat trip on the ocean.
Nice, like deep sea fishing.
In his
Yeah, that's-
retirement now, he's actually joined a yacht club, which is,
Wow.
by the way, freaking hilarious.
No, that's my guy,
If you
San
have a
Diego
buddy
Mike.
who was like the last guy in the history of the world that you would think would join a yacht club, and think of that buddy of yours in your circle. Now imagine him in a yacht club.
San
All
Diego
Tim?
Mike's at the yacht club today.
It's actually like a little bit more of a down and dirty boat club, but I like to call it his yacht club.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I think even anyway, maybe you will camp. We'll find out. But I will say, you listen. You can count on one hand the times I've been camping. All right, buddy. And but I get it. I see it. And at the same time, I've never had anything remotely resembling a decent night's sleep.
I have an idea for you, Marcus. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, but when the Grateful Dead, basically when they play or when they tour, you got a whole community that follows them around all over the place. So you can actually camp and go see the Dead.
You're a real Deadhead.
A lot of people will do that. They come to town. They pitch tents all over the place. So you could come to a Dead show and get your camping in. I'm just throwing that out there.
Ooh, sign me up, Paulie, man.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, too, about this whole
Because I've camped at Dead shows now. That I've done.
This camping trip, non-camping trip, boys,
Yeah.
I think we've buried the lead because it was actually pitched to me as a Survivor-themed camping weekend.
Okay. Maybe maybe he's got something planned. He's got something cooking. Okay.
Like apparently, I think we're playing like an actual game of Survivor.
This is incredible.
But now my question is, do I got to eat rice the whole entire weekend and starve
So
myself?
maybe he's got something planned up in the mountains.
Do you have to wear like a loincloth and all that? Do you have to be like...
No, I think that's naked and
Well,
afraid.
he does a propes.
Okay,
He does a pretty mean propes. Like he could nail a propes roll.
Oh, 100%.
Well, he has kind of the mannerisms down and all that
He
stuff.
does those videos for our fantasy football league.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So,
Murph,
well,
where's
good.
one of
I'm
the-
looking forward
yeah.
to these stories upon your return.
Yeah,
for
it'll be
sure.
awesome.
When do you come back? When do you leave?
I leave Friday right after the show. I'll be off Monday. I'll be back Tuesday, boys.
Okay, we'll hear the stories on Tuesday. Don't miss them. Tune in.
Now, who are you hosting with on Monday?
I got my man Frank Paul.
Nice.
Frank Paul Santangelo.
And who steps in for him? Maybe Curtain Buck till 10 p.m.?
I don't check that Tim Webb email.
Yeah, Curtain Buck till 10. I will.
That's a great
I'll check the spreadsheet.
No one KNBR. They said, "Oh, that's right, we forgot."
Yeah.
Or maybe just that empty chair for 4 hours there that you saw with Marcus yesterday.
Or it'd be like, I can tell you who's doing the night shift that night, but the schedule's locked in the garage. I can't get the door open.
exactly. Yeah. It sounds like KC.
Oh,
Kerry
good. That's my boy.
Crowley.
Yeah, give me some case. He'll
Dropping
talk
some takes.
Giants till the cows come
The
home.
Giants will be in Cincinnati at that point in time, taking on the mighty Reds.
You know what Crowley told me off the record one day? Now I'm going to share it with the world. He said that because when Murph was out a couple times, he filled in with me. You remember that, right, Marcus? Yeah. And he was, he loves talking Giant ball. And he told me off the air, he goes, the one thing, he goes, I actually love talking Niner ball even
This is
more.
true. This is
He's like
true.
a Niner maniac.
Little known fact is
Yeah.
his dream is to cover the Niners, not the Giants.
Niner maniac.
Little known fact, Kerry Crowley was a pretty good running back and safety in high school playing ball.
Oh, that's right.
And then,
yeah.
he went over to the Diamond and got cut by Creative Tony.
This is all very
see?
true.
See?
Yeah, this guy, unbelievable. This guy. Can we cut Tony? Can we do that? All right, let's do that. So anyway,
I got news for Tony. He's cut.
how were your ESPYs experience? How was your ESPYs experience, Waterboy?
Well, lucky for you.
Yeah, it was decent. Whatever I found it was on TV. Like, I honestly think if it wasn't on this exact day where there's nothing else going on, we wouldn't even talk
No,
about the
of
ESPYs.
course
But
not.
they're smart. I
course
mean, they know
not.
when to put it on. And I got to give Tolbert all the credit in the world. He's been doing this for decades now, and I was lucky to be in the car yesterday. He replays the Norm Macdonald ESPY speech, which, by the way, I mean, you've heard it how many times? Remains the greatest monologue in award show history. Unbelievable. And Tolbert every year plays it. If you've missed it, first of all, where you been? Tune in the afternoon. Second of all, go to YouTube and look it up. Although I think it might be hard to find now. I think they just kept it in the system. It's one of the greatest takedowns of all time. You remember some of the great lines, right? The Charles Woodson line, winning the Heisman. There's Charles Woodson. He won the Heisman. We can put it in the cooler, Triple E.
Yeah, I'd like that. That'd be fun.
There's Charles Woodson. You won the Heisman Trophy, everybody. Everybody claps. He's like, hey, that is an amazing achievement due to your hard work and sacrifice, something nobody can ever take away from you. Unless you kill your wife and a waiter.
Oh,
Then all bets are off.
He just did not give a damn. He didn't care. You got to give it to him. You know how much balls that takes? Get him from a room full of all the people.
And Ken Griffey, the famous Ken Griffey reaction where he's like, oh. Griffey acted like he'd been wounded.
They were not ready for that kind of heat.
The crowd was like, oh.
They weren't ready for that Norm Macdonald heat. You know, we could ask about that is probably Chris Kelly. He's probably got a lot of good Norm stories.
You remember the late, great Norm Macdonald, man, because
comedians
he goes,
really...
"There's Tiger Woods." He goes, Tiger's here tonight. Tiger Woods. He goes, he's nominated for Golfer of the Year. He goes, you know who I feel sorry for? The other two guys nominated for Golfer of the Year. He goes, Whoever this guy is, he goes, hey, honey, get my tuxedo. She goes, oh, the one we wear to a horse race? He goes, no, the one I wear when I get my ass kicked.
See, I'm laughing.
He was on fire.
Yeah.
This is like, I mean, and it's 26 years later, and it's gold. So this is a credit to when you know you're a great artist.
Shout out Norm Macdonald. You know what else he used to do? He used to kill me on SNL way back in the day. Bro, do you remember his Bob Dole with the pen? When he would hold the pen. I'm Bob Dole.
So
Dude, this whole thing, Bob Dole's not going to stand for that.
Tolbert has that tradition, and he kept it alive yesterday.
Yeah.
So McAfee was, he was fine.
Okay.
He listen, he's McAfee.
Yeah, he's McAfee.
I don't mind McAfee. I got no take. The tank top always baffles me, but
Yeah, that's why I was glad he put on a sport coat yesterday.
Too. I have a thing with tank tops. I really don't want to see your pit hair. Unless I'm hooping against you.
Right.
Unless I'm hooping against you.
Right.
And then, then we got Triple E walking around in his Warriors jersey.
He does that sometimes. Yeah, he shows you a lot of ink. His ink is very, it's very
it's
busy. There's a lot going on.
It's out there.
Yeah.
And Waterboy is tattoo-free, right?
Yeah. No tattoos for me, Murph.
You have to clean, baby.
Yeah, you can't put a bumper sticker on a Ferrari.
Yeah, you know what?
That's it. See, look at this kid.
All right, let's get the guest list going on Thursday, 7/13/23.
Triple E might put a bumper sticker on a Ferrari. He might.
Yeah, look at his arms.
Yeah.
Well, I could tell you what he puts a bumper sticker on because he and I arrived at the same time today.
Oh, okay. The streak is over.
So I can tell you, as I watched him
It's like it's Cal Ripken
blazing
streak.
down Broadway past me, like to try to get there ahead of me.
Like passing Murph, cutting him off.
Like trying to pretend like that if he passed me and beat me by one car, that was somehow better than.
Yeah.
I was thinking, 3 days. That was the max.
That's
Monday,
my boy.
Tuesday, Wednesday.
That's my boy out
We
there.
talked about diets and workout plans and things like that, and Triple E 3 days.
Out the
my
window.
guy.
And that's hilarious, too, because I've talked with Triple E behind the scenes a couple times, and he tells me, oh, yeah, I saw Murph waiting at the light, so I ran a red light to try to beat him into work. I'm like, bro, it's not that serious.
Don't cause an accident,
Just get
Triple
here
E.
15 minutes
Seriously,
earlier.
don't
It's not
hurt
that
yourself,
hard.
man.
It's really, as you just said,
Safety
it's
first.
not that. There's a very simple solution. There's a very simple
Just get
solution.
him 5 minutes earlier.
All right, what do we got, buddy?
All right, 7:35 today in about 1 hour. Your Power Hour kicks off with a former Giant All-Star talking about the All-Star game and the Giants' second half of the season. That's Sean Estes in about an hour, 5 minutes.
I wanted to use Sean Estes in this morning's Immaculate Grid, which asked for a Rocky and a Giant.
Ooh.
But I said I wanted to get a little more street cred, and I went Jorvit Torrealba.
Wow, you didn't go with
So
our...
I saved Sean for my my Giant and Padre.
Ooh, smart. I'm surprised Rocky Giant, you didn't go with Forever Giant Connor Joe.
That's really good.
That would have been like 2-3%.
That's really good.
I'll put that into my grid later.
You know what? God, I got to tell you, man.
What's the percentage of that one?
The Immaculate Grid has proven one thing. My brain ain't what it used to be. I can't get an Immaculate Grid. I'm too shy again. Now, I still have 2 guesses left. And, at this point in time, I don't think my brain's going to get them. Tiger and a Padre. And I keep just thinking, manager Roger Craig, manager Roger Craig, manager Roger Craig. But I can't get off it. I can't think of a Tiger and a Padre. I'm going ahead and asking you, Waterboy. Just help me out. I want a Fugazi
off the top of my head. Ooh, I don't know.
Okay, then let's move on to the next one. The other one's Tiger and a Rocky. And again, my brain just not working.
I'm still thinking
It's not
Tiger
working.
and Padre.
Yeah,
It's a tough one.
I'll get back to you on that
So
one,
sometimes
Murph.
you just look. It either hits you or you don't. And so you start thinking. I'm going through the 2012 Tigers, and I'm like, did any of those guys play for the Rocky? I'm thinking. Then I couldn't even come up with the 2012 Tigers lineup outside of Miggy, and like who else?
Hey, Verlander, you know
Yeah,
that.
well, I remember the pitchers, but give me that. Can you go around the infield on the 2012 Tigers?
Ooh.
Well, the other day we were talking about Prince Fielder being on the team. You didn't even remember that?
I didn't remember that.
Yeah,
No, see, the brain is not working. I blame you guys giving me gummies. How's that?
That's it. We're the bad
Wow, I
influence.
like that.
As always, Paulie, man.
Well, that's
what a
bound to
surprise.
happen.
What
I
a
mean, that's
surprise.
inevitable.
Anyway,
Yeah.
Sean Estes is in my grid as a Giant and a Padre, and I only got 0.2%, so I got very good. The lower the number, the better. It means you're the cool guy.
Well,
who
what's
came up
Connor
with a good
Joe's
answer.
percentage? 0.00001?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Has Connor Joe played for the Tigers or the Padres?
I'm going to say
I
no.
play for the Pirates now.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, maybe. Who knows?
Triple E says he's got a Rocky Tiger for me. Now, my question is, does Triple E cheat? Okay. No?
I don't know. No.
You should have heard that.
He says,
I heard the background.
he says Nafy Perez.
Murph sounds sad.
I just did it.
Yeah.
For the heck of it. Now I'm dirty.
I don't know.
just cheated.
By the way, in the first hour, half in the show, you should probably be prepping the show and not doing the Immaculate
That's
Grid.
the other thing.
That's the other thing.
Yeah, we should probably
That's the
get
other
back.
thing.
This is show content, baby. This is
Yeah.
show. We had Mike Kruko dropping Fred Lynn on us. We found out that Fred Lynn was the best high school pitcher he ever saw.
Who the hell knew that?
He said he was throwing rockets out
That was
there.
great. I'm so glad he brought that up. He did. He said rockets. Yeah.
By the way, how about just being on the mound? How about being in the box 60 feet 6 inches away from a guy throwing rockets? You're like, I got no shot.
No.
I got none shot.
No.
Who was that guy for you?
Because it's when I faced Kyle Bearclaw as like a freshman or a sophomore. He was at Wilcox High School. We played at Washington Park.
You still haven't seen the pitch.
And it was throwing Chet. I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do with this? He ended up being a big league pitcher, or even in Little League facing Evan Marshall, who made it to the big leagues.
What am I supposed to do with this?
You faced guys who made it to the show.
Oh, yeah. I played Little League with Evan Marshall, That was a couple years after Troy Tulowitzki.
South Bay baseball.
Shout out to Sunnyvale Little League.
South Bay baseball.
Oh,
really,
dude, my
really
sophomore
strong.
year, we had 3 guys get drafted who were all seniors. Los Altos High School, Wilcox High School, Homestead, all got drafted.
Little old Marin, we play to a certain point, and then we have to step aside and let you guys take over.
And that's not even me talking about like the West Catholic League, your Mitch Hanigers and everybody like that, and me going against Jock Peterson and Devontae Adams.
You're going against all-stars.
Yeah, what do you want, Vito Vea playing for the Milpitas? Exactly.
I mean, seriously.
We played some ball in the South Bay.
The little hippies up there in Marin were like, hey, this team's pretty good. Then you go to the South Bay, you just get absolutely flattened, dude. It's not even close.
Shout out your matchup with Sunnyvale Little League.
Sunnyvale Little League. You going to talk about this on the show? I was like, whatever, dude, whatever. We can't hang with you guys. We can't. All right, what else you got?
All right, we'll be hanging out with Sean Estes 7:35 today, and then check this out, our big hit today. We're continue to talk about the All-Star Game, talk about Camilo Doval with former Giants closer Sergio Romo, 8 a.m. this morning.
Very
Must listen
That's
radio.
just a good old vibe.
That's
there.
our guy.
That's a good vibe.
That's our boy.
And then after the good vibes with Sergio, we'll hop into the cooler of content and then check in on a little 49er football. We're getting close to the start of training camp with Matt Mayoko, 9:15.
Nice.
Yeah, it's getting real now. They start the rookies report.
It is getting real.
The rookies report on Tuesday, and Maddie's doing Pro Football Hall of Fame voting too. All right, that's all coming up. If you missed some of the highlights of the ESPYs, you can play some of them for you coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
When the season ended, I said I wasn't sure if I was going to keep playing. And I know a lot of experts told you guys what I said, but I'm here now speaking for myself. In that moment, I'm asking myself if I can still play without cheating the game. Can I give everything to the game still? Truth is, I've been asking myself this question at the end of the season for a couple years now. I just never openly talked about it. I don't care how many more points I score or what I can or cannot do on the floor. The real question for me is, can I play without cheating this game? The day I can't give the game everything on the floor is the day I'll be done. Lucky for you guys, that day is not today.
For sakes.
Oh, there it is, man. Woo! And a nation exhales, right? A nation exhales.
Well, the funny thing is the nation didn't ask for that. Nobody asked for that.
By the way, could you imagine Steph doing any of that?
No, never.
Of course not.
Never.
Can you imagine? I mean, no.
He's way too cool.
He's way too cool. He's too busy. He's too busy thinking about his teammates and how to become a better winner as a team.
I don't think LeBron has any kind of self-awareness as far as like how he's actually seen and perceived.
That's a really good question. Does he have the self-awareness?
No, he doesn't. It's obviously no, he never has.
And do you think that's
pretty much maybe the greatest
over time, or do you think he was sort of born that way, or
is it getting bigger and grander as the years go on?
I think so. I think what's happened is as the years have gone on. And listen, again, what are you going to say? The guy's the all-time leading scorer in NBA history, and he's top 5 in assists. I mean, you could make an argument he's the greatest of all time.
But the other
you might
guys,
want Jordan in his 6. You might want Russell in his 11.
Yep.
You might want Kareem and Kareem.
So let me stop you right there.
You could make an argument if you were assigned in debate class that you had. If your high school teacher said, "Hey, your debate class argument is LeBron James is the greatest basketball player of all time," you could make an argument.
Here's the problem, though. The guys that you mentioned, Jordan, Kareem, Russell, any of those guys, anybody else who's considered to be right up there at the top, none of those guys talk like this. None of them ever talk like, throw Steph Curry in there. He doesn't do this ever.
Told you guys the story of Kareem. Here's exactly how Kareem talks about himself. So UCLA, the day they retired Walton and Kareem's jersey the same day. It was on a Saturday afternoon against Oregon State. Gary Payton's Oregon State. Huge national TV audience, and Walton gives this incredible speech about just got to the campus early today and strode the quad as the memories washed over me of the spring afternoons.
Learning in the afternoon.
Reading my textbooks and learning from the greatest professors, and then getting down the hill to Pauley Pavilion to meet the greatest professor of them all, John Wooden, who taught me how to live and how to be my best self. And every day I thank him for that. And it goes over like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Then they're like, Then they're like, and now retiring number 33, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Kareem goes, thank you very much.
No, that's why. See, you know what? That's why Kareem. I love that.
We're like, thank you very much. Thank you. We're like, that's all we got.
No, that's gangster, though. That's what makes him so cool. That's my favorite.
Speaking of gangsters, Larry Baer joins Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50. Larry Baer joins Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50. So back to LeBron. I mean, listen, and again, you always have to recount the fact that the guy overcame a lot. He was not born with a silver spoon in his mouth. His story's
incredible. And I got to tell you, and I've said this all along too. Off the court, the guy's amazing. The amount of goodwill and charity, and the way he's extended himself into multiple communities all over the country. Like back in Cleveland, he does it in L.A. too. You have to applaud that. I mean, even if you don't like the guy or you can't stand him, which a lot of people can't. His work and his charitable nature has to be applauded.
But as somebody points out here, 510 writes in on the text line, says it's because he's been getting his egg kissed since he was 15. And I think there's some truth to that.
He was on the cover of SI as a kid, like a teenager.
There's some truth to that. He's been told since he was about 15 years old, you walk on water.
Well, you could say everything that he said, Marcus, just don't give me that sentence, lucky for you guys. Like, just eliminate that, and now we're getting
Unless
a little more.
Unless he was trying to be funny?
No, dude. No.
Can I try that?
He's giving you a gift. He's trying to tell you, this is a great gift I'm giving you.
I mean,
the gift of watching me play.
Yeah, lucky for you. I've been watching it my entire life. He's been in the league for like 20 years, since I was in middle school, since he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated, since he was calling himself the king before he even got to the NBA.
I'm noticing Marcus is standoffish with these like multi-generational guys, like a Tom Brady, like a LeBron. Like you're very like I'm not.
They've been a headache. They've been a nightmare my entire sports watching career.
Well, the funny thing that used to trip me out is both of my kids, right, Marcus? My kids are born in 2002 and 2004, and up until like last year, Tom Brady was quarterbacking literally their entire lives. Like every year of their existence,
Right.
Tom Brady was out there winning Super Bowls. Crazy.
But I mean, so we're writing off the fact that he was trying to riff. Like lucky
He ain't
for you,
riffing, bro.
okay.
He's giving you a gift.
absolutely-
He wants you to be
Yeah.
good. He wants you to thank him.
Lucky for
He's
you
looking
guys.
for a thank you.
You guys are lucky that I'm still here.
I'll go ahead and accept
Are
my
we?
thanks now.
Are we?
And
I've decided to accept my thanks.
he's unbelievable. I thought about it every year. I just never spoke to it.
Yeah, now I'm going to talk about it out loud with you guys.
Come
Yeah.
on, man. 916 says Steph did rip out his mouthpiece and scream, "You ain't blanking S" at the Sacramento Kings crowd or players. A little different in the heat of the moment.
Oh, that's not even
ripping
close
out your
to the same
mouthpiece and
thing.
screaming something that's not on microphone.
This is something LeBron James practiced in front of a mirror for the past 3 weeks. You know what I mean? Steph's in the moment.
dude.
Yeah.
So, well, thank you, LeBron.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
That was more SB stuff. If you want, like, okay, so what are the SBs now? Like, it's now like, it's almost like a documentary feature thing where they did like a mini documentaries on some of these award winners, Drew and Lauren Holiday, for donating their entire salary to start up black-owned businesses. Like they said it was at the end of the pandemic, and people were like adrift, didn't know what the hell was going on. And Drew said, "I got $5 million coming to me from the Bucks because I'm just putting that out there for black-owned businesses, and I'll accept grants and applications." So they got nominated for being humanitarians. That was very cool. And then obviously DeMar Hamlin. What are you going to do? The story, we go from thinking the guy literally died on the field to him being there last night, thanking the Bills training staff.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And he brought up, so they got the award for the Pat Tillman Service Award, I think it was. And that's your guy, Pat Tillman, South Bay, man. Another South Bay athlete who would flatten a little kid from the North Bay, dude. So, but DeMar Hamlin, great to see him. He's going to play
Incredible.
this year, by the way.
Absolutely
He'll play this
incredible.
year.
Yep.
And he brought up the Bills training staff. So these are the guys who work. We cut a little bit of this for you because this is one of the feelings. This is far away from LeBron congratulating himself.
Yeah.
We got the feel-good story of the Bills training staff here, yeah.
I probably don't have to tell you what happened that night in Cincinnati. We were in town to play the Bengals, and I had an injury that doctors call 1 in a million.
They have been administering CPR for over 9 minutes now.
Players are holding hands, praying. You can just see the worried looks.
Now, when the Bills trainers got to me on that field, I'm not sure what my odds of survival were. But I do know that the staff that worked on me had to do everything just right. And thanks to their training, their poise, their commitment to serving others, the Bills training staff kept me alive. I didn't wake up that morning in January thinking that I would need someone to save my life that day. And I doubt that the training staff thought that they have to do what they did either. That, as much as anything else, is what I've taken away from what happened to me 6.5 months ago. That any of us, at any given time, are capable of doing something as incredible as saving a life and living a life in service to others. Anyone can be a hero. These are mine.
There it is, DeMar Hamlin talking. Then when he brought him up, he got emotional. He shed a few.
That was the moment of the SBs for me when the entire training staff came out and gave him like a group hug and he broke down on stage.
Yeah, that was cool.
That's a cool image.
I mean, think of that bond they have for the rest of their lives. And the head trainer, the moment from his speech that was cool is he turned to me and goes, "Hey, DeMar, thanks for staying alive, brother." That's what he said. That was pretty cool.
Incredible story.
So we went from LeBron to that. All right, guys, just a little touch of the SBs. Hey, on the other side, man, I wrote about it in the Jock blog. I heard FP talking about it last night. I kind of feel like the All-Star game and the Mariners fans chanting, "Come to Seattle," I kind of feel like the Shohei sweepstakes have now begun. Let's talk about it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Lucky for you guys, that day is not today.
I haven't retired. Thank you.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
right, everybody. Paulie Mac, excuse me, saying good morning on a Thursday, clearing my throat, getting up, getting into the flow today. And listen, a lot of people hear that Steve Moskowitz sits on the Murph and Mac show, and they're always saying to me, hey, Paulie, when you talk to Steve, ask him what to do if you can't pay your taxes. That's the one I hear the most. So, Steve, on a Thursday morning, we're getting ready for a nice weekend here in the Bay. That is the question I get a lot to pass along to you. So, as I say good morning to you, what would you tell our listeners who want to pay their taxes, but they just simply can't do it?
Don't stress over it. Just turn it over to us and let us take care of you. Paulie, there are so many good ways for us to handle it. There's all kinds of deals, whether we ask the government to just let you pay part and forgive the rest, or pay in monthly installments, or forgive the penalties, or just leave you alone until you're back on your feet, or maybe the taxes themselves are wrong. That happens a lot. The bottom line is, in almost all cases, you won't have to talk to them, deal with them, have anything to do with them. We do the whole job. And one more bit of legal advice.
Sure.
Paulie, have a great birthday.
Oh, thank you, Steve. Same to you. By the way, a lot of people don't know this, Marcus. The great Steve Moskowitz and I happen to share a birthday. We got the same birth. We're like birthday twins. So, yeah, Steve, happy birthday to you as well. And talk to Steve. Wish him happy birthday yourself and ask him any given tax question, especially if you can't pay your taxes. It's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, and visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the sports leader, we are KNBR.
Yeah, I definitely, and I think the Giants are in play. So I do think there's a possibility there. I don't think he'll go to Seattle, but I do think the Dodgers are the lead. They didn't spend any money last year's off season. I think the Dodgers are the leading team for him. They came in second last time. I do not think he's going to go to the Mets. Although Cohen will not be outbid, he'll spend the most money on him. I don't think he'll come here to New York. I think he'll stay on the West Coast. I don't think the Angels are going to keep him. So I don't think he was on the Angels for 4 or 5 years. They didn't make the playoffs. Why would he stay? And they're going to be bad in the second half again this year because they're going nowhere. So why? They're under 500. They can't beat L.A. He's not staying with the Angels. So I disagree with John on that. I think Dodgers are 1, Giants are 2. I would not eliminate the Giants. They were in the mix for Judge, in the mix for Correa. Thank God they didn't get him. Judge you would have loved, but now he's obviously out. I think the Giants, they need a star. He'd be a huge star there. The Giants will be competitive in the second half. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. So I think there'd be a big one for him in the off year. I think Dodgers 1, Giants 2. And remember, the Giants can't allow him to walk to L.A. Because it's a team in their division. It's their major rival. They got to put some pressure on the Dodgers, and if nothing else, make them up the ante. So from that standpoint, I think the Giants will be big players for Ohtani. I don't think they're going to get him. I think at the end of the day, he's going to go to L.A. But I think they'll be players. I think they have a chance.
That's our great buddy, Chris Russo. Always good. Great radio is what he is. He's just good radio. He comes with takes, energy, comedy, the whole deal.
Well, that's exactly my concern, though, is that the Giants become, as he says, more players instead of the team that actually lands this guy. Now, with Aaron Judge, let me ask you this. When the Aaron Judge thing was going on, prior to the tweet that rocked the whole world and everything, where were you with that whole thing as far as belief in that the Giants could actually land that dude?
I actually did believe it, and I was a sucker.
Yeah.
I was a sucker. I got played,
so
Paulie.
You did. Well, that was
I'm not a good gambler, not a good poker player, not a good camper.
No,
all these things I'm not good
I don't
at,
bring a canteen with me. Marcus and I addressed that. We were doing the show. Remember, Murph called from Ireland. That was a shocker. Now, the Correa thing felt different because that was like a done deal. But I'm just saying, you're going to traumatize this fan base if they have to go through this again.
I called it the Meek Mill scenario in the Jock blog. It's dreams and nightmares, Waterboy. Dreams and nightmares. Because
smiles and cries.
You know me, how I roll with Meek, too. You know what I mean? You get in my car, I'm be bumping some Meek Mill.
Does he? Okay. You got Brian Murphy driving up the street saying, "Free Meek Millie."
With the little E next to it, too. Explicit. All right, I mean? Because it is a positive message for the kids, is what it is. But anyway, the
explicit.
There's only 2 options in this one. It's a dream or a nightmare because obviously, if he comes here, it's unbelievable. Now, as I posited, Paulie, that's right, posited in the Jock blog.
Yeah, posit.
I think, and this is the same idiot who thought the Judge was coming to the Giants.
Right,
so
right.
Carry this with a grain of salt. I think there's an argument for him to come here.
Well, then break that down. Make the Giants fans feel good.
Number 1.
Yes.
Go by the Gary Radnich rule. It's all about one thing and one thing only, and that's money. And the Giants can pay him a lot of money. Do you know the Giants' payroll in 2025 and 2026 is nothing?
Well, now you're talking. That's
nothing.
Encouraging.
So
that's encouraging.
They could give him $50 million a year for 10 years, and they could do it. It would not hamstring them, devastate them, kill them. It would not. Not to mention the fact that everybody brings this up, and that the money that he brings in to offset that. You know what I mean,
dude?
Whether you're talking TV ratings or whether you're talking jersey sales or whether you're talking season tickets or whether you're talking about whatever revenue you want.
I think it'd be safe to say that if the Ohtani were to become a Giant, that we will have had never prior to that seen anything like what would happen if he came. And that includes Bonds and Mays and all those guys. This is a whole different level. This is international, really global.
There's people saying it could revitalize San Francisco as a city.
That's incredible. I haven't heard that, but that is,
that's been kicked around.
Probably some truth to that on some level.
Like the doom loop would go away. The single-handed guy changing there's 2 events in the city's history: the 2006 earthquake and the day Ohtani signed.
You're telling me if Ohtani signs, Marcus won't have to see that pile with the needle in it.
It'll magically disappear.
Be gone. Yeah, it'll just evaporate.
He might come clean it or something, or pay for a guy to clean it.
No more of that. Yeah.
So the other part I would argue is that in addition to the money, I think they can match the Dodger money. Now, do I have the Dodgers books? No. Do I have the Giants books? No. But I feel like they can match. I feel like money isn't going to be the issue. I feel like they can.
What's the issue then? Winning?
Well, that's it.
Is
Next
it
thing
honestly?
If you want to go to winning, which apparently doesn't mean much to him because he chose the Angels in the first place, which, by the way, let's go back to that. What was that?
Well,
why did he pick the Angels?
I think because
California DH.
California DH and Mike Trout. You have the opportunity to go play with the best baseball player in the world.
Well, A, number one, he's going to pay him. 2, be in California and be DH. Okay, so I get it. Well, now the DH is everywhere. So now that argument's gone.
Just so long as every kind of like hypothetical scenario that we build up here in this segment, just so long as every single one of these has the one caveat that interpreter guy's coming with him.
No,
because
totally.
that's my boy.
You know
we're
what?
going to be hanging with that guy. That guy's going to be a friend of the program. I'm calling that right now.
About $50 million for Ohtani, $10 million for the interpreter.
Dude, that guy nodding along. I'm just talking to me. He's just nodding the whole time.
By the way, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. So, okay, so they can pay him. The other part is that you could make an argument to him, and I'll throw this one out there. He'd be throwing to the best catcher in the National League.
Who, Elias Diaz?
That's good, man.
Patrick Patty Bailey.
How about that? How about you just even saying that right there? How about this whole thing?
He could be the
best catcher in the National League. Isn't that incredible?
I think right now by WAR, I think if you go look at it, I mean, a
single tear just came down Joey Bart's eye, by the way. Just a single tear.
What are you going to do about Joey?
Yeah, single tear.
Yeah, but now Patrick Bailey's not even in the conversation with Joey Bart. Now he's in a conversation with JT Realmuto or Sean Murphy out with the Braves.
Will Smith, Sean Murphy, JT Realmuto, and he's right there. He's right there. So am I saying he's better than Realmuto, Will Smith, and Sean Murphy? I might be saying that, especially because he's only 23.
Yeah.
23, you know what I mean?
Right.
You could also argue to him, you are joining a young, dynamic team on the rise.
Talk to me.
Pat Bailey,
world-class
Luis
city,
Matos,
honestly.
Casey Schmidt, Kyle Harrison, Carson Wisenhunt. What else you want? I mean, whoever. So right now, you can tell them, hey, bud, we're on the way up,
and we're
going up.
As kidding, with all kidding aside, like you can still dazzle a guy by showing him around San Francisco. You can like give him a tour of the city, show him all the best possible stuff, the way he could be living and which neighborhood.
I wonder how much that stuff really matters to those guys.
I think it matters a little bit
because if you want to dazzle him, you can take him out to tell him that you can go buy this house in Pacific Palisades, gazing out at the Pacific Ocean. And oh, by the way, your next door neighbor is DiCaprio, and your other next door neighbor is.
Hold on now. So you make me have to rush to San Francisco.
I mean?
Well, I can't get him a place out in Seacliff. We can't get him right next to where Robin.
But your next door neighbor's Larry Bear, not DiCaprio. You know what I mean?
What's wrong with that?
I love Larry, but when you walk out and get your paper, who do you want to see, DiCaprio or Bear?
All right. Well, I don't know if Larry's having any of those yacht parties.
Who do you want to see in the robe picking up their new LA Times, DiCaprio or Bear?
I personally would take Larry. That's my choice. Yeah, I like the curls.
You'd take Tony Soprano walking down the driveway to pick up the Newark Star Ledger. Yeah. It was a steep driveway too, wasn't it? Yeah. So anyway,
he was always barefoot, by the way, which is interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting too. So anyway, money, they can pay him. 2, his catcher, he's one of the best. 3, he's joining a young dynamic team on the rise. 4, I mean, listen, if you want to throw in a little romance, Giants were the first team ever to have a Japanese player. We talked about that yesterday.
Plus, then you get the added bonus.
Murakami.
How about just watching Gabe interact with the translator?
Well, there's that too.
The translator says something.
That in.
Gabe will be like, you know what? That's the right translation.
I threw in the jock blog. I said, listen, he could also get on his bike and go do food porn with Gabe.
Yeah,
the erotic food porn,
like on a tandem bicycle.
I said he could go look for some sneaky good Japanese food somewhere in Japan. Now, let's admit, our Japantown, while respectable,
hey, no, we can all,
it's a little tiny.
Well,
a little tiny.
What do we need? How much more? What do you want?
L.A., the cultural diversity of L.A., unbelievable. What are you going to do? You can't even touch it. It's like it's the most culturally. It's got to be the most culturally. That and London got to be the 2 most culturally. And New York, obviously, but I don't know. But it's so the nightmare. I laid out the dream for you.
I like the dream.
The nightmare is the Dodgers, and that's
that's just unthinkable.
Well, why would he sign with the Dodgers? A, they can pay him. Okay,
well, it's Los Angeles, it's Hollywood. You got all that
money.
Stuff.
They're gonna be like, "What are the Giants paying you? We'll double it." You know what I mean? So they can pay him. Is it a winning team? Well, that's been proven for 10 years. I mean, what do they won the West? Like 10 years in a row, something like that. The Giants won 1, right? And then the Giants turned around and lost to them in the playoffs, right? So, you want all the money in the world and you want to win? And you want to be in the most vibrant, culturally diverse city in baseball, other than maybe New York. And oh, by the way, you're going to stay in California and be in Southern California. And oh, by the way, have you seen the fog up there? Because we got this nice weather down here. And oh, by the way, you can DH and hit, and you can be on Jackie. You can wear the same uniform Jackie Robinson wore.
Plus, if he plays his cards right, he can have a press conference someday where LeBron James comes out and goes, lucky for Ohtani, I'm his neighbor.
That is correct.
Lucky for him.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I was just going to check in as you were going off the differences between L.A. and San Francisco and talking a little bit about Japantown and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And, of course, the Giants having the first Japanese-born player with their organization, the Giants also have the first ever major league coach who was born and raised in Japan. They added him to the coaching staff this year. I know he's been with the team for 5-10 years. So maybe that will help bring Ohtani over if you're looking for something to relate to.
Okay. Well, I mean, listen,
listen.
have you guys spent much time in our Japantown?
I have in the past, yeah.
There's like a Benihana out there.
No, you can come on now. Come on.
There is a Benihana.
Yeah, but still.
It is. It's tiny.
I saw
there's that one little plaza, that little statue thing,
I saw the...
You spent much time out there, Waterboy?
I've walked through it a couple times. Yeah.
It's a quick walk, right?
It's a couple blocks. But
I saw Dazed and Confused at that theater, and I saw Big Lebowski with Creative Tony laughing our A's off when it was released. We saw it at the Kabuki Theaters. Shout out to Kabuki Theaters, Murph.
925, where I saw my very first live concert, In Excess, don't you know?
Now that's old school.
925 says Farhan will sign him. Kapler hit him 8th against a lefty. All right.
You'll be lucky to be in the lineup against a lefty.
Here's my question, too. It is a shiny object. 408 says, yeah, he's unbelievable, but he's on a team and they're not winning. So, he doesn't guarantee that you're going to win.
Well, in baseball, there's really no guarantee that one player is going to make your team win. I mean, look at Barry Bonds here with San Francisco.
So it's an argument again. Like Farhan's argument would be, because Farhan's Mr. Pragmatic with the computer, Paulie, and he would be like, well, the data tells me that one player does not create a championship, so why should I go spend $600 million
Let me answer that
guy?
question, Marcus, because Murph, like he said a couple of minutes ago, this goes beyond baseball. He's not only trying to win divisions and accolades, he's also trying to save the economy of the city. He might revitalize the whole town.
Waterboy, we have some Buster Olney on this, too. Buster Olney cuts on what Ohtani's going to get. Yeah, I think this, it's like, why is this being a topic? A, it's a quiet week. B, I feel like the All-Star game with them chanting, come to Seattle. It's like, and the trade deadline's looming. Now, I heard the afternoon guys and the mid-morning guys, Buns and Ben, saying, you trade your farm system.
Too. Yeah.
I'm going to say no to that. I'm going to say no.
Short time thing, you mean short?
Yeah, I would say no to that. That's maybe, listen, I think, first of all, you can make a pitch to him in December that's just as compelling without having to trade Schmidt, Harrison, Matos, and Wisenhunt to get him, because otherwise that argument about come join a young dynamic team goes out the window. Come out and play with Austin Slater and Mike Conforto. You know what I mean? I'm like, listen, all due respect.
No, I hear you.
I'm looking forward to those guys going yard on Apple TV tomorrow night in
Thank
Pittsburgh.
you, Murph. Right? Shout it out. Yeah.
Anyway, here's Buster Olney.
Looking forward to that.
He's throwing out $700 million.
We've never seen it before. It's the greatest season any player's ever had. Going into Sunday, the last day before the All-Star break, guys, he was on pace to hit 56 home runs, score 112 runs, drive in 126 runs, and strike out 235 batters in 178 innings. He's batting over 300. He has an ERA of 3.32. When he first came over here, the way he was described was he was the Babe Ruth of Japan. Babe Ruth never sniffed a season like Shohei Ohtani is having right now, which is why when we go into the off season, the question is going to be the contract that he signs. In my opinion, it's going to start with the number 5 or the number 6, or if this goes to crazy land, the number 7. $700 million perhaps, because he's an impact pitcher, he's an impact hitter, and he's the most marketable player in the world.
Wow. 700. So does he mean over 10 years? 10 years is 70 mil.
I better get him in touch with Steve Moskowitz on this one.
Now you got a 37-year-old Shohei earning 70 mil.
700. I know, but as crazy as that is, you're getting a Shohei Ohtani as a pitcher for $35 million and him as a hitter for a $35 million.
That's the way you can bargain it.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's almost looking like a bargain when you got Scherzer and Judge and all these guys making $40 to $50 million.
That's true.
The other aspect of it too is, here's the negative. If you're far and you got some balls, you go sit down to his agent and you go, he's past his prime. We're getting, you start to get, I'd like to lower the number. We're
a little long in the tooth, maybe.
We're getting early 30s Shohei, not because it is. I mean, he's 29 right now, I think. Is that it?
So whatever deal he signs, will be paying him just right up until he's about 40.
I mean, and the stats will tell you. It's like if Shohei was any other player, what is he? He's 29. Oh, he just turned 29 last week. Yeah. Happy birthday, Shohei. So he's just 29. He's going to, by the way, you know what we do now? We say he's 30. Isn't that what we do in
Round
sports?
Up. Oh, yeah, we've been doing that forever.
He turned 29 last week. You're like, the guy's 30.
Guy's in his early 30s.
Yeah. But you would be getting age 30 Shohei. And if he was any other player, like I remember Lorenzo Cain when he was a free agent, they're like, I'm going to sign a 30-year-old Lorenzo Cain. You're like, I'm not signing a 30-year-old Shohei Ohtani. That guy's best days are behind him. Most guys peak in their 25, 26, 27, 28, right? Isn't that their peak years?
Yeah, that's true. But you look at a guy like Shohei Ohtani, it seems like he's getting better every season at age 28, 29, going on 30.
Man, oh man. It is interesting to see how a dual, well, it's unprecedented. We have no data, how a dual threat plays into his mid-30s. Well, I don't know. Does he, Kruko said that we pray for his health. You just got, that's a guy, he subjects himself to significant injury risk, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Can you imagine that?
Don't even say it. Don't even do it. Don't even do it.
So, Paulie, you want him?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, right. You want him for $60 million a year?
Yeah. Yes.
Whatever it takes.
Yes, because you know why?
Again, the money that would come back in.
You can do it, like you said. First of all, the Giants, you look ahead at their payroll and starting in 25, you said the room is there. So one, yes, they have the money. And then two, if they don't do it, somebody else will. Like, he's going to get that somewhere. Why not get it from us?
It's the Dodgers.
Yeah,
that's the other thing.
The
nightmare scenario is him
that's
rolling
almost too
in.
much. I mean, again, you can't. I don't want to have to see him in that uniform for 10 years.
How about the double whammy of him? It'd be like if Aaron Judge went to the Dodgers, The double whammy of him not coming here.
Not only do you lose, right.
The dreams and the nightmares. Shout out.
Smiles and cries, the whole bit.
Smiles and cries. So, anyway, we can continue to talk about this all morning long. It is a Thursday, post-ESPYs Thursday, as we like to say here on the Murphy Mac Show. Hey, the Niners report on Tuesday. The rookies do.
Do you want to share the lucky news with our listeners, too, about LeBron James' announcement last night? Just in case people didn't see it.
We can.
Everybody, consider yourselves lucky this morning. That's all I'll say.
It's your lucky Thursday, and we'll tell you why. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports League.
Anyways, the Dodgers.
All right, we like to talk about Amici's and the great pizza and wings and just fantastic. Have it delivered to your home, dine-in specials every weeknight. But let's talk about something even extra here. In addition to residential deliveries, Amici's also delivers to businesses and offers a full-blown catering menu for larger events. You can still order your favorite pizzas and other items individually if you wish, but the Amici's catering menu gives you options to order pastas, salads, and their famous flame-roasted lemon chicken wings in larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style. It's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering Amici's full range of menu items. So, whether you need a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event, Amici's has a great range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. So check out the catering menu at Amici's.com. And when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, Amici's delivers.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Trey under center, 49ers on the 45, going to roll. Trey lands to the right, has time, going to throw back left on the over route. It is caught by Deebo Samuel inside the 10, breaks a tackle, touchdown! San Francisco! The deep overshot. Rolling right, throwback left to Deebo. The adjustment on the ball breaks a tackle, and the 49ers have a 2-score lead.
Well, there it is, man. You guys ready? You guys ready? Next Tuesday, the rookies report. The week after that, the veterans, and then off we go into 49ers. Man, somebody pointed out on the text line, said the end of the All-Star game kind of makes you think it's NFL season. Then somebody said, no, it's not until the ESPYs are over. I'm kidding that the All-Star game begins, or the NFL begins. But I told you, Paul, when we were younger, we get an SI cover in early August of some guy running in shorts at some summer hot training camp. And
got to get that pulse beating again. Yeah, the football pulse is coming back. And I'm ready, man. I am ready because I am excited for this season. The only it's a little bit of a question here is who's going to be under center. Hopefully it is Brock Purdy.
That's not that big a deal.
Well, I hope
it's not a big college town, Paulie.
No, not a big. I wouldn't worry about it, though. It's not a big college town. Listen, the Niners are set to win right now. They've been knocking on the door. They've been sniffing at the doorstep. This is the year they got to walk through. They're going to have to take it down like right now. That's how I feel about this group. How many more years will these guys be together? How many more years will these guys be healthy? You got to pounce while you can, and I think the time is now. So, yes, very excited.
What do you give me for the Warriors and the Niners, right? The window, right? You got a window.
Yeah.
We have two window teams.
And don't forget what Vito Spatafore told us when we were sitting across from him in New York. Now, this was during the Harbaugh era. After the Seattle loss up in the NFC Championship.
Richard Sherman, don't test me with a mediocre retriever, blah, blah, blah.
He just threw it out there with that Vito confidence, and he was like, window closing, guys?
We went all the way out to New York City, and we got there on a Monday. And the dirty little secret is don't go to Super Bowl Radio Row until Wednesday at the earliest. It really only gets going Thursday, Friday.
There's literally nobody there Monday except Murph and Matt.
We were sitting in the entire room empty, and
here he comes.
In walked Vito Spatafore. He was selling bottle skins. His idea was to have these NFL logo cozies or koozies over big water bottles.
Like a water cooler, like giant
strange,
size, right?
Very strange. Bottle skins.
Yeah, bottle
skins.
Has
anybody checked on bottle skins and how it's doing?
I think they're down. I think they got shut down.
Is bottle skins on threads? No. Do we know? So
shout out Vito. But anyway.
And he sat down. And at that point in time, the thought was because of Justin Smith's age and because of Bowman's injury and Willis was threatening, whatever. The corners were older. O-line.
And think about the 3-year stretch. It's not that different from what they just went through. Because, Murph, let's review it. They lost at home. They lost an NFC title game at home to the Giants in overtime. They went to a Super Bowl and lost. They went back to another NFC title game and lost that one. So that was 3 heartbreaks in a row. And that's when we saw Vito. And
we're talking about the comp this year is in this generation.
No, it's very similar.
2019 Super Bowl loss.
Yes, man.
2021 NFC Championship loss to
the Rams. The blanking Rams, dude. Hate that game's guts.
That's why I
hate that game.
And then 2022 NFC Championship loss to Philly.
That's right. So it's very similar.
So
that's
3 out of 4. Just the COVID year that was the weird year. Mm-hmm. So just throw that one out the window, and you could say it's 3 straight.
Yeah. So you got
Super Bowl, NFC Championship, NFC Championship.
Yeah, not a good little resume they have here. I mean, it is good in a sense,
kind of like the Andy Reid Eagles back in the day.
Yeah,
right.
I don't want to be the Andy Reid Eagles. I really don't.
What about Andy Reid winning ships out in Kansas City?
Yeah, but
Yeah. By the way, August 13th, 1:00 at the Raiders.
That's coming quicker than you think.
It's funny. That day, I know that day's in my head because I have our season seats that day. Bochy, Giants Rangers. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there.
Oh, is that the 93 reunion, too? I think it's the same day. Is that a Saturday?
I have the Sunday ticket.
Okay, I think the Saturday, because I want to go to that one. I think the Saturday game is it's obviously Bochy in town, but on top of that, I'm pretty sure that's a 1993 reunion, same day.
Anyway, hey, guys, Greg Cosell. So Trey Lance, if you spend time, listen, people are just champing at the bit right now to get NFL takes out there. So there's the constant rumors about Trey Lance. First of all, how does he look? Is he better or is he worse?
That's what I want to know.
Remember we had the whole story from Matt Barrows about 2 months ago where his trainer's like, dude, he is slinging it.
That's almost why I feel like this year with preseason football, like there's going to be a lot of people very eager to see these games. These are not throwaway games. You got to see how Trey Lance
by the way,
looks.
he has zero experience.
I know. I know. But
I mean, it's been a long time since this guy's played football. Long time.
I still hold out a little bit of hope, though, that he can play, and I think we're going to find out like pretty soon. I think this is the time that we're all going to finally see.
Then there's the theory that the Niners, would trade him.
Yeah, that's been said.
To me, if you're the 49ers, why would you trade him and thin out your room like that? A, you believe that much in Sam Darnold?
Maybe
B,
they
you
do.
think you can get some value?
Yeah.
I mean, C, you take the phone call. Of course you take the call.
What's coming in exchange, though?
I wouldn't imagine you get too much. NFL trades are wild. What was that trade recently, Waterboy, where we were shocked at the it was a prominent corner got traded.
Jeff Okudah from the Lions, number 3 overall draft pick, got shipped out to Atlanta, I believe it was, for like a 5th-round draft pick. Yeah.
I mean, what do you give me for NFL players and cars in that they say the moment you drive a car off the lot,
it depreciates, yeah.
That's like the moment a guy plays a day in the NFL, he's like, that's a 5th rounder.
You just sit in your car, you hit the blinker, all right, you just lost $100 right there. Yeah.
Seriously, because, I mean, you'd think Jeff Okudah would. The guy was the number 3 pick in the draft.
But how can you get a lot for Trey Lance? Nobody knows what his value
the other
is.
I know.
Like if
on the other team, I was like, I'll give you a 3rd and a 4th.
That's
something
probably
like that.
And that's the thing. His value is not going to be there on the trade market. He's actually more valuable to the 49ers right now because they have him on a rookie contract. They're not paying a bunch for a veteran being on the roster.
You just want to steal him from us. That's all that's about. Come on. Marcus is just looking at.
If there's anything they learned, it's that they need depth in the quarterback room, right? Did we do that stat on how many quarterbacks made it 16 games last year? It was like...
Ain't a whole lot.
No. It was certainly less than 10.
And you meant 17 anyway.
Out of 30. Yeah,
17, not 16. 17 games.
It was...
Yeah. Don't forget that extra game.
Jeez, you did. You got me.
Yeah.
310 says, is Trey Lance becoming a James Wiseman figure?
Come on now.
In your life, too.
Come on now.
Are we trading Lance to the Pistons, too? Is that what we're doing, too?
Nice. He's a point guard.
I mean, there's a reason why. That's why it's Jimmy and Joey. Didn't we update the version to make it Jimmy, Joey, and Trey by the Bay?
I
mean,
throwing a James Wiseman and a Jordan Poole.
Is Casey in there, too?
Oh,
you know what I mean? So, yeah.
The house is getting pretty packed.
By the way, I have to tell you, it's the cutest story. Little Rory Murphy is experimenting with I'm very proud of him. He's making these YouTube videos. He's got his own channel. Waterboy, I'll show it to you. He's making little baseball highlight videos with like hip hop music in the background.
Nice.
It's really cute because I had zero idea he had this skill.
Rory
and I was
Scorsese,
yelling at him for being on the device. I was yelling at him for being on the device the other day.
Tarantino, dude.
I was like, get off the freaking device, man. Get out there and get some fresh air. And then he's like, I was making a video. And he's like sad. He's like, he was doing something creative. Anyway, this is the point of the story is, he goes, last night, he goes, I made a new one. I said, let's show it to me. He goes, it's my 5 favorite players. And it's like hip hop music. And he's got these kind of jiggly screen fix. It's like really cool. He's 11. He's doing this. It says, number 5, my 5 favorite players. Number 5, Mike Trout. And it's like crack. Number 4, Shohei Ohtani. And it was like throwing an absolute laser. He was number 3, Patrick Bailey. And it was like hitting a double in the gap. Number 2, Logan Webb. And it was Logan Webb throwing. That said, number 1, Casey Schmidt, and it showed him in the batting cage, just hitting batting cage in the bed. But I was like, the kid's
that's
trying
the innocence
so
of a
hard.
kid, yeah.
Well, because we gave him the jersey, right? You know, it was so funny. All these stars, and then Casey in the batting cage just taking BP. But the point is that Casey Schmidt can move in with those guys. Is my point to them.
I hope he doesn't have to. I hope it doesn't come to that. And by the way, I just thought of a funny scenario, like the parent yelling at his kid for like doing like video editing and stuff. You're like, what are you doing, man? It's a summer day. Get out there. What if that kid grows up to be Tarantino?
No, there it is.
Someone's got to do it.
Tarantino's going to say I was driven by the rage of my father.
My kid wanted me to play, Little League, but I was too busy trying to make films.
Yeah.
So
anyway, listen. So you want my official position? I ain't trading Trey Lance.
No, I wouldn't either.
All right,
especially because you're not going to get anything.
You need depth, and who knows with Sam Darnold? I mean, Sam Darnold,
I actually think that's going to work. I think that's going to be better.
I'm going to say he's benefited from just chatter. Like people are like, oh, the arm talent. What Maddie said on our airwaves. And by the way, 925 says,
what?
I saw Matt Mayock at the Giants game Sunday, and I said, hey, Matt, big fan. That's what he said. He went,
nice.
He went Buckner on him, right?
Rest in peace.
Yeah, geez.
I know.
But the point of that story was that I was talking about Trey Lance, and I've lost my train of thought there, guys.
What about Trey Lance?
Darnold.
Yeah.
And Darnold, the chatter that Matty said, it's the most talented arm the Niners have ever had as a franchise.
Tough. Yeah,
ever. But he's just benefiting from sort of like that chatter when in reality, on the field, he is what he is.
How about the day Joe Montana was having his coffee in the morning, scrolling around the internet, and he saw that headline?
Well,
Montana's like, oh, really?
Well, was Montana an arm talent?
Well, I mean, he had some kind of talent. He did something right.
His talent was his brain, his vision, his cool.
His will to win.
His feet. But his arm was never really, although
he could get it downfield, man.
His arm was probably underrated.
He could throw the deep ball.
For the years, we've made him out to be this noodle arm.
He
but
throws some deep balls.
Yeah.
Look at that Philly game, the fourth quarter game in Philly. He threw a lot of beautiful deep balls to Jerry in stride.
And here's the thing: he's actually throwing footballs in a 49er uniform. Sam Darnold has yet to do that.
I know. Yeah, I mean,
I'm very curious about Sam Darnold. I have a good feeling
about this. If he plays well in the preseason, what's that going to matter? Because it's preseason. Well, defenses aren't doing anything in the preseason. You don't quote see ghosts in the preseason, right? You see vanilla ice cream. This is what you see. So it's like you can get very excited. Oh, look at that! Remember
Except if you're playing Sean Payton Saints. Remember
That's
that,
right.
bro?
Right.
There was one. Yeah, this is maybe 2011, right in there somewhere. Preseason game, first one on the schedule. Marcus Harbaugh's Niners at Sean Payton Saints. They unleashed the hounds, dude. From the first possession, and I think it was still Alex Smith under center, who for the opening series. Dude, he got sacked 3 consecutive plays, and they were blitzing him. Mm-hmm. It was what was that about?
Well, it's because in the NFL preseason, there's a code that you call the other coach and say, "Hey, here's what we're going to do."
They were playing like it was the NFC title game. It was crazy.
I guess the story was that when Peyton called Harbaugh didn't take the call. I think that was was my story. If I have it incorrect, maybe Matt Mayock could correct me.
Harbaugh was always pissing people off.
Right,
there was always guys pissed. So
Peyton was like, "Oh, really? You want to play that way?" And Peyton's, by the way, Peyton's a stone cold killer.
Yep.
Perhaps maybe a little too much, as we found out.
Another friend of the program, too, Sean Payton.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
But he was sending blitz packages in a preseason game to the point of the absurd. It was like, what is going on out here?
By the way, did the 49ers play? They play the Broncos week 2. Watch out. Watch out for that's Sean Payton's Broncos, don't you know?
Broncos country. You ready for Russ Wilson again?
Here's the best thing about the new NFL, by the way. Only 3 preseason games. You're going Raiders, Broncos, Chargers. We're doing the AFC West tour.
Which ones are at the bye?
Or is it only one? We got 2. You got the Broncos and the Chargers,
right.
8-19 and 8-25.
Let's go.
The Bronco, and then the season starts, guys, if you forgot, September 10 a.m. at Kenny Pickett's Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's going to be an interesting game.
At Najee.
Yeah, at Najee.
Yeah.
Give your hands full with that kid.
Here comes Najee.
Yeah.
Week 2, by the way, they do week 2s at the Rams. They're going to, by the way, the who? Can I get a Mike McDaniel on the Rams?
You give me totally.
Who? I mean, seriously, does anybody fear the Rams right now?
No, I didn't even fear them when they won the Super Bowl. I didn't fear them.
Yeah, what do you give me for
I'm still pissed about that.
Yeah. That team, we're Super Bowl champs of the last 20 years.
And look at
Rams
the game.
Might be number 1.
Look at the game they served up, too. That was the game.
2015 Broncos. Beating the Panthers here.
Unwatchable.
Yeah.
Unwatchable.
The one time they bring it to the Vi.
And the other one, a
Super Bowl so bad that Coldplay said, we can't do a 12-minute set without bringing out Beyonce and Bruno Mars.
I got my flowers set up, but give me Beyonce. Yeah.
You know what pissed me off about that set? I had the view on the field, and after he sang his little 3-minute song, he said, I can't go the rest of the way. Somebody's got to help me out.
She came marching out, too.
He came running down, and he changed shirts. And so I had this shot of a bare-chested Chris Martin.
Yeah.
And he was, ripped. Super
really?
ripped.
He's like Sting.
I was like, you know what, dude?
Yeah, blank you.
Blank you.
Yeah.
Blank you. Music
you
and your
Paltrow.
abs, you know
you and Paltrow and the whole thing.
Why don't you eat some carbs? Puffing up. By the way, week 3 is when they finally come home, Paulie, to play your New York Giants on a Thursday night. The home opener's a Thursday nighter?
Interesting.
Did we
Don't forget
that?
The Giants are kind of not bad anymore. They were a playoff team last year. Remember, they go into Minnesota. They won that game, right?
Yeah, they did.
Remember, they beat the Vikings in the playoffs.
And Danny Dimes, Daniel Jones got paid this offseason, but there is a little.
And then they went to Philly and got their heads handed to them. But they did beat Minnesota on the road.
And they're still trying to figure out what to do with Saquon Barkley right now. He hasn't signed his franchise tag with him.
I know.
No, he hasn't. But anyway, to get back to the story, I mean, we didn't even mention the entire segment. We haven't mentioned Brock Purdy. All right, so
it's all about Brock. I mean, it's all about Brock Purdy.
Getting text here. I'm looking at the text line. Somebody from the 925 says, he says, Purdy played great, but he can't throw past 30 yards like Jimmy G. Defenses will figure that out.
That's a bad take.
What, you think he throws?
Brock Purdy's got a better arm than Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, I think he's saying like Jimmy Garoppolo, he can't go beyond that. I think that's what he's saying. I think he is.
Jimmy never went downfield.
Yeah.
Right, but do you think Purdy will?
I think Purdy has shown he's got a better arm than Jimmy Garoppolo.
I'm trying to think about that.
I think last year he took more shots
arm
than
strength
Jimmy
isn't
did.
really his thing.
It's not, but it's better than Jimmy's, I think.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know that we've seen a lot of downfield stuff from Brock. Jury's still out on that.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm a bit slight disagreement with your Waterboy. I'm not sure he has proven the deep ball.
No.
Well, I don't think he needs to prove it because Kyle Shanahan has proven in his system he doesn't need a quarterback to throw the deep ball.
Well, there you go. Paulie, it leads to all by way of saying it's been a while since we heard, I'm like, God, is it Twisted Sister? Yeah, it's Twisted Sister.
Oh, what are you looking for?
Brock.
Okay, hold on one sec. I got you. Right in the middle of summertime, let's do it.
I want to Brock.
Wow, that does sound pretty good.
I want to Brock. I want to Brock.
Should I keep going, Murph? Let this whole thing? Okay.
Turn the party up. I waited for so long so I can see the red and gold, so let's go. Red and gold. So if you ask me why I like the way he slays it, there's only one thing I can say to you. I want to Brock.
Brock. Yeah. JJ French on guitar.
I want to Brock.
Brock. Yeah.
I want to Brock.
Brock.
I want to Brock.
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 Brock. Yeah.
Brock.
Yeah.
I want to Brock.
I love it. I want a Brock. Man.
There it is, man.
That's getting me cranked up now. Now I'm ready for some Niner ball. Let's go.
We are ready to do it. 49ers report on Tuesday. The rookies, our buddy. Remember Jair Brown?
Yeah.
Tig, they call him.
Yeah.
That was a cool dude.
Yeah,
and
totally.
The fear on him is that he can't cover the deep ball, but we like it. And then obviously, right tackle, come on down, Colton McKivitz, and do your thing. I mean, that's a whole deal. McGlinchey gone. Out to protect Russ Wilson.
Yeah.
That was a punching bag.
was playing pretty well,
McGlinchey
too.
almost moved into that apartment with
A
Jimmy
little
and
bit, but he had a
Jerry
good year last year. He was probably the best he's played as a Niner was his last season.
And now you got Debo. Boy, that Debo radio thing happened in the wrong week because it got
it's so
way
quiet.
more run than it should have. You know, and people have been breaking it down like there's a Pruder film, and it's just like, man, oh man. So, but I do think that night it did. Whether you like it or not, it added to that Niner Eagle thing like crazy.
Yeah, a little bit. Sure, sure.
Real quick, Cosell on Trey Lance.
Nice.
What do we got?
You know, I don't know if it's right to say they've soured on Trey Lance. It's just the fact that they still believe that Trey Lance is a quarterback that needs work and that he's a work in progress. And this is not a work in progress roster, Ross. So, it comes across in a very negative way. And we don't know if that's fair or not. But the fact is, if Brock Purdy is healthy and ready to play, he's going to be the quarterback.
Okay, so there it is. Purdy, Lance, and Darnold. All right, Sean Estes, who's on my immaculate grid.
Let's go.
As a Giant and a Padre. And I got like a pretty good score on that one, too. Estes, we love it. So he's out in the summertime. He's in the middle of America on a lake. Let's talk to him next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I love it. I want a Brock.
All right, world-class beauty in the North Bay, world-class secret is Marin Health, all right? We're talking about not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average. A world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7. My own lad was born there. An accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail. And a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Bay Bridge Series. Giants, A's, Tuesday, July 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. On the mound, he broke hitters down.
And this one secures the shutout for Sean Estes.
And now on the mic, he breaks down the Giants. It's former All-Star lefty Sean Estes with Murph and Mac.
Sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And by Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers we hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, we love our Thursdays with Sean, particularly in the summer, where we get that summer vibe where he's out in the Midwest. By the way, Larry Baer joining Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50. So much to talk about. All-Star game, Cobb and Doval. Second half of the season starting in Pittsburgh. Shohei sweepstakes cranking up. Sean, good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, Sean.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. Yeah, what do we talk about now?
What do we got? What
yeah.
lake are you at right now?
Yeah.
Where am I at right now?
Which lake?
Lake Michigan. Yeah, northern Michigan.
Nice.
Northern Michigan, Lake Michigan.
Mosquito count?
Way up there. Not bad. Not bad. I got one bite since I've been up here, which is a record.
That is pretty good.
Yeah, you're lucky.
No
That's
joke.
nothing.
And it came last night. No, they're not bad at all this year for some reason.
Is Lake Michigan like freezing when you jump in the summertime, or is it warm up?
It depends on who you're asking. For me, I enjoy a good cold plunge, so it's not too bad.
Nice.
Yeah, it's cold though. Yeah, it's cold. It's not Lake Tahoe cold, but close. And then as the summer moves on, it starts to get a little bit warmer. But it's always refreshing. You know, that's the thing, is it never gets to the point where some of these like inland lakes in Michigan that are a little more shallow, they turn into bathwater come August. But this is, you know, you go down there, you go in there, it's almost like a cold plunge. It feels good. Then you jump into a hot tub or a sauna or something like that. So, yeah, no, it doesn't get much better than up here in northern Michigan. No crowds, beautiful weather.
Yeah.
Nice lake. I mean, it's about as good as it gets, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good summer. Although we were saying Seattle is an amazing summer city, too. That weather in Seattle from the 4th of July to Labor Day. And that's what shined at the All-Star game. It was like one of those gorgeous Seattle summer days. What'd you think? Cobb and Doval, they acquitted themselves well. And Doval had the showdown of the night, throwing 101 past Julio Rodriguez.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. They represented it in a good way. Cobb came in, was a little shaky at first, which is understandable. He said he had a tough time getting a grip on the baseball, and they wind those balls a little bit tighter because they won offense in the All-Star game for sure. But he figured it out. You know, they ended up getting through it, not giving up a run, which was great to see, and just being his first All-Star appearance at 35 years old, I'm sure that had to be a thrill for him, and took in every moment of it. Said it was the first time he's ever come out of the bullpen in his career, and he said if that's the case, I'd like it to be in an All-Star game. So yeah, it doesn't get any better than that, right?
Yeah.
And then Doval, that was impressive. He was the one guy I was looking forward to watching because I just wanted to see. He said, I'm going to take it easy, but you know, when you get out there, you get that adrenaline and you get competitive, and then you're facing the guy in Julio Rodriguez, you know, in his home ballpark, you know, you're going to step it up. And he threw the top 6 fastest pitches of the night, all over 100 miles an hour. So he showcased what he's all about and why he's, you know, one of the top 3 closers in all of baseball right now. And he struck out the hometown favorite. So that was probably the at-bat of the game, in my opinion, just to see, you know, what he could do. And then he had to do it against Seattle's best.
It was awesome. And he just looks like he's ready and primed, man. He's just a young man hitting his stride. I mean, that's really, Sean, if you think about it, like first half MVP of the Giants, you could say Doval.
He's a stud. Yep.
I wouldn't, without a doubt. I mean, yeah, there's definitely some likely candidates, some guys offensively that had solid years. Obviously, Alex Cobb's an all-star because he had a really good first half, as well as Logan Webb. But when you have that, just as consistent as he's been, he's almost been automatic. You know, he's had some he's had some games where, he's gone in and hasn't, really controlled the running game, which is still going to be an issue moving forward. He's getting better with that. Games where, just he wasn't quite as sharp, but he's still, and that, to me, that's what a good closer is all about. You're not always going to have your best stuff when you go out there. You're not always going to be as sharp, but you find a way to get it done. And to me, that's where the mental part of the game, what's between the ears, comes into play in that final inning, trying to get those last 3 outs. Is you really have to be able to slow the game down. You can't buy into what you're feeling that day. You just have to go out and compete. And that's what Duvall has learned how to do. It's like, yeah, my slider might not be as sharp as it normally is. I'm not having the fastball command I usually do, so maybe I'm not throwing as hard as I usually do, but it's good enough, and I've had success that I could draw upon when I haven't been at my best, where I've gotten positive results. And because of that, now he goes out there, and it's almost automatic, where you are surprised if Camilo gives up a run. The other day he came in, it was a tie game, and that a lot of times is what happens with closers. If they're not in that safe situation, that's when the most damage happens against them, right? And I don't know, whatever it is, if it's a little letdown on their focus or the adrenaline's not quite there, but when a closer comes in, they just get some work, or if they come in a tie game, they just never seem that they're at their best. But when it really matters, when they have the lead and it's a close game, that's when they step up, and that's what Camilo's done the whole first half of the season. And arguably you could say he is the MVP, because you have to have that guy at the back end of your bullpen that you can rely on to win those close games, and to come in and maybe get you a big strikeout, get a 4-out save. He's done it all in the first half. So it's been fun to watch. I like the fact, because I don't know if you feel the same way, but when he comes into the game, there's certain closers over the years that have been really good closers that you're just not at ease with, right? When they come in, Rob Nen was one of those guys where you felt just really at ease when he came in the ninth inning. Like he was just going to dominate the opposing lineup. Whoever it was, didn't matter if he's in the middle of the lineup or not, he was going to find a way to dominate. And that's the way I feel right now with Camilo when he comes in the ninth inning. It's that calm. He's like, he's going to find a way to get it done, and he usually did.
Oh, he's almost unhittable. That's why it was so shocking to see that Monday night game he blew a while ago. But that was, he's human.
It happens, right.
But when he's on, it's the old line, like hitters tell you how your stuff is. They can't hit him.
And you're right, Sean. You do feel at ease just watching him. You always feel pretty comfortable. I know exactly what you mean about those closers that make you a little nervous. He's not one of those guys.
No, and it just makes it so much easier for Kapler. Unless you have to use them, unless it's going on 3 or 4 days in a row, right, where you come in safe situations, then you're probably not going to use them. And so then you have to, roll the dice or figure it out, what you're going to do with the back end that day, or with the ninth inning that day. But when he's available and he's fresh, there's nobody better. He becomes unhittable. And that, to me, that makes it so much easier for Kapler to manage the bullpen. Your guy got your guy in the ninth inning, and it wasn't always that easy for Boch, if you think about it, even in the World Series years, other than maybe 2010 when you had Wilson, but 12 and 14 and even 16, he was kind of closer by committee. Whoever had the hottest hand coming into the playoffs, that was going to be his guy. And that's not that's not an at ease feeling, right? Coming in the ninth inning, it's kind of we know they can get it done, but are they going to be off tonight, and what's going to happen? But now you have that guy in Camilo that he's your guy in the ninth inning. There's no questions about it. There's no competition with him. It's just he's proven it time after time now. He's been able to face some adversity and get through it. I think the biggest step, or the last step really in his evolution as a closer, is really just, being able to control the running game a little bit better. I think a lot of closers will say that's probably the weakness of their game, because their focus is on delivering a pitch, or a quality pitch, right? And a lot of times the way they have to do that is having a little bit higher leg kick so they can get balanced. And they're not worried about it, because they know, okay, if a guy's still second base, I'm still going to strike out the next guy, because I'm going to be able to execute my pitches, and it's good enough to beat that hitter no matter who it is. So to me, that's probably how Camilo thinks a little bit. And if the organization, or if the coaching staff didn't feel like that was a part of his game and he didn't improve on, he wouldn't care, right? But it is. And in close games, a one-run game, especially in games, say extra inning games, you get that runner on second base, going to try to keep him at second base, pitching for the strikeout, you can't afford that extra 90 feet because it can make a difference. So that to me is the biggest, the last step for him is just to be able to control the running game a little bit better, give Patrick Bailey and company a chance to throw a runner out if necessary.
Yeah, man. Awesome. So we look forward to him launching in Pittsburgh tomorrow night. That game actually starts at 4 o'clock on KNBR 104.5 and 680. And Giants going to go to Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, Washington, and Detroit. In fact, Sean, just a little bit on that. I mean, you come out of the break, you're rested. You know, Webby and J.D. Davis and Tahoe doing their thing. And even Doval and Cobb, even though they went up to Seattle, they had their family with them, and then they get at least a couple days to get to Pittsburgh. It's not like a real rush job. But you open in Pittsburgh. That's a team that started hot and faded. Then you go to Cincinnati. Oh, man.
Watch out now.
Story of the league, right? And then you go to Washington. Yeah. So we're talking about mosquitoes and heat.
Oh,
and then
that's
they got a one-day
yeah.
stop off in Detroit. I mean,
yeah, that's a weird one. They have that early game, Sean. They got to make that one up. Yeah.
So in other words, on paper,
yeah,
a tough way to open the second half.
No, you're right. It is, and just kind of that was the theme of the first half. Is just a tough travel schedule for the Giants, right?
Yeah.
You figure you could get an off day there after coming out of the break, play 9 straight, and boom, you got to do a makeup game in Detroit. You know, it's like, okay, no rest for you guys. And I'll be honest with you, man. I know from playing that last couple of weeks of travel for the Giants really took its toll, and you could tell in the final few games or final 6 games of the first half. They were running on fumes a little bit. Fortunately, they were able to ride Logan Webb's shoulders and win a series. But now they're rested. You're right. They're coming out of the break, and you don't need more motivation than what happened, against the Pirates at home. After the Giants were on a roll at one point, and the Pirates were one of the worst teams in baseball. They had played well, but they were struggling, and then the Pirates came into Oracle and took 2 out of 3 from you. So that, to me, is motivation in itself. You want to go into their ballpark, and you can't take them lightly, and they won't because of how it went at Oracle Park. So, you'll have a motivated team to go out there and hit the ground running. You won your last 2 games of the first half. You won a series after not playing well, but now there's no excuses. Everybody's got the 4 days off. You should be locked and loaded. You got Stripling, Cobb, 1 and 2. I'm sure Logan will probably fit in there.
I think they're going Stripling. Cobb. Yeah, sorry. I thought you said Webb. My bad. Stripling, Cobb. Yes, correct.
Well, you were hoping, right? You were hoping.
I know. It is a little. In fact, why don't we use this opportunity to ask, are you surprised that Webb's not getting one of the first 2?
Yeah, I am because, I mean, that's you want to set the tone coming out of the break. And I know it's a long season, and you're – you don't want the guy that finished the first half to start the second half because, like you said, wherever they are, it's hard to get bullpens and throwing, and you want that guy to be able to have maybe a day or 2 in Logan Webb, that is, come in, throw a bullpen, get his feet under him. But, you kind of want – I understand the Cobb thing being game 2 because he did pitch in the All-Star game. It's just tough. I did it one year. I pitched the last game of the first half, coincidentally, against the Rockies. Came out of the second half, pitched game 1, coming out of the second half against Colorado as well, in Colorado. And it was tough. I ended up hurting my shoulder that game. This was in '98. I ended up hurting my shoulder in that game, and I missed a month and a half, 2 months of the second half. And it's not, necessarily, and it was bothering me a little bit going into the break, but you're just not able. You don't have the training staff with you to help the recovery. You usually go on vacation. You can't really get your reps in like you normally do. You get out of your routine, and that's a tough game to pitch. So I understand kind of why Webb's not pitching the first game coming out of the break. Did throw 9 innings, shut out. So it took that was a high adrenaline game for him. So maybe this is the right move, but I was surprised to not see Logan Webb in the 1 or 2, but. I'd imagine he'll probably pitch the third game in Pittsburgh or the first game in Cincy. I mean, you'd have to, right?
Maybe. You're saving him for the Reds. I don't know. It's unusual because he would have a full week. If he goes Sunday, it'll be a full week between starts.
Yeah, I would have probably, if I had to, going into, if I had to guess, I would have said he'd probably pitch game 2. But that they're going to save that for Cobb. So I'd have to imagine he's going to pitch game 3, unless. There's another thing too, guys, and I'm not saying this because I know, but I haven't been around the team in a while. But sometimes guys have little things that are bothering them, it doesn't. It's not something that you talk about with the media. It's something that's internal. It's something that may have been just nagging him all year, maybe something that just cropped up on him where, they want to give him a couple extra days. So it's hard to really read into it because they're going to protect the player. They're not going to come out in the media and say anything about it.
Yeah.
But that a lot of times is the case.
For sure. We're talking to Sean Estes, who's enjoying Lake Michigan in the summertime, and we're talking Giants baseball. They come off the All-Star game, Duvall and Cobb in the National League get the win. Giants getting ready to go to Pittsburgh tomorrow at 4:05. It's going to be Stripling on Friday. It's going to be Alex Cobb on Saturday, and no announcement on Sunday yet. And then they go to Cincinnati to face the Mighty Reds, who are thrilling everybody. Sean, you got to chime in on what everybody's using the downtime this week. And after seeing Shohei at the All-Star game, and the fans were chanting, come to Seattle, come to Seattle. And then we talked to Chris Russo yesterday. And I kind of feel like with the trade deadline coming up, and it just feels like the Shohei sweepstakes are a pretty sweep topic this week. So we had, John Heyman has reported Angels, Dodgers, and Giants. Russo said to us he thinks it's Dodgers and Giants. Have you begun to even ponder the possibility? And I guess the short-term question is, would you trade a ton of prospects to get him at the trade deadline so you can get him in the building and then start to build a relationship, even at the cost of all those prospects?
It's a tough one. I mean, I don't really start to look at that or really think about it until it actually could be a possibility. And I know that you're saying already that, it could be a possibility, but the Angels aren't out of it, and we won't know. I mean, I think that we'll have the next month of the season we'll be able to determine a little bit more what's going to happen with Shohei. Because if the Angels come out of the break and they make a run, and I know Trout's out and he'll be back at some point, but if they can make a little bit of run without Trout, and then they get Trout back, they haven't won with those guys. That's the thing. Is they want to try to find a way to win with those two guys. It's a shame that you have the two of the best players in all of baseball and you can't win with them. So they're going to do everything they can to try to put a winning season or try to get into the playoffs with these two guys. This is just to see what they can do on the big stage. And the next month we'll be able to find out, right? I mean, like I said, if they make a run, coming out of the break, there won't be any talk about Shohei's trade because the Angels are going to be looking to try and make the playoffs. With that being said, if they stumble and they're out of the playoff race, they don't feel like they have a chance, then I think that's when we start talking about it, right? Does it make sense, right? I mean, you've done such a good job as an organization of building up the minor leagues, and now you have prospects galore down there, and you've already seen what some of these young guys can do at the big league level, and just the excitement that they've caused. Yes, Shohei would provide a huge boost, right? And that's just not short term, that's long term. But it's so hard to do because not only you're gonna have to give up a lot, now you're not guaranteeing that he's gonna be a Giant, right? He could still be a free agent. And then you're gonna have to sign him to the biggest contract in Major League Baseball history, right? And so that's on your books as well. I just think there's so much involved in there. It's pretty loaded, right? It's pretty loaded until the Angels are out of it and they are actively maybe shopping Shohei. I think it's something we got to shelve for a while.
Yeah, I agree. We're just talking about the fact that I can't believe we're headed towards a possible Giant-Dodger showdown for this guy. Where that's like that phrase.
I know that. Well,
although too,
it stinks, right? Because in your heart of hearts, you just feel like the Dodgers are going to win out, right? Because they're going to be able to ante up more.
Yep. And they've been getting everybody too. It feels like Sean for the past few years, like Mookie Betts on down. They just Freddie
seem to
Freddie
Freeman.
Yeah.
Freddie Freeman. I mean, JD Martinez. They get them all. They get them all. And I mean, they don't get them all. I shouldn't say they get them all.
They didn't get Judge.
If they want them, if they really want somebody, they're going to get them because I think they're willing to sacrifice a lot more financially than most other teams will. And I think that's even including the Giants.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about how the Giants, we looking at their payroll. They got flexibility, Sean, going forward. I mean, 25
They do, but have you seen, and I mean, I know that the Judge and the Correa stuff was out there and that how much they were willing to give them, but gosh, it's such a risk. I know it's Shohei, man, but it's such a risk. What is he, 31 now?
Well, he just turned 29. Isn't that funny? You just jacked him up to 31.
We're round up, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm making excuses not to.
No.
I guess.
Yeah.
No, he's only 29, really.
He just turned 29 last week.
Okay, and that changes a lot too. I mean, if you're someone going early, before 30 entering free agency, and then I think you're a little bit more willing to up the ante because they talk about prime being in your 30s. I don't know if that's the case anymore, but especially for a two-way guy. I mean, just feel like the mileage, right? I mean, it's almost like he every year he plays his 2 years. Right, on his life or
Seriously.
on his baseball life.
Yeah.
Because he's just doing so much, right? It's like it's hard enough just to play every day, let alone pitch and play, doing both. It's hard enough to make your start every fifth day as a starter for if you sign a guy for say 8 years. Look at Carlos Rodon. He hasn't made a start this year for the Yankees. It's just tough. It's a huge risk. And obviously the reward is we've seen what the reward would be, just based on how great of a player he is and a person he is. And I'm sure everybody would love to have him as a teammate. And I don't know, man. It's a risky move. It's a risky move. And we'll have to, obviously this is a conversation for later. But I'd love to get him, but I just don't know at what price.
And to your point, they didn't get Judge, they didn't get Correa, and look at them right now, 8 games over. And they're winning.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
I guess that's the problem too. It's a good problem to have, but you don't get the guys you want, but you're still contending. And even in 2021, the team won 107 games, kind of the same kind of roster they're doing it with it now. Maybe a little bit different with some of the young guys, but yeah, and then you start thinking about that. You start thinking about your young guys and the impact that they've made at the big league level, and that especially if it comes to a trade, who are you going to part with? You're going to have to part with a lot. You're going to have to give up a lot, and to the point where it can almost deplete your minor league system.
Yeah.
Of prospects.
And one of the arguments for Shohei, you would tell Shohei is that, hey, we're going to pay you a ton of money, and this is a young, dynamic team on the rise, and instead you'd trade all those prospects and be like, we're not a young, dynamic team on the rise. No, we don't have any of these guys.
Yeah, we were until you came.
Yeah. By the way, interesting last one, Sean, before I let you go back to the lake, and that is the Padres. Talk about the next couple weeks for the Angels. Next couple weeks for the Padres, and then possibility of maybe blowing it up and trading like a Juan Soto?
Yeah, if they're another team too. They're like the Angels. Like if they've underperformed this year, and they have a huge payroll, on the top 3 payrolls in the big leagues. They expected to be at the top of the the NL West, and I think a lot of people thought that they would be going into the season. That's that kind of roster that they have. Not a ton of injuries, so you're thinking that they probably can get things going, but you're talking about internal stuff happening now. There's talk that it's a divided clubhouse. That's never good moving forward. So if they can't get going in the second half, there's going to be some guys available on that roster for sure. And you're right. It may be Juan Soto. So there's another guy that we could talk about, and as far as, that it falls into kind of the same category, maybe not quite as high profile as Shohei, but close. So then you're talking about the same scenario.
Yeah.
What are you willing to give up? But
right.
I think you're right. I still think the Padres have the run in them. I do. I think they're too good. Their pitching's too good. Their defense, there's all facets of their game are too good. But sometimes, chemistry, the chemistry of a team matters. It really does. Yeah. And guys believing in one another and all pulling from the same rope. And, you have, even when you're in the midst of some adversity, you don't have division. You have still guys uniting in the clubhouse and believing in each other. And I think that's what the Giants have. And right now, the Padres are proving that that's not the case. So can Bob Melvin turn that around in the clubhouse? I believe he can. And I still think the Padres are going to be there at the end.
Well, it'll be real interesting to see, obviously, the next few weeks. So it's going to be fun. We'll check out the Giants in Pittsburgh. We'll let you get back to your summertime.
Thank you, Sean.
How many more weeks up there, Sean?
2 more weeks. Woo! Heading back on the 26th. Yeah,
beautiful. Enjoy the heck out of it.
Making the track back.
Toast a marshmallow for us. All right,
totally. Enjoy that lake, man.
I will, guys. I will. Appreciate it.
All right, talk to you next week, man.
Thanks, Sean. See you, man.
Okay.
Good stuff with
I don't
Sean
have any
Estes.
Lake Michigan experience. I'm feeling a little ashamed of that too, man. I've seen it, I've walked alongside it and stuff, but never plunged in, never spent significant time. on Lake Michigan. Feel like I probably should at some point. I don't know.
Get Paulie to take a dip in Lake Michigan.
I'm a lake guy, Marcus. I like my freshwater fishing.
Why don't you head up to Clear Lake with Paulie and with Waterboy and Coach to go camping?
I got Grateful Dead commitments all weekend. I'm booked. No. Will you do any fishing this weekend, Marcus? Can I get you to reel in a bass or a trout?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
Paulie Mac, all I'm doing is drinking and fishing the entire weekend, Paulie.
Here's the one thing. I do love to fish. I haven't done it in a while, but I do like it, and I did a lot of that lake freshwater stuff. The one thing, though, Marcus, I never learned how to properly clean the fish. I don't know how to do you know how to do that, to gut it and all that?
You got to give it to somebody much more
There's a couple of quick maneuvers, like the real fishermen can do it. It's
I let my dad handle that kind of stuff.
Me too. My dad used to do it too.
Why don't we ask Sergio?
Spread out the newspapers.
Why don't we ask Sergio Romo if he knows how to gut a fish? Because we got a big
I bet he does.
We reached out to just talk some ball with one of our all-time favorites, Sergio Romo, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hold it now. This is Murph and Max. Big hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Drive ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
It'll be the Major League debut for the right-hander Sergio Romo. Just called up at the start of this series. Vinny Chalk was designated for assignment, and Romo, the right-hander who is pitching at Double-A Connecticut, arrived here on Tuesday. He's on the mound now for his big league debut.
Romo, the mustachioed right-hander. As he winds, he throws. Slider, strike three call. The 1-2 pitch. Slider struck him out swinging. The Giants have won it, and the celebration begins. Romo's teammates come flying out of the dugout, and they're jumping all over each other out there.
Romo shakes off Posey. Now has the one he likes. Romo's 2-2 pitch on the way. Cabrera takes strike three called, and the Giants have won the World Series in Detroit. And the celebration begins as the Giants mob the mound. Cabrera strikes out looking to end it.
Yeah, we'll take that anytime. There it was 11 years ago. Seems like yesterday, Paulie. Or does it seem like 11 years ago?
No, it seems like yesterday to me.
Well, there you go. Hey, before we welcome Sergio, tell you you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station. He's one of our all-time favorites, former weekly guest. Always welcome on the Murph and Max Show. And in fact, the last reliever to make the All-Star game prior to Camilo Doval.
Nice.
Sergio Romo, El Mechon playing. Serge, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
What's up, fellas? Good morning.
How you doing, man?
Good morning. Oh, man. Good. Can't complain. No, can't complain. You know, I'm a good guy who's fortunate enough to be 40 years old, be able to say he lived out his dreams, and now he's happily retired, spending time with his family. It's a pretty good gig.
That's a good recipe, man. I need some of that.
Really good, man. Really, really good. And without giving away your mailing address, you're still in the area, right?
Definitely lived in the city for a few years now. Very hard to leave and not consider San Francisco home. My wife is born and raised a city girl, so it's just fitting that we're here, you know.
How's that whole transition been, man? Because, you know, we've been talking to Mike Krukow so many years now, Sergio, and he always tells us, just as far as retirement goes, Mike always said, you don't want to retire until you've squeezed out every last possible pitch out of your arm. And do you feel that? Do you have the itch at all, like, to play, or do you feel like, nope, this was the right time and I'm good?
No. I'm completely good without trying to compete with.
Right.
I mean, with all those studs. I mean, if you really look at the league now, and hearing you guys play a little clip of when I debuted. I mean, think about it. I debuted in 2008, and got a chance to play parts of 15 seasons. But the game has changed so much since then. I mean. Even the game has changed so much in the last 3-4 years. You know what I mean? And I'm good. I'm good. You know.
Yeah.
Do you think
I'm good?
Do you think if you went to Driveline, like Sergio could be throwing 95?
I mean, I'd actually had that same thought in my head. You know, the last, was it 3-4 years when Driveline started really coming out? You know. just to see if I could have actually thrown harder than what I ever really did. But I mean, I worked hard from the get-go, you know, and you know how you just said, you know, Kruko said it you shouldn't retire until you squeeze every last pitch out. Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure I flipped every last little mini cheeseburger that I had in me.
Yeah, man.
You know.
By the way, can we talk about this? Can we talk about the sweeper, as they're calling it now? And it's driving me nuts.
Yeah, the sweeper, Sergio.
Because I mean, first of all, we're just talking about like a slurve slider, and that's what you were throwing forever, and it's like, I don't know. I'm a little confused. Do you think that there is like a movement towards that, and is it a difference between a sweeper and what you threw?
One of the things I was most proud about my career is how different I feel that I was. And I'm not just talking personality-wise, mentality-wise, work ethic, unique to the sense where my stuff, the way I pitched, you know, I was a power pitcher without power stuff in my eyes, you know, and I was just different. I took a lot of pride in being just different from the rest.
Right.
And I feel that, you know, also another reason why it was really, you know, good time to walk away. There's nothing that I did that is unique now in the game today. There's nothing that I did, because the spin rate, the movement, the horizontal movement, the very legitimately flat right to left movement. I mean, guys got that now. And guys are doing it 10 miles an hour harder than what I did it at.
Wow.
You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you know, I walked away at a great time, and I don't miss it. These guys they're getting younger and younger, and the younger they're getting, the more prepared they seem to be. And it's nuts, because these guys are showing up 18, 19, 20, 21 years old, and I was nowhere ready to play and compete at the biggest level, at the highest level of the big leagues at 18, 19, 20, 21 years old.
Right. Talking to the great Sergio Romo. Just checking in. We thought it was Camilo Duvall making the All-Star game made us think of the last Giants reliever to make the All-Star game was Sergio Romo. A little bit on that, Sergio, by the way. You always ask people about their All-Star game experience. So for you, when somebody says, hey, tell your All-Star story, like, was it the city, the stadium, somebody you met, the adrenaline rush of it? What was the All-Star memory for you?
Oh, I got a few. Fortunate enough to make one. Very thankful for that. But I definitely enjoyed every bit of that. That's my advice to any first-timers. You know, I mean, I only got a chance to do it once, but any first-timers, when you get a chance to do that, soak it all in, enjoy every bit of it. Take home everything that they offer you, that they give you, that they put in your life. Like, there's so many unique and cool gifts that All-Stars get. The different type of like gear and equipment and presents and all with the logos and stuff. It's all unique. It's all very special, and you know, and adds to how cool it is to make an All-Star team, because you got all these things that. You don't make that All-Star team that particular. You don't get that particular logo. You don't get to play with those particular dudes. Like, another part of my story is I got a chance to shake Mariano Rivera's hand. So the year that I made it was 2013, and that was the year he retired. That was his last year. I was there at Citi Field when he walked out in the 8th inning.
Wow.
And not a person was standing, or not a person was sitting in the whole stadium. It didn't matter if you're from Queens. It didn't matter if you're from Boston or whatever. Just like the Yankees through the roof, it didn't matter. In that moment when Mariano came out, there wasn't a person sitting down. There wasn't a person not happy for him that he was getting that moment and didn't believe that he fully deserved that moment. So, yeah, I was there. And then another cool part of my experience was I didn't get to play. I was active and didn't get in the game. But what I remember most was Bochy trying to find a way to show the world how much confidence he had in me, because the one time that I almost did get in the game, I do mean the almost part. Chapman had gone in. I'm not sure what inning it was. Might have been the fifth or the sixth inning, so somewhere around there. So Chapman had gone in to pitch for us, the National League team, and he had the bases loaded, no outs. And I think we were winning by 1 run, or it was a tie game or something like that. I think we were winning by 1. And Bochy calls down to the bullpen and got me warmed up. And he was going to put me in an all-star game with the bases loaded, no outs.
Yeah.
In a 1-run game.
Oh, dude. Right there.
In July.
Yeah. In New York.
In New York, too, right.
In New York.
Yeah, wow.
At the All-Star game.
Totally okay with not getting into that game.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I'm good.
Yeah, no, dude. I'll just take all the gear and the cool stuff and shake Mariano's
I'm good
hand.
watching. I'm good right here. Yeah.
Oh yeah. All right. I mean, I'll tell you, my dad got to meet Mariano that same moment I did.
Nice.
The things Mariano said, getting a chance to see, that was 2013 was right after, it was the year after we had won, our second World Series, and I had, played a pretty, cool role in 12. So making an all-star team and being around all the other guys, the history that I created, the relationship that I created with even Cabrera from that moment that we had, he gave me some acknowledgement during that time too, calling me over, when for me, they were all the Latinos, like Nelly Cruz, Beltran, like Miggy, Mariano, Cano, like those, and they called me over there and was like, hey, this guy right here was pretty ballsy, man, so like,
nice. Yeah.
I've had moments through the All-Star game that I was blessed with it. I mean, it's a super fun experience, and I'm very happy that I got to see what all that's about.
Man, listen, I'm just looking at the box score from that game. The National League pitched, let's see here. I got the National League pitchers that day were, Matt Harvey was the starter. Clayton, Kershaw, Pat Corbin, Cliff Lee, Jose Fernandez, who we lost, Aroldis Chapman. Craig Kimbrell was in that game, and there he was 10 years later, closing out.
Yep.
Jason Grilli was out there, former Giants prospect.
Really?
Yeah, former Giants prospect. Maybe you played with. And then the American League went Scherzer, Chris Sale, King Felix, Matty Moore, your teammate, Grant Balfour, Greg Holland, Brett Cecil, Steve Delabar, Maria, and then the last two were Mariano and Joe Nathan. So,
what I'm saying? So, you understand, how, why I was so, wow, I'm in an all-star team.
Mm-hmm.
Look at those guys. You just named off how many dudes that you're, got shots to make the Hall? What I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just blessed.
Super blessed, dude. Hey, we can't let you go without talking about the guy who went. The first reliever since you was Camilo Doval. Little different guy than you in height.
Oh, yeah, and first Giants reliever since me to throw 103, 104, or whatever. Oh, yeah.
That's if we added two of your pitches together.
We got a lot of things in common. Oh, yeah.
What about this guy? I mean, he's almost like, this is an overstatement probably, but a little bit like a right-handed Aroldis Chapman in the sense that his body is so dynamically perfect. The way he works his levers and the way he pitches downhill, right? It's like, can you, what do you see as a pitcher, the way he generates that kind of velocity?
Oh, man. You said it himself. I know we've mentioned Aroldis a couple of times during this conversation, but Chapman, that dude's a physical specimen. And then when I got a chance to meet Camilo and be locker mates, he's the last locker mate I had in the big leagues. So being able to be around him and watch him and the way he carries himself, what I'm most impressed about is how do you stay so even keeled?
Yeah.
How do you do everything that you do, which reminds me of guys like Buster, like King, who they were so even keeled that when they showed some sense of emotion or when they spoke or when they did something it was louder than what they normally do. Like you listen and you watch, and that means that really meant those moments really meant a lot to them. Like they meant more than we may understand. So it's like, man, like he just has that demeanor, and that's what's most impressive to me about it. Is, I mean, you're in the ninth inning, you literally don't throw a pitch slower than 93, whatever his slider is.
Yeah,
like,
totally.
You know what I'm saying? Like, like you don't throw a pitch slower than 93. If you wanted to, you can literally not throw a pitch less than triple digits. Like, that's gnarly. You're facing the best. You're in tough situations, and yet you can't even smile. You can't even give an angry face. You can't even let your nose or eyebrow twitch or nothing. Like, nothing. Like, to me, that's impressive. That's just, the stuff speaks for itself. The presence, the way he commands it, the way he utilizes it. I mean, I know he throws 100, but the way he uses his slider to both sides of the plate, the way he, one day it's a shorter, harder slider. One day it's a slightly slower slider, but it's still 92, 93. Like, that's, I don't know. Like,
no, what are you gonna right?
He was blessed.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, so what you're saying is that nickname Tranquilo Camilo.
Good name.
That works.
Yeah,
it's perfect. It's perfect because the guy. Here, let's put it this way. Throughout my life experiences, the guys that are quiet, the guys that don't say much, the guys that don't need to tell you how good they are,
right,
how tough they are, how strong they are,
right,
what they got, guys that understand themselves, they don't need to, how do you say, tell anybody who they are and what they got.
Totally.
They just know how to do it.
Yep.
That's Camilo. He's just, and he is very tranquilo. He's very just chill and laid back. And, the other day, oh man, he had a rough outing. It was like a week before the break, and he had a rough outing where they came in a tie game, and he ends up getting the loss. But like the way I saw him, even on the mound, never defeated, never given in. Like, even while he wasn't doing well, I was like, man, like, this is crazy to me, because I'd be freaking out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I was on the mound and I was going a million miles an hour on the mound. I had this massive rush of adrenaline every single time. I felt like I was in a fist fight every time. So, like, my heart rate was through the roof. I always had the mindset, like, it was either fight or flight, right? Well, I'm fighting, and it's like that guy, that's not a choice. It's, I'm fighting, but I'm going to do it like this. And when I hit you with this, you ain't getting back up, and that's just how he does it. It's impressive. It really, really is. It's not just the velocity. It's the way he's incorporating it. He's at the top of the zone with a cutter that's 98 to 101. He's got this little straight sinker thingy that he throws that, like, I'm not sure he's doing it on purpose, but when he dials that in on purpose with that cutter, the sinker, and then the harder slider that he's got, I'm sorry, like, he's going to be tough for a long time.
Hey, just ask Julio Rodriguez in front of 47,000 or whatever. All he wanted to do was make the Safeco fence.
Home, I played there and knew what that park is like as a home field, and I saw Julio last year in his rookie years, and the way they treat him, the way they love him, and the impact that he had in Seattle. He got, like, literally sat down on the bench, handed a Gatorade. Here, drink this. You need a towel? Oh, you weren't there long enough to break a sweat? Oh, okay, cool.
Wow. Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like, watching that guy, I was going, oh, dang, like, that. Wow, that was, yeah. Oh, this is your guy?
Yeah, man.
He looked at him like, it was like he literally looked at him and go, oh, this is your guy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
yeah, right.
Cool.
That was awesome.
Here's what I got. Here's what I got.
Here's our guy.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Yeah, he's cool. Yeah, he's cool.
He is
but
And I'm just going to do my thing here and see what happens, right? Oh, man. So good. Hey, we can't let you go without about a word. We can't let you go without a word on our guy Boch in Texas.
Yeah. Dude, look at what he's doing down there.
I mean, I know he's got a lot of talent, but whatever he's selling them, they're buying.
You surprised?
Nope. Absolutely not, Sergio. No.
I mean, dead honest.
You surprised?
Dead honest. Yeah. Dead honest. You surprised?
I mean, I'm going to be a little, Sergio, I'll just put a little bit because Texas has been so bad for so long. You know what I mean?
They needed Bochy.
Yeah. Well, the talent, of course, they made some changes and they brought certain pieces in to where now they're, they're legitimately from a name-to-name basis, from a position-to-position basis. I'm sorry, they stack up with anybody, and that's just, credit to their guys, whoever pulling the strings, in those regards for them, but when you bring in a guy like Boch creates atmosphere. He creates an atmosphere where people feel visible, where people feel like they have a place. People know their place. People understand their place. The guy talks the way he talks to you. He's very comforting, very father figure-like, but very understanding too. The guy takes the time to understand who you are.
Nice.
And if he gets those pieces, if he understands, it's like a chess master. I mean, you know what every piece is built to do, correct?
Nice.
You know every piece and what it's able to do, the moves it has, when it can make those moves, when it should make those moves, the shape of the moves and the timing of all of it, right? So you got a chess master like that who understands every piece, the shape, where they're from, what their intent in which they work, their intent in which they perform, the way in which they perform. You know what I'm saying? There's just I'm sorry, it's just built for success. It really, really is. Every day you're not having to be reminded who you are, what your role is on the team, what you're being asked to do, what's being asked of you, who's accountable, who's dependable, who's punctual when you're there, when you need to be, who's straight up responsible. It's not surprising to me at all.
I mean, they lost 102 2 years ago, and they lost 94 last year. And now you're
going to probably win that division this year.
Well, who knows? Listen, the way the Giants are playing, we've held out the possibility. It could be.
It's within reach, Sergio.
That would be gnarly.
Yeah.
That would be the utmost extreme thing.
The utmost extreme.
Definitely against the the odds people. The odds makers.
I mean, the Braves are looking pretty good and all that, but hey.
Yeah, I mean they're okay.
They got talk about talent. My gosh. Oh man!
See, but that's the cool part about baseball and the evolution of the game. It just keeps going up and it keeps improving talent wise. The youth, the showmanship. It just keeps improving in my eyes, and I think that's the most impressive thing about it.
Yeah, like you said,
you don't know what's going to happen next. And you don't know who's going to do it next.
Like you said, guys throwing your pitch 10 miles an hour faster.
Right. The league average fastball was literally 9 or 10 miles an hour harder than any pitch that I threw the last, I don't know,
hey, buddy.
7 years.
Like you said, you did pretty good.
Yeah, you did all right, though, man.
No, I walked out. I walked out at a good time. But there's so many reasons why. And I considered all these things, and my veterans ahead of me when they retired, and I called them. When I was starting to feel like, man, I'm not the same dude no more. This is getting tough, and that was something that they all said was, I'll know exactly when it's time. I'll know exactly. And yeah, it was the right call.
Beautiful.
That's for sure.
Beautiful. Hey, calling you was the best idea we had all week.
You, man. Really.
Great hearing you. Your family is great.
It
You're
is.
doing
It's
great.
always good to hear
we
you,
will
man.
see you soon enough. We'll call you when the mood strikes, and you can hop on it if it fits your schedule. And we love you, buddy.
Much love, Sergio.
No, I love you guys too. You know, I've been very intrigued by this season for a different reason. You know, in a different way. You know, every year before I'd get so excited. Just, you know, obviously we get to play, right? You know, this year I was so excited, but get to be a fan. Legitimately get to be a fan and watch games with my kids, watch games with my wife. You know, and I actually watch baseball.
Yeah,
and
that's awesome.
And I've had, you know, a pretty solid team, local team here that's been, you know, rather entertaining this year in many ways. So yeah, thank you for that. San Francisco Giants, they keep giving, right? They keep giving. Go figure.
I love it, Sergio. All right, we'll talk soon, buddy.
Hey, man, later, Fess.
Be good, man.
That's what's up.
Well, that's why he's a 3-time World Series champ. He's an all-star. Murph, but most importantly, and probably most unforgettably, is that he's a Thalberg winner, not to mention a friend of the program. I mean, we've given him every accolade we could.
Do you still have the song?
We could. I'm sure if I don't, Marcus can find it.
We'll find it for the cooler content.
I don't think we really need it,
Hope
though.
everybody enjoyed that, and based on your
Loved
texts,
it. He's
I
the
think
best.
you did.
He's the best.
As did we. All right, cooler content next on KNBR 104.5 and 680. These Sports Leader.
Hi, it's Murph and Mac again.
Pittsburgh, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pittsburgh sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Chris the Mad Dog Russo stopped by the Murphy Mac Morning Show yesterday to talk about this year's All-Star Game and whether or not the Giants will be in the mix for the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Mac's Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murphy Mac's Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, yeah, the text line just loving it. Loving it.
Well, we love Sergio, too, and we feel you guys. Thanks for checking in.
623 says, Sergio soothes my soul.
Nice.
406 says, Sergio on the big hit. That's what's up.
No question. You know what's funny?
510 says, Sergio, man, feed this segment into my veins for the next month.
Well, it's like when you have Sergio on, it's almost like a family reunion. It is like you're talking to an old friend. It's not like some athlete. He's just like a family member.
Speaking of family members, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher is our most talented family member who said, oh, you need the Romo song? Paulie, you can't find it?
I'd rather not listen.
He did.
This is...
He did.
He deserved better. Don't ask me, man. Don't look at me on this. That's it.
Romo!
Lyrically very advanced.
Romo!
That's all you're getting.
Romo!
Let it go.
Romo!
Maybe sometimes that's all you need.
Well, thank you, Murph. Anything would be good at this point to save me. Right. That's it. But you know what, though? Romo. I'm going to defend myself a little bit and say, like, not the tricky name to do something for. Romo. Like, it is. It's a little trickier than you think. But anyway, there it is. I don't know what to say. Sorry.
And by the way,
apologize
for
to
you
Romo.
immaculate grid heads out there, Walter, Triple E, you tuck Sergio Romo into your hip pocket. Ready for his teams? Giants, Dodgers, Rays, Marlins, Twins, A's, Mariners, Jays.
Ooh, the Jays.
So if you need a J and a twin,
get out of here,
like a
man.
J and a twin, where usually you just tap out, Sergio Romo.
Yeah.
If you need a Ray and a Marlin and you tap out, Sergio Romo. If you need a Dodger and a Blue Jay and you usually tap out, Sergio Romo.
He's gonna come in pretty handy in that game. Yeah.
Keep him in your hip pocket,
yeah.
buddy. All right. Okay, guys. Cooler content. Geez, after all that, we got to go back to the ESPYs.
What's in?
Well,
I had forgotten
we
about
started the show talking ESPYs because it was the only thing on TV last night.
By the way, tell me you weren't thinking about LeBron James when Sergio went into that long rap and he was like, the quiet guys are the guys I like. They never had to tell you how great they were. They never had to tell you how tough they. When he was saying all that stuff, I'm like, LeBron James.
Well, he's just.
James.
Old Peaches checked in. He was listening this morning. He said, buddy, it's just narcissism, plain and simple.
Yeah, but it's hard narcissism like times 1,000. It's like advanced.
Narcissism is narcissism, and it's like narcissism is a hell of a thing. Like if you truly know a narcissist, it's a hell of a thing. You're like, wow, this person is detached from reality.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
check me out. You know what I mean? Have you seen how great I am?
Could you ever? I almost in a bizarre way, I'm almost envious of narcissists because they're so oblivious they feel no pain. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah,
guys.
Yeah.
No, that's the thing that blows me away. They say he says this stuff with a straight
But
face.
is the narcissist truly starved inside? Is the narcissist truly the most pain of
you're
them
getting
all?
to something. See, now you're getting to some truth.
Anyway, we'll get into that in a second. It started with a guy who's not a narcissist. He's just a chatty entertainer, and that's former Colts punter turned media sensation Pat McAfee. They gave him the mic. They said, go host it.
Do you listen to McAfee? Are you like a fan of his?
He used to be on 82 Sirius XM, and I would listen 10 to 2 to Papa in London. When they go to commercial, I'd hop over to Sirius XM. And then he left Sirius XM, and he does YouTube now. Now, YouTube's the province of my kids, not me. So I'm not going to go on YouTube and listen to McAfee. So, I don't. So the answer to your question is I used to, but I don't now.
But you're so all over it, though.
But I liked him when I heard him.
And kids do love him. That's the thing. Like the younger demographic, like your college
you
age.
Give this guy credit. He was a freaking punter.
People,
and he's turned himself into a personality.
the young guys, they love this dude.
I will say this. He was wearing those short pants everybody wears that ends 2 inches above the ankle.
I don't think I'm going that way.
I'm going to go ahead and say you got to be slender to pull that off.
You doing those, Marcus? You showing off some ankle?
A little of that Bill Parcells thing going in the middle.
Yeah,
you know
the pouch, like a little pouch. Right above. Yeah, it's a bad look.
So,
Yeah, I don't get
anybody.
it. How about we just wear pants that fit?
Yeah.
The skinny jeans, the baggy jeans.
I'm going to need to see 2 inches of your shin.
I'll tell you who will do that.
See 2 inches of your shin.
Straight face. You know who will do that? Probably rolling today doing it would be Shannon Kaler. He'll show you as much ankle as you need.
But no, he's got to go bold. The bold one. I need what's this, Polly? 4 inches?
It's a good couple, 2, 3. Yeah, no, he'll come.
Inches?
He'll show it off.
That's what she said.
Look at these, man.
There you go.
Have you seen my shin?
As Ted Lasso would say, that's what that gal from the American Office said.
I understand.
But anyway, he was wearing those pants, and he came out and he was doing his bit.
Yeah.
You know? So we'll see how you feel about him as a monologue guy. This is him talking about the Damar Hamlin inspirational story. And do you remember Skip Bayless during it was like, we got to play this game for playoff implications? Remember that? That tweet was not well received by the masses.
No, you got to respect human life, hopefully. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Damar Hamlin is here tonight. Hell yeah. We all watched the situation unfolding on Monday Night Football as Joe Buck and Troy Aikman were trying to navigate the waters, and we all at home feared for the absolute worst. And Skip Bayless was like, get that dead body off the field. We got playoff implications on the line. He said it. The tweet's still up. Hashtag delete the tweet, Skip. Come on. I still don't think Skip should put that tweet out tomorrow. I think that was insensitive.
You know what? Couple things. One, you guys get a huge reaction. That's great. And two, if I'm not mistaken, Murph, I think the reason he was on the mic, and I actually got this from Marcus today. You should probably tell everybody that because of the writer strike, it was supposed to be Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart supported his writer buddies.
So he kind of got thrown into the role, and it sounds like he did pretty well.
By the way, Waterboy, you said the writer strike has affected Big Brother?
Oh, it has,
How are there writers for Big Brother? Are they supposed to just walk around saying
that's the
whatever?
problem. That's the thing. There are no writers, but Big Brother usually starts in June, but because of the writer strike, they've pushed it into the fall season so they have more TV programming.
Oh, look at that. See?
That's the trickle-down effect.
All right, more McAfee. See how you feel about his material, Paulie, and his delivery.
We got playoff implications
Okay.
on the line.
This one's about that Chiefs fan who robs banks. Remember that?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
You know, every once in a while, though, sports will contribute to society some monsters. I don't like it. I don't love it, but it is what it is. For instance, this year, what we contributed, well, I guess the NFL contributed. More specifically, the Kansas City Chiefs contributed. More specifically, Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce contributed. I don't know if you're going to be cheering for this. There was a man who would put a wolf mask on and actually go into banks with a gun and rob them for money so that he could watch these two. So next time you're thinking about that little left-handed shot put thing, and you're thinking about the whole, and we're down 30, and now we're winning and making the most must-watch games of all time. Think about the bank tellers, Pat. Okay? Think about them. You might win the Walter Payton Man of the Year if you just decide to suck next year and not terrorize all these cities.
It's pretty good.
Go ahead, McAfee.
You know what I
go
liked
ahead.
about the comic as a student of timing from your Woody Allens, etc. Think about the bank tellers, Pat.
No, that was good.
That was that.
That was a
Pat.
good line.
Yeah.
That was a good line. And I also liked his, whatever that
He worked
left-handed
blue,
shot
too.
put
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
is.
and then he went ahead and worked blue from the middle. These two mothers, he said, you know what I mean?
And the room exploded.
So speaking of mothers, here's LeBron James' wife, Savannah. She's up there to introduce her husband. He got best record-breaking performance for setting the all-time scoring record. This whole thing's absurd.
Here we go.
But I got to be honest, it's programming, it's content.
Yeah, especially on a day like this.
So here's LeBron's wife, Savannah, and she's going to get a little blue here.
All right, here we go.
I wanted to tell you what I think. I think LeBron James is the baddest Mom.
All right, they worked it. Worked a little bit,
it's a
and I
whole
got to
family.
credit the daughter. She hit her timing.
It's a
She hit the
family
note.
affair.
She
Yeah.
hit the note. Yeah, because she did it right at Mom.
How old's the kid? I didn't see her.
I don't know. Old enough to know that Bugs Bunny died.
Like
That's all I
grade
know.
school, or are we talking like high school? Like
No,
what?
grade school,
Yeah,
like
okay.
elementary kid.
Yeah.
Hey,
Mom.
just in honor of Tolbert and Norm Macdonald. Tolbert does it every year. Copes was there today, but he's done it through all the years. It's replaying the Norm Macdonald 1997 monologue, which remains the greatest monologue. Ricky Gervais at the Golden Globes is next. I'd take Tina Fey and Amy Poehler have had some pretty good ones, too. Tina Fey and Amy Poehler, my favorite line when they talked about that movie Argo that Stiller did.
Affleck, yeah.
Affleck did about the Iranian hostage crisis.
Yeah, totally, yeah.
Which, obviously was a huge part of our
Very
childhood.
serious moment in
She
time.
goes,
yeah.
nominated tonight is Ben Stiller for the movie Argo about the tense Iranian hostage crisis. She goes, no, he's so committed to the filming. She said he wanted to actually film I want to blow the line. Said he wanted to film in Boston. He wanted to film it in Boston, but he decided to film it in Iran because he wanted to film it in a place less hostile to outsiders, is what he says. So that was a pretty good
Bill
line.
Belichick.
Not
I
bad.
blew it, all
And
right.
true.
Anyway, Gervais eviscerating the Golden Globes, and then Norm Macdonald, unbelievable performance at the ESPYs in 1997.
Truly didn't give a damn, Norm.
You're going to play two of them for
Went out
you.
there and just filleted the place.
I know if you listened in the afternoon, you heard it. There's some people that didn't.
Yeah.
This is when Tiger Woods had just won the Masters by 15 strokes.
So he's walking on water.
He was the biggest thing in the world.
And then here comes Norm.
Well, there's all kinds of sports celebrities in the audience tonight. I see Tiger Woods right there. Tiger Woods, how about that, huh? Yeah, he's up for golf. Of course, he's up for Golfer of the Year this ESPYs. And you know who I feel sorry for, folks, is the other two guys nominated for Golfer of the Year. You see these guys getting ready, it's like, hey, honey, have you seen my tuxedo? No, not the good one. The one I wear when I'm going to get my ass kicked. Have you seen that one?
That's one of them. But this is the one that lives
That's
in
tame. Yeah,
this
that
is
was
the one
tame.
that lives in eternity here. Remember, this is the 90s. We were only a couple years removed from Orenthal James and the Bronco. Here you go.
Here it is.
And there's Charles Woodson. How about that? What a season he had. Great, man. He became the first defensive player to win the Heisman Trophy. And congratulations, Charles. That is something that no one can ever take away from you. Unless you kill your wife and a waiter, in which case... all bets are off. Just a word of advice.
Is it all about in which case? Is that what it is?
I gotta tell you,
in
man.
which case,
Hearing that though makes me miss that kind of comedy, like a host or comedian who would just walk out there and truly not care about whatever consequences are coming his way. He's like, here's my stuff. I'm coming in hard, and you guys are going to have to deal with it. Because now, like, everything is so scrutinized. I mean, like,
that's what Bill Burr's whole thing was in Comedians in Cars with Coffee with Letterman. He goes, it's not my job to figure out what's going to go into your head. He goes, I do my comedy. How you react is not my concern. Like, he was like,
well, now it's everybody's concern, though.
That's what he was saying. He's like, I'm going to do my comedy. Your reaction is your business.
You got to let performers perform, and consequences be damned. But now, everyone gets crucified when they host a show. Oh, I can't believe he said that. Oh, look what he did. Look what he did. Like, so now it's just like a thankless job. I mean,
yeah, Norm is God bless him and doing comedy.
How do you feel about who's become like by default the guy they go to all the time now is Jimmy Kimmel. You have any thoughts on Kimmel? He's kind of the guy now.
Host.
You bring him out for the Oscars and stuff.
He's skilled. What am I going to say?
Hey, I missed the Norm type, so I missed that stuff.
Well, Gervais will do it. Gervais's Golden Globes was
But then they drummed him out, though. They ran him out. Yeah.
They drummed him out. Okay, well, there you go. There's your Power Hour. There's your Sean Estes, Sergio Romo, and some fun cooler of content. All right, Matty Mayoko at 9:15. Niners report on Tuesday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
We got playoff implications on the line.
All right, everybody. Hey, thanks for listening to Murph and Mac today. Paulie Mac here talking to you about QC Kinetics for anybody who's got chronic joint pain. And if you've tried steroids, you don't have success with that, you're trying to avoid surgery, which I totally understand. That's usually the last resort with any kind of injury or chronic pain. But let's talk about QC Kinetics now. This is a new advanced way to deal with your pain. Doesn't involve any opiates, doesn't involve any prescriptions or even doctor visits. This is an all-natural way to use highly concentrated and healing properties from your own body that'll give you long-lasting relief. And that's what we're really looking for here. Not a temporary solution, one that's going to be a solution for years. So QC Kinetics, now the nation's leader in precision regenerative medicine. They've got over 100 clinics all over America. Locations currently in the Bay Area and Pleasanton, one coming soon to San Jose. This sounds appealing to you. It's definitely worth exploring and checking out. Again, any alternative to prescription drugs is worth looking into. So maybe QC Kinetics is right for you. Make the phone call, 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Mac continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah.
All right. Happy Thursday, everybody. Hey, only one more day till sports back in your life.
Let's go.
Giants will be in Pittsburgh tomorrow night at 4 o'clock.
Lucky for you guys.
Hey, looking for you guys. Marcus came to work today.
That's pretty darn good, Waterboy.
By the way, I got to tell you, I love watching ball games from Pittsburgh. I've always been fascinated with that yard since it opened. I haven't been there yet, but I like to think at some point I will wind up there. I know you've talked about the greatest sports bar in America.
Well, the number one bar in Major League Baseball.
That's it.
The Skull Bar, Waterboy. That was before you and I worked together. We did our dream trip to Pittsburgh in 2017 or 18, one of the two. And and down the right field line. So imagine at Oracle Park, if you're down the right field line, right where that Ghirardelli Sunday thing is and Tony's Pizza, right before the arcade. Imagine if that was an open air, pretty darn big sports bar where you could just like hang and see the game. That's what they have there. It's called the Skull Bar for the Skull and Bones for the Jolly Roger for the Pirates. So a big old black flag with a skull. So it's just like a big open air hang where to the back you're looking at the river or the McCovey Cove in this case if they did it. And then the other part, you're just hanging out watching the game or TVs or pounding your hazy IPAs.
That sounds nice because that's one of my favorite parts about going down to San Jose Muni and going to San Jose Giants game. Down the left field line, that's where Turkey Mike's Barbecue is, but they also have a couple outdoor bars, and you can buy a beer, get yourself some Turkey Mike Barbecue, and still keep an eye on the game at the same time.
Damn.
Yeah.
Hey, what are we waiting for, Larry?
Also, just random thoughts coming into my head as Brian Murphy breaks down all kinds of information. You mentioned the Skull and Roses. Shout out to the Skull and Roses Secret Society. You can join that one up at Yale. That whole initiation thing they got. I've seen the movies.
So you just confused Grateful Dead Skull and Roses.
Skull and Bones, I mean. Skull and Bones, I meant. Skull and Bones, my bad. And I was thinking Grateful Dead. See? I'm already at the show. But anyway, so Skull and Bones.
So we got three. Mount Skullmore is going to be the Skull Bar in PNC Park.
Go ahead.
Skull and Roses, Paulie Mac tomorrow night.
That's me, yeah.
Skull and Bones, George W. Bush, where my buddy Tim says you got to keep a Bing cherry up your A your entire freshman year.
And that's the good part.
Right,
yeah, that's the good part.
What's our fourth skull for Mount Skullmore?
I can't give you another Skullmore, but I wanted to mention this other Secret Society initiation I just watched. One of the best comedies. By the way, I encourage everybody to watch this one on HBO. It's called Righteous Gemstones. Anybody with me on this? You got John Goodman, Kevin McBride. They play like a Jimmy Falwell kind of family. Bro, it's hilarious. And they did the Secret Society initiation last week. Murph, ready for this? The Cape and Pistol. Okay. The Cape and Pistol. Okay. And they're all like pseudo-religious. They're not really religious, but they say they are so they can make money. Anyway, Cape and Pistol Society, Skull and Roses. Yeah,
okay, all right. And Mount Skullmore, what are we going to finish with? Rowers who skull? I don't know.
Wasn't one of the Indiana Jones movies named after like the Crystal Skull or something like that?
In honor of Indy, let's do that.
That sounds good.
And by the way, speaking of Larry Bear needing to put a bar down the right field line, Larry Bear going to join Tolbert and Copes today.
Nice.
At 4:50. All right, guys. Hey, we want to get into Shohei on the other side, but got to clear out the mailbag. They're all here, Waterboy, or they're all here, Paulie Mac.
All right, in the spirit of the dead, let's get some Bertha.
Text me, text me, text me, text me, text me. Why don't you just text me?
You going to get that tomorrow?
Sure.
Or Saturday?
I got one in
or
LA.
Sunday.
They opened the show with that when I saw them in
really?
LA. Yeah.
415 says Coors Field has a pretty cool bar in the upper deck that sounds pretty similar. Now, I can tell you, I went to Minnesota. They got one in the high reaches of center field.
Like the Medela Club, for real.
Kind of. So you have a total aerial view of the field. It's right by that. What I think is the best piece of art in any ballpark I've ever been to is the gigantic neon State of Minnesota sign that has the 1960s beer commercial guy representing St. Paul and the 1960s beer commercial guy representing Minneapolis shaking hands over the Mississippi River on a neon Minnesota.
Okay.
It's like an old Hams or Olympia
that sounds
can.
pretty good. Yeah.
So that you can drink underneath that.
Yeah.
You're pretty high up though, but maybe that's your thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What is the best bar at Oracle Park? I mean, the Garden?
Well, I was
the
going to say
Garden where you watch them warm up in the bullpen?
Up in the club level, actually, down the left field line, there's a little like stick out bar where you can order drinks and still watch the game.
But it's not outdoors.
That big,
you still got the door,
you're in the glass
between you and them.
No, there's an outdoor section. Yeah, you hang out right outside. You open the doors. Usually the doors are open. You
What's
walk
he talking
in.
about?
Oh yeah, Ask Triple E. Me and him hang out there every once in a while.
Oh, you mean out in the not facing the yard though?
No, you're just facing the yard down the left field line on club level. There's a bar.
Got to hang out with you, the aristocrat.
Yeah,
left
down
field
the
line.
left field line.
Okay. I was thinking right field line because I know the bar down the right field line, but that's an indoor bar. Okay.
I haven't been to that one.
I don't know the one he's talking about either.
Oakland has the tree. Everybody talks about the tree house in Oakland.
The tree house.
Does that have outdoor access?
That's outside also. That used to be like where the walkway was between the left field bleachers and center field bleachers.
Larry's listening right now. He's like, I wish you guys would cut the crap with these demands. We got them building bars.
And listen, we've been really bad for the last two shows. 707 brings this up. This is something we should have brought up yesterday 100%. But hey, things move fast. Life comes at you fast and the show comes at you fast. We got to just pause and take off our hats and put them over our hearts for the closing of Anchor Steam Brewing Company, Anchor Steam Beer, 127 years in San Francisco, shutting down August 1. That is like, of everything that's happened to San Francisco in the last 3, 4, or 5 years when it's all gone to heck in a handbasket, that's like, oh, man. Remember we talked about on the air when they changed their cans to the yellow and the blue anchor, and that was bad enough? And now this? Man, I don't want to live in a world without the anchor.
No, it's very disappointing. A lot of people are really responding to this with a lot of passion.
You want to talk about San Francisco.
So here's a true story. When I lived in Jersey and I would come out and visit my mom, who was still living in the city, I would always go back to New Jersey after these trips, and I would get a little homesick for San Francisco, and I would buy Anchorstein beer.
You could get it there?
Yes, and it was very expensive. So I thought I was kind of like hot-ass because I would walk around drinking Anchorstein, and I'd be like, oh, yeah, it's a San Francisco beer. So it was a big part of my past, and it sucks. It's just really bad news, sad news, too.
So when I started that podcast with the Dublin guys and Second Captains, and I was saying to them, they were talking about coming out to San Francisco. I said to them, we'll get you out to the ballpark. We'll get you an ice-cold Anchorstein beer. They use that in my intro forever as like, we're going to have U.S. Murph on it.
Nice.
They'd play this cut of me going, we'll get you out to the ballpark, get you an Anchorstein beer. I guess they consider it a very American Yankee thing to say.
Yeah, right.
So that they kind of mythologized Anchorstein over there. They're like, oh.
I also want to say one of my
U.S. Murph's talking about Anchorstein.
One of my favorite labels in terms of the packaging and the look, the way they marketed the beer. Like, I love the label with the anchor on it and stuff.
Well,
it's
yeah, but remember when they changed it? We talked about that.
I do.
It was awful.
Yeah.
So anyway, there's no getting around this. I mean, you talk about all the things that happened in San Francisco in the last few years. This might be number one.
It's a blow. No, it's a big
Waterboy, have you ever had the pleasure of going to the tap room?
I've never been to the tap room.
It's August. We got from now till August 1, buddy.
We got a field trip, boys.
Field trip. Don't field trip. No, mandatory.
I'm in.
This is not one of these BS things, all right, buddy? Because it is a heck of a field trip. Especially a guy like you, young man.
Yeah.
I might have to take it a little easy. You might want to let your hair down a little bit.
I'm saying, Murph, that's one of those days where you Uber into work.
Yeah, well, Friday's coming up here.
And home.
Yeah.
What
Or
do we got?
over to Cope's house after.
Yeah,
Sleep on his couch.
Cope's couch.
Or just go camping. You know what I mean? All right, I'm tentatively looking at Friday, July 21. How you feeling about that?
Sounds good to me. My schedule's open.
Are you here or are you camping?
July 21. Is that a Monday? I might
It's a
be off.
Friday.
Oh, then I'll be here.
Yeah, it's a Friday.
Uh-huh.
And let me check their hours. All right, buddy. We just made I think we just made a date. Anyway, thank you, 707, for bringing that up. It's just awful. And listen, I mean, they've got bought by a foreign, it was local forever, and then it got bought by a conglomerate. It all went to hell in a handbasket. So, gee, where have I heard that story before? I'm kidding.
Hey, now.
Anyway, guys, 415 says they're heading to the tap room tonight.
Nice.
510 says they'd put Anchor leaving San Francisco is as much of a gut punch as the A's leaving Oakland. You know?
Well, seriously. You identify it with the city. That's unfortunate,
By the way,
man.
speaking of which, story we haven't talked about, but the how about the mayor of Oakland heading up to Manfred and just dropping binders on his desk. He goes, she said, you said we never made an offer. Well, here's the offer.
Yeah, check this out. Yeah.
And Manfred's like, it's like one of those movies where they get over on the rich guy, you know what I mean? And they're like,
It's tough. It's tough to do that.
You know
Tough
what I
to
mean?
pull that off.
Where at the end, like the scrappy underdog pulls off the win over
Shout out, I'll give you Eddie Murphy in Trading Places.
Well, that's what
he outfoxes the rich guys.
There you
Yeah.
go. There you go, man. All right, guys. Anyway, thanks for the text line and thanks for the pouring one out for Anchorstein.
Yeah.
Okay, tentative field trip planned.
Okay, man.
All right. Here's the deal.
What are we doing, Murph?
It is Thursday, July 13, and we have Matt Mayoka coming at 9:15. But I told you, Paulie, I was forced to, I was moved to Jockblog about one word, one name, and one name only. We got to discuss it. Shohei.
Okay.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I definitely, and I think the Giants are in play. So I do think there's a possibility there. I don't think they go to Seattle. But I do think the Dodgers are the lead. They didn't spend any money last year's offseason. I think the Dodgers are the leading team for him. They came in second last time. I do not think he's going to go to the Mets. Although Cohen will not be outbid, he'll spend the most money on him. I don't think he'll come here to New York. I think he'll stay on the West Coast. I don't think the Angels are going to keep him. So I don't think. He was on the Angels for 4 or 5 years. They didn't make the playoffs. Why would he stay? And they're going to be bad in the second half again this year because they're going nowhere. So why? They're under 500. They can't beat L.A. He's not staying with the Angels. So I disagree with John on that. I think Dodgers are 1, Giants are 2. I would not eliminate the Giants. They were in the mix for Judge, in the mix for Correa. Thank God they didn't get him. Judge you would have loved, but now he's obviously out. I think the Giants, they need a star. He'd be a huge star there. The Giants will be competitive in the second half. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. So I think there'd be a big want for him in the off year. I think Dodgers 1, Giants 2. And remember, the Giants can't allow him to walk to L.A. Because it's a team in their division. It's their major rival. They got to put some pressure on the Dodgers, and if nothing else, make them up the ante. So from that standpoint, I think the Giants will be big players for Ohtani. I don't think they're going to get him. I think at the end of the day, he's going to go to L.A., but I think they'll be players. I think they have a chance.
That's our great buddy Chris Russo. The dream and the nightmare, as a jock blog, probably my Meek Mill jock blog. The dream that he would come to the Giants, the nightmare that he would go to the Dodgers. It's kind of amazing that those are pretty much the two options. There's no middle ground. There's no him as a Chicago White Sox. There's no him as a Baltimore Oriole. You know, where it's just like no effect on our lives.
On that
There's
note,
only it's what they call, I think, in a zero-sum game, meaning you get all or nothing.
What are I'm sure they've got to be financial reasons, but I haven't delved into this. Why are the Yankees not at the table, and even Boston for that matter?
Well, I can't believe you said that. I thought your next take is, Paulie, why are the Oakland A's not going to be involved in the sweepstakes? Thank you very much. By the way, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We can discuss.
Yeah, the Yankees
we can discuss.
Always are.
Oh, by the way, he mentioned Carlos Correa. 225, 11 bombs, 38 ribs, 700 OPS.
No.
See? I mean, you want to talk about the biggest bullet. I mean, and here we were on a week before Christmas. We were ready to burn the city to the ground.
But the reason is because I think a lot of that was still fueled by not getting Judge. It was like,
it appeared that the Giants were clueless and lost. And they were like,
it wasn't a good, and that's what I don't want to have happen again. I don't want the Giants to become like a perpetual team that's used as some kind of bargaining chip on your way to a better deal with a different team. And it's happened now. Well, I don't want to get into it, but you guys know they've missed now on some big names with Judge and even Bryce Harper, and Correa is probably a good thing it didn't happen.
But at the time, and I mean, if only Farhan could say, hey guys, transport yourself to July 13th. You're going to be happy about this. All right, you're going to be happy about this. So, I mean, wow, he's really underperforming in terms of his career. I mean, just real quick, just to give you his career, what's his worst career year here? I'll give you some right now. This is your man Carlos Correa. He's hitting 216. Now, it's an old-fashioned batting average. All right, 225, pardon me. If you want an OPS, it's 700. Bro, I got Gregor Blanco putting out here higher than 700 OPSs, all right? I mean, his OPSs throughout his career, last year, 834, year before, 850, year before, 926, 941. You know, he was a monster type of guy, and he's not. His batting average, his lowest batting average in his career was the 2018 season where he must have been hurt. He was only 239. Otherwise, he's hitting 315, 279, 279, 291.
It's the curse of Farhan. Farhan laid a curse on his ass.
I mean, his home run totals 22, 20, 24, 15, 21, 26, 22. He's down to 11.
Yeah.
So anyway, I mean,
well, that's his problem. I'm glad he's not our problem.
He's having the worst year of his career.
And thank God he's not our problem.
But still, even in the worst year of his career, he'd be tied for second, I believe, in the Giants for 11 home runs this year.
This is true.
Mm-hmm.
This is true.
I mean, you're starting to build this up. Do you think,
Anyway, back to Shohei.
Is there part of you that I don't know. I'm not going to say.
You brought up the Yankees. Let's start with that.
I did. I'm surprised you haven't heard.
There's an industry belief. Now, who knows? There's an industry belief that he prefers California.
I know. I've heard that too. But that's never stopped the Yankees in the pit. Giambi was a California preference guy too. They got him.
Giambi's dad was a Mickey Mantle guy.
Okay, that's true. The whole thing, the pinstripes.
Remember his little poignant thing when he held up the jersey and he goes, hey, Pops. He was in front of the whole press conference. All the cameras snapping. He held up the jersey and he said, hey, Pops, we didn't get number 7, but we got pinstripes. That's what he said. It was like a little Field of Dreams moment. Next thing you know, he goes out there. He never lives up to the hype.
No, he's never still recovering.
Hey, Waterbury, do you remember the Giambino as a Yankee and how you evaluated his tenure?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was always a fan of him. I love just like picking on A's fans of stealing another A's player and bringing him over to the Yankees.
Taunted.
Oh, yeah. I grew up with a bunch of A's fans who hated me because I grew up rooting for the Yankees, obviously.
Did you go get a Giambi Yankee jersey just to
I'm
stuff it
I'm
in
not
their
even
face?
joking. I grew up, I had a split poster. On one side, it was Derek Jeter. On the other side, it was Jason Giambi in pinstripes.
What was Giambi's best year as a Yankee? Did he ever have like a good year? Because I remember like everybody focused on the start. He played there from.
I think the number's a little better than you're probably going to think. I think he actually put some numbers up.
How about the fact that he left in 09 when he went 02 to 08? What do you give me for Don Mattingly and Jason Giambi? He never won a series.
Yeah.
The year he leaves, they win it. 02 to 08. His best in 2005, he led.
See, yeah, he did all right.
He led American League in on-base percentage 440. He finished top. Here, I'll give you some. Actually, his first year there, he finished 5th in MVP voting. He hit 41 bombs his first year.
Yeah, I was going to say, first couple years, he made the All-Star game a couple times, I believe.
He was a three-time All-Star.
Yeah.
And so he actually performed in New York.
He actually did, and it was a big part of the Yankees and kind of that core group. Like, everybody brings up the Aubrey Huff rally thong. There's a great story about Jason Giambi giving a golden thong to Derek Jeter to get out of a hitting slump.
Nice. Oh, that's right. They talked about that on the 30 for 30, the series about Jeter. Yeah,
man,
that's right.
Yeah, he went 41-41. He was injured then one year, and then 32-37.
It's funny how your memory is scarred by just how it started because it was so polluted and toxic at the beginning. Like, the New York fans were pissed at him.
Perspective. But
and the New York fans were pissed at him.
How could they be pissed? He hit 41 bombs, 122 ribs, and finished 5th in the MVP voting.
I think it took him a little while to get heated up.
I think his first month was cold.
And they were letting him have it.
Anyway, back to Shohei. So why isn't he going to the Yankees? Well, Buster Olney says he might, and it might not be in December. It might be in a couple of weeks.
Well, you start with the Yankees, the Yankees, the Yankees, the Yankees, the Rangers, the Rays. Maybe a small handful of teams, but there's no doubt. In talking with sources yesterday, they see the Yankees as potentially being the most motivated because Garrett Cole, Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, they're middle-aged players right in the prime of their careers. This is the Yankees' window to win now. You bring in Ohtani. Suddenly the Yankees rotation with him involved looks so strong. Ohtani hitting in Yankee Stadium, which favors left-handed sluggers. That's something I'm sure the Yankees would be willing to pay for if Ohtani is made available by the Angels.
So he's talking about the trade. He's talking about making a trade. How's your farm system, Waterboy? Loaded?
Yankees have a pretty good farm system. Guys like Jason Dominguez, who I think would be untouchable. We saw Clayton Beater in the Futures game this past weekend.
He's touchable.
Probably. I mean, I'm sure they want everybody. But I mean,
would you, as a Yankee fan, want to trade, let's say, four great prospects for a half season of Ohtani?
If I'm the Yankees, based off what Buster Olney's talking about right there, I probably would because they have a 30-year-old Aaron Judge. They got Giancarlo Stanton, Garrett Cole, the guys who are in their primes right now, ready to win right now. And if you're the Yankees or any of these teams that's flirting with a postseason berth, if you're the first team to give Shohei Ohtani a taste of the postseason, I think that's a huge part of the recruitment process.
And he starts, first time he hears da 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 da. I'm in love. I'm never leaving. By the way, Yankees 49-42, worse record than the Giants. All right, buddy.
Wow.
Yeah, sneaky good record.
Sneaky good
record. 49-41 Giants, 49-42 Yankees.
I'll tell you what, though, in my head, as I try to envision this, I would much rather see him in those pinstripes than I would that blue jersey.
I totally agree. So
you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're just envisioning, he would look good in the pinstripes.
That brings us to what I wrote about, which is like it seems like by most John Heyman and Chris Russo, two guys at MLB Network, they talk to people in the industry more than we do. And they're like, nope, Giants, Dodgers, Giants, Dodgers, Giants, Dodgers. So, if you're Shohei Ohtani, why would you sign with the Giants? First of all, I'm going to go ahead and say if I'm the Giants, I don't trade Harrison, Bailey, Schmidt, and Matos for him.
Why would he sign with the San Francisco Giants? Let me start right here. We can sweeten the deal. How about it? How's a weekly hit with the Murph and Mac show sound? You're only going to get that in San Francisco. You want to be a part of it. Come on in.
If he wants a review of the Friday, July 14 show from Oracle, he can get it.
That's exactly what I'm saying. We can offer that.
Should I make the Dead and Company Hum Babies Monday in your absence?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm predicting 3 wins.
Is there any way they have a bad show? We make them bum babies?
Absolutely not. There's no chance of that. I'm predicting a 3-game sweep.
Hey, sneaky good booking. Looks like we have Gabe Kapler tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Okay, let's make sure we ask him about the food and why is sneaky good a phrase that he just uses a lot, or does it mean... Because if he uses it enough, it stops being sneaky good.
And I also want to ask him about when he asks for people to, like, he'll say, like, hey, I'm on a mission to find the burger.
Are you getting the DMs?
Exactly. Yeah. Like, what kind of feedback is he getting? And
I think he's getting the same DMs that, shall we say, the Beatles got in 1964 in the front row. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. Those are my favorites, yeah.
We talked to Maria. I think he's getting special DMs.
I'm still recovering from that. What she said was so blunt and to the point. Not graphic, but whoa.
You know who was getting those DMs too, low-key? It wasn't as, because everybody thought everybody was G-rated then, black and white. Frank Sinatra in the early 30s, late 30s, early 40s.
Please.
He was getting the DMs. Yeah, he was getting the DMs.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Hey, Paulie, perhaps all over wherever he was playing.
Oh, Sinatra? Yeah, you think so when it comes down?
I've heard him all over the world.
Please. That's how he sounded, too.
I've heard him all over the world.
By the way, just think about that line.
No, I know.
Delivered in that manner, too.
Well, that's another guy like LeBron James. He's saying, you guys are lucky because I've had him all over.
I've had him all over the world.
Right.
What a line.
But then it turns into this. Yeah, so you don't cross the Corleones. No.
Why didn't that actor get more run?
The Waltz guy. I don't even know his name. I have no idea who that guy is.
He was fantastic.
Yeah.
Right, so anyway. Okay, so dreams and
nightmares. I don't care how many Goombas come out of the woodwork when he's yelling at Tom. It's the best.
What can they offer him? Number one, they can offer him the money.
Okay.
Their payroll in 2025 and 2026 is basically nothing. Now you start thinking, wait a minute, you're going to have to pay Pat Bailey when he becomes a free agent, but that's not for 6 years. You're going to have to pay Kyle Harrison when he becomes, not for 6 years. You have to pay Casey Schmidt if he ever makes contact, not for the next 6 years. You're going to have to pay Luis Matos, not for that. So you have a bunch of guys under club control. So there's really no albatross on their payroll right now. You could offer, is it $60 a year? Woo-hoo. Honestly, they could do it because they have basically no obligations going into 2025, 26.
Well, what's around him if they wind up doing that? Like, what kind of?
You also offer him this. You offer him, first of all, hey, you're going to be thrown to one of the best catchers in baseball.
I love when you say that.
Pat Bailey.
That's awesome.
Okay? I know Will Smith, JT Realmuto, Sean Murphy.
We got Patty
Bailey.
Yeah.
Patty Bailey, who's only going to get better, by the way.
Right.
And then we're offering you a young, dynamic team on the rise. Okay? Matos, Wisenhunt, Harrison, Bailey, hopefully Schmidt. You know, we're got a nucleus. Like, this is arrow up. We're offering you a city that if you win, this park will rumble with energy and love you.
It'll go back to the sellouts again. I can pretty much predict that.
So I wrote in the piece, I said he could have grown up in Japan seeing Buster and Timmy and seeing 40,000 in their black jackets at night waving those orange rally towels.
I hope you're right about that, buddy.
You know, I like the black jacket with the orange rally towel under the lights.
Please.
You know
Greatest.
And, you know, okay, LA's like, oh, really? That's cute because we're the Dodgers. Oh, every dollar the Giants give you, we'll give you more. Okay. Oh, by the way, L.A., heard of it? Hollywood.
What about the smog?
I'm going to move you to Pacific.
I don't want to, you got smog issues down
move you
there.
To Pacific Palisades.
You got traffic problems.
Your neighbor is Leo DiCaprio.
Plus, this is only half kidding when I say this, not to mention the fact that if he does sign with the Dodgers, the chances skyrocket that Jack Nicholson steals his girlfriend.
You know what I mean?
Or, like, he'll be close enough that Jack is within reach where he could just say, like, you know what, she's with me now.
As 530 points out, Jack Nicholson will say, hey, forget Ohtani, give me the translator. I want to party with that guy.
You know, bro, that's my guy. That's what I'm saying. I want a weekly show with that dude. And you know what they say about Nicholson? Once he moves in with that charm and that voice.
And then Johnny Fontaine comes along with his olive oil voice and charm.
The blank charm.
So good.
Just wanted to jam that in.
By the way, I had a really cute moment at 11-year-old All-Star practice the other day. My kid Beckett was dropping bunts, just beautiful bunts. I said, Beckett, you're laying down some Mona Lisa bunts over there. The freaking Mona Lisa of bunts. And then I said, hey, how many of you kids know what the Mona Lisa is?
Who?
And one of my kids raised it. He goes, I know what it is. It's a painting. I go, very good. He goes, it's by Leonardo DiCaprio.
Who?
That's what he said. So, and then he said, wait, that's wrong. It's somebody else. Oh, Da Vinci. And so I said,
Close enough.
So how about that? Mona Lisa by Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, he's trying, all right.
It's so good. That was cute as heck. Are you kidding me? I thought it was great. I loved it. He knew the painting and he knew Leonardo. And have you ever pondered the fact that DiCaprio is trying to steal Da Vinci's thunder with stealing that name, you know? Like when he marketed himself, he's like, I'm going to go ahead and people are going to think of Da Vinci and DiCaprio.
I just want you to remind people that I'm like named after the greatest artist of all time because that's how I see myself.
All right, guys. Well, there you go. We'll continue this conversation, obviously, the Shohei sweepstakes. But it's time for Matt Mayoko and the 49ers next on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
All righty, let's talk about Provident Credit Union because it's safe, secure, and stable. All right, everybody, if you're looking for a safe, secure, and stable banking partner, check out Provident Credit Union. Yeah, Provident is committed to the safety of their members' deposits. You want to check out their dividend-earning checking account called Super Reward Checking, where you can earn 1.26% annual percentage yield. Yes, Super Reward Checking has no monthly or annual fees and includes free access to ATMs nationwide. With over $3.5 billion in assets, Provident has earned a name for safety and soundness. So start earning 1.26% annual percentage yield with a Super Reward checking account. Visit providentcu.org. That's providentcu.org. Or stop by any of their 21 Bay Area branches. That rate is effective May 1st, 2023. Federally insured by the NCUA. Rate may change at any time. Other terms and conditions apply.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mark Spears called into the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes live from Las Vegas to talk about the Warriors and their performance at this year's NBA Summer League. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
You know, I don't know if it's right to say they've soured on Trey Lance. It's just the fact that they still believe that Trey Lance is a quarterback that needs work and that he's a work in progress. And this is not a work in progress roster, Ross. So, it comes across in a very negative way. And we don't know if that's fair or not. But the fact is, if Brock Purdy is healthy and ready to play, he's going to be the quarterback.
We now return with Murph, Mac, and Mayoko. NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Mac Mayoko.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by UCSF Health, redefining health.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
All right, we're talking about roll with the punches, man, to get what's real. Matty rolled with the punches all the way through February and March and April and May and then June and then early July, but you can almost smell the grass. They report on Tuesday. The heat. Matty's going to get his big sun hat out.
Oh, I've seen that one.
Yeah, the big sun hat.
Yeah.
Matty Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area is the sun hat being dusted off, my friend.
Good call.
Oh, that is all
he took
time.
offense. He didn't like that.
Tie?
It's kind of like one of those Indiana Jones hats. It's like a big floppy hat. I've seen him wear that thing down there.
That was hilarious, by the way. How about that whole build-up? Are you familiar, Waterboy, with the famous Marty Lurie tie block?
Oh, the greatest.
He's going to pitch in the AAA All-Star game.
Tie.
Please welcome Ty Block. Tie.
He sounds all bummed out. I know. It's great.
So anyway, we'll
shout out Marty Lurie, the best.
Here we go. Back with Matt Mayoko coming up here in just a second. Here is the... maybe he was busy getting the hat out of the closet.
And again, as far as collectively, we didn't spot any Niners at the ESPYs last night.
Maddie, we're trying again.
What's up? Here we go, Maddie.
We got a dial tone the first time. I hope that wasn't an omen for the 49ers season.
No.
Well, it gets going real soon.
Yeah.
July 18th, rookies report, 25th.
So
the entire team. So, no Brock Purdy sighting last night.
By the way, is the sun hat out for Tuesday? Are you ready?
Oh yeah, I'll be ready. I'll wear my my University of Pacific T-shirt that I've had since the final year at Stockton. I'll have the floppy hat out. I'll be ready to rock and roll.
Nice, man.
The UOP as an homage, huh?
Yeah, I was only around for a couple of the Rockland years at Sierra College, so the Stockton years, about 5 of them were good times. It'd be like. You hit the road, you pack the car, you go, you get an apartment or a hotel room and you stay there for a month. Now it's just like there's no difference between training camp and the regular season. It's still the same commute to Santa Clara, not a lot of fun. The commute, that is. Santa Clara, I'm sure.
You get to listen to us on your commute?
I do. Absolutely, 100%. That's how I just kind of keep up on what's going on in the world.
Well, there you go.
Listening to you guys.
What you need to know, buddy.
Yep.
I only did one at UOP, and that was famous. They were famous for 2 incidents for me. Probably one. I pulled a muscle like in my butt, and it was really bad.
A glute muscle.
And they let me go to the trainer. I forget. It wasn't Lindsay. It was somebody. They said, "Come on in. We'll train you." Well, they put me on the training table next to all the players, and Steve Young was getting worked on.
It must have been breaking
and
your
he
balls.
looked over. He goes, "Bro, what are you doing here? Bro, get out of here."
It's a legitimate question.
I was like, they told me to come in here. And then they started
flying there next to Charles Haley.
They took my knee and they cranked it up all the way to like my head. And like things were cracking and snapping.
Thanks, I feel better now. I got to go. Yeah.
Anyway. And then that was famously where Candace dissed Kevin Gogan. You remember
Same
Gogan
day?
was being really mean to me? Where he was like breaking my balls all the time.
I've heard the story, Matty. It's pretty
So then
crazy.
he goes, "Oh, your wife's here. Bring her over." He goes, "Hey, Candace, come here." And she goes, "No." She refused to come over. He goes, "Come on." She's like, "No." He goes, "Come on." He had her begging. She had him begging.
Yeah. He didn't show us that kind of. Yeah, no, he wasn't going to show Murph that kind of courtesy.
Wow.
That's it.
I thought you were going to talk about the Blue Magic cruise on the Delta.
Yes, there was that too.
I kind of want to hear about that. I don't even know what that is.
That was a good one too. They were at Stockton.
Yeah.
The first year we went to Stockton, they were so excited to have us. They pulled out all the
Every
stops.
year.
Yeah.
Every
did they
year
keep it going?
in Stockton.
They kept it going.
It was great.
They were like
the mayor would like make us dinner and it was great.
We had dinner at the mayor's house. They took us on boat cruises, river cruises, up at the Delta, all over the Delta. So anyway. All right, Maddie, you're not getting any of that in Santa Clara. You'll get nothing and like it. Okay, so here's my question. How seriously are you taking Trey Lance trade rumors?
Here we go.
Well, I mean, here's the deal: is it at this point it's almost to a degree out of Trey Lance's hands. Like he's not going to be the starter. If Brock Purdy is healthy, Brock Purdy's going to be the starter. But I guess it is in his hands. If he clearly is the number 2 guy, that he pushes Sam Darnold to the side. If he's the number 2 guy, he remains, and they go forward with Brock Purdy number 1 and Trey Lance number 2. But if Sam Darnold is right there, or Sam Darnold in the eyes of Kyle Shanahan is the better option, I mean, we're talking about Sam Darnold, who has 55 NFL starts, but it's been up and down. It's definitely been a mixed bag. There's an element of, I don't know, what would we call it? I don't know if cockiness is the right word, but confidence, definitely, that, with Kyle Shanahan, that, okay, well, Sam Darnold might have been a mixed bag with these other teams, but in my offense, with my coaching, he's going to be a different kind of player. So I guess if Trey Lance is the number 3 and there's any kind of trade market, what if the 49ers have to consider that? And I know that, everybody's going to say that, well, the 49ers needed 4 quarterbacks last year, but still, I mean, they brought in Brandon Allen, which to me was a curious move in the sense that he's been a number 2. He's been the number 2 for the Cincinnati Bengals as long as Joe Burrow has been there. So for him to go from a number 2 who, when he played, he was fairly effective, to then a number 4 kind of raises some eyebrows. So I guess what I'm saying is if Trey Lance, then this thing will have to play out, but if Trey Lance is the number 3 guy and the 49ers start getting phone calls about him, I mean, they'd certainly have to listen, but B, there would also have to be the element of, okay, he's the number 3. What's his future with the 49ers? Is he ever going to get on the field with the team? Don't they have to try to recoup some of the trade value? So, I mean, I don't think there are any trade rumors. There may be trade speculation, but it's all things that, it'll play out over time. But eventually what the 49ers have to do is do what's in the best interest of their organization for the future. And, I mean, it could go either way. I mean, Brock Purdy might not be ready week 1. Trey Lance could be the starter week 1. He could be the backup week 1. He could be the third stringer week 1. Or the 49ers might decide that it makes more sense for them to trade him before week 1. So it's just wide open right now how that quarterback situation is going to kind of shake out and how they're going to enter the regular season.
Mm-hmm. Well, here we go. It sounds a lot like it's not identical, but it sounds a little like Jordan Poole, where you're like, oh, he's such a valuable young piece, and all of a sudden, poof, gone to the Wizards,
Well,
So, I mean, it can be done, I mean, that was a different one because he had a huge contract. Trey is the one thing about Trey that's so affordable, right? That's so wonderful is his affordability, right?
Yeah, I mean, he still makes a lot of money. He's a number 3 overall pick in the draft. But I guess the reason we're talking about Trey Lance, the reason that it's such a interesting thing is because they traded a lot of assets to go up and get him at number 3 overall. Well, that was in 2021. Now it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, and no one's getting fired because of a bad draft pick or whatever the case may be. This team is ready to win. And so, a year ago, they were in a different situation. A year ago, they were like ready to roll with Trey Lance. They rolled with him because they did not think that Jimmy Garoppolo was going to be on the team. And so, they were prepared to go through some rough patches, but they thought at the end of the year that he was going to be a really good player. They thought. They didn't know. But now with this team, another year older, Javon Hargrave coming in, so they made a big expenditure in free agency. Now they feel like they're in a position where they can't roll the dice at the quarterback position. They have to go with the known quantity. And that, believe it or not, is Brock Purdy. Based on the 8 games that he started, how well he played, how they believe that what he did is sustainable and repeatable. So they don't have the luxury of developing somebody at that position because they feel like, they can't give up games early in the season. They would, that Philadelphia 49ers NFC Championship game, if there's a repeat of that this season, they want that to be at Levi Stadium. They don't want that to be in Philadelphia. And the way you go about that is, week 1 is just as important as week 18.
Right. Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, getting ready for Tuesday's Rookies Report. Now, in baseball now, when they say Rookies Report, the whole team reports. Is that the way in football, or will the whole team not show up till the 24th? As I understand it, I think the quarterbacks and rookies, first-year players, I think what it is just to get the young guys acclimated that, they are there to, understand the conditioning and all that. And also when the veterans get out there on July 25th, that, no one's having to hit the pause button, that they can have just a practice and not be coaching up the rookies. Hey, you're in the wrong spot. You should be over there. They want the practices to flow. I don't know exactly why Kyle Shanahan has decided to do it this way. In the past, they've had the rookies and the veterans report at the exact same time. But this year is a little bit different. So this year, the rookies will be there a week before the entire team. Okay, so rookies doing their thing. Okay, but anything on Brock's arm? Has anybody seen, heard, Florida reps, all that? I've talked to somebody who's worked with him, and it seems like, there's been no blips. Everything seems to be working toward September 10th at the Pittsburgh Steelers. I still don't know what they're going to do with him as far as, are they going to start him out on PUP? Is he going to practice, kind of a limited practice, or, not unleashing it, but going through the reads and maybe just doing check downs. But everything I've heard is that, the progress and the PT, all that is right on pace, that there's been no setbacks, and it's not necessarily all systems go. That'll come a little bit later, but as I understand it, they're very happy with where he is in his recovery from that surgery. And in terms of other non-quarterback stories, it's hard to believe any of them exist, by the way, any non-quarterback story. But one of the ones that everybody's been like, no, it's fine, fine, is Bosa's contract. And we haven't heard a peep. Yeah. And now we're getting to that point where he should report in 11 days, and we still haven't heard a peep. Would you say that we're still at the point where deadlines make action and we're not close enough? We're still not close enough?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say, it would be right there around that time, July 25th. And even maybe July 27th, whenever the team, probably I'd say that whenever the pads go on, that's kind of like the first deadline. He'll report on time, all that. The days of the holdout are over. Now it's the days of the hold in, where a guy reports but doesn't practice. And it's my understanding that, he wouldn't want to practice, or at least his side wouldn't want him to practice. And I don't think the 49ers would want him to practice until they get that thing done. So, I don't think it's an easy contract by any stretch. I think the other contracts that they've done the past 3 years, contracts with George Kittle, Fred Warner, Deebo Samuel, in comparison, I think those contracts were a lot easier to accomplish than what the 49ers are looking forward to doing with Nick Bosa. But I think it'll get done. It'll get done. I don't think there's any other possibility. There's no other.
Yeah,
there is no option.
No, we have no choice here, right, Matty?
There is no other option.
No,
absolutely, there's no other option. All it is at this point is just what are the blanks? Fill in the blanks, fill in the years, fill in the dollars. We know it's going to be somewhere in that $30 million a year range, and then it's how much of that is fully guaranteed. What's the fine print say? But he'll be right up there with Aaron Donald. He'll either be, a shade behind Aaron Donald or a shade ahead of Aaron Donald. But because his contract is going to be accomplished here in the next couple of weeks, and he's the latest, greatest NFL defensive player, he will be right up there at the very top of the list, and he will become the 49ers' highest paid player.
Matty, before I let you go, what's your official Matt Mayoko opinion of the Deebo Samuel CBS Sports Radio
the Philly,
Eagles PR handler flap? What's the Matty Mayoko take?
Deebo's a little bit prickly. Like if Deebo doesn't like the way a question is asked or the topic, he's not going to leave any gray area. He will let you know. And so, it was in character. If he doesn't like where something's going, well, that's it. This is over. So, Deebo does his talking. Deebo's not he's not a people person. You can see that by the way he treats defensive backs.
Nice, man.
I was. I did not even. There was no spit take involved. Put it that way. No shock value at all. That's kind of who he is, and I think he's kind of unapologetic. If that's how that's who he is, and if he doesn't like something, then he's not going to sit there and take it in.
That said, whether it's silly or not, in this era we live in, it officially ratcheted up Niners Eagles that much more, right? It's like that's like one of the storylines going into the NFL season, big picture, like Niners Eagles. These two teams don't like each other, and I feel like the Niners brought it on. I think the Niners did a little more woofing than I expected during Radio Row Week at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, no, I would agree. The Eagles moved on to bigger things. They were playing in the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. They won that game. And the 49ers are doing a lot of talking. There's no question about it. They did it at the Super Bowl. They've done it in almost every interview since. They promised that game would have been different had their quarterback been healthy.
Right.
You know what, though? They need to back that up. When they go to Philadelphia, they're facing a really good team.
Mm-hmm.
No question about it. And I don't know how that game would have turned out if Brock Purdy had been healthy, but if it had turned out the same way with the Eagles winning, I wouldn't have been surprised. The Eagles are a good team.
At home, and come on, man.
Yeah.
That was going to be a tall order.
Regardless, it would have been tough, yeah.
The 49ers would have had to play a really good game. They might have had to play their best game of the season last year to win that.
Right.
And, there's a part of me that's just like, you know what? You lost a game. Move on.
Exactly.
Every year's a different year. So, they're putting themselves out there. And now they got to back it up.
That's
and
true.
So,
yeah.
And so we'll see. We'll see if they have what it takes.
All right, Matty. So good. By the time we talk to you next week,
we're getting closer.
There will be news stories of who's doing what, who's saying what, who's playing where, all that stuff. Get the sun hat out, buddy. All right?
All right. Let's do it.
Thanks,
good, Matty. Take care,
man.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. That's Matt Mayoko. We can react to all that stuff next on The Sports Leader.
Ty?
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like these grooves.
Yeah.
Marcus laying down grooves.
Yeah. Larry Bear going to join Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50. All right. Hey, sorry, Paul. I had to run down the hallway.
You're all good, man. Do your thing.
We are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think.
One of the great unspoken, underappreciated elements of doing live radio every day, just for the audience, because Murph just went through this, is, and nobody really knows what this is like unless you're in this business, or maybe TV if you're working on the news or something, that your bathroom trips, they're all timed. Like the clock's ticking, go. Now the pressure's on. Murph, you ever heard, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but are you familiar with the term stage fright? Some guys line up at the urinal and then they can't go because there's too much pressure. I got guys to my left, guys to my right, and oh my God, the clock's ticking. It's not easy to pull all that off. So anyway, Murph just did that whole thing.
First
he was
time
on the clock.
By the way, at this point, the amount of coffee and water we drink, there ain't no stage fright. There's no stage fright. It's simply exit strategy. Just kaboom. It just goes.
Exit strategy.
First time I ever heard
exit strategy.
Stage fright was Cheech and Chong.
Yeah.
Chung.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to honor Triple E. I don't know why.
Honor Triple E. Wow.
But the
why?
It's not happening, is what he said. So Triple E every day tries to do a little artwork for the big hit. And he goes, you didn't show my big hit art. He was sad.
Did he really say that?
Yeah.
Well, it's not exactly art. He's just copying and pasting.
If you're on the YouTube live stream or KNBR Twitch app, this was the big hit art today. He strung together a montage of Sergio Romo, who was our big hit today. By the way, that got a lot of positive reviews.
Well, he's just, he's the greatest. So good to hear him.
So everybody take a gander at your YouTube, freeze frame it, screenshot it.
Would you call that art, Marcus? I don't know if I'd qualify that as art.
I would not call it art because if you're not watching the live YouTube stream or Twitch stream, by the way, you should be doing it. These people can just Google Sergio Romo and find those same exact images. It's not art.
No, probably not. But I appreciate he's trying to gussy it up a little bit and give you a little.
Let's see what he does tomorrow.
Okay.
It's the same way as trying to beat me to work every day. Can you do it tomorrow? Can you do it tomorrow? Remember, Paulie said one time when he beat me to work, Paulie goes, great. Now do it 1,000 more times in a row.
Yeah. Yeah. And don't miss any days either. Yeah.
I want to circle back on the. It seemed like the Debo Philly Eagle radio, CBS radio thing got more legs than I thought. Okay.
Well, first of all, look at the town, right? Philly's going to always amp stuff like that up. They love to throw gasoline on the fire. So for them, they're like, hey, not only did we win the game, you guys are talking mess.
The host was not a Philly host, though. He was a CBS national guy to New York, right?
Yes, but I believe he is a Philadelphia Eagle fan.
Oh, is he?
You could hear the accent, too. He's definitely from Philly. You could hear the voice.
So here's the catch. And Tolbert was bringing this up on TNC, and that was that there is some blame on Debo here. If you're going to pitch a product,
it's kind of what Maddie was saying
on this too. If you're going to pitch a product, though, you got to do the hit. You can't pitch the product and then bail. That's bad form, right? You're like, oh, I just got my product out. I don't like what you're saying.
Has that ever happened to us? I'm trying to think, because we've had them all over the world, Marcus. We've had products getting pitched for years.
We've talked about how fast people do the products.
Yeah.
But I don't remember
I don't think anybody's ever bailed out,
We've had a handler hop on and say, that's enough, haven't they? Because the time, they say we've come up against time limits or something, right?
Sometimes, as a producer, the PR person will hit me up and say, wrap it up, we're done here.
Yeah.
But it's not because of the content of our questions. It's always this
it's like
time
clock
limit, right?
It's usually they're going through the car wash and have another interview to do,
Yeah, the car wash. Have they called it?
Oh, yeah, the media car wash. Oh, yeah, you go through everybody. Yeah.
By the way, I like a good car wash.
Speaking of car washes and other aquatic-related topics, we're getting multiple hits now on the text line about stage fright at the Candlestick, specifically at the Trough. Because there's no divisions, no dividers there. It's just elbow to elbow. Women have no idea what that's like.
Are you man enough to let it go?
Here
you know
it comes.
What I mean?
Yeah.
Are you man
How
enough
about the guy who does this? This is going to be a visual joke, so if you're streaming, you're getting bonus content here. How about this alpha guy who comes up to the Trough and does this? Ready?
Yeah. Okay, here he goes. Paulie's standing up right now. Here he goes. Oh, okay, he's going, He's going with the hands on hips.
I've seen it. That's a confident guy.
We had a very prominent leader here.
You gotta say it.
Who, if you walked in,
I'll act this one out too. Everybody go to the.
He would have one hand on the wall. Okay, ready for this? Okay. Wait. Let me turn the mic. Let me turn the camera.
True story.
There it is. Do it now, Paulie. Do it. There's Okay, that was it. Now, Paulie, you would walk in and he would turn and he would say, give it to me now. He would say.
The greatest of them all was when he went two hands. He actually did.
Okay, do that one now. It's like he's getting held up, like he's being frisked. And then you walk in and he sees you. How you doing, guy? How you doing, guy?
Yeah. Yeah. Two hands on the wall, Marcus.
That's performance art for you guys there.
Hey, you want to stream? Now you're getting videos.
Anyway, well, thank
you, Marcus.
Speaking of streams.
Here all week.
You know what I mean? So,
yeah, right. Fits in nicely.
All right. Well, this was if we want to re-rack it just for fun, because that's what we do on radio. We hear sound. This is what it sounded like. He was doing a CBS Sports radio hit, and he was promoting something. I don't know what the item was. But he was, you promote the quid pro quo is you promote your item. They pay you, like he picked up, I don't know, let's call it $10,000 from whatever company said, hey, go on and sell our
pitch
item.
your product and we'll talk
then you got to do 5 to 7 minutes with Zach Gelb on CBS Sports
Radio. We'll talk
Radio.
a little football, right.
And then Debo I guess he kind of pulled the plug here, yeah.
I saw what you said about the Eagles back at the Super Bowl at Sirius, where if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, you guys would have won that game by double digits. Why would that have been the case?
I don't know. That's old.
So do you not still believe that?
I mean, I do, but I mean, we're not. That's like we're not gonna keep talking about it. I mean, I said what I said.
Gotcha. So then what happens this year when you play Philly on December 3rd?
I don't know. Just wait till week 13, 12, whatever week it is, and we'll show you.
Well, then you know how that's going to go down. You're going into Philadelphia. Those fans are going to be booing you loud. You have a message for Eagles fans?
Hey, guys.
Yeah?
All right, we're good to go.
What do you mean? We have Debo on right now.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to head into camp right now.
Are you serious? Okay. Thank you. There you go.
Bye.
So you can hear that he's a Philly guy. Okay, you can hear from the accent he's from Philly.
Because he said good to go.
Okay.
Go.
Yeah.
So first of all, I think Debo should have just toughed it out and said, listen, all he had to say to the guy was, he said, what, do you have a message for Eagles fans? He's like, no, just see you week 13.
It's ancient history, right.
All he has to say is see you week 13.
Yeah.
But instead, he hands the phone to the woman, and now it becomes a deal. Quote, unquote, Debo hangs up and everything. And it got a lot of, because he picked the wrong, sometimes you can pick the wrong week to make news because there's nothing going on.
No, there's not.
So this becomes one of the stories that people cling to.
And just for Niner fans, too, Matty Mayoko just said it, I think, pretty accurately, which is now he's going to have to go back that up. The whole team's going to have to back that up because you're right. There's been a little talk, and I feel the same way they do. It's extreme. That was probably the most frustrating postseason experience we've ever had, where you literally cannot throw a forward pass. It's like unheard of. So I know the guys are frustrated, but now they're in a place where they're going to have to go out and they're going to have to back all this up.
Did the Niners were 3-point dogs in that game?
Something like that.
I mean, Vegas believed was it 2.5?
It was close. It was a closely matched game.
I mean, the Niners were believed, and it's my impression that the way the Niners were talking, that Kyle had them convinced that his game plan, like they had found something in Philly that they were going to exploit.
100% got the same
and
feeling.
And they never got a chance to do it.
Right.
And that they feel like if we unveil our game plan, you guys are toast.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing. It's like, even after Brock Purdy got hurt, the Niners still tied the game with that Christian McCaffrey touchdown. They were still in it. They just didn't have a quarterback to throw the ball in the second half.
Was the score? How late was it? Let me check that.
I think that was right before halftime they tied it up.
God, man. Crazy. I mean, I went in hopeful that they would win that game, but I wasn't thinking they were going to win that game. Were you, Paul?
I thought they had a legitimate shot to win the ball game.
I mean, we know
legit shot.
NFC Championship wins on the road are rare, and indeed, we go to Soldier Field, we go to Atlanta. Those are the only two, right?
Well, they've won road games in this era, too. They just wanted that Lambeau game, the great blocked field goal and all that stuff. I mean, these guys are the block punt.
What do you remember about the Super Bowl? The Chiefs-Dolphins Super Bowl? I mean, the Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl.
What do I remember?
I forgot that it was 38-35. That's a heck of a game. But there's my memory that the Chiefs won. Dude, Jalen Hurts
he's tough. He's really tough. He's going to be even better this year.
I don't want to mess with this guy. Philly was up 24-14 at half. Kansas City scored 17 points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it's kind of what they did against the Niners, too. Wasn't quite that many, but
have you seen
come from behind.
Boy, the new thing going around with him and Max Crosby?
By the way, I just look up. Murph, look up. I hate to interrupt this broadcast. Look who I got staring right down the barrel of the lens at me.
Katie.
Boom. I look up
Kate
and it's
Scott.
I got
is
Kate
on,
Scott right there.
KTVU.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. Hey, Kate.
She looks great.
Yeah.
She's getting ready to go do the Women's World Cup.
Anyway, sorry
Starts
about
in
that.
a week,
I got not every day. I look up and then bam, I got a headshot of Kate Scott.
By the way, final score 31-7 in that NFC Championship game. 31-7.
Yeah, what was the score at halftime, Murph?
I'll give it to you right now, buddy.
First of
all, 41-23 over the Seahawks. Remember that? That was pretty good. Mm-hmm. Then you roll down to the next week, and you got the Dallas Cowboys here, and you go 49ers. Dallas beat Tommy Brady 31-14.
That wasn't even a contest. Yeah,
Eagles 38, Giants 7, and then you go Niners 19, Cowboys 12. That was a gnarly game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Brock did not have a monster game in that game.
No.
He went 19 of 29 for 214. Kittle caught 5 for 95. And then here it is. Halftime 21-7, Waterboy.
Okay, I think maybe
I think it was
closer
14
than
to 7, and then they there was a tactical error right before half, wasn't there?
I don't want to get into this.
There was a tactical error right because remember or did he throw a pick? Was that it?
I actually don't remember right now.
It was the
Johnson fumbled, snap in the shotgun.
That's it.
And Tim Ryan.
Fumbled, snap in the shotgun. Reddick
You might need to
recovered
dig
on the
that up,
30,
Marcus.
and then Scott scored on a 10-yard touch. So it was 14-7, and the Niners had the ball.
Why are we doing this? We're dragging ourselves through this again. It's just bumming me out. By the way, he was
I'd say worry about strike one. Sorry to interrupt, Paulie, but
you're good.
You better worry about the Pittsburgh Steelers before you worry about the Philadelphia Eagles. You know what I mean?
That ain't going to be an easy game. It'll be hot as hell. It's that Pittsburgh heat, like still in September. It'll be super hot. They got a pretty good team.
Yeah. So anyway, it's fun. We're getting ready. And I say, well, Matty opened the door to trading Trey Lance, guys.
Yeah.
He said, really, if you believe that Darnold and Brandon Allen are good enough to back up Brock Purdy, then try to get something for him.
It's hard to totally put all your belief and faith in Sam Darnold. No knock on the guy, because we just haven't seen like his best stuff. We've seen like
He was talking Brandon Allen.
Yeah.
He was at number 2 in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
He's like, they see him. Anyway.
I do think there's something encouraging going on with Sam Darnold, though. The way they're talking about him and even the stuff. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know, brother. It's all
no,
the
you're
fun
not feeling
stuff.
that one?
I don't know.
You're not feeling that
I'm
one?
feeling it.
Yeah.
And Trey is just a gigantic question mark.
Huge, like the Riddler. Remember the Riddler's costume? He had a big question mark on his chest.
Brock Purdy looks like Joe Namath compared to Trey right now. All right, guys, let's hand it over to Benz and Lund. Oh, yeah, we got sneaky good booking. The Giants manager Gabe Kapler is going to join us at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Big hit style, baby. DM me if you have a big hit question. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Love Nation, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Hey, Paulie, how about this new furniture we got in here?
I got Murph by candlelight. I got him by the window over here.
We got new furniture in here called Benz and Lund.
I dig this, though. I got Benz to my left. I got Lund to my right. I got Murph across the way. It's a good-looking situation we got here, boys.
Here.
I don't know if I'd call it good-looking. I've never been called that.
Well, we're going to start today. Today's the first day of the rest of your good-looking life.
Yeah, Johnny, you look good. You look good, buddy.
Yeah.
You look fresh.
Johnny
Ben's
looking good. Ben's looking good.
I got nothing to say to
Ben's
Ben's.
a good-looking guy, man.
I just got told by your salespeople that I look younger now than I did when I was on Comcast. I don't know what that.
Yeah, you don't
is that a compliment
like
or
Paul
not?
Rudd.
Does that mean I looked old when I was on Comcast?
Maybe you didn't talk to your makeup person at Comcast who might have made you look bad. Is it Elon Musk who's trying to reverse aging? Who's doing the reverse aging?
Hey,
thing?
bring it on, baby. Bring it on.
You know?
Oh, yeah, for
Do
sure.
you want to live forever?
Not anymore.
No.
Maybe back in the 80s. Not anymore, though.
Hey, if I could be like 35 for 200 years, I'd take that.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
that's good.
right.
That's a good number.
Yeah, that's not a bad
So
deal.
that's the new goal.
That's the new goal. Get back to 35 and stay there for another century. Hey, I wanted to bring something up with you, and I know you remember this because I know today's the anniversary of the Timmy No-No, but I think back, was it the Jonathan Sanchez? So people
Slinging
probably
Johnny
don't know this
Sanchez,
story,
yeah.
but I know Murph knows this story.
yeah.
So back, was it 2011, 2010? It was 09. Okay.
Yeah.
So 2009, I think Papa was somehow involved in this as well because
He
I
called in sick.
He called in sick.
Late.
I was supposed to do Giants pre and post.
Yes.
And Papa, I guess, called in sick. I get the call and they say, hey, we're moving you off Giants pre and post. You need to sit in and do Chronicle Live. So I do Chronicle Live, and then they call Murph
Out of nowhere,
to
Johnny.
pinch hit
Out of nowhere.
to do Giants
I'm
pre
sitting at
post.
home. I'm sitting at home at like two. Devin Fox says, "Can you come do Giants pre and post?" I'm like, "You gonna give me like $25?" She said, "Yeah."
Something for the effort. Yeah.
I was living in Oakland, zipped across the Bay Bridge. Figured I'd get $25.
Living in Oakland. Wow.
Hang out with JT Snow.
And all he gets is pre-post for a no-hitter.
Slinging Johnny Sanchez.
How about
Goes,
Greg Papa must have regretted that day. I'm not
By the
feeling well, John. He should have come in that day.
Yeah.
You better get Murph to come in.
I did such a good job that they never called me back again. So there you go. So,
You'd think that they would keep you. I mean, that's like when Bochy used to, a home run keeps you in the lineup.
Right.
Like a no-hitter should keep you in the
Hey,
lineup.
when it comes to TV careers, and Benz, you can appreciate this. Murph is like Johnny on the blanking spot. Like, not only did you get to do the no-hitter, the
that's a
greatest
good
thing
one.
of all time. I witnessed this. We were down
another Papa one.
We were down at Pebble Beach.
Another Papa
doing
one.
our show for a couple of days and talking to all the celebs and all that. And all of a sudden, next thing I know, I go home and Murph's like, "No, I'm staying down here
Well,
today."
because they said Papa can't do Chronicle Live.
Take this one.
From
Take it away.
Pebble Beach.
This is nuts.
Can you stick around? I'm like, I got my
get
bag
ready for
packed.
this. Get ready.
They go, no, we'll pay you $25. And I was like, all right.
$25.
And I said, I don't have a sport coat. They go, we'll get you
We'll
one.
find one for you.
Wow.
Right.
They rustled
check
one,
this out.
They rustled one up. They threw one over my T-shirt, and they said, oh, by the way, you have Clint Eastwood.
Oh, how awesome is that?
Like face to face, like an inch away. You're
He
talking
was
to Clint
promoting
now.
the movie Invictus. Do you guys remember that rugby movie with Matt Damon, the South Africa rugby movie?
A little bit, not
Which, by the way, doesn't get talked about ever as a sports movie.
No.
Was it not up to snuff?
I don't know.
I watched it on a plane
what was
once.
he? Was he a coach? What was his role?
Well,
I think he directed
he
it or
wrote and
something.
directed
Okay,
it.
he wasn't-
Yeah. Morgan Freeman as Mandela. You guys
Damn.
see that one?
How did this movie not win
remember it.
Academy Awards? This is cast. Yeah.
I freaking bass backwards into Eastwood on
How was he
Chronicle
in it?
Live.
I
He
watched it on TV.
fabulous.
It was
He
incredible,
fabulous.
man.
So these
Yeah.
are these your two moments? That
I'm
you
a Zelig guy. I show up, I get a no-hitter in Eastwood.
By the way, the lesson is if you're in TV, don't take the day off if Murph is in town.
You need an A-lister.
Yeah.
You need an A-lister. Just have me
You
pitch
give
it.
Murph a call. Yeah.
you want a big thing to happen. Murph's your guy.
Yeah.
Well, other than that, here's
turned
my big thing now. Is
I turned on TV that night, and there he is. He's going face to face.
By the way, in a rented blazer.
Totally.
Too.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
even let you keep the blazer?
No, I had to hand it over when I came back. So here's my new A-list thing. I show up, Benz and Lund show up. Right?
That's it.
That's
Just
it.
like that.
That's the new thing.
Is that your
So,
number one interview, by the way? Clint Eastwood?
It has to be.
Oh, yeah, right?
That's insane.
That or
yeah.
slinging Johnny Sanchez
How you
after a
doing,
no-no.
Murph?
Did you do a Dirty Harry for him or anything like that?
It has. I got. That has to be number one. No, I got Jack Nicholson at the Barcelona
Oh.
Olympics in '92,
That's
one-on-one in a VIP area, and then Arnold Palmer on the phone once.
What about the Schwarzenegger, or was that just an observation? I don't know if you were like talking
that was
to
more
him.
of a hang. That was a
Yeah,
hang, but
with the
that's
knee.
too long of a
Yeah,
story
we
for
can't.
now. Super Bowl today, yes.
Super Bowl continues, although...
my wife is a fan.
Oh, well, that's awesome.
Candy Sue is checking in. She's checking in.
Talked to her today. She goes, "Are you guys doing Super Bowl?"
So there you
Comes
go.
out, she's not a
No
morning
more
person.
teases
But
needed than that.
Yeah.
No more teases needed than that. Time for these
Cheers,
dudes. Benz and Lund, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I'm pretty sure I flipped every last little mini cheeseburger that I had in me.
Lucky for you guys, that day is not today.
I haven't retired. Thank you. That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
When the season ended, I said I wasn't sure if I was going to keep playing. And I know a lot of experts told you guys what I said, but I'm here now speaking for myself. In that moment, I'm asking myself if I can still play without cheating the game. Can I give everything to the game still? Truth is, I've been asking myself this question at the end of the season for a couple years now. I just never openly talked about it. I don't care how many more points I score or what I can or cannot do on the floor. The real question for me is, can I play without cheating this game? The day I can't give the game everything on the floor is the day I'll be done. Lucky for you guys, that day is not today.
I wanted to tell you what I think. I think LeBron James is the baddest Mom.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. The slowest day in sports yesterday, and the ESPYs, which Steph Curry hosted oh so deftly a year ago. We'll get into that conversation because LeBron was at the end, and Liam Hendricks, the former A, was up there, and we will discuss that a little bit. We got Giants to the second half. We have the Super Brawl. If you've not heard about the Super Brawl, we'll tell you about it. Also, 15 past the hour, just like we did yesterday. We will just do pre-camp. 3 questions, very, very simple pre-camp questions. What division are we doing today? I forgot. You guys have told me like 5 times, but I forgot. Tell me again.
North.
Oh, NFC North. That's right. Walter just disapprovingly looked at me because he's told me the NFC North probably 52
Yes,
times.
he has.
And I forgot. I had a very busy morning. So anyway, it's a bad excuse, but that's the one I got. So anyway, NFC North today at 15 past the hour, starting at 11:15, and we've got that. So we got a ton to get to today. But we were talking about the All-Star Game and the Home Run Derby and kind of how we browsingly watch that thing, like you got other things going on in the house. Around, and you just kind of watch that thing. I have a pool in the backyard, and our robotic vacuum broke.
Yeah, you said this.
So,
did you order one on Amazon or what?
Yeah, so I had to fix that thing and do all this stuff and get it going because my wife has people coming over, and you can't have leaves and dirt in the pool. So she was all, So my point in saying that is that I was kind of in and out on the ESPYs, but I did see LeBron at the end, and I think I like his wife and kids more than I like him. And I don't want to hate on LeBron because you and I the other day talked about him and what he's done since he's 18. He's had an immense amount of pressure, and he's more than lived up to it. And I got a lot of respect for what he's done. I'm not a LeBron hater in any way, shape, or form. My only point is when he says that, and you heard the quote in there, where he says, today is not that day. So in other words, he addressed the retirement rumors, and he said, lucky for you guys, today is not that day, the retirement. Lucky for you guys, today is not that day. And I have this theory. We both of us, I'm sure, have many sports theories. And one of my sports theories is that because you never see Steph do this, and Jordan did it on his, when he got put into the Hall of Fame, it was way over the top, and he had a few cocktails. So I get it, but maybe that's the day that you do it. But it's up to us, people, media, all that kind of stuff. We'll tell you how great you are. We'll tell you if you're the greatest. We'll tell you, everyone wants to do lists. We'll tell you that. It's not really up to that person to say that. Like, does Steph Curry, even though he could, he's the three-point king, does he ever put a crown on his head? Does he ever say, I'm the greatest shooter of all time? I don't think he does.
He doesn't
James,
pat himself on the back.
Right, and most athletes don't. And I don't know. I just think that's a thing. Did Joe Montana ever say he was the greatest? Has Tom Brady ever said he's the greatest? I mean, guys, that's kind of how it works. I don't know. It's one of those weird unwritten rules that you kind of let us as fans and media and so forth say these are the best or that's the best or this is why or whatever. It's not really self-appointed. But for him, and I don't want to hate on him, I don't, but it's like, what do you mean lucky for us? Lucky for you. You're 38. Good. You're going to keep going. And you've worked hard to get where you are, but it's not lucky for us. And stop with the crown.
I mean...
Is that just pure hating?
Well, I kind of take it as I believe he's trying to be funny. I think he's being a little bit sarcastic and facetious and lucky for you. I don't think he really means it, but I get how it can kind of come across that way.
We get the quote just separate. Danny, do we have that quote? The quote where LeBron says, lucky for you, today's not that day. Just so we can, because we just played it, but we kind of played it in the muck of things just so that people can hear it. Because I don't want to come across as I'm hating on him because I respect him.
Right.
And again, we talked about this the other day. He hasn't run afoul of the law. The worst thing he did was, the decision, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach. Short of that, I mean, he's navigated a minefield since he was 18 years old in a very good fashion. So I don't want to come across like that, but it's kind of like, ugh.
Lucky for you guys, that day is not today.
I mean, lucky for you guys.
See, but I think he's just being I think he's just being a wise guy.
All right.
And, I'll tell you a quick LeBron story. I've interviewed him a number of times in a setting where, it's a scrum. There's a bunch of people. I've had one-on-one conversation with him. And when I was doing NBA play-by-play, the best time to talk to players is literally 2 minutes before the game.
100%.
Because they're out on the floor and they're getting in their warm-up shots, and most of them are being loose and just kind of messing around. And that's the one time when, not a lot of people are allowed on the floor. It's the number of people that are actually allowed to be out on the floor. It's a very finite number of people. And you don't have media relations people around at that point. It's like just you and the players, so you'll exchange a couple of small words here or there. But I did go, LeBron had he was playing the Timberwolves and like a week prior, he had a game where he had like 55 or 56 points or something. And in his post-game press conference, he got asked about it. He goes, I was in the zone. I was on fire. I was like that old NBA Jam game. I was on fire. And then people started following up and talking to him about NBA Jam. And when I was a kid, I don't know if you played NBA
all
Jam,
the time.
but I was a huge NBA Jam
Mullen
fan.
and Hardaway.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wasn't it Mullen and Hardaway
Mullen
together?
and Hardaway, and
Maybe
then
Richmond was in there, but Mully was definitely in there.
Mully was definitely in it, and so LeBron in his post-game press conference was talking about what teams he liked to play. He mentioned the Warriors.
Yeah.
He also mentioned the Sonics. I think they had Kemp and Payton, and maybe
they
have Detlef Schrempf on as well.
You could rotate to him, but Payton and Kemp were amazing.
Yeah, so I heard LeBron talking about this, and I was fascinated just listening to the press conference because I was so into NBA Jam, and then he got asked about. He's like, yeah, the only problem with NBA Jam was that Michael Jordan wasn't in it. Well, anybody who played NBA Jam at the actual arcade enough knew that, like, when the game started, you would put in your initials and your birth date. If you put in the right initials and birth date, it was a cheat code and it unlocked a player named Will.
Yep.
And Will was really Michael Jordan. And,
but he didn't give his approval, so
right,
he couldn't do it.
But LeBron apparently didn't know about it. So the Timberwolves are playing the Lakers like a week later, and LeBron is warming up on the court, and I go over literally like 2 or 3 minutes before we're going on the air. So it's, game's tipping at like 7, so it's like 6:57 or something. And I walk over and I'm like, I don't know how this is going to go over, but I'm just going to go over and do an
NBA Jam.
So I pull LeBron out of the warm up line, and I'm like, LeBron, and he looks at me and he's like, and I'll tell you what, man, if you
better have something.
Being next to LeBron one-on-one, like, you realize how big of an individual he is. I mean, he could be a defensive tackle. That's how, big he is. And so you stand there, and I'm like, hey, I heard you talking about NBA Jam after your game last week. And he's like, yeah. And I go, Jordan was in the game. And he's like, what? And he totally broke character. And he eyes lit up. He's like, what are you talking about? And I told him, there was a cheat code, man. I go, you needed to put in the right birth date and the right initials, and you can unlock Jordan. And he's like, no way. I didn't know that.
How can you not know that? How can he be so immersed in basketball but not know that?
I don't know, but he is younger than us, right? So, I mean, I don't think he was, I think he was too young to actually be going to the arcade like we were to play it.
Whatever he is.
Yeah, so, but he was all excited about it, and so he was cool. It was cool to just have that real conversation with him, and then me and my friends, I told friends about it. They're like, "Oh, as soon as the game was over, he got on the phone and he ordered an NBA Jam game to get it delivered to his place."
Yeah. Well, you can even buy those now. I mean, you can buy the mini versions of them because we have a garage that we kind of use as that. We don't use it as an actual garage. We use it as the kids are going to be in there and it's kind of soundproof, so it's a perfect place for them. And you can get an NBA Jam game. It's a mini version, but it's still it's a stand-up game for about $4.99, and it's not bad. It's not bad at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think it has the cheat code. It doesn't have what you're talking about, but the real one does.
You got to get the real one.
Yeah, the real one
I would love to have one of those.
Real quick, just because you said it, that's a tremendous story. If you can get, you've done this for a long time, and so have I. If you can get a player, because like you said, they are robotically programmed to, okay, we're going to talk basketball. This guy's a media guy, whatever. If you can get them on their level to something they love, and all of a sudden, like you said, you can see you can see it almost like mechanically just do it, okay, the face comes off and it's like, okay, now we're talking about something I really care about, like I will talk to you about. It's amazing. So the fact that you, right before a game in line, had something good enough, because once you pull him out of line, he's thinking,
so you better have
something great.
Right.
Okay, you just told me that Jordan's an NBA Jam and I didn't know it. Okay, that's good. But I mean, when you were approaching him, you had to think to yourself, this better work, because if you pull somebody out of line minutes before a game and it's something like that's jackassery, they're gonna be like, security. What is this?
The only other guy I pulled out of line, but I knew him already. I like LeBron. I didn't really know, and I figured LeBron kind of knew who I was, but I didn't know if he really knew me, but. I did work in Dallas for a short period of time, as did you. Yeah. So I got to know Dirk a little bit over that time.
Amazing.
And the Timberwolves played the Mavericks in their second to last home game, Dirk's final season. And I did the same thing. I pulled him out of the line, but I knew him. I knew how he would take it.
He's funny.
And so I just went up to him and I was like, "Hey, man." I was like, I just got to tell you, thank you. It's been to be able to call your games, to be able to watch your games, to be able to see the impact that you've had on the NBA. And he couldn't have been more genuine, man. He's such a great guy. He's like, "Oh, thank you. That means so much." And it's like, it was genuine.
Yeah, for sure.
He's
a good dude.
Yeah, really good dude.
Good story. All right, we got a ton to get to today. We'll tell you about the guest list, which is tremendous. And again, 15 past every hour, starting at 11:15. Today, we're going to do the NFC North today. So that means the Vikings, the Packers, the Lions, who everybody thinks is going to be a surprise team because they knocked the Packers out at the end. And all we're not doing 10 or 15 minutes because people are, with the Lions. We're just going to do 3 quick questions like we've done all week long. We started with the NFC West, then we went to the NFC South. Now we're doing the NFC North today, and it's very simple. What is the big storyline for your team ahead of training camp? Who's your team's going to be in the Super Bowl and who is the MVP? We're taking a straw poll. That's it. Just real quick, boom, 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 boom. So you can get caught up on every team. And like you said yesterday, there's a fantasy value to this. If you're like, I don't care about the Vikings, or there's a fantasy value to this. Plus, speaking of the Vikings, everybody always wants to connect Kirk Cousins to the 49ers, and Cousins has a year left on his deal. So it seems like with most of these, we're going to talk about the quarterback situation because that's clear. So we'll get into that conversation. And then the Super Bowl starts at the bottom of the hour. Are we going to be ready for it at the bottom of the hour?
We're ready for the first one. We're almost ready for the second one. For the first round.
The computer was giving you grief.
I got up at 5 a.m. today, man. 5 a.m. to spit these out.
First of all, I'm sorry that this has been so much work.
No, but it's been fun. Like, I'm loving it. Except for
it's not supposed to be that much work.
But ChatGPT was kept returning network error. It's like, network error. What are you doing to me, man? I got up early. So I got up. I was like, all right, well, I guess I'll make breakfast and see if it corrects itself. Nope. Okay, I'll go shower, see if it corrects itself. Nope.
I'm sorry, because I'm an early riser. I get up that early anyway. I loved it, before anybody else gets up. But I mean, this show should not be a 5 a.m. rise show. You know what I mean?
Well,
we just shouldn't have to put that much work into it, unless management's listening. And then, oh my God, I've been sweating for 24 straight hours, or 21, or 20, whatever, whenever we got off
I'm sure they're going to let me bill them for the extra hours. So,
exactly.
That'll be good.
Do that. All right, we got a ton of stuff going on today. We'll tell you about the guest list. 15s and 30s are where the most fun is. Give us your thoughts on LeBron. Lots of ways to contact the show. Obviously, the text line is wide open. Give us your thoughts there. 415-828-5627. 415-808-KNBR. That is your text line. We're also on Twitch, YouTube as well. You can get to those places by directly going there or simply go to KNBR.com or the new KNBR app, any of those ways, and you can see our bright, shiny faces. All that coming up next. Dave Benz is it, only here on the Sports Leader.
Lucky for you guys, that day is not today.
Vallejo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Vallejo's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Murph gives his dream and nightmare scenarios for Shohei Ohtani. Check out that story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Do yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Ladies and gentlemen, DeMar Hamlin is here tonight. Hell yeah. We all watched the situation unfolding on Monday Night Football as Joe Buck and Troy Aikman were trying to navigate the waters, and we all at home feared for the absolute worst. And Skip Bayless was like, get that dead body off the field. We got playoff implications on the line. He said it. The tweet's still up. Hashtag delete the tweet, Skip. Come on. I still don't think Skip should put that tweet out tomorrow. I think that was a little insensitive.
Pat McAfee hosted last night. Why wouldn't he? If you're going to pay Pat McAfee and you're going to fire like 30 high-profile guys, Pat McAfee better do everything. He's going to be like the jack of all trades. He's going to be the super utility man.
I didn't know that he was that funny, though. I mean, that was pretty
pretty
good.
funny.
Yeah.
I will say. And you know what? He's a really nice guy, I will say, because the last couple Super Bowls, he was with FanDuel, and they had a big setup and everything. And my son was there at the Super Bowl last year, and he was supposed to be working for us. And so I'm like, where's our runner? Like, what the hell happened to the kid? And it was literally right down the street from his dorm in Phoenix. And so he comes down on a Friday, and he comes back after about an hour and a half. And I go, where the hell were you? And he shows me his phone, and he did a selfie with like 50 different high-profile celebrities. Like, that's all he did was just walk around. Brock Purdy, Drew Brees, McAfee, like anybody in music, C.J. Stroud, the Ohio State pick at the Tech, like anybody who was anybody, he did a selfie with. And McAfee, he said, Chris Russo, Mad Dog, you know, everything. And he said of everybody, I'm not kidding, there was probably 50. And he said that McAfee was the nicest guy. And he said McAfee stopped, asked how he was doing, what are you doing, this and that. You can do it, gave him a little pep talk, like all this stuff. He's like, McAfee stood there for like 5 minutes while like 20 other people wanted his attention, was like talking to him. And he doesn't know him from anything. He's just some kid that walked up to him with crazy hair going, hey, man, can I have a selfie? And McAfee stood there and talked to him for 5 minutes. It's crazy.
But that's cool to be in that setting.
Right.
Hey, that's taking advantage of it.
He was. I was like, I expressly told you were coming here to work. He's like, well, I'll work now. I'm like, the show's half over and we don't have any guests left. You're useless now. Go away. So then he did.
Well, hey.
You got a kid, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's what you expect, basically. Hey, I try to get my son to come in today. Because he goes. He
declined, not so politely.
He goes back to his mom later today because I'm leaving on the red eye for Boston tonight.
Oh, that's right.
And so next week, so he's with his mom all next week. They're going on vacation. So I don't know when I'm. Hopefully you guys are going to have me back at some point. But I don't know when after next week I'm coming back in. And so I was like, hey, you should really come in. And I keep wanting him to be like, oh, that'd be really cool. Go like hang out and see a radio station. And he's like, no, I'm gonna sit here and play video games.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough battle.
Yeah.
That is a tough. I've got a night tier, and that's what he does. I'm like, the other day, I'm like, because if my dad ever came to me and said, because we got a really great breakfast place by us, and I go, hey, Sunday morning, I see him, he's laying in bed, and I go, hey, man, want to go grab a quick breakfast? Because he's working at a gym and everything, so he's kind of like, oh, bro, So I'm like, hey, I'll buy you some pancakes, we'll hang out a little bit and talk. And he's like, yeah, I'm in the middle of this thing. Him and his, he's got the headphones on. He hardly has time for me. He's talking to his buddy. He's playing like Madden or something. And he just looked at me like, are you insane? I'm playing Madden talking to my friends. Like, we're not going to breakfast.
My son comes, I get home from the show yesterday and my son says, hey, Dad, let's go play pickleball. I'm like, all right. And so I'm like, I go give me about 10 minutes. I just need to, I want to grab a quick snack, whatever, and we'll go in like 10 minutes. So then I'm like, all right, man, I'm ready to go. 5 minutes go by, 10 minutes go by. Finally, I walk into his room and I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, we'll leave in a half an hour. I just started another game of Fortnite. I'm like, you asked me to go.
Yeah. That's the major mistake you made. Right when you said that, I knew exactly what was going to happen. They start a video game and he ain't going anywhere now.
Yeah. I should. Well, I got to have some time too, though. It's not like, okay, let's go.
When they offer you must do it right then and then. Or then and there if you don't.
And he also told me, he told me on the way home yesterday, he texted me, will you get me Starbucks on the way home? And I said, no. And he said, you're canceled. I'm like, what does that even mean? You're canceled.
What does he get? Does he get coffee at 14?
No, he gets a mango dragon fruit tea without the berries, what's the point? Like the berries.
All right, here's what we got going on today. At 15 past, starting at 11:15, we will do the NFL previews, camp previews. And again, the 18th for the 49ers rookies. Today is the 13th, so 5 days away, 12 days away from training camp starting itself on the 25th. So we want to just do 3 quick questions with these guys. What is the number one story with your team? Your team goes to the Super Bowl if, and who's the NFL MVP. We're taking that straw poll. So Tim 20Man is going to join us, Detroit senior writer and insider, and we'll talk to Lions. This is an interesting division because the Lions beat the Packers. A lot of people are high on the Lions. We got Wayne Larrivee now, right? Wayne Larrivee, the voice of the Packers, is going to join us. There is your dagger. He's going to join us at 12:15, and obviously the big story is Jordan Love is in. Aaron Rodgers is out. Matthew Coyler is going to join us. He does Vikings coverage for the Purple Insider, and again, another interesting team. Won a bunch of one-score games last year, and you know Minnesota as well as anybody. And of course, Kirk Cousins in last year, his deal. And then Courtney Cronin, she's a Bay Area girl, and she's with ESPN and covers the Bears. And, of course, Justin Fields, Bears, all that kind of stuff. So a really interesting division, just real quick hitters, not 10 minutes, 3-4 minutes on each one to get you caught up on what everybody's thinking as they're going into training camp. So NFC North today, interesting division.
Courtney Cronin had covered the Vikings.
That's right.
I remember her covering the Vikings when I would listen to, when I was up in Minneapolis, I would listen to KFAN all the time, and Paul Allen had her around all the time.
Yeah, she's great. And yes,
she knows
would
her
cover
stuff.
the Niners, and then she got at ESPN, and she's really taken off there. So anyway, we got that coming up, and then about 5 minutes from now, we will do the first version. So we did the 8 yesterday, and if you're not caught up on this, it's called the Super Brawl. And what we're doing is we took all the teams in the NFL, we parred them down to 16. We said, okay, these are out, and it's just based on the ferocity of the team name. That's it. So the teams that advanced yesterday, and we have the full scripts for this thing, and you put them into a computer, it spits out the winners. It has nothing to do with us.
When it's not giving me a network error, then it spits it out.
So today's matchups: Bears versus Vikings. That's gonna be a big one. Eagles, who upset the Jets yesterday, and the Jaguars. The Titans taking on the 49ers. We kind of gave the 49ers a local team pass to get in, but then kind of like an NCAA team that has a big upset after playing in the play-in game in Dayton. They beat the Lions, who were a clear, I thought, favorite, but we gave you the script for it. Another big upset yesterday, the Giants, who I think you had as number 1 overall seed, against the Seahawks. The Seahawks advanced in that one, and then a big matchup between the Panthers and the Bengals. So we got the Seahawks and the Bengals. So we will give you those matchups today and get a Super Brawl champion at 30 past the hour every hour.
And I love how polarizing this is. It's like we got one person on the text line says Super Brawl again today. If so, I'm changing the station. And then another person literally like 2 texts later says, can't wait for the Super Bowl.
Right.
Best segment you guys have ever had.
So, and we'll do just 1 per hour, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, we got to get.
We got to get all these other ones too.
Yeah, we got to get through 7 today. We got this as the quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the finals.
Oh yeah, so we got a lot to do today. All right, so we will start with 2. Coming up next, we'll do that, Super Brawl, and then we'll get more into things. I got roasted on my thoughts on Shohei Ohtani and emptying out the farm system on that, so I've got to address that.
Really?
Today. Oh, absolutely murdered. Absolutely murdered. A lot of personal shots.
Wow.
A lot of wishing of death to my dog, which I don't appreciate. He's a beautiful dog, and leave him out of this. So we got that. Yeah, I got to address it at some point.
Wow.
Yeah, people were very angry.
Wow.
Yeah, very angry.
I mean,
they took it personally.
Okay, first of all, that's not at all cool or appropriate.
I think it was tongue in cheek, but that wasn't PETA friendly.
I mean, second of all, who's not going to be willing to empty out the farm system to get Shohei? Granted, now I'm doing it with the caveat that he's going to sign a long-term deal.
Right, that's it.
I said yesterday I would not do it if I didn't have any guarantee beyond the rest of the season.
Yeah.
But if I know I'm going to have him here long-term, okay, let's do it.
All right, we'll get into that at some point as well because it hit a definite hot button with the Sweet Clean listeners. But next, we'll get it going once again with the Super Brawl. Dave Benz is in, John Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896 KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Bay Bridge Series. Giants, A's, Tuesday, July 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
Walter has never worked this hard on the show.
Hey, hold on.
Dave Benz is in. Pop will be back in a couple of weeks. He's taking his normal July vacation right before training camp. He will return. We'll tell you about the Super Brawl and what it is. And certainly Super Brawl is there's no middle ground on Super Brawl.
Oh, yeah. It's polarizing. My guess is, and I don't know for sure, I'm guessing like 70-30 love it. But it's, well, I'll tell you off air. I had a Christmas card one time that was polarizing about those numbers too, but I'm not telling that. So I'll tell you, that's one I'll tell you off air.
Okay.
But yeah, but this is, but listen, even if you're in the 30% that hate it, I think you're not being honest if you're not listening. If you say you're not listening to it, because it's like it's like a car crash. You got to look at it and see it. Yeah,
I've done lots of train wreck radio.
Yes,
and I like doing stuff to see how it turns out. And I thought, especially the Eagles Jets one yesterday was outstanding. What was it? Was it Giants? Oh, the Giants Seahawks when we said excrement. I think we set a record in using the word excrement about 12 times because that's how the Seahawks won. Basically pooping in the eyes of the Giants. That one was pretty good.
That sounded like the most pleasant word to use.
I thought that was.
Yeah.
So explain for those who are new. So what we're doing is we took the 32 NFL teams and we call it the Super Brawl, and then we said, okay, and it's just based on the team name. And so we took out the 16 weakest team names, Saints, Browns, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. In fantasy land, if you could somehow make these team names, team mascots, if you will, but we're hesitant to use mascot because then people think
it's not the person in the suit.
But if you could make them come to life and actually battle each other 11 on 11, and a battle royale to the death, who is left standing, who's the winner of the Super Brawl. So we put them all into this bracket, and some of the outcomes I've been very surprised by. I mean, come on, an eagle beating a jet. That's a little crazy to me.
But the point of it is again, because there was even confusion. Like when we were first doing this, I was like, what are we going to do? Are we doing this via a poll online? But you actually put this into the computer, right? And the computer spits out these script. Now, again, we said this yesterday. It's kind of a book versus a movie. You've taken some artistic liberties to make it a little bit better. But generally speaking, we're not changing the outcome of these battles.
Not changing the outcome. And I asked ChatGPT after it kicked out, after it finally stopped giving me network error, after one of the matchups, it's not one of these two, but one of the matchups that's coming up, I said, would this outcome really be possible if such a battle actually occurred? And it said, in reality, it's important to remember that mythical battles between team mascots are purely fictional and whimsical. The outcome of such a battle would depend on various factors, including the physical attributes and abilities of the mascots, their mythological powers, if any, and the creativity of the storytelling. As an AI language model, I can only provide speculative narratives based on the given criteria, but in the realm of reality, the outcome of such a battle is purely imaginative and open to interpretation.
Wow. This is scaring me to the future because I did read an article today, and then we got to get to this about these robots and how smart they're getting and all this kind of stuff. And there are certain, I'm trying to think of the industry. We can do it a little bit later on one of the other segments, maybe 11:30, because I got this in my notes today. But basically, there's certain industries that it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time before it takes over. And so anyway, maybe it'll take over the NFL just like what we're doing. Just put it into a computer. They don't even have to play, and then you just get the millions of dollars. Maybe, probably not. All right, you ready? All right, let's start it out. So here's where we are. We're going to do two battles here. And again, the 11 on 11, because you'll hear us say, there's 11 left, there's 3 left, there's 8 left, whatever. So it's 11 Bears versus 11 Vikings.
Yes, and this is for berth in the Final Four.
Yeah,
this is to win the Montana division.
Yep. So again, Bears, Vikings, Eagles, Jaguars. That's what we'll do. A battle to the death. Let's do it.
London Benz present the Super Brawl. Super Brawl. The Battle Royale to the death of NFL mascots.
And everybody's off the benches. We got a legitimate fight going on.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, John, we've reached the second round of the Super Bowl, and this one should be a classic as the Bears and Vikings battle for a berth in the Final Four.
Oh, but a big blow to the Bears just a short time ago as tournament officials did confirm, like we said in the first round, one of the Bears has violated the substance abuse policy. Remember that old Cocaine Bear movie? That particular Bear is suspended for this match, and he was very good in the first match.
Bear did cocaine.
The Bears were allowed to replace him on their roster, but the only Bear they could get on short notice was Ranger and a picnic basket, Yogi Bear. So I don't know how effective Yogi Bear will be versus Cocaine Bear. That's a big drop off.
There are concerns Yogi won't be as dominant as Cocaine Bear, but hey, John, the lineup change does give the Vikings something to think about.
The Bears are now well represented by multiple species: black bears, brown bears, polar bears, and a cartoon bear today, Yogi the Bear.
Now, word from the Vikings locker room is they prepared for this match by sacrificing a picnic basket to the Norse gods. And we are underway. And look at this. Yogi Bear is leading the charge as the Bears come stampeding towards midfield, growling loudly and ready for battle.
Yogi is smarter than your average bear, but not sure. This charging straight towards the Vikings, who have built a shield wall. Seems like a great strategy.
Yeah, that shield wall is holding for the moment, and a trio of Vikings have fallen a few yards back and are firing crossbows at the Bears.
Brilliant plan by the Norsemen, though how long they can hold that shield under the weight of all these bears.
2 bears are down, taken out by the arrows, but there's a breach in the shield wall. A Viking on the left side of the line is fallen and quickly gets stomped on by a polar bear. The rest of the Vikings now are falling back and holding the shield wall.
Yogi Bear trying to dissect and direct the rest of the Bears to an apparent opening near the center of the shield wall.
Oh, another bear goes down as a Viking managed to skillfully spear him from behind his shield, and now another gets caught by an arrow.
So now it's 7 Bears and 10 Vikings remaining, but the Vikings now appear to be struggling to maintain that shield wall.
Oh, they've got one less bear to worry about as a last remaining polar bear gets hit by a trio of arrows and goes down.
Despite their dwindling numbers, the Bears are not backing down. And ooh, that black bear just shattered a Viking shield with a swipe of his claws. The shield wall has been breached.
5 of the Bears are converging on the opening. All except Yogi, who appears to have spotted a picnic basket on the sidelines and is scurrying away from the fight.
Yogi's an easy target for the Vikings' arrows, and that's going to leave a boo-boo.
Yogi is out, but the 5 remaining Bears have the 10 remaining Vikings retreating, and in an unbelievable show of courage, one Viking has turned to stand his ground against a black bear.
That Viking looks like to be Bjorn Ironside.
Oh, the black bear raises its hind legs at Ironside. Now Ironside leaps into the air and slashes at the bear with his knife. The bear is hit, but so is Ironside. Both are down.
But wait! Ironside is stumbling back to his feet.
The crowd is going wild. Only 4 Bears remain and make it 3 as another goes down to the Viking crossbows.
The Vikings have been well coordinated attacks, even more so than their victory over the Buccaneers.
The 10 remaining Vikings, John, they've now encircled the remaining trio of Bears and are blocking the Bear attempts to claw at them with their somewhat battered but not broken shields.
And look at how well coordinated the attack has become, with one Viking ducking just long enough for a teammate to strike at the Bears with a spear.
And one by one, the remaining Bears are falling. Just one brown bear remains, and there it is. The final blow lands, incapacitating the last bear combatant. The Vikings emerge victorious.
What happened to our fight? What a display of teamwork. A healthy amount of celebration and sacrifice in the Northland tonight as the Norsemen are moving on to the Final Four. Wow, the Vikings.
The Vikings.
Again, I would have thought that the Bears would have won that. I thought the Bears were a 1 seed, but hey, you never know when the computer gets involved. So the Vikings over the Bears. Would you call that an upset? That's an upset by seed, I guess it is, right?
That's an upset. That is
Bears were a 1 seed.
Yeah. Well, the Vikings were a 2 seed, and
okay,
I did prepare for this one by watching Vikings last night, which I've been binge watching the heck out of. Great show if you haven't watched it.
Very good show. Very nice. I love the sound effects, by the way. The sound effects and the music make.
Yeah, Walter and Danny are on it.
Very nice. Very well done, boys. All right, matchup number 2 in the Super Bowl is Eagles versus Jaguars. To get here, the Eagles beat the Jets yesterday. Were they doing dive bombing? Was that what, if I remember right?
They were able. Well, they took out one jet.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
right.
And then that jet kind of crashed into other jets, and it created a domino effect.
And then, of course, this was a surprise to me as well. The Jaguars took out the Raiders yesterday, and I don't remember the scenario.
Well,
in
that was a recap. We didn't have the play-by-play for that.
Recap of it. So Jaguars-Eagles is matchup number 2 in the Super Bowl. Let's go.
London Benz present the Super Brawl. Super Brawl. The battle royale to the death of NFL mascots.
And everybody's off the benches. We got a legitimate fight going on
KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, John, this will be a clash of two magnificent creatures. The Eagles are known for their aerial prowess and sharp talents, which were on display in that huge upset over the Jets, and the Jaguars, renowned for their speed, agility, and powerful jaws.
Remember, the Eagles utilized rocks in their first matchup. Will they employ the same strategy today?
Well, we're about to find out as the Eagles and Jags take their positions, and now the Eagles have taken to the air, soaring high above the field, scouting for potential targets.
By the way, love the Beastie Boys. The Jaguars are well aware of the Eagles' aerial prowess, of course, you remember that from yesterday, and appear to be positioning themselves strategically, seeking cover in the overhang of the stadium stand.
Well, the Eagles aren't fooled. Then they spot a vulnerable Jaguar venturing out into the open. They dive down with incredible speed, aiming to deliver a devastating talent strike. But wait, the Jaguar senses and spots the attack and swiftly evades it.
What a display of agility by the Jaguars. Its quick reflexes and evasive maneuvers save it from the Eagles' talents. It's clear that the Jaguars are prepared for the Eagles' aerial assaults.
Yeah, but the Eagles are undeterred. Here they come diving again. But the Jaguars are ready. One leaps into the air, retaliates, leaping forward with astonishing agility. Its powerful jaws clamping down on the eagle. We have our first combatant out.
Incredible agility.
The 10 remaining Eagles, John, they're adapting to their tactics, trying to utilize their impressive wingspans right now to create strong gusts of wind, hoping to disrupt the Jaguars' balance and hinder their movements. But the Jaguars seem totally unfazed.
The Jaguars, aware of their natural advantage on the ground, remain patient, waiting for the Eagles to come within striking distance.
And now the Eagles are again reverting back to their coordinating diving attacks. A quartet of Jaguars leaps into the air, and two of them each snag an eagle in their jaws. Two more birds are out.
Still 8 Eagles remain, but they've been unable to successfully mount an attack against these Jags.
And here they come again. The Eagles diving, the Jags waiting to leap, and this time 2 Eagles do manage to converge on one Jaguar. Oh, look, they're pecking at its eyes. And as a Jaguar teammate claws at the birds, he catches not only a bird, but his teammate. Both the Jaguar and another eagle are out.
Friendly fire, and it looks like they got both those eagles, so the birds are now down to 6. The Jaguars' tenacity and skill on full display.
Well, a couple of Eagles have employed the rock tactic from yesterday's win over the Jets, but the Jags are too quick and easily avoid the dropping rocks.
Oh, the Eagles appear to be in big trouble.
The Eagles also appear to be getting tired, John, as they've been exerting far more energy than the Jags. The birds again go up high now, and now diving towards the ground, but this time moving much slower.
This looks like it could be easy pickings for the Jags.
Oh, man, and indeed it is. 2 of the Eagles fail to pull up in time and crash into the ground. The Jags make quick work of them.
It looks like the remaining 4 are looking for a place to land to try and catch some rest.
But the 10 Jaguars are giving them nowhere to go. One by one now, the Eagles are landing anyway, and each is quickly being devoured by a Jaguar.
Just one eagle is left.
Yeah, not anymore. He's hit by a Jaguar claw as he flies too close to the ground, and that's it. The Jaguars emerge triumphant.
An impressive display by the Jags, showcasing their natural superiority in the matchup tournament, their speed, agility, powerful jaws. Just too much for the Eagles to overcome.
So the Jaguars are moving on.
Yeah, I can see that. That one I thought. I thought the Eagles wouldn't get out of the first round, but the Jags way too tough in that round. So Vikings and Jags will go, and they'll match up in the next round. So there you go. From the Montana division to the Lot division, the Vikes win the Montana and the Jags win the Lot. So again, we are down in that division to Vikings versus Jags. That's going to be a huge match.
Well, and think about this. It's all about matchups, right? I mean, the Eagles pulled the incredible upset, but they're also in the air with the Jets, right? I mean, the Jets would have demolished the Jaguars, and the Jets would have demolished the Vikings. So it's, maybe that upset was good. It adds some intrigue to the tournament.
By the way, people want the visual version of this. And again, I don't know that it will suffice that you go to Twitch or YouTube to watch us read the scripts, but you're right. If we could recreate these things in some visual way of like an eagle, or like an eagle fighting a jaguar, now that would be cool.
Get ChatGPT to create an animation to go along with it.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure it exists. The technology to do that.
Oh man, it would be like. What's the animation of like Speed Racer and all that? Like that would be amazing, wouldn't it? The crowd. That would be unbelievable.
Hey, if anybody out there, I mean, we are in Silicon Valley, right?
Yeah,
if anybody out there wants to take the audio of this and marry it up to like an animation, that would be sweet.
Like for example, so next hour, 11:30, the Super Bowl continues as we take you to Titans 49ers. And again, we will explain how the 49ers got in and then they upset the Lions in the first round yesterday. Titans 49ers and Seahawks Bengals at 11:30. And again, if you just tuned in, Super Brawl, and it's just about the team names brawling 11 on 11. We're not doing this ourselves. We're not making this up. It's coming from the computer. Chat GPT is spitting this stuff out, and so we're doing what the computer says. So they're the ones. I mean, you're altering a little bit for artistic purposes, but in terms of the winners and the losers, not altering that at all.
Yeah, I'm getting the foundation from ChatGPT, and I'm just tweaking it. But because I got the network error this morning, we may end up having to. We did
do a recap yesterday.
I've already done the semifinal. I've already done the semifinal between the Jags and the Vikings, so that one's good. That one's good to go. Working on Titans 49ers right now. That one I'll probably be able to finish tweaking. Seahawks Bengals might be a cold read.
That's fine.
So we'll see. We'll see.
All right, there you go. That is Super Brawl. We'll do it next hour as well. And then about a half hour from now, we'll start our trek through the NFC North. As again, we're just doing 3 quick questions. We're not going in depth on any of these things. Pre-training camp questions. NFC North today, Detroit, Green Bay, Minnesota, and the Bears at 15 past every hour as we get you caught up on what's going on around the NFL. We'll do that in about a half hour. Let's address this Shohei Ohtani thing. KNBR on video, because we're on the YouTube and the Twitch, they put this out yesterday, my thoughts on Shohei Ohtani, and people took personal shots at me, which, whatever, man, if that makes you feel better. But I had some thoughts on Shohei Ohtani. I'll explain further why I think that way, and then you could take more personal shots and wish harm upon my dog. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader. This is John Lund from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. You know, you hear ads for personal injury and employment attorneys all the time, but did you know that many of them, they're not even based here? And many times you'll never even see the attorney you thought you were hiring. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're different. They've been headquartered in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. And the award-winning attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they are dedicated, relentlessly representing their clients in the pursuit of justice. Chris Dolan and the attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they have been repeatedly recognized as the best attorneys in the San Francisco Bay Area and in the entire state of California. And the Dolan Law Firm has recovered more than, get this, $1 billion, with a B, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements for their clients. They know that a severe injury, harassment, or act of discrimination, it can be devastating. Here's what they're going to do. They're going to evaluate your case for free, confidentially, with no obligation on your part, never charging you an hourly fee. They get paid when you get paid. The Dolan Law Firm, they live here, they work here, they win here. Online at dolanlawfirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We've never seen it before. It's the greatest season any player's ever had. Going into Sunday, the last day before the All-Star break, guys, he was on pace to hit 56 home runs, score 112 runs, drive in 126 runs, and strike out 235 batters in 178 innings. He's batting over 300. He has an ERA of 3.32. When he first came over here, the way he was described was he was the Babe Ruth of Japan. Babe Ruth never sniffed a season like Shohei Ohtani is having right now, which is why when we go into the offseason, the question's going to be the contract that he signs. In my opinion, it's going to start with the number 5 or the number 6, or if this goes to crazy land, the number 7. $700 million perhaps, because he's an impact pitcher, he's an impact hitter, and he's the most marketable player in the world.
There's Buster Olney. Thanks for joining us. John Lund, Dave Benz on a Thursday edition of the show. And by the way, you can hit us up on YouTube, Twitch. Put your comments on there. You can hit us up on the text line. That's the easiest way, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. 15 past the hour, we will do our quick hitters pre-training camp. Tim 20Man is going to join us, Detroit senior writer and insider for the Lions. And we're going through the NFC North today. And just 3 quick questions. What's the biggest story? Who's going to be the MVP? And your team will get to the Super Bowl if, and I actually think legitimately, 2 or 3 teams, well, 2 of these teams in this division could legitimately make arguments other than let's stay healthy, which we take off the table with everybody. So we'll get into those conversations and how it affects the 49ers at 15 past each hour. But one thing I wanted to address was yesterday you and I got into the Shohei Ohtani talk because after the All-Star game and Ken Rosenthal came on and didn't think that the Angels are going to move him, but who knows? I think it's very critical at the beginning because they had a ton of injuries and went into the All-Star break in a bit of a tailspin. Trout is out. Ohtani had been out. Anthony Rendon, who's essentially been injured almost the entire time he's been an Angel, is out. So if they continue this tailspin that they've been in, it's going to intensify whether they, before August 1st, whether the Angels trade Shohei Ohtani, and they're in a tough spot. You're either the guy that traded Shohei Ohtani or you're the guy that let Shohei Ohtani walk for some draft pick compensation. Neither is great, and it certainly looks like they're going down the road again of not contending, and Shohei Ohtani has made it pretty clear that he's not coming back under that scenario. So yesterday I simply said, look, I would empty out the farm system for Shohei Ohtani, both on and off the field. A lot of people were upset, said I was an idiot, and that's fine. I'm used to it. I've been doing this a long time. I'm fine. It doesn't bother me. I have rhinoceros skin. I'm fine, whatever. Now you start attacking my dog and saying things like that, we might have a problem, but some people did, and that's fine. But my point was this, is that to me, prospects, fans overvalue prospects. They are lottery tickets. That's what they are. And sometimes they hit and sometimes they don't. So I'm going to do this really quickly because I don't want you to be bored and people to be bored. But the bottom line is this, all right? I went back 10 years for the Giants and their prospects. And I'll give you every single prospect over the last 10 years that has made the major leagues. And I include Matos and all these guys on that whole thing. But like, just for example, so go back to 2013. Their top 3 prospects were Crick, Stratton, and Clayton Blackburn. Oh, by the way, remember Gary Brown? 2014, Crick, Arroyo, Andrew Susac. 15, Tyler Beatty, Kyle Crick, Phil Bickford. 16, Arroyo, Bickford, Clayton Blackburn. 17, Arroyo, Beatty, Brian Reynolds, Chris Shaw. Remember him? 18, Elliot Ramos, who's still trying. Chris Shaw, Austin Slater, Steven Duggar. 19, Joey Bart, Ramos, Marco Luciano, Sean Anderson. 20, Bart, Luciano, Ramos, Hunter Bishop. Remember him? 2021, Luciano. And Luciano at that point in 21, he's the 16th rated prospect in baseball. Ramos, 23, Bart, 82, Bishop, 83. Last year, Luciano, Harrison, Bart, Matos, I'll even put in Will Bednar. So of all those players who made it to the majors, Chris Stratton, Arroyo, Susac, Beatty, Crick, Reynolds, Shaw, Ramos, Slater, Duggar, Bart, Matos, that's 12 guys over 10 years who made it to the major leagues. I'll give you all 12 of those guys over 10 years. Those are the top 3 prospects every year for the Giants. The point of that all is, if you look at the NFL draft, the first round is 50-50. 50-50. And then the baseball draft, and this is what happens is a lot of this is media driven, because if you watch the MLB draft or the NFL draft or the NBA draft, every guy's great, right? The analysts rarely, if ever, say
every guy's got a high upside.
Right. Like, oh, that was a horrible pick, Bob. They never say that. And then we hear so much about them that they become these, it's almost like a Christmas present before you open it. And once you open it, there's disappointment. But before you open it, it's like, what's behind door number 2, Bonnie? It could be anything, right? It could be a donkey. It could be a brand new car. So what fans do is they overvalue prospects. It's a complete crapshoot, especially in baseball when you're trying to project an 18-year-old to the major leagues. So once we see guys like Casey Schmidt and Luis Matos and Harrison Soon, they're all going to think, well, you can't trade them now. But the reality is, this is, and I didn't say this, Buster Olney, all these certain insiders, front office guys, possibly the greatest player of all time, certainly the greatest two-way player of all time. And he's going to turn turnstiles that are like 10 times what Lincecum did. But people are saying that they wouldn't trade all these guys in the farm system for Shohei Ohtani at 29. And that's fine. Like you said, if you want to bash or disagree, that's totally fine. All I'm simply saying is that fans overvalue prospects. For everyone that hits it big, there are 10 that never make it.
More than 10. Everybody's afraid you're going to trade away Buster Posey.
Exactly. And look, I get it. I totally get it. But this is a known entity that on and off the field will transform your franchise. And don't think that the Giants for a second are not sitting around a big table going, how the hell can we get this guy? And if they got to clear out their farm system, then they clear out their farm system.
Well, I always like to look at it from the other side of the coin too, right? I mean, you talk about what they want to do in L.A., Anaheim. The bottom line is, if you're an Angels fan, which I don't think they're plentiful, but if you
Tom is the only one in the Bay Area.
If you are an Angels fan, what do you want in return? Do you want a bunch of prospects? I mean, do you like? I guess, but
they probably want to start with Logan Webb, which most fans would say that's a no-go.
Yeah, you want to get something that is concrete, not a bunch of prospects. So if you apply that same, if you're the team receiving a bunch of prospects, you're like, wait, we just traded Shohei Ohtani for a bunch of maybes. So why then would the Giants fans freak out? And when we're trading a bunch of maybes for Shohei Ohtani, like that's a win. You're getting the concrete product, the finished product. You're getting the star. You're getting the guy people want to go watch for a bunch of maybes. If you can get somebody to give you that for a bunch of maybes, then I think you do that all day, every day. And if you're, because you can't have it both ways. You can't gripe about if your team trades away a star for a bunch of maybes. Oh, we got a bunch of prospects. What do they think? Who cares? Like, you can't have it both ways.
You just brought up a great point. Flip it the other way. So let's say the Giants had Shohei Ohtani, and another team had this boatload of prospects who you had never heard of before, and you're okay with that? Because that you hit exactly what most trades are. Now, in the NBA, it's a little bit different. Like Damian Lillard right now is going to be traded, and he's trying to go to Miami, and it would be, okay, you heard of Tyler Hero, but then their last 2 number 1 picks. Now, you know the kid out of UCLA because, again, he's local, but then this kid Jovic is a first-round pick who we've hardly seen playing all this different stuff. So if you're sitting in Portland, you're going, I'm trading Damian Lillard for what? So look at it from the other side. If the Giants had Shohei Ohtani and were never in contention, what would you want back? Well, you want a boatload. And I don't think the Giants would ever move him. And I don't think the Angels will, but then they're going to come to the reality when they don't contend, and they're not going to contend, I don't believe, in the second half, that he's going to walk away for nothing. So they're in a really tough position. And I get it from a Giants perspective in this way, too. He's a free agent at the end of the year. So this is what complicates everything. So how much do you give up for a guy who can walk? But my point also is you get the time, if you really believe in your culture, and we'll do this a little bit later because we got a bunch of stuff going on, but there's a great piece by Bill Shakin today in the LA Times. And he went around to all these different players, like just about every one of them, and said, make your pitch for Shohei. And Alex Cobb was one of them. And Brent Rooker from the A's was one of them. Like, make your case for him. So we're going to Vegas and there's no state income tax. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess.
But so they talked to a bunch of different guys, and it's really interesting to me of what everybody tried to sell. But the point being is that's what complicates everything. Now, if he's under a 5-year contract, well, if you got a 5-year left on his deal, the Angels aren't trading him anywhere. But they're in that quandary right now where it's like, we're not contending. We're either going to lose him for nothing or draft compensation, or we're going to get somebody's farm system, but then I'm the guy who traded Shohei Ohtani. So it's difficult. And the team acquiring him is, okay, if he did have those years in his contract, yeah, we would clear out our farm system. But since we only get to try to, convince him to stay in this short period of time, what exactly would you give up? And therein lies the issue.
Here's the other thing, right? We're all talking about, Dodgers, Giants, being in the mix. Is there another team that we haven't thought of yet that, has enough that they can maybe give a mix of, good young established players and prospects, and they say, we're a piece away and we don't care. We don't care if we know he's only going to come here for 1 year. This might put us over the top. Like, I don't think anybody's really thought about that, but to get him as like a rental, I think about the Blue Jays back in the day picked up Ricky Henderson. They knew he wasn't sticking around. He was a pure rental to try to get them a championship, and it worked. And, teams that so there might be another team that nobody's even thinking about right now that might come to the table and say, hey, yeah, you know what? We'll take it on. We know there's no way he's re-signing here, but we'll take him for the stretch run to try and see if we can get it over the top.
Well, and again, it would be one of the top teams just because I'm not going to say they don't care, but that's, again, I think that fans misrepresent this. You'd rather just win a championship than this is an old sports radio discussion. Would you rather win a championship or would you rather contend one, for 5 or 10 years, whatever? In my book, a championship is everything.
I want the parade.
Right. So it's the same thing with the Warriors. Like, everyone was so worried about, gosh, Jordan Poole for the next 4 years is going to average 30 points a game. Great. If Chris Paul delivers a championship, I don't care if Jordan Poole's the MVP for 4 straight years. You're trying to win a championship. So I don't think the Giants are in this boat because I don't know that they're Shohei away, especially if they have to give up a lot of the young guys that helped them get to this point. But I could see the Yankees, who are under immense pressure every single year. I could see the Mets, who Steve Cohen has spent all this money on, to just say, to hell with it. We're going to add the ultimate piece, and we're going to dig out of this hole in the second half. Because you get those owners who are just like all in, right? The Mark Cubans, the Steinbrenners back in the day, who just say, I don't care. I want to win a championship. I think I put Joe Lacob in that category. So those are the type of teams I think. I don't know if the Dodgers would fall under that because I think they've positioned themselves to try to get him long term.
Right.
So I don't know that they would do that. But I could see the Yankees, who are kind of, that division is so tough. I could see them giving up top prospects to say, we're always in go for it mode. And if we lose those prospects, we have enough money in the offseason
to buy more.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the advantage that they have. And same with Steve Cohen with the Mets, where he says, yeah, we'll give up 3 or 4 really top prospects. We'll just buy 3 more guys in the offseason anyway.
Well, and I'm just going to throw a team out there. I mean, this is in no way, I'm not basing this upon anything, but, let's say a team like the Diamondbacks, right? They jump into it. Hey, maybe we get him here, we win a World Series, and maybe he changes his mind and says, you know what, Scottsdale isn't too bad of a place to be. I don't, I haven't looked at what they might have or if they would be a team that would be a player.
They got a ton of prospects.
Right. I'm literally just throwing them out there randomly. But a team like that, hey, let's take a shot at it. I'd rather swing and miss, and maybe we win a title as a result of it.
And, from a Giants perspective, and again, Alex Cobb in his viewpoint, in fact, let me just pull it up because we're talking so much about it. But essentially what he said, Alex Cobb said when asked by Bill Shaken about, why would you come to San Francisco? And here, let me go get down to his just because I think it's better than to get it right. Okay, here's what Alex Cobb said. He said, knowing Shohei, I know the financial aspects of things is very low on his list. I would tell him that we are an organization that, it sounds silly even to say this, the number one priority is to win a World Series. This organization knows how to do it. They've done it many times in the past. They have an ownership group that is willing to expand all the resources, no matter what is needed at the time. It's an organization that is really fun to be a part of. They treat the families right. All the outside things that people don't see happen on the field, they take a lot of pride in making sure these things are done right. I know that he would feel very comfortable there. So that was Alex Cobb making the point, and a bunch of other players from other teams did this, and we'll go through it a little bit later. We have more time. But if that is all true, and the Giants believe in their culture, and the city's great. I mean, I don't think anybody debates this. We were talking about this yesterday. The Bay Area is one of the best places in the entire world to live. So if you believe in all those things and you're the Giants, and again, this is where it becomes tough. If he had a bunch of years, yeah, you'd empty out the farm system, but you've got to be judicious in the way that you're going to do this, especially given that you finally are bearing fruit from your farm system. I understand that completely. But if what Alex Cobb just said is 100% true, and then you throw in the fact that it's the Bay Area, which is one of the best places in the world to live, then wouldn't you want to rent him and wouldn't you give up a lot? Because what Alex Cobb just said there was, once he gets here, he's going to love it here. So if you truly believe that as an organization, why wouldn't you take the risk that he's going to love it here once he gets here?
It's a big gamble, though. I mean, that's a big gamble. While I'm sitting here saying I wouldn't give up the prospects for him if I knew I could have him long term, I don't know if I'd give up the prospects for him on that gamble. That's a big gamble because I don't think the Giants are a piece away from a title. So it changes the conversation. If the Giants were Shohei Ohtani away from winning the World Series this year, then I think that changes it. I don't think they're Shohei Ohtani away from winning the World Series. I think that they've got a chance to make a nice run. I think they've got a chance to win the division. I think they've got a chance to make a run in the playoffs. Do I think that they're the favorite to win the World Series even if Shohei Ohtani joins them? I don't. So I don't know that I would gamble the future on that move.
I was trying to think of this while you were saying that, because when you say a Shohei Ohtani away, and it's weird to think this, but he has 32 home runs, which leads baseball. So essentially for this year, he's ahead of Aaron Judge's of a year ago home runs. So essentially what you're getting is you're getting Aaron Judge
plus a pitcher.
And what pitcher? I mean, I don't know what I would equate his pitching to, but he's ahead of Aaron Judge's pace from home runs. So you're getting Aaron Judge, who you tried to get, and you're getting, he's not the number one pitcher in the league, but he's a top, what would you say? Top 10, top 5? I don't know. Like
top 10 for sure.
Okay, so let's call him, he's better than Logan Webb, right?
I would say he'd be the ace of your staff.
Right. So you're getting a number one starter and Aaron Judge. That's what you're getting.
Maybe they are Shohei Ohtani.
That's what I'm saying. Is people forget that you're getting the guy who leads baseball in home runs and is a number one starter.
If you don't have
you want to say that is.
Yeah, if you are able to retain your core of your key guys and get Ohtani, it certainly puts you in the conversation. Does it make you the favorite? I don't know if it makes you the favorite, but it puts you in it puts you a lot closer. That's for sure.
Anyway, I just wanted to explain that because people were angry and mad and everything, and so I thought I would explain it a little bit further, and I'm sure that'll make some people more angry, and that is completely fine. The text line is wide open, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. All right, coming up next, we're going to start NFC North. Just 3 quick questions. You're thinking to yourself, why are we talking about the NFC North? Because we're going to do 3 quick questions with each person at 15 past the hour the rest of the week, and it's very, very simple. So today we're going to start with the Lions. We'll go to the Packers, the Vikings, and the Bears. And 3 simple questions. Your team will get to the Super Bowl if, straw poll on the MVP, and what is the number one story going into training camp for that team? We'll start that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants heading into the second half. What are the goals? What are the thoughts? What are the projections? That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
To me, it's more, at this point, just to be able to sit with these guys. You know, obviously they get the medical during the week, but for us to be able to do these formal interviews or informal is, to me, the biggest part of all this. It's not even the working out portion. Like, to me, you grade them off the tape. You don't grade off somebody out here in pajamas running around on 40 with no defender around or offender. But the meetings are great. You know, the meetings are really pivotal. So all the other stuff, whatever, just tell me when to show up. We'll get it done.
That might be the most quotable coach in the league right now. That is Dan Campbell of the Lions. So here's what we're doing. John Lund, Dave Benz. We're taking you through pre-camp previews, 3 quick questions. Very, very simple. What is the biggest story around your team? Who's going to be MVP? We're taking a straw poll, and your team will make it or win the Super Bowl if, and we always take if health off the table because health is obviously a big part of everything everybody knows. So NFC North today, Tim 20Man is going to join us. We're going to talk to Lions. And remember, the last time we saw the Lions, they were knocking the Packers out of the playoffs. So a lot of people high on the Lions. Had a really interesting draft, a couple of first-round picks as well. Great offense last year, couldn't stop anybody. So they addressed a lot of defense, both in the draft and in free agency. One of those guys, Emmanuel Mosley, the former 49er, now playing corner for the Lions. So let's talk to Tim. He joins us courtesy of the guest line. Hi, Tim.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Yeah, we're doing good. How you doing?
Good.
Good.
It's almost football time.
I know, it's great. And I lived in Detroit years and years ago and covered the Lions, and it was, the Millen Man March and all that kind of stuff. So it's hard for me to wrap my head around the fact that the Lions are pretty good, and they're kind of a chic pick in the NFC. So first and foremost, what are the big storylines around the Lions pre-training camp?
Well, I think you touched on one, and it's defense. Can this defense be better? I mean, you look at this team offensively, they were top 10 in just about every category. They were top 5 in most major categories. But then on the flip side of it, they were 32nd in total defense. They were 30th or 29th, I believe, in points. They were 30th against the pass. They were 28th against the run. And so, I mean, if this team was just marginally better on defense last year, this is a playoff team that nobody in the NFC wanted to play. And so I think that's the big storyline. And you talked about it too. Brad Holmes, this offseason, the Lions general manager, went out and improved the secondary. They brought in C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They brought in Emmanuel Mosley. They get Tracy Walker back. Cam Sutton from Pittsburgh, signed him. So they totally revamped their secondary. They got some guys up front, but really that was the main task for Holmes was to say, hey, look, we've got to improve that side of the ball. Offensively, I think we're going to be pretty good. If we can just be middle of the pack on defense, this is a much, much, much improved Detroit Lions football team.
How different is it, Tim, to go into camp, a week away with there actually being excitement and enthusiasm around this team?
Yeah, it's a little different. I've been covering this team for 15 years, and this is the most excitement, certainly heading into camp that I've seen. And I think part of that, too, just stems from what the NFC North looks like and the real possibility of this team, winning the division for the first time since '93, having a home playoff game. I mean, think about it this way, guys. For the first time in, 30 years, the Lions don't have to go through a Hall of Fame quarterback in Green Bay. I mean, first it was Brett Favre for how many years, and then Aaron Rodgers, and so there's real question marks there with what they're going to be doing with Brandon Love. I think Minnesota, was 12-0 in one-score games last year. The ball just really bounced their way, and they lost some key pieces this offseason. So what are they going to look like? And look, Chicago's still a young building team, behind Justin Fields. That might be maybe a year or two away still, though I do think they will be much improved. So then that leaves you with the Lions. A young veteran team that won some games, that was really explosive offensively, and a lot of people are looking into the favorites. It's certainly strange, but it's a welcome strange in Detroit, certainly.
All right, in years past, this would have been laughable, but I don't think it is today. The Lions could win the Super Bowl if
that defense is better. I think offensively they are going to be really, really good. With the addition of Jahmyr Gibbs at running back, who, they kind of view as an Alvin Kamara here. They think he's that good. A Christian McCaffrey type who has the chance to catch 50, 60 balls and be an explosive big play guy as a 4-3 speed guy. And then Jamison Williams and Sam Laporta, some of the weapons that they've got offensively. And it's all, behind one of the best offensive lines in football. And a quarterback who was pretty consistent last year and who's won some big games and done it. So really, it's just about the defense here. If that defense can be better, if they can, take the ball away, provide more opportunities for this offense, get off the field. They were one of the worst teams on third down last year defensively. So it's just some of those numbers. If they can just be middle of the pack, 15th in a lot of those numbers, boy, this is a Detroit team that has a chance to win a division, have a home playoff game, and I don't think many people want to come here to Detroit in a city so starved for playoff football and try to win a playoff game at Ford Field that they might blow the top off that place.
Tim, the other question we're asking everybody is, so we're taking a straw poll here. Preseason NFL MVP pick for you. And you are welcome to go with the chalk because we want to know honestly what you think. So what are your thoughts on who's going to emerge from this season as the NFL MVP?
Is this league-wide or
league-wide
candidate?
Yeah,
league-wide.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it runs through Kansas City and it runs through Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, I just think it does. He's so elite, and the great thing about this season, the great thing about Detroit Lions is, look, they get Kansas City week 1, Thursday night football, first game of the year at Kansas City. So Dan Campbell and them are going to know exactly how improved this defense is. Is this team ready to play with the big boys, the reigning MVP, the number 1 offense in the league? But, has everything that you've done this offseason, has it worked? And can you compete with the league's best? Dan Campbell and Lions and Detroit Lions fans are going to know that right away, week 1, first game of the year. And so, that'll be fun for them. And if they can hold Patrick Mahomes, who I think has a great chance to win the MVP again, down, they keep that game close and maybe win that game. Boy, the excitement in Detroit's going to be real, guys.
Would be amazing. Tim 20man at T20man. Make sure you follow him, Detroit Lions senior writer and insider. You do some podcasts as well, including the Huddle podcast. Make sure that you follow him and check out all the stuff. You know your stuff. Great, Tim. We appreciate it. Thanks, man.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
You too. Having lived and worked there, he's right. The roof would blow off. I mean, they were so bad. I was there when Rod Marinelli was there, and they went 0-16. I was there when Matt Millen was the general manager, and they did the Millen Man March, and they were playing the Bengals, and everyone wore orange and bags on their head. I mean, this organization, when it's being owned by the Fords, it's just, I think, the most pathetic franchise in the NFL. So as he pointed out, the Packers don't have Aaron Rodgers anymore. The Vikings won all those one-score games that usually doesn't go year to year. The Bears with Justin Fields, he can run it, can't throw it. They're still a little bit a ways away. Remember, they would have the number 1 pick in the draft, but they traded it to Carolina, so they were the worst team record-wise in the league. It's weird to think this way, but Detroit could win that division, and they might win it easily if they get any defense.
I mean, he brings up a great point because the Packers are clearly taking a step back. The Vikings, I don't think they can win as many one-score games as they did last year,
easily,
and they don't have Dalvin Cook. And I'm surprised that that's not more of a storyline. How are people not? I mean, how do you let him walk? I know you got salary cap issues, but you can't. And I know you want to find the money for Justin Jefferson, and we'll talk Vikings a little bit later, but. How do you? That's going to be my other bonus question for our Vikings person, because how do you let them walk? That's how do you let Dalvin Cook walk?
Yeah, and he was hurt a lot, but still, I mean, he was one of the stalwarts of that offense, and he's gone, and that's good for the And look, one of the reasons we're looking at this division too is who might the 49ers get in the playoffs,
Right.
and Lions might be a team. Again, the Vikings, bunch of one-score wins, but that's they're still a formidable team. And then as far as the Packers go, good riddance. And I know that the 49ers beat Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs pretty handily, but the reality is that the Packers are no longer a threat. So maybe they're replaced by the Lions in that thought. But still, anytime you had to take on Aaron Rodgers, it was going to be a problem. You beat them 13-10 in their place. You got the blocked punt and everything. But to have him out of the NFC is a major deal for the 49ers and anybody who wants to contend for a Super Bowl.
I don't think anybody ever felt comfortable going into a game against the Packers. Right. So everybody liked the way that things played out, but nobody felt comfortable. So, it's that's going to be an interesting division for sure.
All right, so that's what's going on as far as the 15 pass. So next hour as you pointed out. Matthew Collar is going to join, or excuse me, let's see, it's Wayne Larrivee, right? Wayne Larrivee is going to join us at 12:15, the voice of the Packers. Matthew Collar is going to join us, Vikings, the Purple Insider. So we'll ask him about those one-score wins and Kirk Cousins going into his last year with the Vikings. And then Courtney Cronin, again, Bay Area girl, she does the Bears now. She used to do the Vikings for ESPN. She does the Bears now for ESPN. Got great insight, and she's going to get us caught up on what's going on with the Bears. So we'll do the NFC North today, just as we just did. Just a few quick questions on
And by the way, Mahomes and Burrow now on our Stroud poll tied at 3 votes apiece for preseason MVP.
Yeah, always going with the QBs. What was the only other votes for Debo?
Debo, right?
Yeah. Greg Beecham, who covers the Rams, said Debo. So it'll probably just be Burrow and Mahomes the whole way.
Yeah, I'm thinking Josh Allen ends up with a vote before we're done.
Yeah,
but,
maybe so.
Yeah.
That might be it. All right, the Super Bowl coming up next. We got through the Bears and the Vikings with the Vikings win last hour and the Eagles-Jags. The Jags moved on, so we're going to move up into the Jerry Rice bracket, which is Titans v. 49ers, and we'll explain the 49ers story and how they got there, and Seahawks-Bengals. We'll do that next as we continue to get you a champion in the Super Bowl. We'll explain it all next. If you're new to this whole thing, only here on the Sports Eater.
Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Super Brawl. So we did this at 10:30. We've been doing this all week long. The Vikings beat the Bears. The Eagles beat the Jags. If you're not familiar with this is done by team name. It's done via computer. We are not biased. It just spits this out. A little bit of you spruce these up a little bit, but it does not change who wins, who loses, and we will find who is the most ferocious team name. It's 11 on 11. So you hear us during this whole thing like, oh, there's only 8 Eagles left, or this or that or that. So it's if it was, for example, in these next 2 matchups, 11 Titans versus 11 49ers, 11 Eagles versus 11 Bengals. And again, it's not on the field. Well, it is on a field, but it's not the players. It's the team names and who would actually win. You've had this conversation after like 3 too many at a bar at 1 o'clock in the morning. We just thought we would bring it to the radio.
Do you know how fast the show goes by when you're looking up at the clock and you're like, I only got an hour left to get these other 2 out. And I did not want to be in this situation today. I got up at 5 a.m. and ChatGPT kept giving me network error. I actually tweeted it out on my way in. I was like, can anybody help me with this? Any listeners want to send me any? But I haven't checked in a while. ChatGPT started working again, so I think we're okay.
And I feel bad for you because during the breaks, we usually converse a little bit. And
I go grab coffee, go to the restroom.
I don't like to talk to you because I see you working so hard over there. So I'm just like, I got to leave him alone because normally I chat all the time. So it's like we talk in the air and then we go in the break and blah, 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 blah. We keep on talking. But I'm like, I better stay away from Dave because he's working.
Right.
So just so you know, it's not like I don't like you or anything. It's just you're working and I see that.
No, we're good. So we've got we're going to do the first one we're going to do is going to be Seahawks Bengals. This one is straight off of ChatGPT. So if it's repetitive, because what I do is I normally pair out some of the repetitive stuff. We can try this up. Right. The second one, 49ers Titans, I did tweak that one, and then we already know now that the Vikings and Eagles are in the semifinals. That one is done. So I'm still needing to do the semifinal on the right side of the bracket and the championship. So. Okay. But this is fun.
Done by the computer. We have no bias. This is just what the computer spits out for these battles to the death. Let's do it. It is
London Benz present the Super Brawl. Super Brawl. The battle royale to the death of NFL mascots.
And everybody's off the benches. We got a legitimate fight going on
KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, welcome back, folks. It's time for an electrifying showdown between the soaring Seahawks and the fierce Bengals. Get ready for a clash of aerial prowess and feline ferocity. I'm Dave. With me is John. Let's dive into the action.
That's right, Dave. The Seahawks take to the skies with their wings of speed and precision while the Bengals unleash their swift and agile attacks on the ground. This matchup promises to be a thrilling display of contrasting style.
The Seahawks, known for their high-flying abilities, are equipped with sharp talons and piercing beaks. They swoop down with unmatched agility and strike the opponents with lightning speed. The Bengals, on the other hand, embody the raw power and grace of the jungle with razor-sharp claws and teeth that can tear through any defense.
By the way, for your younger part of the demo, this is the Bengals that we're playing right here, which is, Bengals Seahawks. The Seahawks take to the air, soaring above the field with graceful movements. They scan the ground, ready to dive down and unleash their aerial assaults. The Bengals, crouched low and focused, stalk their opponents with intense concentration.
So here we go. The Bengals pounce first. Their lightning quick reflexes launching them towards the Seahawks. Their powerful jaws clamp down, aiming to disable the opponents. But the Seahawks, with their agility, dodge and weave through the Bengals' attacks, narrowly avoiding the deadly strikes.
Seahawks swoop down from above with their talons, aiming for the Bengals' vulnerable spots. Swift and calculated, they inflict precise wounds on their opponent, leaving the Bengals stunned.
It's a breathtaking display of agility and power, John. The Seahawks maintain an advantage in the skies, using their speed and evasive maneuvers to avoid the Bengals' lunges. They continue to strike, pecking and clawing at the Bengals, slowly wearing them down.
Dave, but wait, the Bengals show their resilience. They unleash their feline prowess, springing into action with impressive acrobatics. They swipe their claws at the Seahawks, catching them mid-flight and causing them to veer off course.
The Bengals' ground game proves to be a formidable challenge for the Seahawks. Their lightning-fast strikes forced the Seahawks to adjust their flight patterns. And a couple of Bengals successfully take down their airborne opponents. The score now reads 9 Seahawks, 10 Bengals.
The crowd's at the edge of their seat, as you can see. The Seahawks regroup using their superior aerial advantage to outmaneuver these Bengals. They dive, they twist, they launch surprise attacks that catch these Bengals off guard.
Yeah, the Seahawks' precision strikes start to take a toll. One by one, they eliminate their opponents. The score now stands at 7-3 in favor of the Seahawks.
The Seahawks are dominating through the sky, but the Bengals fight back with a relentless determination. They adapt to the aerial assaults. They swat away at the Seahawks with their nimble movements. The score remains, though, Seahawks 7, Bengals 3.
The battle now reaching a climax as the remaining combatants give it their all. The Seahawks utilize their superior aerial prowess, their wings of speed and agility, allowing them to outmaneuver the Bengals' attacks. Their precise strikes bring the numbers down to 4 Seahawks and 1 Bengal.
And that's it. The Seahawks emerge as the victorious team in this epic matchup. Their aerial superiority, calculated tactics, they've proved to be the winning formula. The crowd erupts in applause for their remarkable display of skill and finesse.
How about that? The Seahawks take out the Bengals. I didn't see that coming.
No, that's a major upset. That is our biggest upset of the day. Not of the tournament. I think Eagles over Jets, but still, and again, that just shows you the computer, because we would not want the Seahawks to move on.
Right. That was legit 100% ChatGPT.
That wasn't too bad.
That was like literally, I didn't tweak that one at all. That was 100% ChatGPT.
All right. I would have thought the Bengals would have beat the Seahawks, but
the Seahawks did beat the Giants.
That's true. But they did it with their excrement.
Yes, and that may return. That may return in their battle against whoever they're going to take on in the semifinal, which we're about to find out.
This is the one.
Okay,
again, Lions 49ers,
I have one thing to say about this, right?
Go ahead.
Anybody who's hating on this segment, right? I guarantee you're a Niners fan, even though this is completely imaginary and doesn't mean anything.
And spit up by a computer.
People are still going to be rooting for the 49ers as this happens.
And again, we let them in because somebody had actually hit us up and said, hey, wait a minute, before you knock the 49ers out and don't even put them in the 16-team tournament, because that's what we were leaning towards, pickaxes, dynamite, they said they had all that stuff. And so we relented and we put them in. And we were just looking for an excuse to put them in because they're the hometown team. So we were trying, and they did win their first round matchup with the Lions, which I didn't see coming as well. That was one of the major upsets of day one. So here we are, 49ers, Titans.
London Benz presents the Super Brawl. Super Brawl. The battle royale to the death of NFL mascots.
And everybody's off the benches. We got a legitimate fight going on
KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, John, on paper, this battle doesn't appear to be much of a matchup. The Titans didn't lose a single combatant in the first round. The 49ers pulled off one of the biggest upsets by getting here in a victory over the Lions.
Dave, the 49ers, though, they use their pickaxes, the shovels, the hammers, the dynamite with exceptional skill. Can those tools be effective against the Titans?
And as we begin, the 49ers are the aggressors, charging right at the Titans, swinging their pickaxes, looking for vulnerable spots on the Titans' armor. And with precise strikes, they manage to pierce through the defense of one of the Titans, who falls to the ground. The number now stands 11-10 Niners.
Maybe the Titans came in here too cocky. They seem surprised at the 49ers' swift attack.
Well, the 49ers continue their onslaught, utilizing their shovels to great effect. They aim for the Titans' legs, tripping them up and leaving them vulnerable. Another Titan is taken down by a swift shovel strike. It's 11-9 Niners.
It's amazing. The hammers of the 49ers are also proving to be devastating weapons. With mighty swings, they deliver powerful blows. Whoa! Stunning the Titans and leaving them open to further attacks.
And another Titan has succumbed to the relentless attack.
The quickness of the 49ers attack has left the Titans unable to channel their mystical powers.
And now the 49ers appear to have lighted a fuse. Here comes the dynamite. Whoa!
Boom goes the dynamite.
Yeah, boom goes the dynamite. Wow! 2 more Titans are down.
One of the fallen is still moving. He was moving. He's quickly taken out by a combination of pickaxe strikes and shovel sweeps.
It's 11-6. 49ers lead 11-49ers, 6 Titans, but the remaining Titans do seem to be channeling their mythical powers. And time for a comeback.
Yeah, they're fighting back with a fury. A storm cloud has appeared overhead, and now a bolt of lightning strikes, taking out 2 49ers.
But the lightning strike lit the fuse of another stack of dynamite.
Oh, neither other side was ready for that detonation. Three more Titans and 2 Niners are down.
It's 8-3 in favor of the 49ers. The crowd is on their feet as the 49ers close in on the remainder of the stunned Titans.
The swinging pickaxes are surprisingly effective. Another Titan is down.
The Titans seem stunned at their suddenly long odds.
The 49ers are emboldened by the roaring crowd as the 2 remaining Titans are now back-to-back, surrounded by the 49ers. And with swinging pickaxes penetrating the armor, they both have fallen. The 49ers have done the unthinkable.
I got to tell you, this is an impressive display by the 49ers. Their precision strikes, strategic use of tools, explosive tactics. They proved too much for the Titans to handle. 49ers victory, a testament to their skill and resilience, a major upset.
That is unbelievable.
That might be the biggest upset because the Titans in the first round didn't even lose a man.
Yeah, and I actually, this was the one, I'm going to reread it, say it again because we did it at 10:30. This was the one that prompted me to ask ChatGPT, like, could 49ers actually really beat Titans? And I'm going back a little bit. I got to find it. But it basically, ChatGPT said, this is obviously open interpretation and this is completely imaginary and whatever. But I legit did not ask ChatGPT to have the 49ers win.
Well, what is amazing about this is, so we are down to the Final Four in the Super Bowl. The Vikings and the Jags on one side of the bracket. And get this. And again, this was done by a computer. We did not do this, and we barely let the 49ers in here. 49ers Seahawks, like the good old days, to the Final Four. How about that?
The 49ers
and the Seahawks. And I wouldn't have thought, because Panthers-Bengals was first round, Giants-Seahawks. I would have thought out of that would have been Giants, maybe Panthers, maybe Bengals, whatever. But I saw the Seahawks out in the first round. And then the 49ers have beaten the Lions and the Titans. I wouldn't have thought they would have won either of those matches. So again,
boom goes the dynamite.
Thank you very much. The computer kicked that out. So 49ers Seahawks. Very nice.
By the way, not that it matters, but there are no AFC teams in this matchup remaining.
And out of that, definitely the Seahawks are surprised to me. I didn't think a bird would go this far. The 49ers, huge surprise. Jags, Vikes, I could see. Both of those teams, pretty ferocious names. So I could see that.
It's this has been fun. I mean, whatever.
Teams.
We're just having a good time, like reading these imaginary scripts on a day when. Listen, would you rather have us playing clips from the ESPYs and talking about that? Because that's really basically our option right now.
I only like the one. I only like the one from LeBron. That's the only one I'm playing. Anyway, we'll play that a little bit later if you're missing out on it. All right, here's the deal. Let's see, we got 11:45, so 12:15. We're going to talk to the voice of the Packers, Wayne Larrivee, who is great.
Awesome.
There is your dagger, and you know him well.
By the way, he was the radio voice of the Bulls during the Jordan years.
He was.
I mean, that's pretty cool, too. We may have to talk to him about that a little bit.
Big Ten football, I mean, he does it all. So Wayne Larrivee, there is your dagger, is going to join us at 12:15 to talk Packers. Again, 3 quick questions. Get caught up on the Packers, and they are one of the more intriguing teams in all the NFL after losing Aaron Rodgers and putting in Jordan Love at quarterback. So we'll get into that conversation. Matthew Collar is going to join us from the Vikings Purple Insider, 12:50. And again, we're doing NFC North. Courtney Cronin, who many may know, Bay Area. She's with the Bears. She does the Bears now for ESPN, and she's going to join us at 1:50.
She's great. She's so knowledgeable. Listening to her talk about football, it's just like, and honestly, sometimes I'm sitting there like, I don't know if I really know football. Like she knows the game inside and out. She's legit.
Yeah, she's outstanding. So we'll do that. A lot of reaction on our Shohei thoughts. We'll get into that coming up next, and then we'll get back to the pre-training camp check-ins. It's Dave Benz, John Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And there's Charles Woodson. How about that? And what a season he had. Great, man. He became the first defensive player to win the Heisman Trophy. And congratulations, Charles. That is something that no one can ever take away from you. Unless you kill your wife and a waiter, in which case... all bets are off.
I forgot to listen. I don't know if Tolbert played that yesterday because he plays Norm. Danny's shaking his head yes. He plays Norm Macdonald at the ESPYs. What year was that? Like 98 or something like that? And the ESPYs have vastly changed since those days. Pat McAfee, of course, employed by ESPN and would no longer be if he made those jokes. But back in the day, they used to have like the monologue. Like Steph did a monologue last year. It was relatively funny. Peyton Manning did it pretty good. But, I mean, they used to have like Will Ferrell up there and Norm Macdonald, and they'd have comedians, and they would roast dudes. I mean, just unbelievable. And they've kind of taken a different approach, obviously, to this whole thing. And by the way, it was cool to see Liam Hendricks, the former A, and we've had him on plenty of times when he was in town, and his thing was really cool on the Jimmy V Foundation and so forth. But that's a classic. I mean, that's unbelievable.
The whole thing was great.
He never was asked back, obviously.
But going back to Norm Macdonald, and I did hear Tolbert playing the clip with Will Ferrell as Harry Carey.
Unreal.
So good.
I mean, there's no way. They honestly, they would just go to break. They would just go to commercial. They'd be like, yeah, that's not happening. See ya. It was classic.
I got to admit, I only had it on for a minute last night. I watched the whole thing. Did they do anything with Dickie V?
Yeah, he did reveal that he now has vocal cord cancer.
Yeah, I thought I had seen that on.
He's been fighting, and that's too bad.
Because that is obviously that, and listen, that is one thing you got to tip your cap to with the ESPYs, the fact that they have been at the forefront of raising so much money for cancer, going all the way back to Jim Valvano, and that speech is, I could still sit and watch that speech. I played it for my son, and that was just an amazing
They're trying
moment.
to play him off the stage. He's like, they tell me I got 2 minutes.
Yeah.
He was unbelievable.
I got cancer all over my body.
Right. But, I mean, they've had, from Stuart Scott to Robin Roberts, they've had some really, really, and Liam Hendricks was great last night, the former A now with the White Sox, and it was stage 4 cancer with him. And so, but when you're just sitting there, it's unbelievable. They had DeMar Hamlin last night on there. That
was something else.
And
with the Bills training staff.
And they brought them up there again. And, the news cycle moves so fast, unfortunately, and a lot of the news is crap, but where you still are stunned and amazed when they go back. And we all saw it, and we all consumed it and so forth, and consumed me for days and days. But when you go back and you think about it, and even he started to tear up, and there was the guy who gave him the CPR, but so many people did their jobs to perfection that night that you just forget exactly what happened. And then the coaches coming together and saying, look, we're not playing, and all those different things, and the UC Medical Center, and just all the things that happened to keep this guy alive. And now they're talking about this guy playing football again. I mean, it's just an unbelievable. And you could tell, these guys are not moved by a whole lot. There's people in the crowd, and I don't mean just guys. I mean people. These are athletes, man, and you're seeing people just crying. Travis Kelce and all. People are just crying, and you just because you get reminded like how close this guy was to death, and what an amazing story it was, and these people and what they do for a living. And doctors amaze me. I just had a surgery a month ago that they did through a camera. I just what doctors do these days, it just blows my mind.
And those training staff members, man, they earn their money. There's no question. They're there long hours, having been around the Timberwolves, and it's seeing what they do. Those guys are there at they're not getting up a lot of times at 5 a.m. They're in at 5 a.m. And they're ready to go. They're rehabbing guys. They're working on people in the training room from early in the morning till late at night. And while I was there during COVID, they all had to take on the added duties of administering all the COVID tests,
right.
and that was
imagine that.
That was a lot of fun, let me tell you.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just amazing. But that the highlights were, I thought Liam Hendricks was really great. There was a lot of good highlights last night, but DeMar Hamlin was really great. And then LeBron gets up at the end. And like I said, I don't want to hate on LeBron. It was just kind of a very self-serving speech that I'm coming back and you're lucky to have me kind of a thing. And you might be right. I mean, it might have been some tongue-in-cheek, but I guess I'm just not a fan of putting the crown on yourself because Steph Curry's the best three-point guy. I've never seen him do a crown. I mean, I'm not hating on LeBron. I respect what LeBron has done in his career. There's no question about it. We've talked about it. But I just think that when you're either called the greatest, this, that, or the other, it's us deciding. It's media deciding. It's fans deciding. It's just you kind of just don't do it yourself. It's kind of like giving yourself a nickname, like the King. We'll decide if you're the King. But he's given himself the moniker of the King, which is, that's pretty big.
The respect for him, though, I mean, you can't deny what he's done.
No doubt.
No question. And when I first started in the NBA in 2012, I thought it was laughable to compare him to Jordan. I still would take Jordan in a heartbeat, but I don't think it's a laughable conversation anymore. It's certainly a valid conversation to have.
Yeah, and look, I'm not I don't know, this is just, again, sports philosophy for me. I like more like Mount Rushmores of players versus calling someone the best, because the thing is that you just can't, and everything is so numbers driven nowadays, you can't compare eras. You just can't. I mean, especially when you're talking about now baseball or football where the passing yardage are so different. Like people would say Montana, well, he didn't have the yardage, he didn't have this, he didn't have that. Yeah, things were vastly different then. And then the same thing with basketball. I mean, really comparing eras is impossible.
Although you can look at it and you say, look, I don't want to throw shade at George Mikan, but I don't know how he would do in today's NBA, but I'm pretty sure Wilt would be pretty damn good.
Yeah, but I mean, if you go back to the physicality of the league and then people want to say, well, could Steph have done this, or the Bulls would play the Warriors, well, what are the rules? I mean, there's just so many different ways that the games in all sports have evolved that when people, and again, I understand that this is how it's done on the yelling, screaming shows, that it's got to be a definite that Jordan, or it's got to be a definite that LeBron, or it's got to be a definite that Brady, or it's got to be, everything's got to be definite and there's no other reason. I like having the conversation of a number of different guys in there, or people in there in their respective sports of being the best, but you really can't compare. I mean, look, Brady's got all the rings, and he's got all these different things, and so it dwarfs, at least statistically, what Montana did. But then do you look at Montana and say, okay, we'll put him in that era and see what he does? I mean, when you're throwing it 50 times a game, it's a little bit different. But then people would say, well, Montana had Walsh and Rice and all these different guys, so what if he didn't have, because Brady never had those weapons? I mean, you're going down a rabbit hole that makes, Super Brawl look like did you think Super Brawl would be this much work? I thought about that today in the shower. I went, I wonder if Dave thought that Super Brawl was going to be so difficult.
No, because
so much work. If he had known, would he have done it?
I think I still would have done it because I'm just having so much fun with it, and it's I think it's a good bit. And again, I know it's polarizing. We're getting a lot of texts of people loving it. We're getting a lot of texts of people who are hating it, and that's fine. But they're all listening to it. That's all we care about. And I'm having a great time with it.
Anyway, I diverted.
I thought ChatGPT would have I thought there would have been a little less lifting on my part. But even the thing we read cold from ChatGPT was fine.
Bad.
Yeah,
I thought it was long-winded.
It was
yeah. That's what you said. You cleaned it up.
I tightened it up.
But other than that, I don't think it's a problem. All right, one thing, and then, by the way, 12:15, we're going to talk to Wayne Larrivee, and we'll continue our series. 15 past the hour, we're doing each division. Today is the NFC North. And we asked them 3 questions, real simple questions. What is the big storyline around your team? Your team would win the Super Bowl if, and who is the NFL MVP? We're taking a straw poll on that, and it's basically a Burrows versus Mahomes thing to this point.
By the way, we haven't weighed in on our NFL MVP preseason, and this is before anybody said camp, so it's completely just going off who do we think is the best player in the league. But and I kind of tend to agree with with what JP Peterson said yesterday. Until somebody proves otherwise, he's taking Mahomes. And after what you saw, I think if I had to put a bet in Vegas, that's probably where my bet goes.
Well, the thing too is that he has proven that, like you thought last year, like, oh, he's missing Tyreek Hill, they're not going to be as good. He was better. And if you look at it, and again, going back to the greatest conversation, when Mahomes is the type of guy that you can give him average wide receivers and he'll make them look great, and that's the mark of a great quarterback. And sometimes it's a knock against Montana that he had Jerry Rice and John Taylor and Ricky Waters and Roger Craig and blah, 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 on down the line. But that's what great quarterbacks do. And if you look like Peyton Manning, for example, I mean, he had Marvin Harrison, but for a lot of times there was a lot of injuries. In Brady's case, he had Randy Moss for a couple of years, but he didn't, mostly it was just like, here's your tight ends, and we got wide receivers you never heard of. I mean, that's one of the things. Well, if you look at Patrick Mahomes, I mean, Tony is there. Obviously, Kelsey is one of the best tight ends of all time, but they've kind of made a decision that they've got to kind of balance their roster and add a little bit more defense, which we saw in the Super Bowl. They're a little bit better defensively. They couldn't afford Tyreek Hill. They decided that we got to put our resources in another area because Mahomes is so good. So like you said, you look at Mahomes and you say, well, obviously it's not just the weapons around him. And Andy Reid obviously helps, and Bieniemy left to Washington. I mean, and they have a bunch of guys around him, but he's just so damn good that, and he's not, I mean, what is he, 27, 28? I mean, now he's entering prime. I mean, how scary is that?
I mean, he's in the heart of the prime. Yeah. He's pretty, he's got a lot left on that. There's a lot of tread left on that tire.
Yeah. So, and then the other guys have taken Joe Burrow. That's a good one. And again, tons of weapons around him. They're really good. People seem to be cooling on Josh Allen. That was a hot name maybe last year or the year before. For some reason, people are down on the Bills. I don't know if it's because Diggs isn't really happy, but again, they've got the Bills. To me, they're right there. And we're just talking about quarterbacks because the way that this is formulated now is MVP is quarterbacks. Then you can give somebody who had a great year like a Justin Jefferson the offensive player of the year. And then you kind of satisfy everybody, and the defensive player never wins it. So then you got defensive player of the year. So that's kind of what they do. Here's the best quarterback on the best team. And then here's an offensive player that was really good, and a defensive player was really good.
It's hard to argue, though, I mean, because most valuable usually is your quarterback. I mean, that's usually your most valuable guy on your roster.
Well, if we look at what we're talking about in the first segment, okay, Tim 20Man joined us, and we talked about Detroit. He talked about the defense. That was the key thing. But when we talk to Wayne Larrivee here in about 12 minutes, it's going to be Jordan Love. It's going to be the quarterback. When we look at Minnesota, maybe it's not Kirk Cousins, but I mean, he's up there. And then you look at the Bears, it's how well can Justin Fields throw the ball? We know he can run the ball, but has Justin Fields adapted, and can he now throw the ball too? I mean, maybe, I don't know if that's the number one story with the Bears, but certainly every time you think about it, I mean, Matt Mayoka was on this morning with Murph and Mac, and reluctantly, and you and I talked about it yesterday, I mean, it's quarterback. Nick Bosa's going to sign his contract. I mean, what else is there that's compelling? We're going to talk till we're blue in the face about the quarterbacks all through training camp.
I'm so ready for them to hit the field, so we have something else to talk about.
But what it's going to be...
Well, it's still going to be that, but there will be other stories that will develop through camp that we can discuss. But with a team like the 49ers, where so many things are established, there's not a lot of things to be looking at.
There's not a lot of camp battles or anything. But you know what it's going to be every day? And it's just the way it is. And I'm not blaming the beat writers because I love them all. And the guys who cover the 49ers around here do a tremendous job. But they do it because it gets clicks, and that's the business we're in right now, is that Trey Lance went 8 for 12 with an interception, camp stats. Sam Darnold went 7 for 11 with 2 scoring drives, and he threw an interception. Yeah, and camp stats are the dumbest thing. I hate camp stats, but, and I'm not blaming the beat guys. They get consumed, and so they do them. And that's just what happens. But that's what we're in for is there's other storylines, but it's going to be, Trey's throwing motion, who completed what to who got the interception. It's just like that's what it's going to be.
And by the way, I don't know, have you ever been in a situation where you've had to go cover a training camp every single day?
Yeah, it's the worst.
It's the worst. Like the first day or two, it's cool because you got that energy of they're starting, and you get to, but by like the third or fourth day, you're like, oh my gosh, I really got to stand here and watch this.
And what you do is, because nowadays this is just required every single day. There's a script to it. So it's what was the play of the day, catch of the day, offensive play of the day, player of the day. So all you're doing is you're searching through the whole time. Like, did he catch that? Okay, that's catch of the day. Like, you're just checking check marks off because every single day you have to write this story because people consume the NFL in such a fashion. But that's what they're going to do. Everyone wants to know, how did Trey look? How did Darnold look? And then when Brock gets back, with Brock's thing. I mean, we talked about this yesterday. How many different ways can you ask Kyle Shanahan after a practice how the quarterbacks looked?
I'm surprised we haven't reached a point yet, and maybe there is. I just haven't gone this deep. But can you live stream a training camp practice?
No, they let you do a certain amount of tweets and video and things like that. Then
But I would think the team themselves, right? Like 49ers.com.
Right.
Here's today. Here's today's training camp practice. Like a live stream. People would actually watch that.
Oh, they would in a second. They'd honestly, they would. They would just sit at their computer at work or wherever they were, and they would just they would do it. And like you said, when you go down to it, it's vastly different. I mean, I'll give this, and I don't know who invented it this way. I mean, Kyle Shanahan will probably get credit. I think maybe it was more of like a Pete Carroll thing that he had been doing a long time. But at least when you go to camps now, there's music. They move, so there's the horn, and they go to the next thing and the next thing, and it's maybe like an hour and a half. And then sometimes they do 2 days. A lot of times they won't. But when Harbaugh was here, and I made fun of Matt Maiocco one time, he had this big safari hat on, and it was like, 100 degrees in Santa Clara, and I'm like, who's the clown with the safari hat? Well, it's Maiocco, and he was smart, and it had the thing down, the back of the neck and everything. Because Harbaugh would have these 3.5-hour marathon practices, and here's dumb me with my fair-skinned total jackass, and I'm red as a beet coming in, and I got completely burned, and I'm like, went to Matt Maiocco, you are the smartest man alive, because he would have these marathon practices that you can't have anymore, where guys were hitting and all this kind of stuff. I remember it was the first time I saw Aldon Smith, and he had these long arms, and he's beating Joe Staley around the corner. I'm like, who's that dude? But you would sit out there for hours on end, and you're sweating, and you're trying to drink water like you're actually in training camp, and you're not. You're just some out-of-shape guy covering camp. And he would have it was like, when does practice end? And it was like, never. I felt like it was on safari. His practices were the worst.
And then you're sitting there and you're starving, and you watch the players go and walk up to the big buffet of food, and before they come, and then they're coming over holding plates to do interviews, and you're like, yeah, I'm just as hungry as you. Where's my plate of food? You're not getting it here.
Yeah. And again, look, not digging ditches, not complaining, because there are people digging ditches going, shut up.
Yeah, we're just having fun talking about it. I mean, listen, when you're fortunate enough to have a pass to be able to go cover training camp, it's definitely an honor that you're very happy to have, and you don't take lightly. So we're cry me a river. We're talking about first world problems, but when you're in it every day, it does kind of get to be a grind. There's no
because there's a script to it, and there's an expectation level to it, and it's really tough. And they're just trying to this guy was player of the day. This guy was. Because people want to consume it every single day, and they're constantly like, who looked good? What and again, it's just going to be quarterback. Especially once Bosa signs his deal, which he will. Quinnen Williams signed his new deal with the Jets. I think the guarantees were like $96 million. I mean, look, there's no question. Bosa won Defensive Player of the Year last year. He's going to be the highest paid defensive player. It's just a matter of how much. He's going to get the most guaranteed, the biggest overall. He's going to get all of it,
and it'll be worth every penny.
Absolutely. So that's really the only other big storyline. I mean, there's a couple of camp battles. But largely speaking, they're probably already done. I mean, somebody would have to just be great. And here's the other thing. There are going to be injuries. That's the other thing. There's going to be injuries. So, from the depth and all that kind of stuff, and you just kind of cross your fingers and hold your breath that it's not somebody big. I remember we had Jimmy Ward. We'll go down to practice for a couple of the weeks, and we had Jimmy Ward on, and he was talking about Pick City, which then they ended up leading the NFL in picks, and it was great. He's doing great. All of a sudden, late in camp, I can't remember the exact injury. I think it was a muscle injury or something. Jimmy Ward gets hurt. And all of a sudden it's like, uh-oh, and that's where Gibson came in, and then he had the great year, but you just don't know who's going to get hurt. And that's the biggest thing about camp. Everybody can talk about quarterbacks and everything else. The only thing I care about in camp, I don't care how a guy looks. I don't care if a quarterback went 12 for 12. I don't care about any of it. Who got hurt? That's all that matters. Who got hurt?
That's it. Get out of it healthy.
Yep.
Let's go to week one.
All right, Wayne Larrivee is going to join us coming up next, and, of course, he is the voice of the Green Bay Packers. We go through the NFC North today as we just take 3 questions into camp. Boom, boom, boom. Quick ones. Obviously, Jordan Love is going to be the big story replacing Aaron Rodgers. We'll get to that next, only here on the Sports Center.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great, and I do mean great, Sergio Romo. He joined Murph and Mac this morning. Check out that podcast and more trending right now
on the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
The history of this and kind of the timeline, which I think is important, that's why I'm going to go through it, is that in 2020, they drafted Jordan to replace me. Now, there wasn't a replacement right away, but as is the case with the Packers and kind of the way they do things, they like to get rid of players like a year early instead of a year late in their mind. So there's probably some people who believe that I was a descending player and that it was time to make a change, even though we're just coming off the NFC Championship game. And obviously we got blown out by San Fran, but we had a 13-3 season and we're the number 2 seed and made it all the way to the NFC Championship. So they drafted a guy to replace me. Now, maybe not right away because there was nothing about trading in the media.
That, of course, was Aaron Rodgers. He is now, of course, a Jet, and we're talking about the Packers. We're going through the NFC North. Just a few quick questions. What is the big story for your team? Your team could win the Super Bowl if, and a straw poll for the MVP as we get you pre-training camp, 18th for rookies, 25th for veterans for the 49ers, and our good friend Wayne Larrivee joins us. He, of course, is the great voice of the Packers. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Wayne. It's great to talk to you again. How are you?
Good to talk to you guys.
Yeah. Are you now in the final few days before training camp? Is the vacation out of the way? You got some things you got to do? You got to mow the lawn? What's happening?
No, vacation's not out of the way. Packers don't go to camp until 25th or 26th, so there's plenty of time. No, there's a vacation on the near horizon.
Very good.
Hey, Wayne, you and I think what was your first year in Green Bay? Because I was in Green Bay 96, 97, 98. I feel like you came either right at the end of that or just after that.
Just after that. 99 was my first year with the Packers.
Oh, who was your predecessor there? Refresh my memory.
Jim Irwin.
Oh, yes, Jim Irwin. Yes, of course. Yeah. Well, it's nice to finally chat with you, and it's been a long run for you there in Green Bay, so congratulations on that. You've seen some amazing football during your tenure there. And, we're going around, we're stopping in every NFL city over the rest of this week and next week, and we're basically just asking everybody 3 simple questions about their team just to get, kind of the lay of the land, the low-hanging fruit on each team. So it's probably Jordan Love, but maybe it's something else. What is the number one storyline in your mind for the Packers as they go into training camp?
Yeah, it's really about Jordan Love, and can he be the next quarterback going forward for the Packers? That's what they're going to find out this season. Is he going to be the kind of guy you can build a team around, or is he just going to be kind of a transitional talent at quarterback? They drafted him to be the successor to Aaron Rodgers. Well, the succession begins now, and we'll see how it pans out for the future. But the kid's got all the tools, and it's just a matter of does he have that it factor that separates a good quarterback from a great quarterback.
Going through the Packers as we go through all the NFL today, it's the NFC North, and, of course, our good friend Wayne Larrivee, the voice of the Packers, joining us, John Lund, Dave Benz. Is there in some way, and you're around the team a lot, and look, I think Aaron Rodgers is going to do great in the Jets. Obviously, he's a Hall of Fame type guy, but almost that he's gone, that maybe something is lifted there and it allows the team to go in a new, different direction?
Yes, exactly. That's what I saw in OTAs and minicamp. There was a lightness about the camp, about what was going on. The pressure of, Super Bowl or bust is wonderful to experience, of being in with a team. It's all in like that and an organization and everything. But there's a certain degree of pressure to that as well. That's been lifted now. This team feels like it is a good football team, has a lot of potential to move forward. They feel like they're going to surprise people as this season goes along. But I do see an ease in which they're moving through their preparation for the season. And I think, that's probably because you don't have the pressure of, well, if they don't win the Super Bowl, it's a lost season.
Wayne Larrivee is our guest. He's the Packers play-by-play man and has been doing it at a high level for a long time. Wayne, we're asking everybody one very simple question. We actually started with a friend of mine from Arizona the other day, and he was in a tough spot because we asked him the question we're going to ask you. Assuming everybody stays healthy, finish this sentence. The Cardinals will win the Super Bowl if blank. And he said if every other team went to the Saudi Live NFL tour. But it's a more realistic question for you. I know the expectations are not as lofty this year in Green Bay as they have been in years past. But, I mean, if everything went right, the Packers, and they stay healthy, they can win the Super Bowl if blank.
Well, I'm not as glib as my buddy Dave Pasch out in Arizona, but the Packers could win the Super Bowl if Jordan Love is the third Hall of Fame quarterback in a row in Green Bay, if Christian Watson is the next Randy Moss, and if the defense plays to its ability level.
That's good. That's good. And then finally, we're just taking a little bit of a straw poll MVP-wise. What would you think? It's very early, but MVP, we're just taking a poll on it. Who do you think it could be?
Oh, boy. The obvious choices. I think if Philadelphia wins the NFC again, Jalen Hurts will be the reason. And I would think he in the NFC, it's hard to go against Mahomes in the AFC, but I think Joe Burrow is the guy. Cincinnati is in a situation. They in Buffalo, their window, they understand their window is starting to close. They've got to get a Super Bowl done. And so I'm going to go with Joe Burrow in the AFC and Jalen Hurts in the NFC. Of the two, probably Burrow, because I think he's got a chance to take his team places.
It's a pretty popular choice. What is that? Does that move us to a tie now? 4-4, 4 Mahomes and 4 Burrows?
Yeah, that's right. So, and most people, Wayne, going either Burrow or Mahomes. And like you said, Jalen Hurts, that's a good one, too. We hope in San Francisco, obviously, that they don't take it that far, but it's a regular season award. So Jalen Hurts, who looked really good, if he could take another step forward, man, that would be incredible because he was so good last year.
Oh, yeah. And, you take a look at the quarterbacks. We're looking at Jordan Love, and he's had a couple of years now behind Aaron Rodgers to get ready for this moment. I look at what Brock Purdy did last year in San Francisco, and that was phenomenal. I mean, to come in and run the team like that, 7th-round draft choice, last pick in the draft, to do that as a rookie. Now, obviously, they had a lot of things around him, a lot of structure around him, and experience that Jordan Love doesn't quite have in Green Bay. He's got a lot of inexperience around him. Talent. He's got good talent around him, but there's a lot of inexperience in that receiving core and tight end room. But, what Purdy did in San Francisco in the middle of a drive to a championship game was really eye-opening for all of us.
Wayne, you're the best. Thank you so much. It is always our pleasure to get a few minutes with you. Enjoy the rest of the vacation time, and we'll see you and talk to you soon.
That sounds good, guys. Have a good summer.
Thank you.
You too. Thanks, Wayne.
That is the great Wayne Larrivee. He is the voice of the Packers. And again, we're taking you through the NFC North. So last hour, Tim 20-man joined us. Detroit Lions, which a lot of people are high on. Wayne Larrivee, as he pointed out, maybe the most obvious number one story of the NFL, which is what will Jordan Love do? And I did go to Utah State, and Jordan Love's a Utah State guy, so I watched every game of his college career. And to say he was inconsistent is nice. I mean, he had games where he looked great, and he's a tremendous athlete. He had other games where he looked clueless. He's had a few years to learn under Aaron Rodgers and learn that offense and so forth. So I honestly have no idea what he's going to bring to the table.
Neither do I. I don't think anybody does.
No. I mean, they've seen him, but it's almost like what Trey Lance is here. He just hasn't played very much, and he is a good athlete, wiry, strong. But I look at that team still, even last year with Aaron Rodgers, and I say to myself, they just don't have enough. They don't have enough defensively. They don't have enough offensively. They've had issues on the offensive line. I mean, I think at least for now, unless Jordan Love, as he pointed out, is some facsimile of what Favre and Rodgers were back to back, and that's very difficult to do back to back, let alone 3 in a row. I think our days of fearing the Packers, at least for now, are over.
I would concur with that. Although I would say, listen, they could be one of those teams that, we talked about with the Saints yesterday.
Right.
They could be one of those teams that if Jordan Love catches fire early and, the other pieces fall in place, I don't know that division is going to be, super strong. I don't have high expectations for them, but I think they have the potential to be a surprise team.
Yeah. Well, again, we're going to go over both of these teams, but we're going to next hour, or excuse me, at 12:50, we're going to talk to Matthew Collar, and he covers the Vikings, and our friend Courtney Cronin's going to join us from the Bears. But the Vikings 12-0 in one-score games. The Packers lose Aaron Rodgers. Detroit, everybody's high on, but again, I covered that team and did pre- and post-game for them, and then they went 0-16, and they've been terrible forever until they really do it. Not get close, not beat the Packers like they did last year in the final game, and everybody give them accolades for almost getting to the playoffs. Until they do it, they haven't done it. And they haven't done it since Barry Sanders played for them. I mean, they just haven't. They've been horrible.
That's a little while ago.
I mean, so until you change culture, which is, I think, the most difficult thing to do in sports, changing culture from a losing to a winning culture, it's the most difficult thing to do in sports, and that's what the Lions are attempting to do. And I like, on paper, offensively, they're really good, but they're still led by Jared Goff, who the Rams couldn't wait to get rid of. And defensively, they were one of the worst teams in the league last year. Now, having said that, they replaced three-fourths of their secondary, one of them being Emmanuel Mosley, but he's coming off a major knee injury. So, look, they look better, but until they actually do it, changing culture is tough.
By the way, total aside here, have you ever been to a game at Lambeau?
Yes.
Is that not the greatest place to see an NFL game?
No question. Although I will say that I am not a cold person.
Oh,
and
no,
when
well,
I
no.
did that, it
Yeah.
was the frozen tundra.
Yeah, I would
but
say.
it's cool.
I would say mid-October. You don't necessarily have to be there at the beginning of the season. I've actually been there for preseason games when it's been sweltering hot. But yeah, like mid-October when it's 55 and you got nice fall jacket weather with that crisp fall air. And it's I remember the 49ers and Packers playing Monday Night Football in a game at Lambeau back when I was working in Green Bay, and it was probably the 96 season. I think it was a Monday Night Football game. Spike Lee was there, and that was like mid-October. It was perfect. It was a perfect night.
You've lived in Minnesota, you've lived in Minneapolis, and you've lived in Green Bay. And I think it was the year before, Mike Holler, who produces all the broadcasts for the 49ers, and he goes to beer joints everywhere they go. So he's obviously on the plane, and he's traveling with them. And he was in Green Bay, and he was like, actually, it was really fun, and they have great beer. But it was like, he goes outside, and it's like minus 17.
Oh, man.
And then there's wind chill factor on top of that. It's not minus 17 wind chill. It's like minus 17. Then you put the wind on top of that. And he was like, it wasn't that bad. I just can't do it. I can't do it.
I hated it. I hated the weather. I had a great time in both cities, but I hated the weather. But I will say another one on the list. I've been to Fargo, and I was in Fargo once, and I think the wind chill was like 45 below. And I was there. I was covering a team called the Wisconsin Blast. They were a minor league basketball team, and Pat Knight was the head coach. And boy, do I have some Pat Knight stories. Not suitable for air, but suitable for over a drink at some point. But I just remember Fargo. I actually, despite it being negative 45, I actually had a great time. And I always tell people Fargo City slogan should be Fargo, North Dakota. Not as bad as you think.
I struggle with it. But although we did cover a Super Bowl in Minneapolis one time, was not bad. You do that whole gerbil thing where you walk through
the
and
Skyway.
Yeah, that whole thing is pretty cool. So, look, I had a great time when I went there. It wasn't that. It was just the one thing about cold is, and everybody knows this, it's like going up to Tahoe in the wintertime. It's great. I'll go up there for 4 or 5 days, go skiing. I love it, but I know I can leave. But what starts to happen in like Minneapolis or Fargo or Green Bay is that, and I lived in Detroit for a little while, is right around February. Now, everybody takes a vacation because you have to or you go nuts. But then I remember I was covering an NFL draft in Detroit, and it was May. And I'm coming home from the draft, by the way, after they drafted Mike Williams instead of like DeMarcus Ware or Sean Merriman, but whatever. And I'm driving home, and it's late April, and it's snowing like a foot. And I'm driving home, and I literally rolled down my window, and I go, it's almost effing May. I just couldn't believe that it was like 3 days from May, and it's snowing a foot. That's where it's like I can handle winter, but at some point it's got to stop. It has to stop, and it doesn't.
So I left the Bay Area to go take the Timberwolves job as their TV play-by-play guy, right? Which, I'm trading off clearly, Minneapolis is a great city. It's not the Bay Area, okay? Right. If it was just, hey, where do you want to live? Right. That's a no-brainer. But, NBA play-by-play gigs don't get handed out every day. So, okay, I'm going to do this. That first winter, it snowed literally. So May 1st, I'm not even kidding you. May 1st, they had fired David Kahn, who I talked about yesterday.
Thank you, David Kahn, for Steph Curry.
And they hire Flip Saunders to come in to be the president of basketball ops. And they had the press conference was on May 1st, and on my way into the press conference, it was snowing on May 1st.
See, that's the problem I would have. Yeah. I did have. Yeah, I had to get out of there. I can't do May 1st snow.
Not good.
Like, I understand that from this time to this time, and really in Detroit, it would start, like, really, because I had really small children back then. We would go out on Halloween, and it was cold as hell, and it was starting to snow, and certainly by, like, September 1st would hit there, and all of a sudden it was like, whoa, summer is clearly over. I mean, it was just, that's how it went. The 4 seasons were absolutely clear.
And we played a couple of years ago against Detroit as our first road game of the season. And I remember when the schedule came out, I thought, well, this is great. We're getting Detroit out of the way, first road game of the season, right? There was a freakishly early snowstorm. Yeah. It wasn't a ton of snow. It was like maybe 4 inches, but it was enough that they didn't. And Detroit has the infrastructure to handle snow, obviously, at the airport, but they didn't have the people who were working that early. So we literally sat on the runway. I don't think we took off till like 3 a.m. We sat on the plane for like 4 hours waiting for them to get people out there to clear the runway for us to take off.
But that's my point, is that if, like, winter starts December 21st or whatever it is, so if from December 21st and then spring starts, what, March 21st?
Yeah.
Okay, so if in that window it snows like a mother and it's just brutal, that's what's supposed to happen. I can handle it.
Right.
But anything before and anything after, I feel robbed.
Totally.
And so that was always the problem I had, is that it would get into May, like you said, and I'm like, it's supposed to be nice, and it wouldn't be. Then I would get, then people that live in those areas, the East, the Midwest, then they start getting cranky.
Basically, the bottom line of this conversation is appreciate where you live, folks. You're living in a great spot,
right,
and there's no reason to leave.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to point out. All right, coming up next, we are down to the Final Four. We are down to the Final Four in the Super Brawl. So coming up next, Vikes, Jags, and the big one. And again, this is the computer that spit this thing out. We didn't do this because we're here. The computer spit this out, 49ers and Seahawks. And then we will do the finale at 1:30, right? So we got 2 coming up next, and then one more at 1:30 for the championship of the Super Bowl. Very nice. 49ers Seahawks. If you're not staying around for that, you're crazy.
And it is Vikings Jaguars. We misspoke earlier in the show, apparently. People are actually tracking this and knew that, like maybe I said, because somebody said we said Vikings Eagles. No, it's Vikings Jaguars, 49ers Seahawks.
All right, we'll do that coming up next. And then Matthew Collar is going to join us at 12:50 as we continue through the NFC North with the 3 big questions. All that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader. John Lund here from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. And it was a rough winter. We're just talking about winter. For many of us, with the heavy rains, dangerous driving conditions, and ultimately, and unfortunately, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they saw a sharp increase in accident and injury cases as a result. And the bad weather wasn't the only thing that made this winter difficult. We all saw people affected by the mass layoffs, especially in the tech industry. In the Dolan Law Firm's employment practices group, they also saw an uptick in unlawful terminations, sexual harassment cases, and now that the bad weather is behind us, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they want to remind everyone to please be aware that good weather brings out pedestrians, motorcyclists, scooters, bicyclists, and children playing. So let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And for you employees, go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. The award-winning firm has secured over, get this, $1 billion, with a B, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And they're headquartered right here in the Bay Area. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Take a sixer to old Milwaukee or Lone Star, nothing snooty.
Why is this so important to you all of a sudden?
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. On my off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
That's my favorite drop of the week. Thursday, the Matthew McConaughey. You don't get. I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
What movie is that from?
That's on Dallas Buyers Club. What's the other one? No, it's I can't remember. I did know that. Anyway, we'll figure it out. But anyway, very good. Very good. All right, it is Super Brawl time, and this one's cool. We're down to the final four. We've taken it from 16 down to 4. We do it half past the hour. We will finish up at 1:30. So, again, this is team name only. This is 11 on 11. This is done through a computer, and all we're doing is reading what Chat GPT has kicked out for us. You have given a little bit of a tweak so that, kind of like a book to a movie, that it is a little bit more artistically friendly. But we are not biased here. Like, we didn't get the 49ers Seahawks because we wanted it to be that way. That's just what it was. And
I know people are listening are like, yeah,
no,
BS.
It's true.
It's totally true. Like, I mean, I'll put screenshots out on social media. I have not one time have I asked ChatGPT to have the 49ers win. Not one time. And I actually even did ask ChatGPT this morning after I saw that they kicked out that they beat the Titans. I said, how could the 49ers actually beat the Titans if this battle actually happened? And it gave me this, well, this is imaginative and they, whatever. So it is what it is. We're just having fun with it. But it's not, I'm not hating on the 49ers winning.
All right, it's the Super Bowl. Vikings versus Jags, 49ers versus Seahawks. Those are the final four. We originally had 16 teams. We kicked out 16 teams in the NFL that we thought had weak names. Battled to the death, and it's names only. And again, it's very important. You told me this at the beginning. It's 11 on 11. So when you see it, when you hear us read this play-by-play, you'll hear, hey, it's down to 11 versus 8 or whatever the case may be. That's because this is an actual battlefield and they're playing, and not guys are getting knocked out. Vikings and Jags will be the first one. So Jaguars and Vikings are actually getting knocked off the battlefield.
Yes.
If you will. So,
yes, they're being eliminated.
Let's go. Let's do it.
London Benz present the Super Brawl. Super Brawl. The battle royale to the death of NFL mascots.
And everybody's off the benches. We got a legitimate fight going on
KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, John, this is a showdown of two ancient civilizations. The Vikings channeling the power of the Norse gods and the Jaguars relying on their primal instincts. It's a match that promises to be full of surprises.
The Vikings armed with a wide array of weapons, including arrows, crossbows, shields, swords, knives. They're paying homage to their mighty Norse gods as they prepare for battle.
And we are underway. The Vikings stand tall, their shields forming an impenetrable wall, while their archers take aim with their bows, ready to rain down a barrage of arrows upon the Jaguars. And the Vikings unleash those arrows, aiming to disrupt the Jaguars' advance. The agile Jags evade the projectiles, leaping and weaving through the air, determined to get within striking range. And now the Vikings switch their focus, drawing their swords and knives, forming a tight formation. They move with calculated precision, blocking the Jaguars' swiping claws and retaliating with swift, deadly strikes.
Oh, I like this. It's a battle of strength and strategy. The Vikings, with their discipline, formation, and array of weapons, they clash head-on with the Jaguars' raw power and savage attacks, each side fighting for dominance, determined to emerge victorious.
Well, the Jaguars, undeterred, pounce on the Vikings, their powerful jaws snapping at their armored bodies. The Vikings defend themselves valiantly, their shields and armor providing crucial protection.
Let's see, I lost. Oh, there we go. The crowd watches in awe as the Vikings and the Jaguars engage in their fierce contest.
Now some Vikings arrows find their marks, but hit Jags, and they're still coming, though. Those Jags refuse to go down, and they're trying to break through the Viking defenses.
Oh, what a loud cheer This seemingly, it's a pro-Vikings crowd.
Yeah, and a Jag was hit in the head with an arrow and just went down. The Jaguars now are looking to counter with a swift retaliation. The ferocious attack catches a Viking off guard, and that Viking is sent sprawling to the ground. He's headed to Valhalla.
Wow, look at it. This is amazing. The coordination by these Vikings, timing the raising and lowering of their shields perfectly while wielding their knives against these Jags.
2 more Jags fall as a result. The Vikings have surged in front.
The Jaguars are refusing to back down. They've launched a coordinated assault. One of the Vikings finds himself cornered with a quick maneuver. He manages to dodge the Jaguars' fangs, delivering a swift strike that sends another Jaguar tumbling.
And now another Jaguar falls. Just 6 remain while the Vikings are 10 strong.
The Jags appear to be retreating a bit to regroup.
And now all at once, they're sprinting at the Vikings' shield wall. They leap into the air. 2 of them have cleared the wall, and each one has taken out one of the Viking archers.
2 Jags got cut up on shields and are quickly dispensed of by the Vikings. This action is fast and furious.
It's 8 Vikings and 4 Jags remaining.
The Jaguars' numbers dwindle as the Vikings maintain their relentless pace.
The Vikings' lone remaining archer is on point with another, just 3 Jaguars left.
The Vikings are in firm control now, Dave.
Yeah, but the Jaguars refuse to surrender, launching one final assault, but it's no match. The Vikings with 1 spear and 1 knife, and that's it. The Vikings will emerge victorious. They're headed to the finals.
What a triumph for the Vikings. A disciplined approach, divine inspiration led them to a decisive victory. The Jaguars fought violently, but ultimately the Vikings, clearly superior strategy and weaponry. It proved insurmountable.
So how about that? The Vikings, a 2 seed, are into the championship and the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't see this as a big upset. We've had a number of upsets in the Super Bowl. At this point, the Final Four, these are the real teams. The Vikings beating the Jags does not surprise me whatsoever. So we've got a final team. The Vikings will play in the championship either against the 49ers or the Seahawks. And again, we will reiterate, the computer spit this out. We did not do this for homer purposes, which we've been accused of, by the way, on the text line.
Yeah, I will after the show. I'll get some screenshots and send it so people can see that it was not that way at all.
All right, let's go. 49ers Seahawks.
London Benz present the Super Brawl. Super Brawl. The Battle Royale to the death of NFL mascots.
And everybody's off the benches. We got a legitimate fight going on
KNBR, the sports leader.
By the way, I wonder if Dave Fleming is happy to be associated with this event.
Likely not.
Hey, John, this is a semifinal no one saw coming. The 49ers, the 3 seed out of the Rice division, facing the Seahawks, the 4 seed out of the Young division.
Although Nirvana, I get that. Absolutely, Dave. The 49ers are armed with their shovels, their pickaxes, their hammers, their dynamite. They've won the hearts of the fans. They are clearly the underdog team now. Everybody is rooting for the teamwork, the fearless pursuit of the Golden Championship.
And remember, the 49ers, they were able to use their dynamite in the first 2 matches. I don't know how effective that'll be against the Seahawks as we get underway, and the Seahawks are taking flight. The 49ers swinging their shovels and pickaxes at them, but not landing any blows.
The Seahawks are determined to break through, dive, soar, attempt to find a weakness in the 49ers' impenetrable line.
Meantime, the 49ers maintain their defensive stance, countering the aerial assaults of the Seahawks with calculated strikes. Both teams are showing remarkable resilience.
And both sides still with all 11 combatants on the field.
The Seahawks are diving at the Niners, trying to reach their bodies with their beaks, but the 49ers with the shovels and pickaxes are fending them off.
The crowd can feel the anticipation as each team vies for dominance.
And now the Seahawks unleash their infamous excrement bombs, hoping to disorient the 49ers. But wait, the 49ers were prepared for this strategy with their brimmed hats, deflecting the bombs with ease. It seems the Seahawks' attempt has been foiled.
It's hilarious. The 49ers with their hats serving as shields, unbothered by the excrement bombs. Here we go again. The Seahawks must come up with a new plan to break through the 49ers defense.
The class continues and the count of the combatants starts to shift. The 49ers, with their strategic strikes, eliminate one of the Seahawks, and the crowd erupts with excitement as the 49ers take the lead.
It's a critical moment in this battle. As you can hear, the 49ers with a numerical advantage, they press on.
The 49ers now press the advantage even further, relentlessly Dallas in their pursuit. Another Seahawk combatant falls to the might of the 49ers tools. The count now stands at 11-9 Niners.
Speaking of tools, the Seahawks fight back, refusing to yield. They soar through the air, as you can hear, attempting daring maneuvers to break the 49ers defensive line, but the 49ers stand firm, using their tools with precision and determination.
And now the battle appears to be reaching a critical turning point as another Seahawk is hit out of the air by a 49er hammer that's thrown at him.
The 49ers, here's where it stands. 8 Seahawks, 11 49ers. The tide is turning.
And the Seahawks are again diving at the 49ers, but the Niners coordinator's strikes and solid defense are keeping them at bay. And 2 more Hawks get hit with shovels. The count now stands at 11-7 49ers. The momentum is firmly with the red and gold.
The Seahawks fight valiantly, but their efforts are being met with more relentless strikes from the 49ers. Another combatant falls, and the count now stands at only 5 Seahawks to 11 49ers.
John, the 49ers are in control, utilizing the tools to perfection. The Seahawks are struggling to break through those defensives, and they just lost another. The Seahawks are down to just 4.
The Seahawks are attempting to mount a comeback with their efforts. At this point, that ain't happening. Another combatant falls, and now the count stands at only 3 Seahawks, and the 49ers remain at 11.
It is a one-sided affair, John. The 49ers' relentless strikes and solid defense proving too much, and it's only a matter of time before the battle reaches its conclusion.
And the 49ers continue their onslaught continues, overwhelming the remaining Seahawks combatants. They swing their tools with conviction and, more importantly, skill.
And there it is. The last Seahawk falls out of the air. The 49ers are standing tall with a resounding victory.
Oh, this has got to be, what's the biggest upset, like a team getting to a final of all time? This has got to be it, because the 49ers have now beaten the Lions. They beat them in the first round. They beat the Titans. And now they beat a bird in the Seahawks, and those were the Cinderellas.
And we didn't think the 49ers belonged in the tournament.
The only reason we put them in is because we got a text the last second, because we took out the 16 weakest names. We said, we just can't find a way to keep the 49ers in there. Someone texted it in and said, hey, they have pickaxes and dynamite and shovels. And we went, okay, we're looking for an excuse to put them in. But you swear, because I know what's going to happen. I haven't looked at the text.
Everybody's going to say,
they're
you
gonna
guys
say
fixed
we
this.
homered out.
Yeah.
But this is the computer, right?
This is straight ChatGPT. And every time I put it in, I say, write the play-by-play. And every time I scroll right to the bottom, and I'm like, did the 49ers win? And I'm like, oh my gosh, the 49ers won again. Like, this is crazy.
All right, so here's the deal. At 1:30, the Super Brawl concludes with Vikings 49ers. Can they ride the Cinderella slipper all the way to the Super Bowl championship? That's what
and again, this is so polarizing. The 408, this is hilarious. The 925, this thing is terrible. So there you go.
All right. And that's as long as you have an opinion, the worst thing you can have is no opinion whatsoever. So thank you very much for your thoughts on the text line. Remember, we're on YouTube and Twitch as well. And yes, we would like to have like a speed racer kind of thing. It would be cool. So maybe the guys at KNBR, they're a lot smarter than me. KNBR.com put something together with some of the play-by-play, which you have done expertly. Very nicely. Very well done. All right, Matthew Caller is going to join us coming up next as we continue through the NFC North. Speaking of the North, the Vikings, we should let him know that he makes it to the final of the Super Bowl. Vikings, what's going on? Maybe they're one of the teams that the quarterback won't be the number one story, because many of these have been. But we're going to ask 3 quick questions. That's all we do. Matthew's going to join us next, and then Courtney Cronin will finish up the NFC North at 1:15. In between, we'll get you caught up on everything from the ESPYs and the foreplay to what's going on with Shohei, which a lot of people are still talking about. All that coming up next. John Lund, Dave Benz, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants heading into the second half. What are the goals? What are the thoughts? What are the projections? That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Pop and lunch here on a Thursday on KNBR 680. Dave Benz keeping the chair warm for Greg Papa, who will be back not next week, but one more week of vacation for Greg Papa. I need his vacation schedule.
Dude, I know. I think he took 3 weeks here in July. Man, all right. All right, we're taking you through the NFC North. 3 very simple questions. We've already hit up on the Packers and the Lions today. Matthew Collar is going to join us in a minute from the Purple Insider. Make sure that you're following him at Matthew Collar. And we're going to get into the Vikings side of things, and then we're going to talk to Courtney Cronin, who actually used to cover the Vikings for ESPN. She covers the Bears. So let's get into it. 3 big questions in advance of training camp. Matthew Collar joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. We'll get him right now. Hang on just 1 second. But it's interesting because most people that we've talked to in advance, we're just doing this by division in 3 quick questions. We only need 10 minutes with everybody. The 3 questions are very simple. It's what's your biggest storyline? Who's the MVP? We're taking a straw poll. And then your team will get to the Super Bowl if. And the big story of the Vikings, of course, they were 12-0 in games decided by 1 score, and that's a big one. But will their story be the quarterback? Because for a lot of these teams, well, the Lions it wasn't. It was for defense. Certainly when we talked to Wayne Larrivee last hour, it was about Jordan Love, the quarterback situation. So what is the story for the Vikings? Matthew joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Matthew. How are you?
I am doing great. It is a beautiful summer in Minnesota, the short time that we have. So it's a wonderful time to be me.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
well, it's the great thing. I spent a lot of time in Minnesota. The great thing about Minnesota is the summers. It's fantastic, but it's also unfortunately mosquito season up there. So you get about having lived up there, and I'm sure you can relate to this. You get that like little sweet spot when winter first ends and the bugs haven't come out yet. Am I saying this about right? What do you got? About 10 days of that, and then after that, the mosquitoes are everywhere.
Yeah, so it hasn't been good for anybody to have a drought this year, except for those like myself who who get bit up like crazy, because the mosquitoes have been, I would say, not too bad. After they had they're early, they all hatch and come out and eat us to death. But since it hasn't really rained that much, this has been about as ideal and perfect as a Minnesota summer can get. So don't jinx it when it comes to the mosquitoes.
All right, Matthew, let's get to the big storyline of the Vikings. What is the big story in advance of training camp for the Vikes?
I think that it's so much roster turnover. I mean, if you go through just position by position from last year, and even though it was a little bit of a slow burn, like one veteran player leaving kind of every couple weeks almost, it felt like when you look up from last year's 13-win team, there are so many people who aren't here anymore. I mean, Eric Kendricks, Delvin Cook, Adam Thielen, Delvin Tomlinson, Patrick Peterson, those are all really good football players and proven guys, Pro Bowlers. And now it's a whole group of new players who are coming in that has been drafted or developed over the last couple of years that are going to get big roles here. They also have a new defensive coordinator in Brian Flores, who could not be more different from Ed Donatell last year, and they really needed a very different approach from what they had last year, but that's a whole new philosophy of a guy who's very creative and aggressive and somebody you feel like has a really great track record considering what he was able to do in Miami and his history before that with Bill Belichick. So a very respected guy, but he's working with a lot of unproven players. They have uncertainty at corner, at safety, at linebacker, and, oh, by the way, Danielle Hunter, their biggest star defensive player, is holding out right now, and we're not sure if he's going to show up at camp or get an extension or get traded or what. So there's it's working on 2 different levels, that there's a lot of new players, but there's also the Hunter situation and Justin Jefferson contract extension, which seems to be that they're not at a position yet where that's going to happen. So there's a lot of very interesting storylines with this team.
Matthew, I got to ask you just a quick aside. I know he's not on your team anymore, but is it shocking to you that nobody has finalized a deal with Delvin Cook yet?
I'm a little surprised, but I also wonder about what his price is that he thinks that he's worth, because I think if we've seen anything from the NFL in recent years is that they're not very willing to hand over the dough when it comes to running backs. I mean, even the Giants and Saquon Barkley situation being at an impasse at this moment is pretty good evidence of that, right? Like, is there a better running back than Saquon Barkley? But at the same time, how much are you going to pay him? How much of a commitment does Dalvin Cook want? And I also think, too, that, you know, the teams, I think everybody's got the analytics and their pro scouts looking at a player like that and saying, you know, when somebody has kind of a drop-off in their performance at that position as a running back in their late 20s, there's a lot of history to say that they don't really bounce back. And you know, I think that the fantasy numbers maybe aren't quite as telling as having seen Dalvin Cook. It was really not the same guy from 2 years ago. He's dealt with a lot of injuries, had shoulder surgery this offseason. So I think a lot of teams would love to bring him in and pair him with another back. But if he wants to be a bell cow back and make $10 million or something, I think that's going to be pretty hard to find a job at this point in the game.
Matthew Coller joining us, covers the Vikings at Purple Insider, at Matthew Coller, Coller, as we're taking you through the NFC North in a quick fashion. All right, the Vikings, one of the three questions, so we asked you the question about what is the big storyline. Second question is the Vikings will win the Super Bowl if. Good answer. That's a good answer right there.
That's it.
Aliens come down from space. I mean, you're talking about a franchise that went 15-1 and was a chip shot away from winning or going to the Super Bowl in 1998. And Gary Anderson missed it despite making every single kick in the regular season. So there's some sort of cosmic forces that have worked against this franchise since its existence. But I guess you would go like the Joe Flacco route, that like everything just falls their way in the playoffs. If you remember when the Ravens won that year, like a something like that. I would say that if their offense is just absolutely unbelievable because Jordan Addison becomes the next Chris Carter and they can have a Moss Carter type of situation, it is possible to have an elite offense which would give you a chance. But, I mean, usually teams that go deep in the playoffs, they have deep, great rosters filled with superstar players. That's not like a hot take, but I wouldn't describe the Vikings that way. I don't think they can really pressure the quarterback, even if Danielle Hunter is here. And, I think that it's a lot to ask for Jordan Addison to be Chris Carter. I think if he can just, prove that he can be a competent receiver to start. So I think that, and the other thing is, too, everything went right for them last year. Every single thing. You mentioned the one-score games, and still they got eliminated in the first round, and I think they're a weaker team this year. So it would take some real voodoo witch doctor magic for them, I think, to have a deep playoff run.
Matthew, well, the other question we're asking everybody is, we got the laugh out of you about the Super Bowl, which we enjoyed. The NFL as a whole, we're asking everybody to look into a crystal ball. Who do you think is going to be the preseason MVP choice in your mind? I know we haven't even hit camp yet. There's a lot to be determined, but if you had to pick a preseason MVP right now, who would you say in the league, the entire league?
Oh, the entire league? Yeah. I mean, well, obviously there's one guy that is the best player in the league. That's a pretty easy pick in Patrick Mahomes. But I think this is Joe Burrow's year. I think that it's all going to come together for Cincinnati. I've picked them to go and win the Super Bowl this year. I mean, think about how close they were against Kansas City last year. It's really hard to win back-to-back Super Bowls. I don't think anyone's done it since like 04-05 in New England. So that's going to be hard for Kansas City to do. The weapons are great. The offensive line is improved. The coaching is good. Like everything matches up. So I think that Burrow's got a great chance to even be better than he was the last 2 years and take that team really far and get all, I mean, it's not that he lacks attention or anything, but to kind of get that hype and buzz. And I think also voters don't like to give MVP to the same guy over and over again. So it's like, we gave it to Mahomes last year. Got to give it to somebody else.
Very nice. Good call. Matthew Coller, again, covers the Vikings for Purple Insider, at Matthew Coller. Thanks for the insight, Matthew. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Yep. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, man.
That was great stuff. And, he's got a good point. I mean, that is true. Voters are reluctant, unless Mahomes comes out and has like a ridiculous year.
Yep.
People always like to have somebody new in there.
Well, what's interesting is we're doing the straw poll now. Burrow is the leader in the clubhouse. Both of them today, two of the three today. So Burrow, Mahomes today. but he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in the straw poll right now, and this is kind of why it's fun to do it, because we're hearing the same thing from a lot of the different people that we're having who cover their respective teams, which is they just feel it's kind of like the Bengals' year. And and people do forget, in that DeMar Hamlin situation that happened, was it and again, we saw this last night during the ESPYs, the big story is the young man is alive. I'm not saying that that's not the story, but in terms of what it meant from a football standpoint, the Bengals kind of lost out in that situation. And so they didn't get an opportunity amongst those three teams of Kansas City, Cincinnati, and Buffalo to try to secure home field advantage in that situation. So they kind of got hurt by that. And I think a lot of people look at that and they say, okay, because really most people are saying between the three quarterbacks, Allen, Burrow, Mahomes, that it's kind of Burrow's time. We're hearing that a lot from the people who cover him.
Yeah, well, had that not happened, maybe things play out differently, but they played out the way they did. I'm not complaining. That was one of the most epic Super Bowls ever. So
Amazing.
It would have been a lot better had the 49ers been able to be in it, but it was one of the most epic Super Bowls ever.
All right, so there you go. That is the report on the Vikings. Again, we've gone Vikings, Packers, Lions at 1:15. Courtney Cronin, you might remember from her time in the Bay Area, she covers the Bears for ESPN, and she's going to join us, and we'll finish up the NFC North with that conversation. Still in the 1 o'clock hour as well, we will have the finale for the Super Bowl between the Vikings and the 49ers. We'll do that as well. Plus, as part of Remnants today is a big day in the history of sports in the Bay Area. Do you know what today is by chance?
I do.
Baseball
we talked about
related.
it. We talked about it at the beginning of the of this when we did the changeover with Murph and Mac.
Tim Lincecum, the 148 pitch performance against the Padres. That's 10 years ago today.
It's unbelievable.
Wild.
Yeah.
10 years ago today, Lincecum threw that no-hitter. If a pitcher threw, even if he had a no-hitter, near 150 pitches today, the manager would be not only fired, probably escorted out of the country.
Yeah. Bochy was one of a kind.
Yeah, he was.
And so was Lincecum, for that matter.
Absolutely. So I remember watching that game, too. It's like, even back then, it's far more to that extent now. I mean, they'd be like, he's out. I don't care how many pitches. I don't care if he's got a no-hitter. There's no way a manager would allow that. But I do remember at the time even talking about it, like, he's approaching 150 pitches. I mean, can they keep him in there? But it was like, Bochy's like, well, he's not taking him out. It's Tim Lincecum. Can't do that. So we'll play some of those highlights and remnants today.
I'm good with hearing that.
Yeah, I mean that's gonna be very, very cool. Do remember coming up this afternoon with Tolbert and Copes. It says here Tim Kawakami's pot smoking buddy Mike Silver joins Tolbert and Copes this afternoon at 3:50.
Is that what it says?
That's what it says. I'm just reading it. That's all. The great Mike Silver will join this afternoon at 3:50. So make sure that you do that. And by the way, I might as well just do two of these at once. Gabe Kapler with Murph and Mac tomorrow, previewing the second half. I don't see a time here. I don't see a time here. But Gabe Kapler will join the boys in the morning. I wonder if Gabe Kapler, who is very. Say that again. Do you have a time? Did you say 8 o'clock? 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock for Gabe Kapler. I do wonder if Gabe Kapler, who is very discerning about what he puts in his body, but the one thing I do know. A couple of weeks ago, trying to teach my son the media business. Yeah, it's a little bit of the blind leading the blind, but he goes to school at Arizona State. He's in the Walter Cronkite Broadcast School down there. So I've taken him to a few different games to cover events. And so I'd never been in Gabe Kapler's office before. That's where he does all his press conferences, post-game press conferences. So you walk there, and I shouldn't have been on this side, but I'm on the far right. He's got a big bar cart there, and he's a big whiskey guy. And I'm a huge whiskey guy. I mean, I have a bar cart at home that's got all these different whiskeys and stuff on it. And so people are talking to Gabe Kapler, and he's staring at me, and I didn't realize he's staring at me, and I'm eyeing his whiskey. And I think he was like, is that guy going to steal my whiskey? Because I just was wondering what he has. But I guess my question is I wonder if it's too early in the morning at 8 a.m. to, have a nip. Like if he's just hanging out. But, well, I guess they're on the road. But he probably takes some with him. But he has an impressive bar cart of whiskey in his office.
That is, I haven't seen it, but
yeah, it's right to the right of his couch. So he's got this black leather couch that he sits on very comfortably as he's talking to the media, and then the media crowds him, and I just happen to be on the right side, and I could have easily reached over and been I didn't do that. It wasn't that unprofessional, but I was staring down the whiskey, and the whole time he's doing the interview, he's staring at me like, does this guy want to make love to my whiskey collection? I mean, what's going on with this guy?
You should have just, when it was over, said, are you giving out samples or what?
I did. I wanted to, believe me. I did contemplate, but I was trying to be a professional with young son there, and so I was like, okay, son, that's the manager's interview. Now let's go talk to some players. Now, if it had just been me, I'd have waited till everybody else cleared out and said, let's go, man. What are you pouring there? Because we could have had a nice conversation about some nice whiskeys. I mean, he wasn't, believe me, there was no offense. There was no like Jim Beam apple sitting there, okay? It was just like, some good stuff.
By the way, totally random question, but do we know, do Cap and Kyle Shanahan have any kind of a relationship? Because I feel like they're a couple of guys that would probably get along pretty well.
That's a good call. I don't know. I mean, I think, and Steve Kerr has said this before, I think that all the coaches kind of have some sort of a bit of a relationship, just a respectful relationship, and I don't know that they're texting and talking, but you're right. I could see Kyle and Gabe in that way. Although I think Kyle eats carbs and obviously Gabe does not.
Right.
But other than that, I mean, they both like shoes. They're big shoe guys and stuff like that. So I think, fashion is important. I mean, Kyle with the hats and Gabe with the socks and the shoes.
They're not really ever in an off season together, though.
No,
so
not really.
that's kind of counterproductive.
Yeah. And you know what? I don't know if Kyle likes baseball. You see him at Warriors games a lot. But I don't know that I've seen Kyle at a baseball. Like we saw Brock Purdy, remember, and everybody was like, "Oh," and everybody's analyzing that. Did you see he high-fived with his right hand? He must be progressing quite well. It's like, oh God, really? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, that's where we're going.
We're trying to decipher where he is with his injury based on he high-fived with his right hand, and he looked fine in the motion up to the high five. I mean, that's where we are.
Breaking it down.
Wow. It's unbelievable. All right. Courtney Cronin is going to join us coming up next. She is great. She covers the Bears for ESPN as we finish up with the NFC North. The 3 questions that you need to know about the Bears. What is the number one story around the Bears? Who does she think is the MVP of the season? We're starting to get a lot of Joe Burrow vibes. And the Bears win the Super Bowl if. And that, again, might be something similar to what our friend said about Arizona. After all, the Bears did have the worst record in the NFL last year, but maybe things have changed in Chicago. We'll ask her next, only here on the Sports Leader.
El Cerrito, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, El Cerrito's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great, and I do mean great, Sergio Romo. He joined Murph and Mac this morning. Check out that podcast and more trending right now on the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
You started everything in motion by getting Justin Fields. This organization has continued to hit it out of the park with everything that they have done since that time, including now possibly closing in on land to build a new stadium. There are a lot of things that show the Chicago Bears are moving in to the modern era of football and going out there and not only getting a haul for the #1 overall pick, you also got DJ Moore, one of the top elite wide receivers in the NFL. Like, there's always like these trades. You just don't expect guys to be available. Like, it would be great to move this guy. Remember last year, Devontae Adams gets traded just out of the blue. DJ Moore is now that guy. And he's a member of the Chicago Bears. They've now addressed one of their biggest needs moving into free agency.
That's Adam Ring, and we're going through the NFC North with 3 very simple questions. Biggest storyline in advance of training camp. Your team would win the Super Bowl if, and they straw poll in the NFC, and we're seeing a lot of Joe Burrow love. So we'll get into all those things with Courtney Cronin. And, of course, you remember her from the Merck News and covered sports in the Bay Area. Did a tremendous job for years covering the Vikings, and now she's covering the Bears. You also hear her on ESPN Radio. You see her on ESPN TV as well, at Courtney R. Cronin. She joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Courtney, it's great to see you. Great to talk to you again. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing great. But first and foremost, I remember you in the Bay Area. Congrats on your success, because I hear you on ESPN Radio all the time, see you on ESPN TV, and you just do a tremendous job. So thank you for joining us. We appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate it. Always good to be back in some form or fashion in the Bay, but I need to physically get out there at some point. I definitely miss the summers that are a little bit more tolerable than the weather we have in New York right now.
Well, it's I'm sure hot and humid in New York, but that's not too bad. That's what's supposed to be this time of year. Courtney, I was in Minneapolis for a long time, so I listened to you pretty regularly on KFAN. You did a fantastic job there, and I was unaware you had gone to Chicago, but I'm sure that you're enjoying the Windy City, a fantastic place to be. Although the Bears are not a team with lofty expectations, but a team that has a lot of potential, nowhere to go but up from last season. And we're asking everybody around the NFL as we go on just a quick hitter to get an overview of the landscape going into training camp. In your mind, what is the #1 story for the Bears going into training camp?
Well, they've got a third-year quarterback in Justin Fields, and now there's few excuses to either see if he succeeds or fails. They've given him a #1 receiver in DJ Moore. They've bolstered the offensive line by keeping Cody Whitehair in the fold, which is it's kind of an underrated move there because he's moving from guard to center, and the Bears need help on the interior. Their pass protection was among some of the worst in the NFL last year between the guards and center, and then adding Darnell Wright in the mix. Like, all of the pieces are there. Ryan Foles had every chance to move on from a quarterback he didn't draft and go the route of taking a Bryce Young, if that was who they were targeting with the #1 overall pick, but they end up moving that #1 overall pick for more in a haul of picks. So Fields has got to perform this year and got to show, hey, I am the franchise guy. I'm taking steps to get there. Or the Bears very well next year could be in the same position where they don't win more than a handful of games and then have that extra first-round pick to use potentially to move up and get one of the top quarterbacks in the draft.
And absolutely, and next year, obviously, they had Caleb Williams and Drake May, and there's going to be great quarterbacks out. Fields is just interesting because the 49ers could have had him. They decided to go in a different direction with Trey Lance. They were at his pro day. They were pretty impressed, but it's kind of like what you talked about, and you were here for this. He reminds me a little bit of Kaepernick where, hey, you're a great runner, and this goes through the history of the NFL, but you got to learn to throw the football. And we saw it in the monsoon last year when they beat the 49ers. Mm-hmm. The guy is one of the best running quarterbacks in the league, but it's proven through the history of the NFL. At some point, you've got to throw it from the pocket.
Absolutely. And that's the thing that he was so good at in college. Like, his pocket presence there, and some people say, he was playing with an NFL team against lesser competition, more or less. There's some truth to that. When you've got Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Jackson Smith and Jigba, a handful of NFL talent surrounding you at the wide receiver position, it's going to look a little different. And certainly he was devoid of that last year. He had none of that around him. They were one of the worst receiving units in the NFL, and they're a group that has improved considerably with the addition of DJ Moore. And then, of course, with Darnell Mooney coming back from injury. And then you expect Chase Claypool to be able to be the guy that you traded effectively a first-round pick for, because that's what it became at 33. I know that Justin wants to be in a position where he's not having to run all the time. He said it. Like, when we did locker cleanout day, reflecting on the season, reflecting on, you were 60 yards shy of breaking Lamar Jackson's single-season rushing record. And he said, rushing records are cool, but I'm a quarterback. And so he knows he wants to set passing records at some point. Certainly we're not putting anything out there. You've got to be able to throw for more than 130 yards a game on average before you can even get into that category. But this is an offense that's predicated on rhythm and timing. That's, what we saw with Aaron Rodgers in this scheme, and, of course, Luke Getsy bringing it with him from Green Bay to Chicago. Now the Bears have to be able to trust Justin Fields in those situations that he can develop into a passer. We know Luke Getsy said that there were times, I think he said maybe even a third of their scramble plays that we saw happen were broken pass plays where Fields either ejected too early or didn't see something downfield that he needed to be able to be confident throwing the ball. So all of those things said, that's still on Justin Fields to be able to string together a passing game for the league's worst passing offense from a year ago, and that's what we're going to judge him on most critically as a quarterback and seeing where his growth is in 2023.
We are with Courtney Cronin, who covers the Chicago Bears and does a fantastic job working with ESPN. And Courtney, the final question we are asking everybody, we're taking a straw poll. We're asking you to look into your crystal ball, and if you could see an NFL MVP, who are you going to vote for this year as your preseason NFL MVP?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I'll give you the non-easy way out, because taking Patrick Mahomes, I'm sorry, is an easy thing to do. I will go ahead and say it's Jalen Hurts, because last year I do our MVP file for ESPN.com. So we start tracking it week 6, and then 3 weeks after that, every single week we do our own straw poll and then kind of go through the numbers and really parse through it. Josh Allen was an MVP candidate and had way too much on his plate. Patrick Mahomes was able to do a lot with, there's some moments in there where you're like, this shouldn't be MVP level for him, but it was, because he does things that other people don't. Jalen Hurts got hurt there at the end of the year. Had he stayed healthy and not had to miss a couple games, I think that he absolutely would have pushed Patrick Mahomes, at least in the voters' eyes, for winning MVP. And I'll go ahead and say this year, if he made that jump in year 3 to get to the Super Bowl, imagine what it's going to look like this year. Backfield is, as solidified as it's been when they get DeAndre Swift in a trade on draft day. And, of course, you still have A.J. Brown as your number 1 receiver. He is as good as any quarterback in the NFL, and he's up there with me as my MVP candidate.
All right, we got to ask everybody this. I don't know, but it's almost as fun about the teams who maybe don't have a chance at the Super Bowl, but the Bears would win the Super Bowl if?
And a lot would have to break their way. They have a chance to go. I think this would be monumental success this year. If they go from worst to second in the NFC North, holy cow. They may not even be a playoff team, because obviously you're looking at some other divisions and wondering if there's a division that might get 3, but it's it would be. I don't. It's hard to subscribe to even like that line of thinking because they are so far away. But if this is a team that can go from 3 wins to 8 wins next year, they're feeling really good about themselves and that they made the right gamble on a lot of different moves this offseason, including one that kept the quarterback.
Absolutely. Courtney, you're the best. Thank you so much.
I got one follow-up for her. Courtney, because we're doing this fun thing because it's kind of a slow week with, training camp hasn't opened yet and the Major League Baseball with the All-Star break. So we're doing an imaginary tournament, the Super Brawl. And if the monikers for the NFL teams could come to life, who wins? And believe it or not, and we've been putting the matchups into Chat GPT, and we've been letting the Chat GPT decide like who is going to win. And it's come down to and it's not the Bears. The Bears were a number 1 seed, by the way, and they got knocked out by the Vikings, the former team you covered. And the Vikings now have made this run, and we've reached the championship. And nobody's going to believe us, but we have not done this Homer style. The 49ers have made it to the championship against the Vikings. So in an imaginary battle between 49ers.
Will you explain to her how the 49ers got here, like pickaxes and dynamite?
They're allowed to bring pickaxes, shovels, and dynamite to the field.
That's what Dave put in.
If in a mythical battle between real Vikings and real 49ers, who are you picking?
Oh, man, those 49ers were crafty. When they saw gold, they were like, let's go west. The Vikings, here's the thing. I'll give this hand to the Vikings because they are the kings of the survival. Look, they've been a team that has, dealt with heartbreak 4 times in the Super Bowl. They haven't been back to the NFC Championship, yet for some reason, every single year they do things that surprise you. 13 wins last year, 10 one-score games. They're crafty in that sense, and they can deal with cold weather like other teams can't, even though they do play in a dome. So I will go ahead and give it to the Vikings.
Well, well done. That's good. That's good analyst work right there by Courtney Cronin. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. And again, love watching you. Love listening to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you both. Take care.
You got it. Courtney Cronin, again, check her out. She's a Bears reporter for ESPN, but you see her on ESPN TV, here on ESPN Radio, and she does a tremendous job. She used to be with the Mercury News as well, so she's well-traveled. Yeah, absolutely. That's this business. So great work. And that was good, like off the cuff. Like I don't think we even told her we were going to tell her that. So and she went, 49ers are crafty. But
they see gold, they break left.
That's pretty good, man. There you go. All right, that's exactly what is coming up. The Super Bowl, the final game. And again, we have not homered this. This is Chat GPT. This is spitting out from the computer. The 49ers somehow have defeated the Lions and the Titans to get to the championship game. The Vikings, meanwhile, their path included beating the Buccaneers and beating the Bears to get to where they are, and the Jags. So the 49ers beat the Seahawks too, sorry. So a 49ers Vikings final.
By the way, the 209 might be onto something on the text line. They say Chat GPT is just a 49er fan. I mean, think about it. Where Silicon Valley probably had a pretty big role in Chat GPT. I mean, probably. I'm just saying, I don't know.
So are you know the results? I don't know. So are you giving something away here?
No, I'm just saying the 49ers have made it this far.
I mean, Okay. All right. Yeah, that's good. I like it. All right, we'll do that. Coming up next, we still got some remnants for you, including a big day in San Francisco in Bay Area sports history. We'll do that as part of Remnants at about 1:45. Dave Benz is here. Pop will be back in a couple of weeks. Pop and London here on the Sports Leader.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
All right, this is it. With a tear in my eye. And I don't know how this is going to end either. I'm at the edge of my seat. Imagine what the people who are so invested in the Super Bowl believe. So here's what got us here. 16 teams. We took out 16 teams we thought that had weak names. We kept in the 16. The 49ers are teetering. We thought we were going to have to take them out, but then someone texted in and said, hey, they have pickaxes and dynamite. We went, that's all we needed here.
Right.
Want to get the hometown team in there, but they have gone all the way to the final. And despite the fact that many have accused us of homerism, that is not what the computer thinks. It had just spit it out. So the Vikings are here. They got by the Bears. Let's see, who else did they get by?
They got by the
Jags.
Buccaneers in the first round.
Yeah, that's right. Buccaneers, Bears, and Jags to get here. The 49ers upsets all along the way. They beat the Lions and the Titans, then the Seahawks to get here, and a final of Vikings, 49ers, and no homerism. This is how the computer spit it out, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. So no homerism here. Vikings, 49ers for the Super Brawl championship. If you are new to this whole thing, Dave has done a tremendous amount of work, by the way, way too much work for this show, and has put this into ChatGPT, put these in with the parameters, and this is what it spits out. And again, it's not the teams themselves on the field. So for the final, 11 49ers with their pickaxes and dynamite and everything else versus 11 Vikings.
With their shields and their swords and their spears.
Right.
And yeah.
That's what it is. So are we ready for the final?
I think I'm ready.
Let's go.
London Benz present the Super Brawl. Super Brawl. The battle royale to the death of NFL mascots.
And everybody's off the benches. We got a legitimate fight going on
KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your seats as we embark on the thrilling finale of this mythical tournament. The Vikings and 49ers have battled their way all the way to the championship showdown, and we now witness the ultimate clash between these legendary warriors.
It's a battle for the ages, Dave. The Vikings, armed with their swords and arrows, crossbows, knives, they face off against the 49ers. Their hammers, pickaxes, shovels. They've used them so expertly to get here. Dynamite as well. Both teams have displayed incredible skill and tenacity throughout the tournament, and now it all comes down to this final duel.
The Vikings are paying homage to their Norse gods. They call upon the powers of Odin and Thor.
Oh, yes, look at that. Oh, wow. 49ers are undeterred, though. They stand firm with unwavering determination.
And the battle commences. The Vikings charge forward, their swords slashing through the air, while the 49ers skillfully wield their tools in defense.
It's a flurry of strikes, blocks, counterattacks. Each side tries to gain the upper hand early.
The Vikings are now raining arrows upon the 49ers, and two of them have taken a hit. But wait, a couple of 49ers have landed blows with their pickaxes.
Wow. It's 2, 4, 5, 9 on 9.
The Vikings continue to unleash arrows on the 49ers, but they make a shield with their shovels, and the arrows are not getting through. The Niners are responding by throwing hammers at the Vikings. They, too, are falling to the ground, meeting the Vikings' shields.
This thing is insane. This thing is deadlocked.
The 49ers, though, John, they've lit some dynamite and have lofted it high over the Vikings' shield wall. Oh, that deafening explosion rocks the battlefield. 6 Vikings have gone down, but some shrapnel also catches 2 49ers.
Could the underdog 49ers complete this thing? 3 Vikings are left, but 7 49ers.
Well, the remaining Vikings are leaving nothing on the battlefield, attacking the 49ers with their knives and spears. It's a spectacle of raw strength and skill.
Wow, the Vikings invoking the powers of their Norse gods. They fight with renewed vigor. They channel Odin's wisdom and Thor's lightning.
The Vikings, because of that, they're able to each take out 2 more Niners, but they lose one of their own in their assault.
We're coming down the stretch. The count now stands at, 2 Vikings. There's 5 49ers.
The remaining Vikings are not showing any let-up. Each takes out 2 more Niners, so that's 4 that go down, and 1 Niner goes down in the process as well. We're down to 1 combatant each.
Will Jim Marshall run the wrong way? There's 1 Viking and 1 49er decide it all.
Their eyes are locked in determination. determination as the stadium falls silent as the two Warriors face off. The Viking swings his sword with deadly precision, but the 49er defends it with his shovel.
Blow after blow, they're exchanging fierce attacks, neither willing to yield an inch.
The crowd is on the edge of its seats.
The clash of steel echoes through the air. Can you hear that? Can you smell that? Every move scrutinized by the watching eyes of the fans.
And now the Viking, he goes for a leap, and the 49er lands a devastating blow. The Viking has stumbled. He's on the ground. The 49er swings his pickaxe, and it's over. He's finished him off.
The crowd erupts in thunderous applause and cheers as the 49er emerges as the sole combatant standing. They've done it. They've proven their mettle, their skill, their spirit. They're true champions of this mythical tournament.
How about that?
Wow.
The 49ers are your 2023 Super Bowl champions.
No homerism, right? No homerism.
And
come on the text line.
Full disclosure on ChatGPT, it wasn't even that close. It was more one-sided.
Really?
I told ChatGPT, like, I didn't want to affect the ending, but I told ChatGPT, I said you got to make it closer.
Now, will you read, since we have time to do this, will you read the disclaimer just because people aren't going to believe it? So you did this. And then you said, come on, ChatGPT, like, really? And then you had a disclaimer. I'll give you a minute because you had it up before. But you actually asked it, right? Because you're like, really? Like, could you really do this? And it actually gave you an answer of like, hey, man. So that people know, like, we didn't do this. And again, to just reiterate, the 49ers barely got into the tournament.
Okay, I just re-asked the question because I don't know if I'll find it. So I just said, could the 49ers really have won this tournament? And ChatGPT's response, in a mythical tournament where the mascots of NFL teams come to life, the outcome is purely speculative and open to interpretation. The depiction of the 49ers winning the tournament is based on the creative context of this imaginary scenario. In reality, the result of such a battle would depend on numerous factors, including the specific abilities and strengths attributed to each team's mythical representation. It's important to remember the outcome is entirely fictional and meant to provide entertainment.
Which it clearly did. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Very nice.
Thank you, ChatGPT.
So again, this thing started out with 16 teams. We kicked out the 16 lamest, and we came up with, for the 16, Bears, Patriots, Vikings, Buccaneers, Jets, Eagles, Raiders, Jaguars, Titans, Falcons, Lions, 49ers, as we said, Giants, Seahawks, and Panthers, Bengals, and the 49ers coming on top. I mean, not that Vegas would ever put odds on such an event, but the 49ers, as I'm looking at the team names, they might have been the longest of long odds of the teams that maybe the Patriots too. But the Patriots, I mean, I would even think the Patriots would have an advantage on the 49ers.
To me, the entire thing changed with the Eagles somehow taking out the Jets. Because there's no way. How
would the 49ers have taken out the Jets?
There's no way the Jaguars are taking out the Jets. There's no way the Vikings are taking out the Jets. And there's no way the 49ers are taking out the Jets.
I'm trying to think back on that matchup. It was yesterday, and we've done so many, of how the Eagles took out the Jets.
Because
they dive bomb them or something?
Yeah, they were able to. An Eagle was able to get into the engine compartment and was able to like knock one of the planes off, and then that ended up smashing into another plane, right. And it was
Well, what an upset. And it is. It's just styles make matchups or whatever they say, because like you said, good thing the 49ers didn't have to take on the Jets, because I just didn't see that happening.
Yeah.
Like they're like, we're looking for gold. What the hell these because like you said, just to go back to the beginning, I was thinking the Jets weren't going to be a threat at all. I was saying it was a passenger plane. You were saying they're an F-15. So it's like you do have to interpret kind of what the teams are. But anyway.
I do love that this has played out exactly how I thought it would be. I knew. I was like, this is going to be so polarizing. People are either going to love it or hate it. There's not going to be any in between. And the text line is exactly that. It's either love or hate. But it's great because people, nobody is going to not remember hearing this. That's for certain.
Believe me, I told you this. We've talked 49ers to a blue in the face. You always do bits, and every time I'm out and somebody says something about the show, it's always some bit. And so I will. The next time I see somebody outside of the building, I'm sure that stops me, it'll be they either loved it or hated it. I mean, That's just what it is.
But they're going to remember it.
Yeah, and look, not that I use my wife as the overall barometer of everything, but she did say she was entertained by it. Murph even said his wife was entertained by it. I'm just saying, like, my wife is not the hardest of hardcore sports fans. And so if we start breaking down, double deep zones and all this stuff, she's kind of like, she's out. Like she's turning it on anything but this. But yesterday she made a point of be like, I thought that was funny. So I don't know what that means.
Yeah, well, I just wish ChatGPT didn't give me the middle finger this morning when I got up at 5 a.m. because they could have been even more entertaining with me having to write them on the fly here during the show. I'm like, oh, it's my turn to ask Matthew a question about the Detroit Lions? Okay, sure.
If people could have seen, and they could, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, you were every single break. You were feverishly writing.
Yeah, I was trying to tweak it. Yeah, I was trying to tweak it to make it more suitable for being fun on the air.
Because here's what happens is so that it and again, I believe you when you say this. It spits out a script.
Right.
You weren't changing who won and who lost. You were simply just saying, again, I make this analogy of or comparison of it's a book to movie where you're just making the script more entertaining, but you're not changing the result.
Right. Well, like for an example, for this last one, I say to ChatGPT, include a reference to the Vikings and the Norse gods. And then it puts it in it like 12 times. It's like, no, I don't need to have it 12 times.
Right. Yeah.
So I go through and edit that part out.
Wow, 49ers. I'd have never thunk it. Because I'm looking at all these teams and team names, and I'm saying to myself, even the Patriots, they fought. And the 49ers, they were mining gold. Like, they weren't fighters. I don't know that they were lovers, but they were not fighters.
They were tough, though.
They were tough. I'd say that. But I would have said that they would have the longest odds amongst all these teams, and especially the way that they got there. Because I looked at the bracket when we printed it, and I said, well, they're losing to the Lions in the first round. And then I said, okay, then we come back, and I'm like, well, they're definitely losing to the Titans in the next round. And then they won that, and then 49ers Seahawks. And again, I don't think that the Seahawks are that, feared of a bird. And so I thought, well, maybe they have a chance. But then I thought, now that I think they have a chance, they'll probably lose, and they didn't. And then Vikings, I'm like, Vikings? They're not winning that, and they won all of them. So
anyway, that was fun. I hope the audience was entertained. I certainly had fun, and it made the show go by very fast.
Yeah, because we were working.
Every time I looked up at the clock, I'm like, I don't have enough time.
That was tremendous. All right, we have the final remnants of the show today, and then Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour, including this day in sports history. If you're a Giants fan, you're going to love this one. We'll do it next on the Sports Theater.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That was at ESPN. Those were masterful, by the way.
The SportsCenter spots, yeah.
They were
so
great.
good.
And what's so funny about that is, like, Tim Lincecum would never do that. Those were so amazing. And I know you covered him. Like, and we're gonna tell you a reason why we're talking about him in just a second. 10-year anniversary of something that Timmy did. But I just remember him when you would go into the clubhouse and you'd talk to him, and he was cordial and very nice and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, he was all of 5'10", I don't know, 175. I mean, maybe.
He was not imposing.
No. And so what he would do is, you know how it is there. You come out of the clubhouse and you take a right, and you go out to your car, and there's all these, all the fans are waiting. And Tim looked like a skater. And so what he'd do is he'd put on a beanie, and he had kind of long shorts on, and he'd have like maybe some sort of a jacket or something, but nothing was flashy. And then he'd put on sunglasses, and he just looked like an average everyday guy. And so if you didn't see him coming right out of the clubhouse, like I remember following him a couple of times out, if you didn't see him coming out of the clubhouse, people didn't know who he was because his hair was tucked up into his beanie a lot of times, and he could walk right by people. And he was the biggest rock star in the Bay Area at the time. And it's like, I would stand behind him and I'd look at people like, do you not know that this is Tim Lincecum? And he could walk right out of there. Whereas like Madison Bumgarner, he's not walking right by you. Well, Lincecum could.
There was a guy during the Lincecum era that was like a Timmy doppelganger that would walk around, and he would look for the limelight.
Totally different.
He wanted people to think he was Timmy.
Yeah, it's amazing. So again, 10 years ago today, San Diego, if a manager allowed 148 pitches, he would be immediately fired, but this was a different day.
Giants fans, and there's a bunch here standing, all cheering. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Alonso. Swinging a drive into left center field. Blanco waiting. He puts it away, and that's a no-hitter for Tim Lincecum.
That was awesome. That was a great moment because I just remember watching this thing going, how long is he going to go? How long is he going to go? Because today, I mean, there's no way, right? I mean, there's no way that a manager lets a guy go almost 150 pitches. Not happening.
No, Boch had his guys back. That's why they loved him. And, Timmy, I'm sure if Timmy had said he was gassed, Boch would have pulled him. But I'm sure Boch said, you want to go? Yeah, heck yeah, let's go. Let's do it.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing. So Tim Lincecum, 2013. The other thing, too, is obviously we remember that time because Timmy was struggling at that point. This is 2013, and he had been so good, and he was kind of, at that point, kind of starting to struggle a little bit. And so to have him do that, and remember it being obviously right out of the All-Star break and doing that, but he gets the big Buster hug and all that kind of stuff. And I think at that point, he just had barely cut his hair or something, I remember. And it was like, wow. It was just the dude, when he had it going on, it was a sight, man.
By the way, you mentioned the SportsCenter spots. There's a great company. I'm going to give them a plug, even though that we're not getting paid to give them a plug, but called Jigsaw Health, and they're a big sponsor for pickleball. If you get a chance, Google some of their spots. They're almost as good as the SportsCenter stuff. Whoever does their stuff, their spots are great. They're great. Not nearly as in the public domain, but anybody who follows pickleball, watches any of that stuff, is familiar with it. They're great.
And I'm glad you brought it up. So I'll be doing the show solo tomorrow. You're out. Pop is going to be out all of next week, and then he'll return after that as we get closer to training camp. But you're going to be gone tomorrow. Why?
I'm flying to Boston for all of about 48 hours. I'm on a red-eye tonight. I'll be back late Sunday night, so I'll be back with you on Monday. But I'm going to do the Pickleball Ballpark Series, and I know KNBR has been running ads for it. It's coming to Oracle Park next weekend. But this weekend, it's in Boston at Fenway. So CBS Sports Network tomorrow at 4 Pacific, 7 to 9 Eastern. I'll be broadcasting the Pickleball Ballpark Series, and then again on Sunday. There's no broadcast on Saturday, but so Friday, Sunday, I'll be on CBS Sports Network announcing the Pickleball Ballpark Series from Fenway this weekend and from Oracle Park next weekend.
I think it's cool. I think
I'll give you a call from Fenway tomorrow.
Yeah, because I just want to see, I just want to have you describe what it's like because, yeah, seeing baseball there. I've seen baseball at Fenway Park. It's absolutely amazing. But, I mean, I don't care. You know what I mean? It could have pickleball courts on there. I don't care. I mean, just doing stuff like that from Fenway Park is just, that's cool.
Well, and I heard on the commercial that we're running for the one at Oracle that I don't know if everybody's getting it or I heard there's a pickleball paddle that has the Giants logo on it. So I'm going to try to make sure I get one of those, obviously, but I'm also going to try to see if I can get one with the Red Sox logo when I'm at Fenway, because that would be super cool to have.
Yeah, so that is, you're doing that tomorrow, so I'll be solo tomorrow, and you got that going on today. By the way, I told you that Bill Shakin of the LA Times had written a piece, and he had gone to many, many players to make a case for Shohei. There's a couple of ones that stood out. I read the Alex Cobb one, but just to give it to you again, he says, this is Alex Cobb trying to sell San Francisco. He says, knowing Shohei, I know the financial aspect of things is very low on his list. I would tell him that we are an organization that it sounds silly to have to say this. The number one priority is to win a World Series. The organization knows how to do it. They've done it many times in the past. They have an ownership group that is willing to expand all the resources no matter what is needed at the time. It's an organization that is really fun to be a part of. They treat the families right. All the outside things that people don't see happen on the field, they take a lot of pride in making sure those things are done right. I know that he would feel very comfortable there. Now, what I thought was really funny...
McClanahan right under him?
Was...
Shane McClanahan had a one-liner.
Here's Brent Rooker of the A's. I think we've got a really good core group of young guys coming up who are going to develop over the next few years and make us competitive sooner rather than later. I think the addition of a talent like his would obviously make any team take a huge step forward, including ours. I would think he doesn't end up in Oakland, but we'll see where it goes. And then he goes, Kevin Garnett, anything is possible! So there you go.
The A's have a better chance of signing Kevin Garnett than getting Shohei Ohtani.
Shane McClanahan's line was just, we win a lot of baseball games.
That's
all he said for Tampa.
David Bednar, of course, Will Bednar's brothers in the Giants system. This is pretty funny. Because I don't know if people know of Pittsburgh, but David Bednar's thought for the Pirates was, we put French fries on everything. I think that's the only selling point, and they do in Pittsburgh. And it's I don't want to be disparaging, but I mean, well, and what they have is it's called Permane Brothers.
Yep.
And what they do is, and they are good sandwiches, but you got to take a nap right afterwards. But they take this like pounds of whatever meat you want, but usually it's roast beef, and then they put coleslaw on it, then they put fries on it, then they put cheese on top of that.
It's like steak fries, too. They're like big potato.
I mean, seriously, it is ridiculous. And I remember I moved there, and I was working for ESPN, and the first lunch went out, you got to go to Permane Brothers. It's just kind of a tradition. And I go out at like noon, and these things are just massive. They're big as your head, and you have to use a knife and a fork. And I got back to the office. I'm like, how do you guys work? Like, I need a couch in my office. Like, I can't
get that itis. Yeah.
It's a lot of carbs, man.
Oh, my God. It was ridiculous. Believe me. I'll say it. People aren't thin there.
No, they're not.
There's a reason
it's not quite
why.
West Virginia, but you're right.
Yeah, they're not. I mean, they're not.
It's not West Virginia. You're not going to see people like that here in San Francisco. You're going to see a lot of out-of-shape people in the city.
Yeah, well, and Pittsburgh, not an NBA city, so I haven't been there a lot. I was there once. Yeah. I actually saw a game at Three Rivers back in the day. Nice. A Monday night football game, Packers-Steelers. That was a lot of fun. But, yeah, I haven't, for the most part, I haven't been to Pittsburgh very often.
What's going on?
Not much, dude. How are you guys?
Oh, yeah.
Great.
You figured out who won the Super Bowl?
Yeah, the 49ers. Now, be honest.
You guys are homers.
No, see, he did it through a computer.
I could show you. I'll show you the history.
I swear I don't. It's okay.
There was not.
It's okay.
There was not a single. There was not a single suggestion that the 49ers should win. In fact, I told John. Every time I put the 49ers in, I kind of wanted them to lose because I didn't want to open myself up to them.
Is that who it was? You said
no. So it's like literal like 49ers, not like the mascots.
Like dudes rocking Levi jeans and opening up Bank of America accounts.
With pickaxes and hammers and dynamite.
Like hanging out in Sacramento. Yeah. Well, yeah. And dynamite, right. Okay, so like Tom and I have done this for the March Madness tournament each year, and we usually just do it like pretty briefly with their mascots. You say if you were going to put each mascot against each other, it ends pretty quickly when you realize, and if like the Miami Hurricanes or the Iowa State Cyclones are in, I'll take them over any Wildcat or Bear. Like I'll take the elements. So You get sourdough, so you got the 49er over, who was it? A Viking?
The 49ers beat the Vikings.
Okay.
But yeah, we went all out, man. We did full
That's
play-by-play.
like 70s playoff matchup or something like that. You know what I mean?
Look, we only put him in because a guy right at the very end, because we took out the 16 weakest names.
It came down at the last for the final two spots. The three teams were the Cowboys, the Patriots, and the 49ers.
How quick were the Browns out? I mean, would you?
Paul Brown's not beating anybody.
Like one guy out there?
So some guy texted in, and we were looking for an excuse to just put him in. And we thought they'd get knocked out early. And we were just looking for an excuse to put him in, and the guy goes, "Oh, they got dynamite, pickaxes." I'm like, in. Okay, good.
Yeah.
And so I didn't think,
this is like when they did Deadliest. Was it called Deadliest Warrior? What was that? We were talking about that a couple of years ago. That show where they would put like they put a samurai against a like Genghis Khan. You know what I mean? They do different historical warriors, and then they would like do a history on each one. And if you were going to CGI put them together, like.
That would
Antonio
be cool.
Tarver and Stallone in Rocky VI, who would win that fight? That's what they were doing. Then after like a season, they were like RoboCop versus Terminator. Like we got that. It was a movie. You know, we know who wins stuff.
All right. Anything to promote that you're going to do here in like 1 minute?
Mike Silver's coming on. We'll talk a little Niners with him. We'll get into that. I don't know if Burnsy's coming on. We're definitely going to get into some of this John Maziliak stuff today as it relates to the Giants. I don't know if the Cardinals are a fit. Yes, I heard you talking one-stop shop. That could be one. I don't know if you want Flaherty, but it's on the table.
And they got a glut.
Nolan Gorman is a guy
middle infielders, and so they could do that. They're making low money, but they have a lot of guys. Like you said, Flaherty's in last year's deal. Chicago's another one where you could go Giolito.
I like their Mets idea. I want to talk that out more. Kodai Senga, get him here, take that money. You thought about him anyway.
Exactly right.
Sort of lured Shohei. And
that's
the stuff that Alex Cobb is saying, it was tongue in cheek the other day, but I think these comments carry weight with a guy that he knows.
Absolutely. So, and it was interesting. Yeah, Bill Shagan wrote that in the LA Times, and some of them were funny, like Rooker, but there's a couple other ones that are like, look, Mookie Betts went on and on. It's like, dude. I know, right? Hey, we got some young talent on this team. Yeah, okay, get out of here.
18 days.
That was funny.
18 days till the trade deadline. So it's only going to get more frenzied as we get closer.
Nice work, man. We'll see you on Monday.
Yeah, I'll call
Dave
you
did
from
not
Fenway.
get a chance. We'll talk to him tomorrow from Fenway.
Have a good trip.
Thanks to Walter getting all the guys for football. We'll continue that tomorrow. Thanks to Danny as well. They're coming up next. Tolbert and Copes. Keep it right here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Who's the clown with the safari hat? Pulis Mayoko.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Got to come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, we're going to have a tough booking here today. Mike Silver, Chronicle, going to join us.
Hey, Greg Silver, how'd you get him?
How'd we get that guy? That was a tough one.
And why did it take 3 or 4 days? You know what I mean? Couldn't get a call back from his dad.
Eric Burns. Burns is going to join us at 3:50. And then Larry Bear will join us at 4:50. So do a little football, a little baseball today. What's up?
What's up, dude? I did no ESPYs last night.
None.
You know what I did yesterday? First time I've done this in years. I'm going to Clear Lake tomorrow.
Yep.
Going to take the boat out. It's going to be 104 or something all week. I'm going to
warm.
melt. My mom apparently has planned we've never done this before. Marcus, the water boy from the morning show, he's coming up with me. Jacob Violante, one of the guys here. My brother Casey's coming, one of his buddies. My mom has planned for Saturday afternoon. She's like, we are doing a full-on day of Survivor. We're going to have competitions, immunity challenges, vote outs, a whole sequence. She's planned days of games, events, and so we're going to get into it.
Wow.
Take the boat out, do the inner tubing thing, just sit on the dock and drink beers, swim all day, throw the football back and forth, or you're sitting on a noodle in the lake. So I went to Costco yesterday for the first time since pre-COVID. Hadn't been in a long time. I forget, it's kind of maniacal. The deals you get on stuff, it's unbelievable what you can walk out with. I mean, hundreds of dollars worth of chicken for pennies on the dollar, it seems like. I mean, we got stuff to grill. I'm looking forward to it. Good summer weekend. Heat waves coming in. Should be a fun weekend.
Yeah, me and my buddy always used to have this bit about Costco, because I've been going to Costco. I haven't been in a while, but we used to go, and we came to the conclusion that Costco is the best for getting stuff you don't need, but you feel like you can't turn it down because it's such a great price.
And that's how they do it. I was reading an article about them last night. I was like, how do they do it? Like, I've never looked into it. How do they do it? Their deal is that they place these orders with the big companies for their bulk stuff. Like, you can't go in and buy, I wanted to get one or two smaller packs of hot links. I couldn't. I had to go to Safeway this morning. I had to get my bulk hot dogs and burgers,
ain't gonna work.
Meat and stuff like that. You want smaller stuff. You can't get one of something. And if you do, it's 40 gallons.
It's massive. It's massive.
Of something. So they apparently place orders. They don't care about having one of every brand of something. They don't care about what they do. Is they just place huge bulk orders for massive orders of stuff that is unique to them, where you can't buy that bulk stuff anywhere else. It's a warehouse order that they do. But because they buy so much product, they're able to market. I got 10 pounds of drumsticks that I'm going to barbecue up this weekend. It was $9, dude. 10 pounds. You go to Safeway, it's $20 to get one of those long things of meat. So
are you sure those aren't discarded human drumsticks?
They could be, but their whole point is that they want to. It's pretty small. We're talking. We're getting into some dangerous territory here. Some Anthony Jeselnik baby joke territory here. If we're talking drumsticks,
it's like the discarded pile in 300.
Well, it only gets. He's
not a Spartan.
Do they build the wall?
But he looks tasty. Get that drumstick off that kid.
We're back to Donner Party from yesterday.
Oh, my God.
But,
so the problem is, when I was growing up, Costco's been around for a long time. And it was a big deal to get a Costco card back in the day. That was a gold, a platinum, whatever card you want for whatever hotel, flying. It was just those people that had Costco cards would get orders from other people in the neighborhood.
Still do.
You have Thank you. Yeah, that was our neighborhood when somebody was going to Costco. Okay, give me 4 of this, 5 of that, 7 of those. So now just about anybody can get them. But back in the day, it was hard to get. So I remember thinking one day that my mom bought Laura Scudder peanut butter, jar of peanut butter there. Massive jar of peanut butter.
Bigger than a gallon of milk.
Yeah, and it lasted a year. It lasted for. I'm
you got any peanut butter left?
I'm like,
yes, we do.
Yeah, we I think we do. Check the fridge.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
It was I would never put peanut butter in the fridge. Just wouldn't put because I'm not going to have it that long. But when you have it a year, I mean, and this thing was as big. If you could see, if you're watching,
it's like that.
If you're watching on TV, all 7 of you, it was as tall as this Aquafina and wider. It was massive,
like a laundry detergent jug, almost a peanut butter.
You didn't even have knives long enough to dig into the bottom of it. It's Mom, now we got to buy extra long knives just to get into the peanut butter that you bought in June. And it's March now. It's it wouldn't go away. So that's what ends up happening with Costco. You end up getting stuff. Now, the one thing you can buy is cases of beer, which you'd buy anyway.
I did, yeah. Some good sizes, some good prices on that.
And they get great prices on alcohol. The thing is, they don't buy it for very much. They buy so much of it, they get it so cheap.
So that's the deal. They sell it to you. So their whole thing is just about price point tiny. It's they're losing money on the hot dog. You know that? They charge $1.50 or whatever, $1.25 for a hot dog.
Yeah.
And they're we're never, the CEO was we never change the price. I don't care what you do. I don't care we're losing. He said over my dead body. And by the way, that's the hot dogs I bought to grill up this weekend.
Over my dead body?
Yeah, the over my dead body.
Why?
the Costco over my dead body.
Did you get the free samples while you're there too?
Extra beefy.
I mean, you can just go there once a day and fill up. You don't even need to eat. Just go to Costco in the morning
samples
and
are money.
And just loiter, just like cruise around.
Those little cups, those little pill cups. They put the snack in.
Yeah, like it got to a point. Yeah, they had to kick me out one time. I was bringing my own toothpick. I was like, "I'll take that."
So your steel toothpick? I get a little case for it.
Exactly.
I got my own. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's like a little mini pool cue thing.
Right.
You open up and you take out. And you
screw it together.
Yeah. I'll take that sausage. Thank you very much.
Vienna?
I chalk it up.
Right.
Go, yeah, give me that right there.
Get your hands all chalky.
I'm going to grab that. The one thing we did go there for, I don't go anymore because I don't eat them as much anymore, but I used to love to go to Costco and get the muffins. The variety muffins.
Dude, I stood in front of them for about 15 minutes yesterday deciding.
The chocolate muffins are incredible. The blueberries
chocolate chip
incredible.
With the chocolate glaze on top. Dude,
man.
the drizzle. I was like,
the muffins were just insane.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane. I mean, it was, you could just feel your arteries hardening as you're eating that muffin because it was so big and you knew it's like, this thing. And the one thing you can't do when you're eating something like that is look at the caloric stuff because you're like, oh, damn, there's 800 calories in that. And I know, well, exactly. That's why I stopped doing it. I go, you know what?
Yeah.
I go, if I'm going to have it, I'm just going to have it. I'm not even going to worry about it. But I haven't had one of those muffins in years. But that used to be.
They're money.
Yeah, once every 4 months.
Yeah.
You know, we'd go there and just load up on the muffins and get
if we were hosting a party, we had like a big family party and we were hosting, they'd always get, and then we get the leftovers of stuff. You know, you're putting stuff out. It's like, you're doing a baptism.
Or get the goldfish.
Oh, the giant.
Dude, they need a dump truck to fill that thing up.
Unreal.
I mean, literally, you hear the dump truck going beep, beep.
How about the cereal?
What are you guys doing?
Like the potato sack.
We're loading the goldfish. Watch out. You get buried into the goldfish.
Yeah, it's like a big carton.
What happened? It's an avalanche of goldfish. Yeah, but the big Fruit Loops.
Dude, they come in like
9,000 ounces.
They're like laying on a flatbed. They give you like a flatbed to walk out with. You know what I mean?
The flatbed's incredible. The flatbed is absolutely incredible. But you end up spending way more money than you really should be spending.
The membership?
Because you have to buy it. No, the items when you go in. Because you don't have any other choice, but you figure, well, I'm getting such a good deal that I got to buy this. And you get home and you look at it and you're thinking, what the hell am I going to do with all this stuff? I don't even know, where am I going to put it? It's going to take me forever to eat it, and then, a third of it goes bad because you just haven't been able to get around to eating it, or you're sick of it by the time you're toward the end of it. You're like, I don't want that anymore.
You can't have that much. You got to go variety packs of stuff if you're going to do it.
And then the variety packs are like massive.
I don't need
like
all the smacks at the end.
that.
I don't need the honey roasted smacks. Yeah, we'd always end up, whenever you get the variety pack of like this mini cereal boxes, we'd always end up with that section of the smacks at the end. I'm like, I don't need
cornflakes.
Come on, I don't need those.
Get them out of here.
You're getting the Cinnamon Toast Crunch, the Frosted Flakes, all that stuff's going early.
Yeah, see, I haven't bought a mini cereal variety pack in a long time. Mine, when I was growing up, was Frosted Flakes were coveted. Corn Flakes always stayed. They just got chucked.
I didn't care.
Corn Pops, which I liked. Like Cocoa Krispies, very, very good. Fruit Loops, very good.
Apple Jacks? You like Apple Jacks?
Apple Jacks are okay.
I like an Apple Jack. I haven't had
okay.
in years, but I like Apple Jacks.
And then Grape Nuts, which I just used to asphalt my driveway.
Oh, dude, those things are hard as
Grape
hell.
Nuts are the
Chip
worst.
a tooth on this.
Yeah, Grape Nuts are the worst things ever. They're just terrible. I remember somebody said, just soak them in milk for like an hour. I'm like, wait, why do I want to do that with my cereal? Like, I'm really going to start like an hour early. I really want some cereal at 4. It's 3. No, it's like, what are you, setting out a chicken to get ready to roast? Like, no. I'm with cereal, I want to pour in a bowl and I want to eat it.
Pour out the night before.
I want to eat it. The only cereal I might let bathe in the milk for
Cocoa?
5 minutes or so. No, the Cap'n Crunch.
Let the berries. Oh, you want the...
it's got to soften a little bit sometimes because that will just shred your mouth.
Yeah.
And I made the biggest mistake of my eating life one day where I was early in the process of dating Lori. She was working at Friday. She said, come on by after practice Friday night. So I went Friday night. But earlier that day, I had like a big bowl of Cap'n Crunch and just shredded the roof of my mouth. And then what did I get?
Got a bleeder. Yeah.
Oh, I got hot wings.
Oh, no.
I was in so much pain.
At Fridays?
At the bar. I was like just sitting at the bar, so uncomfortable. I remember her
drinking beer just to cool the roof of your mouth.
Are you okay? Like that? Yeah, just the roof of my mouth messed up.
Hey, that's a Cap'n.
Stupid to say.
Got me.
Cap'n shredded me with his sword. But yeah, Costco is it definitely has its place.
It's got its appeal, dude.
Absolutely.
It's got its value.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 510 says, be careful besmirching Costco. The Costco cult is like the Taylor Swift cult. They're tougher than that. No, we're not besmirching. I think what I was getting to is saying, I think Costco, pound for pound, like, I don't know that you're going to find somebody that's like, screw that place, man.
No.
I don't know that there's anybody
I've
ever.
It's dangerous.
Yeah, it's dangerous because you'll go down a pit of of hunger and not hungry and buy it anyway. Dude, somebody says we used to buy the 2-pack of milk at Costco because it was cheaper than a gallon at the grocery store. Then we just chucked the second milk. What? He's like, we never got to it. It was cheaper to get 2 gallons than one at the grocery store. You're like, screw it, we can't even finish this. It's still cheaper.
Oh, that's right. I do remember the 2. Or how about the 2 big monster Prego spaghetti sauces?
Sasha bought those yesterday.
She did,
big monster. Because she'll use those.
Things are huge.
She'll go through a couple of those, but she uses a lot of sauce. But somebody says, you ever gotten a 408 on the text line? Ever gotten a sample of something at Costco that is not new and something that people get always, but for some reason they're like sampling Cheetos or Go-Gurt? That's a great point. They do that. They'll sample stuff that's like we're trying to get rid of it. And usually it's because they don't shelf stuff that they don't sell. If you see stuff on shelves, they're ordering because that's going to go. Like they only get, if there's only nacho cheese Doritos and not Cool Ranch that they can get at a great value, they're getting that bulk. And then they'll sell through that and then they'll get something else. That's the point of keeping the price point low for them. That's their model.
I just remember it used to be, again, this is probably like 30 years ago, maybe even 40 years ago, that it used to be not so much consumers coming in there to purchase products. It was like store owners.
Right.
Like store owners would go and buy in bulk and then they'd resell.
Somebody said boosters at football games in high school love the muffins.
Exactly. Oh,
Dude, that's probably the last time I had
Candy bars.
Candy bars, right.
Yeah,
that's a big one.
all that stuff.
Snack
you could
bars,
resell
all that stuff.
for a profit. And that's what it used to be. I remember you used to have, like, there used to be an executive account, like in the morning, and those type of people, like store owners and stuff, would come and get, and then the individuals would come like later in the day. But yeah, it's changed a little bit. But I haven't been in a while. I did find a pair of OP shorts there one time, though.
You get clothes there sometimes.
Oh,
like
there's a ton of clothes in ours.
Dickies there, dude. Money.
Oh,
Dickies at the San Leandro one.
Yeah.
Dude, tires. Yeah.
Well, people, I know a lot of people that go there to get gas.
Oh, that's easy. Yeah. Oh, how about the optometry? Yeah. Optometry's that's what I'm saying. Pound for pound, Costco might be the number one store in America. Like for grocery, for purchasing. I don't know if there's anybody who's got beef with it. Like I run into problems at Safeway all the time. I got my gripes, you know? The flatbeds is what we're talking about, Tim.
Oh, yeah,
you
the
can carry all that stuff out.
How long do you think you could live if you used Costco, just you and your family, as a bomb shelter, and then you just lived there? You could probably live, 5 years?
Yeah, probably. Tim says more.
You think way longer than 5 years? You don't think some of it go bad, though?
There's a bunch of dry goods, yeah.
And you could get hammered. Just hammered.
Just wasted.
I mean, you get wasted every single night.
Right. All the uncured meats you got to eat, too. All the meats and the cheeses they got sitting there. You'd have to eat through all that stuff first.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I just want to make sure the mister's still working on the produce. So I can walk in the room and just sit there and get misted.
So we'll stand in the freezer.
And then walk back.
The mister, dude. That's good.
Dude, I love the mister. Oh, mister's going off. When I was younger, I used to run in there. Oh, mister's going off. Let me go in there and get misted. I'm sure people are looking at me like, dude, what's this guy doing? Why does he keep running in the produce? The produce room.
We got to run, but the 650 says, I remember a story that Tom told years ago about a 7-pack of scissors at Costco.
Yes.
Says I laughed my ass off because I did the same thing. What, did you buy a 7-pack?
Yeah, 7-pack of scissors. Because it was so cheap, but I had no idea what I was going to do with the other scissors.
What am I going to do with 6 of these scissors?
I don't sew. I'm not a seamstress. So I had a pair of scissors for every room. You need scissors? Oh, right here. I don't got to go downstairs for the scissors. I got them right here. You kidding me? Oh, we're in the dining room. Scissors, boom. Got your scissors. You want scissors? I got scissors. Yeah, it's so funny because there's so many things you would think of not buying in bulk, like scissors.
Yeah.
Who buys 7 scissors? Nobody would buy 7 scissors.
A day camp counselor who's like going to,
maybe.
A 3rd grade classroom.
Serial killer.
Right.
I mean, maybe. Wants a fresh set of scissors every kill. I don't know.
But
you
get anything left-handed scissors over here?
That's fine. Scissors, but no, it's dangerous because you get in there and you start walking up and down the aisles. You will find something. You will find something just about every aisle that, because of the price point, will intrigue you. It's intriguing enough on its own, and you're like, I don't really need that. 2 cents an ounce? What?
I'll take it all.
What? Give it to me.
You got more of this in the back? No,
I'll take that.
Give me all of it. Costco's money. And shout out our 707 texter in Santa Rosa who just simply sent in a screenshot of his chest. Terry, working at Costco right now.
Nice.
He said, listen to you guys. Can we get a tape of this for the corporate video? Shout out to Terry, who's working hard at Costco. All right, we'll get into some baseball stuff and some football today. Mike Silver is going to join us at 3:30. Eric Burns, 3:50. Larry Bear at 4:50. I saw this note yesterday. There's this guy on Twitter who's just a giant baseball fan and puts out funny content and then also good, informative, factual stuff, good notes. He put out a list over the last 10 years. What percentage of your team's draft picks have reached the major leagues for any team?
I saw that.
We'll talk a little bit about that because we were talking about which teams get more value for their draft picks. You're probably not going to be surprised about who's at the top. What's a good percentage? And then when we talk about what you'd trade at the deadline for the Giants, these things are lottery tickets. There's no guarantee that if they'll get to the bigs, and there's no guarantee that they will be assets at the major league level. You know, if best case scenario for guys is like Pablo Sandoval, they're contributing, they make an all-star team or two, that's the best case scenario, I think, for any all-star. You can never count on drafting a Hall of Famer. The question is, what's a good percentage? Can the Giants improve their percentage? Because they are in the bottom 5 of the league in the last 10 years and producing draft picks to the big league level. We'll talk a bit about that and then get into some football as well. Tolbert and Copes, it's a Thursday afternoon on the Sports Leader.
San Ramon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Ramon's Sports Leader.
The Giants announced their tentative 2024 schedule. Check out all the details and more trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction, which is where I had my LASIK vision procedure done just a couple of years ago with Dr. Michael Furlong. Had it done during COVID. It's an awesome place to get a procedure like this done. They walk you through it. It's an easy, non-invasive, painless procedure. You go home, they give you a little pill, you take a little rest, you wake up. You could be seeing as good as I am. I'm at 2015. They've also been working with, for years now, the most advanced FDA-approved procedures. They've got a new breakthrough, highly effective alternative to LASIK. It's FDA-approved. It's called EVO, implantable contact lenses. And you might know that there are several celebrities that are using them. Athletes are using them now. Dr. Furlong, also the official LASIK eye care surgeon of the San Jose Earthquakes. He can be yours, too, simply by booking that free LASIK consultation online at furlongvision.com or by calling 408-453-5600. Furlong Vision has been voted the best place for LASIK in the Silicon Valley, and Dr. Furlong and Dr. Sane have been voted yet again the best LASIK surgeons in the Silicon Valley. You want them to do your procedure, pick up the phone. Call 408-453-5600. You want to start seeing better, go see the best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Tolbert and Copes with you until 6 o'clock. We'll get a little baseball, get a little football in today. Do we have our stupid NFL offseason notes today?
Oh,
we do
we?
have that.
That is
Fantastic. Fantastic.
I saw
NBA grab that. Oh, Kyler Murray made that.
He did, dude. Did you hear audio of Kyler?
I didn't hear the audio.
No, I don't think there is, because I was hoping maybe if there was, we could grab it. But we'll read you the comments later.
I just saw it.
Stupid
one thing, we don't have a grab bag today because we already did our NBA grab bag. But the one thing we should...
Pat Fitzgerald?
No, not Pat Fitzgerald. We'll get to that. We'll get to that at some
next
point.
Hour. We'll get to that today.
But the only thing I saw, I didn't watch any of the ESPYs, but I did see something. LeBron.
Oh, dude. Somebody said, you're lucky you missed it.
Bro.
LeBron.
I mean, come on. I mean, look, I like LeBron, and this is a guy who's been into the spotlight his entire career with very, very, very few missteps. The decision, I thought, was a huge misstep, and this wasn't a huge misstep, but it's like, really? You didn't? I don't know if we have the sound of that. We'll play it at some point, but it's like, I mean, come on, really? You didn't go down that route? It just. We'll play it later so you can listen to
LeBron,
it.
The LeBron retirement audio? Is that what you're getting at?
But it was shake your head cringy. It's like
nobody thought you were retiring. nobody even. It's not even been a really right after that was kind of mentioned, and then it was not really a thought at all. Nobody. It's not football. It's not. Yeah. You haven't carried yourself in that way. It's not. I think we'll know pretty certain with him when it's over.
Yeah, but it wasn't even that he didn't. It was how he said it.
Right. It was his tone. It's the way he says everything. It's almost like Aaron Rodgers, who thinks he's the smartest guy in the room all the time. But we know LeBron's not. But he still is no, but I am. We're all like, dude, just keep it on the floor, dude.
I'm sure we get the audio, don't we, Tim?
We do. It's in the Swarm.
It is?
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah.
It's
now it's cringy.
Not good.
It's cringy.
Not good.
Let's do this before we get to some other stuff I want to do regarding baseball. So this guy, his name is Jay Cuda, Jay, and his last name's at Jay Cuda, Cuda. So he puts out a lot of good notes on his Twitter account. He puts out some funny stuff too. Does
he have a brother named Barra?
Barracuda, yeah. Ooh.
I knew exactly what he was looking for.
He dug around.
All I could see with his hand moving over is it was what is it, Munsters? You got that hand that that's what it was. It was just a hand looking for a button. And
Are you thinking about Cousin It?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that it?
Is that the Munsters? That was the Munsters, wasn't it?
No, that's Adam's Family. Isn't it the hand
it's
that walks
Adam's
around?
Family. I didn't watch either one.
I don't know either, yeah.
So I get those two confused all the time. I just know they're both creepy. Not creepy, but...
Haunted house creep.
I didn't watch them. And so, I always get those two. I just start taking characters and...
Dr. Giggles.
Not that I have seen.
It was digging around.
89% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Is it? No, it's not.
Not a chance.
No, it is not.
Yeah, out of 1,000.
Yeah, right. So, here's a note he puts out. Check this one out. You'll love this. In 368 starts in the 1970s for Gaylord Perry, 368 in the 70s, there was a greater likelihood of him pitching more than a full 9 innings than him being pulled prior to the 6th inning. He got pulled prior to the 6th 21 times in the 70s. He went 9 or more 26 times.
That's insane.
That's incredible. He went 5 innings or more in 347 of his 368 starts. That's 94%. He went He went 9 innings or more in 51.5% of his starts.
I love the or more.
Yeah, because it's 9 plus.
Yeah, I mean, who in the hell? When's the last time somebody went 10 innings? You think it was Jack Morris in the World Series against the Braves?
No. What year was that? 90.
That had to be early 90s?
Early 94, 95 was when the Braves won the
Is that
World
it was?
Series. Yeah. When did Pedro took the no-hitter into the 10th against Bipp in what year? Was that earlier than 95? I think that was later.
I think you're probably right.
So
I think you're
Pedro
probably
went
right.
into the 10th.
I forgot about that
and there's
one.
got to be somebody since then that's gone at least into the 10th or has pitched 10. See if we can get on that, Greg.
Yeah, see if you can.
I don't know. Let's see if we can get a list
full
of them.
10.
Yeah, most innings pitched like since like in the modern age. Who's the last guy to throw like 10 innings in a game in a regular season or a playoff game? Because that's just something you don't see in a playoff. I feel like you'd be more likely to do it.
What was that Marichal Spawn game? Didn't they go like 15?
15 or 16, yeah.
Hey, feeling good? All right.
And Marichal was like 21 or 22, I think, and Spawn was like 40, right? And he said, if that kid can do it, then I'll keep doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think Mays hit a home run. I think Mays broke it up and won the game.
16.
Pretty incredible. 16. So, I mean, that's the kind of stuff this guy's putting out. Then he just does fun, silly stuff. But he put out a really good note yesterday. It is the number of hitters. It's hitters on each this is the number of draft picks for each team. What percentage has reached the majors for any team in the last 10 years? So who would be your guess? Well, you've seen the list, right?
I have, and
Okay.
I got it.
My guesses were right.
I did get it. The top. I didn't get after 2.
I didn't either, but I was
the
right on the
first
first two.
Yeah, I figured
Dodgers and Astros.
Yeah, I figured they had to be at the very top.
Now, there's only one other team over the last 10 years. Dodgers, Astros, Yankees are 3.
Yep.
Where 20% of their draft picks have reached the majors for any team. 20% or more. The Astros, 23% of their draft picks in the last 10 years.
What were the Dodgers?
Dodgers are at 20. They're 67 of 329.
Okay.
Astros are 77 of 329.
Okay.
The Yankees are 64 of 326. Then it's the Guardians and the Twins, and it's a lot of teams in the teens. The Mets, by far the worst.
Really?
9% of their draft picks. 30 players that they've drafted in the last decade have reached the majors.
Jeez,
That's terrible. That's an awful, awful percentage.
That is awful.
How many World Series have they won in that span?
1,
0. They've been to 1,
4,
right? I think they've been to
no.
1, 2. They've been to 2. 07 and 07's before.
Well, they lost to what? The Yankees and the Royals.
Yeah.
I think the Yankees was what? Was that?
That was 2000. Subway
Was that
Series.
2000?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
I knew it was a while
And then they
ago.
won an LCS with that Andy Chavez catch.
It was the Royals.
Royals is 15. It was a year after the Giants. People forget Royals won back-to-back pennants.
I know.
How about that? They had Rangers win back-to-back pennants. Giants got them once. And then Royals win back-to-back pennants. Giants got them once.
That's right.
It's crazy. So then what's funny, too, is you imagine, like, the A's, they're one of those teams. No, the A's are the second to worst team in baseball in the last decade.
Yeah, that
producing
surprised
talent
me
to
a
the
little
majors.
bit. That surprised me a little
It's kind
bit.
of like the names we know. They're all really good. Olsen, Chapman, Semien, Liam Hendricks. But he came up with somebody else, actually, I think. I think he came up with Minnesota.
Well, I think a lot of those guys, when they trade, they get people over, and they used to be good at recognizing value in somebody else's farm system, bringing them over, and then they'd bring them up, and then they'd send them off, and then somebody else would come up. They're probably hit a pretty good percentage of players that play for their team after a trade. Like if you trade for prospects, they usually do a pretty good job of getting that. They have before the last
These are
couple of
draft
years.
picks. So this is about draft
Your
analysis,
draft picks, yeah.
which is interesting because that's
Moneyball my ass.
Yeah, I'd like to pay attention to that with Farhan in his era. How many guys have reached the majors that he's drafted? Like we talk about homegrown. I don't know what people define as homegrown. I define it as like you brought him up to the major. Like, again, Mike Yastrzemski had never been to the big leagues. The Giants went and got him, put him on a 40-man, called him up, and now he's a major league everyday player. Like, they produced that talent. They didn't draft him. They didn't find him, but they identified it and took him from a team that wouldn't use him.
Yeah.
When you draft a team or when you're drafting guys, like, I don't even know how much value you put into that. But it does say something about beginning to end producing talent out of your first rounders. Now, if you go the 10 previous years, I bet you the Giants were higher. Right? The Giants are at number 26 over the last decade. 41 of 327 players have reached the big leagues. That's only 13% of their draft picks. That's only 3 more players than the A's. The A's had 38. The Giants are at 41, which is interesting. And there are different ways this can play out, too. Like the Pirates have the 6th most, but the Pirates are awful. So they're constantly getting guys through and cycling guys up and seeing what they have, fast-tracking guys. I wonder if there's a correlation to that because it's pretty easy to identify that 2 of the most dominant teams of the last decade, the Dodgers and the Yankees, have produced exceptional talent and have used that talent to go out and get other talent. So I guess the question is, and we can do this on the other side, when you're drafting guys and you're identifying talent, you're not just doing it for you. You have to develop that because that allows you to go make the trade for Max Scherzer.
Yep.
And go make the trade for Garrett Cole and Justin Verlander if you're the Astros. And to add the pieces that will help you become a World Series champion. The Giants did it with Hunter Pence and with Carlos Beltran, right? But they had to give up their top prospects to do it. What percentage is going to get you up there? And have the Giants, do you think perception-wise to the rest of the league, have they made their farm system look better over the last 2 months leading up to the deadline? We'll talk about that a bit on the other side. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Bay Bridge Series. Giants, A's, Tuesday, July 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes hanging out with you on a Thursday afternoon. We'll talk to Mike Silver at 3:30 today, get into some 49er stuff as training camp starts next Wednesday. And we do still have, of course, your stupid offseason NFL storylines coming up later today. Eric Burns and Larry Bear are going to join us as well as we get ready to start the second half of the baseball season tomorrow. We're just talking about the percentage of draft picks to have reached the majors for each team over the last decade. The Giants sit at 26th of 30 teams. And basically everybody in the middle, there's like 20 teams between 17 and 13%. There's a lot of teams that are at 13. The Rockies are at 20th, and they've gotten 44 guys, just a higher percentage to the majors. In terms of where you put value on guys and what level of the minor leagues they're in, I'm always more willing to trade a guy who's in the lower level of the minors than in the in Double-A where you're getting a good look at him. But really, I think frequently we forget when yesterday we were talking about which trade we'd do, and I was like, if I was giving up, what was the one you offered me? If you were the Angels,
I offered you Wynn, Harrison, Luciano, Schmidt, and then possibly Matos.
And I said I'd have to know still that I was going to be able to keep Shohei, because that's why I don't want to make this trade in general, because you don't know if you're going to keep him. But as far as value goes, To me, that's pretty darn good. Because of the guys you just mentioned, Keaton Wynn is off of a Tommy John surgery, is not an established big leaguer, but can help at the big league level. Luis Matos, still a top prospect, but has barely sniffed the major leagues, right? Kyle Harrison, not here yet. Who was the other one you said?
Luciano. Schmidt.
See, so it's all unproven talent, some of which you know a little bit more about. Kyle Harrison might stink to give up. Like, for example, Zach Wheeler. What would Giants fans take on the Zach Wheeler trade for Carlos Beltran? I was all in on it.
I think everyone was all in on it.
Because of 10?
But I don't think that back then, it's only, 12 years ago? 10 years ago, whatever it is.
11 seasons.
I don't think back then people were as aware as the minor league system. Like, it's not covered the way it is now. Like, back then, we barely even knew names of guys. So when a name pops up, they would say, "Oh, he's our number 3 prospect," and it didn't ring as much for you. It didn't resonate. Like, "Oh, God, you're going to give this guy up? That's kind of a tough one." You're like, "Screw it. It's minor leagues. Who cares?" That's what the minor leagues are here to do: support the big league club. And it was a different game back then in that the whole cost certainty. Let's really focus on the minor leagues and bring guys up and get them onto the roster and. That wasn't as big a deal, even though the Giants did a hell of a job of doing it. I mean, we've mentioned them all before. The entire infield was homegrown. The pitching staff was homegrown. Your relievers, a lot of those guys were homegrown. So, but that was kind of Brian Sabian's MO anyway. You know, these guys are here to supplement the big league club, and I'll even give up draft picks if I have to or not sign somebody to trade for somebody. So, but I think back then, without the focus on the minor league system like it is now, I don't think anybody cared. I don't know many people. I don't remember taking any phone calls that said, "Oh, you can't give up Zach." It's Carlos freaking Beltran.
Right. And so hold on. I think actually people were focused on the minors then.
You
but
think so?
I do. I think here's the thing. My scope is different.
Well,
and
just
I think yours
you
is
were.
too, because I was, right? That's what I'm saying. The Giants had just won a World Series with
You were when you were 6, though, so that doesn't even count.
Yeah, I was. But what I'm saying is Giants fans were in on Lincecum, Kane, Bumgarner, Posey, Pablo. All these guys had just been homegrown in the last 3 to 4 years, right? I think Giants fans were starting to pay more attention because of what happened at the end of 2003. I think Giants fans got into prospects after Boof Bonser, Joe Nathan, and Francisco Liriano ended up on another team. Because then you started to see what you gave up for a guy who was here for a year.
Yeah, but Nathan wasn't a prospect.
No, Nathan was a proven
here.
reliever. But Liriano became an all-star.
And they had to hand the ball to Felipe in the middle of an inning.
Tough deal.
2-0 count, give me the ball.
He's like, come get. I'm going to get him.
Oh, no.
Bring in Scott Munter.
That's not heavy sinker.
Where's that bowling ball sinker? Dude, from Scotty Munter. But
I will never.
That's the only
not think of bowling ball sinker when somebody says Scott Munter.
1 year.
Bowling ball sinker. Oh, it was heavy sinker.
It's a good year.
Bowling ball.
It's a glorious year. I think Giants fans have been a little more hip to the minor leaguers because we didn't win a World Series until they came. Right? Like I think by 2007 when Lincecum showed up, like. I heard you announce on the radio with Ralph. I was driving over with my buddy from school, and we pulled up at a stoplight, and he's like, "Dude, they said Lincecum's going to start." We're like, "Yeah, we're going on Sunday night." We were at the game, went to the debut, because we were into this guy's coming. We know he's going to be a piece.
Mm-hmm.
After they won in 2010, and then Posey gets hurt in 2011, the Scott Cousins injury, and the window still felt like it was open. Like, they were still okay. They thought if we can get Beltran, and they wanted to keep him. They wanted to re-sign him.
Yeah.
They wanted to get him and have him stay. If they had got him and kept him, which is something they'd done before with Randy Wynn.
Yep.
That was an acquisition. Kept him for years after that. Hunter Pence it worked out with a year later. So they had a track record of doing that. I don't think they felt like it was that bad of a gamble if you still had a window for a World Series. You were the defending champs, and Buster would be back the next year. But if you keep Beltran, Hunter Pence doesn't show up, and I got to feel like you don't win 2 more World Series. I mean, that's maybe, but it's the sliding doors of baseball.
It is sliding doors, yes.
So I don't know. To your point, though, I don't know if people.
Yeah,
are
who
all
knows?
in.
Maybe they win more because the trash can
maybe
thing
they win
starts.
3 straight, and he's stealing signs.
Beltran was the. I don't know if he was the mastermind behind the trash cans, but he was one of the guys.
Like it, yeah,
could have been.
They put it on
maybe
him.
The Giants win 4 in a row.
It could
who
be.
knows?
It could be. I just. I think fans worrying on the prospects, but I think because we were willing to win championships, you're willing to give stuff up to do it. Kind of like remember the Alderson or Bumgarner for Freddie Sanchez, and it was like I remember I was nervous about that one.
Yeah,
because they traded for a guy who was hurt, and they sat out the rest of 2009 or something. Then he started 10 with the Giants, but it was like you're trading a first-round draft pick starting pitcher, and we've now developed some of these guys. They're proven to be pretty good.
Yeah.
And they picked the right one.
I do remember him.
Tim
because,
Alderson?
no, Bumgarner, because my buddy, baseball scout, he scouted him.
Oh, in North Carolina?
Yeah, and he said, this guy's a dude. He goes, he's really
I remember
good.
when he was drafted. He and Wendell Fairley and somebody else. And it was Alderson. Those were like the 3 first-rounders.
He told me, he goes, that guy's good. He goes, he's a big horse. So I was like, oh, wow, okay. Because I don't know if he saw him in high school, but he saw him once he got to the minors because he scouted for the Rangers. So, he was telling me how good he was. And I was like, I hope they don't trade that guy. And good thing they didn't trade good thing they didn't trade that guy. That was the one thing, too. A lot of those trades, other than the Wheeler trade, between the Wheeler trade and maybe the Liriano-Nathan trade, there were a lot of trades in there where they gave up guys that didn't really amount to much.
Sure, they gave up,
Didn't they give up the catcher for Pence?
Tommy Joseph, was that his name?
I think you're right. You're right. He was like a pretty high prospect, but he never amounted to much with the Phillies.
There's another infielder out there they gave up, I want to say. I don't think they gave up much to get, there's some guys who they thought that it's nice when you think that a guy isn't all that good, but other teams think he's like Jeremy Accardo.
Yeah.
Like they didn't get much for him. I think they went out and traded for, was that the Ponson trade or whatever? They needed another starter. They tried to add pieces. Sidney Ponson. Sidney, there was the Mr. Aruba. There was
Jamaica.
Shea Hillenbrand. Maybe that was the
Shea Hillenbrand.
And Vinny Chalk coming on back.
Chalk.
Yes, you're right. But that was the thing. He mostly went out and got little pieces or rental players. Sabian did for the end of that season because he was a veteran guy. They didn't produce tons of young talent, which is ironic that then they won when they produced all that young talent.
Yep.
But even then, trading for Javi Lopez, Ramon Ramirez, Chris Ray, getting Cody Ross, those are all sort of like ancillary pieces, right?
Yeah.
So Scutero, I mean, he was a great pick. I had no idea this guy was going to not swing and miss for 3 months.
Scutero.
That was wild what Scutero
Magic
did.
wand, baby.
So this is my point, though, about getting prospects that not just develop, but your scouting for drafting these guys is important. Because, producing guys who get to the big leagues is a big deal. But when you have guys that have a track record of it or project that way, it's like we joke about. If the Rays call you and ask for somebody, I'm not giving them. I'm holding on to this guy forever. I'll put that guy in the 40-man today if the Rays ask for somebody who's not on it. Sort of same for the Astros. Also, if you're getting pieces back from them, you now know you're getting guys from an organization that have produced the highest level in the majors.
Yeah.
Which is something to think about, I think. And
I always think, can you imagine the Dodgers with Yordan Alvarez right now?
Is that where he was?
Yeah. He got traded for a reliever. It wasn't Fetters. It was a guy, I think it started with an F.
Somebody the Dodgers went and got a...
it was like an seventh, eighth inning guy that they got for Yordan Alvarez.
And he was like a double-A prospect.
But nobody knew who Alvarez was back then, and now you're like, oh, my God. My God. That guy's just a beast. Shocking. Those are two smart teams too. So, but that was a.
But you can gamble that if you've got. I mean, Ramon Laureano, the Astros gave away because they didn't have room for him on the 40-man. Like the A's were like, we'll just take him then, and he became like an all-star. He's got great tools. I mean, that guy's going to get a contract this offseason. He's a good player, but that guy was just a cast-off from an organization that thought we have too many of these.
Yep.
We had Kyle Tucker and whatnot in the outfield.
Best cast-off ever, David Ortiz.
From the Twins.
Yep.
He was on that 0-2 Twins team that beat the A's in Oakland. And then he threw his glove away.
Yeah. Who wants this guy?
Trashed his glove and went to Boston.
Yeah, we'll take him.
Here's one somebody says, 415, the Castillo trade was bad to Cincy. The Luis Castillo trade, the Giants man. Wasn't it him and Adam Duvall for Mike Leake? Wasn't that the deal?
Boy, I don't remember. I remember the Leake deal. I don't remember. Castillo was part of that?
Duvall was in it.
I remember Duvall, but Castillo
the Giants
was?
had Luis Castillo. He was
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, that is a bad one.
It's a tough deal. Mike Leake. He
doesn't help by me. That is a bad one.
He didn't stick around, yeah.
No, but Castillo.
2013, man. Now, anything on that, Tim? No. By the way, we were asking last 10 innings start. Somebody on the text line, a couple people checked in and remembered correctly. 209 says Matt Cain and Cliff Lee both went 9 shutout against each other in 2012, and Cliff Lee went 10 and finished it. Sure enough, Matt Cain, an all-time Matt Cain loss, dude.
Of course.
9 shutout. He loses 1-0 to Cliff Lee. Do we have the final call of that game by chance, Tim? I got the date for you. April 18th, 2012. It was here in San Francisco. Cliff Lee's final line, 10 innings pitched, no runs, 7 hits, 7 strikeouts, no walks. Wild.
That's
How was game 1 for the Rangers?
Pretty good stuff.
Yeah, how was game 1 for the Rangers? Didn't work out. So since the start of the wild card era in 95, only 13 times has a starting pitcher recorded an out in the 10th inning or later. 13 times, 12 pitchers. Roy Halladay did it twice.
Did it twice?
And none of these guys, I don't believe, this one, Aaron Harang of the Reds did it. That's bizarre.
Aaron Orangutan?
Orangutan.
Nice.
Cliff Lee for the Phillies. Roy Halladay did it for the Jays against the Tigers. In 07, it happened like 3 times. Bartolo Colon for the Angels did it against the A's.
I don't remember that.
9 1/3, 1 run, 6 hits, 3 strikeouts.
Huh.
That's a Bartolo line, dude.
Wow.
3 Ks. Mark Mulder did it for the Cards against the Astros. Roy Halladay did it against the Tigers. So both times Halladay did it was against the Tigers. Millwood for the Braves. Darryl Kyle did it for the Rockies at San Diego. 10 innings pitched, a 3-hitter. He won 1-0. Brad Radke from that 0-2 Twins team.
Brad Radke.
Alex Fernandez of the
Old
Sox.
school.
Todd Stottlemyre did it for the A's.
Stottlemyre.
Back in 95. 10 innings, 1 run, 5 hits, 15 Ks.
15 Ks?
In a 3-1 loss.
Wow.
Oh, no.
That hurts.
Oh, Stottlemyre.
That hurts.
It ranks among one of the most dominant starts in A's history, but it didn't result in a win. That's so A's. Bobby Jones did it. Tim Wakefield for the Sox did it, and that doesn't count because he's throwing knuckleballs. There you go.
Did you say Bobby Jones?
Did I say Bobby Jones?
You couldn't have said Bobby Jones.
Bobby Jones for the Mets.
Mets?
Against the Astros.
Was it really?
June 16th, 95.
Oh, you know what I think of every time I think of Bobby Jones? The playoff game against the Giants in New York.
Come on.
That was rough.
Yeah, bring that us up.
That was rough.
See, we're having a good time.
Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't good.
Yeah.
That wasn't good.
God, I hope you get straight show here, Tony. I hope so bad. I hope you get nothing for him. I hope you get nothing. I just Training camp for the Niners starts on Wednesday. Rookies report July 18th. Vets July 25th. We had some Deebo Samuel potential talk about trade rumors at the end of the regular season or the end of the postseason. Actually, I just wonder because you and I have talked about this. What does that net you in a return? And if you were to trade Deebo, if these things sort of spark up again and these things become a conversation, if you gave up Deebo, is there anything you lose on this 49er team that is not made up for by somebody else? Is there anything Deebo brings to the offense that now with Christian McCaffrey here is unique? We'll talk a bit about that. We'll get into that with Mike Silver a little bit later. Some Niner stuff, training camp. We got some information for you on that as well. Deebo Samuel, is he a Niner at the start of the year? Are you contenders without him? Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Sean Estes on the Murph and Max Show named his first half MVP for the San Francisco Giants. Find out who. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes.
I feel like if Brock was in and our quarterback and how our offense moves, I mean, I don't think it would have been close, if that makes sense.
So what were the final, when you say wouldn't have been close, like you think you could have beat him by double digits?
Yeah, like we beat everybody else.
Yeah, my God.
Tolbert and Copes with you. I said at. We're on KNBR, KNBR.com. We're streaming, Twitch, YouTube, all that good stuff. We were moving some stuff around. We're going to talk at 4:30 today. We've added a guest. Katie Wu covers the St. Louis Cardinals for The Athletic, Bay Area native. Does a great job all season long. She's going to come on and talk about John Maziliak, the GM of the Cardinals, comments yesterday where he basically came out. You don't usually hear this, certainly not from St. Louis, where he didn't say we're waving the white flag. But he basically said everything but that. He said, we're going to be trading guys. I don't know who yet. I don't know for what, but our focus is on 2024. And usually when you say that and then say you're not waving the white flag, tough. So we'll talk to Katie about that because potentially some trade partners for the Giants. If you're looking at infielders, maybe some outfielders, they've had guys, and talk about a minor league system that cranks guys out and oftentimes produces talent for themselves and gets the most out of it. That's what's crazy about the Cardinals is it's like if you're a team at the bottom of that list of percentage of guys who have been produced at the big league level by anybody, like, yeah, a lot of those guys are going to come up and be your Kelby Tomlinsons, right? A lot of those guys are going to come up and just be, extra players, bench guys, 4A players. Seems like the Cardinals, though, always are producing guys who hit 300 and are all-stars, so they don't have to keep producing when you get guys who are 10, 15-year big leaguers every time you do it. I mean, Ty O'Neill's been hurt for them all year. I don't know if he looks like a trade asset or if they say we're going to hold on to him and wait and see what happens because he's like a five-tool guy almost. Speed, power. Tommy Edman would be a good one. Nolan Gorman is out there. Anyway, we'll talk to Katie Wu at 4:30 about whether or not the Giants are a trade partner fit with the Cardinals. I just want to hit this Debo stuff. Real funny, as I teased the Debo, somebody on the text line before we came back said, what's that My God sounder from? Makes me laugh every time. That was it. It's from that Debo soundbite. He was on with Adam Shine. This was after the I think it was during the Super Bowl, Radio Row, doing some media. And he said the Brock Purdy comment, and then this week he had the whole situation with CBS Sports Radio where he hung up. And it just sort of got me thinking again about the Niner roster as we're getting ready to start training camp next week.
You should play the whole thing so people know.
He did coming in.
Oh, did you? Okay.
We're talking Katie Wu.
I'm taking care of business.
Ahmed. So that's the My God sounder, which is so funny because it's not an appropriate reaction to what Debo said. It's what I'd expect most players on any team who had that happen to say, right? You're in the title game. I've been wondering because of what happened last offseason. I got rubbed wrong the last offseason by Debo. I get him getting his money and I get going out and doing what you're doing. And it clearly was a formulated plan. I don't know the name of that agent, but he had three guys, right? He had Debo, he had A.J. Brown, and then who was the third one? Somebody else got paid last offseason for that same agent.
Was it?
You got the name for me on the text line. I forget.
Was it the Jacksonville kid, Kirk?
Was it Christian Kirk?
Christian Kirk.
Was he that guy? I thought there were three guys. A.J. Brown. Oh, who did A.J. Brown get traded for? Because he goes to the Eagles from Tennessee. It wasn't a receiver there. There was three guys who all got similar contracts. Debo was the third one, but they all kind of built the market like they do in the NFL at a position group.
Yep.
They put those incentives in. Remember early on they had to use Debo as a running back a couple of times, and you and I were going, oh man, that touchdown number. If he's scoring touchdowns like this, he may continue and could hit that threshold. But it wasn't a ton of money that he could have gotten. It was like $500,000. His season last year was nowhere near as good as it was 2 years ago. They relied on him for different stuff. 2 years ago, it took off when he became the wide back, right? Then they traded for McCaffrey. And I look at Debo's skill set, and I love the guy. I mean, he does stuff that we haven't seen a guy in a Niner uniform do. He's still a unique player. But is there anything he gives you that Christian McCaffrey doesn't? I understand the physicality is different. But I look at, you always want to have different weapons and different gadgets and guys who give you different looks because he's a different runner. He's a more physical runner. But he's a wide receiver. And he's not the best wide receiver on the team. Brandon Ayuk's a better pass catcher. I don't know much about route running itself. We'd have to have somebody tell me what a route runner he is. But by all accounts, Ayuk is the more traditional and good hands, good route running. He's got good hops. We've seen him jump over guys type of receiver. I just wonder, could you get more value out of trading Debo? Does he give you enough to warrant what you're paying him now on the roster while McCaffrey is here for a couple of years? You've got Elijah Mitchell now as the two-back. You don't have a great number 2 there. Juwan Jennings plays a third down role. I wonder what he gives you that does he give you anything that nobody else does, is my question.
Yeah, he gives it to you at the wide receiver position. I mean, Christian McCaffrey can't have 30 touches a game.
He didn't.
So,
at all.
But
last year.
you'd be asking him to do more if Debo wasn't there. Because Debo does a lot of the same stuff McCaffrey does, and you can use Debo for those things. I think Debo gives you that. I think he gives you attitude. I think he gives you physicality. I've always thought that him and Kittle set the tone offensively for this team with the way they play. I mean, they play their asses off. They get after it.
Did you think that last year?
I thought he got it.
Kittle, yes, always.
He wasn't maybe, but it's hard to tell because I don't watch the all 22,
right,
so I'm not watching him. I just, he didn't get the ball as much last year.
It's a loud run when he has the ball.
He said he wasn't in great shape last year. Like he said he wasn't in great shape.
Did we just pay you? Did you hold out to get paid?
That didn't sit well with me. But he wouldn't be the only athlete to not come in great shape. And I wouldn't want to trade him this year. Maybe after the year. Because you're going to have to pay Ayuk at some point, and you want to make sure you take care of him, especially if he keeps progressing the way he's progressing. But you don't have anybody to replace him. Nobody. I don't even know who would the other wide receiver be if you get rid of Debo.
What does the Niners' depth chart look like now?
I mean, I have no idea who it would be.
Well, they drafted Danny Gray last year, but he was not a guy.
Play.
He was like a 9-round dude. He was just a burner.
Jennings is a 3 guy. He's not a 2 guy.
And he's a good short yardage, like third down. He was a great third down weapon.
Yeah.
So their depth chart of wide receiver looks like this. It's what kind of hit are they breaking up? Brandon Ayuk.
Yep.
Obviously Debo.
Yep.
Juwan Jennings.
Yep.
That's your 3 there. And you go Chris Conley, Danny Gray, Ray McLeod was the other one there. So he'd be your 2. And then Willie Snead the 4. Then it's a bunch of no.
Yeah,
Ronnie Bell. Wasn't he a new addition? Daz Newsome and I think it was. And Bell Biv DeVoe. Ronnie Bell, right? There you go.
No, I wouldn't trade him. Not a chance.
Debo.
Yeah, I would not. No. You can't replace him. He gives you something that no one else from the wide receiver core has. And again, I think the way he plays is kind of how they set the tone there and at the core who they are. They're a really, really physical football team. So maybe after this year, if you can find someone to adequately replace that spot, number one, I don't know that I'd trade him anyway. But when you look at what's behind him, there's not a chance I would trade him. Right now, their skill position is as good as any skill position
no question.
In the NFL.
Which is why I asked the question, because you have so much that I don't – like I think if you lost him, it's not a major detriment to your offense is the point I'm making.
Well, remember, Kittle wasn't quite as good last year either from a pass-catching standpoint. So you wonder –
But he's a tight end, so it's a little bit different.
He plays his butt off, but you wonder if that's taking its toll. Like you can only do that so long. You can only play like he plays.
He's not huge either.
For so long. No, I mean he gets
a big dude.
After it. Absolutely gets after it, and he gives you everything he has every single play. So you wonder, are the returns on him starting to slide the wrong way? If so, how precipitously are they sliding that way? Don't know. You have no worries about Ayuk, no worries about McCaffrey, other than He had some injuries before, but I don't think he's getting to the point of his career where the expiration date is coming up. I still think there's a lot of really good football if he stays healthy.
I think that he'll be able to stay more. He won't be the same workhorse that he was. He's not a 3-down back. I think he carried the ball one time more than 25 times this year with the Niners because it was that game in Seattle.
Yep.
The Thursday night game where Brock hadn't thrown until the ballroom walkthrough. It was like raining, and that was the game where McCaffrey kind of put him on his back and I think did it all. Besides the game where he threw one, caught one, or whatever the hell that game. That was wild.
But no, because and Debo's explosive too. I mean, he can make big plays, like big chunk plays. So no, to me, he's too important to the football team this year. It's something I would visit after this year, of course, because then I can formulate a plan, whether it be a trade or through drafts. I can find another wide receiver to bring in to maybe, and you're not going to replace him. He's unique as far as wide receivers go with his physicality, how explosive he is when he runs the ball, the fact that he can run the ball. They don't need him to do that anymore. But no, I said the same thing. They're paying him because of his versatility, but they don't need that versatility as much anymore. So he's probably a little overpaid right now.
You lose 2 running backs this year, he's going to be real valuable.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I mean. Is the second you lose,
absolutely.
and you will lose 2 or 3.
So
that's the way it goes.
I wouldn't even consider moving that guy unless I'd need a really good wide receiver back because I'm just not. I wouldn't feel super comfortable
with just Ayuk.
With just Ayuk and then whoever's filling in. So no, he's a stick around for this year for me.
I'm looking at what his numbers look like after McCaffrey showed up. They get McCaffrey week 7. Debo was inactive week 8 at the Rams the following week in the 31-14 win.
Mm-hmm.
In the game with McCaffrey, it was still incredible that McCaffrey played as many snaps as he did in that game. Debo that day had 5 catches for 42. He had 1 carry for 2 yards. 2 weeks later, it's actually 3 weeks. They had a bye week after that, week 9. So then week 10, he goes 2 catches for 24. The next week, 7 for 57. All of his best games came before McCaffrey showed up. He did have 2 rushing touchdowns after McCaffrey came. He had receiving touchdowns. He had, he didn't have a receiving touchdown after McCaffrey showed up. He only had 2 in the first half of the season. So he did have a couple of rushes, but his usage was different, and then he was inactive 15, 16, 17.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see how the Niners would use him. Maybe Kyle went away from him because he was not in shape or he was banged up and he was hurt. They were protecting that asset a little bit, but it is something that I think they'll have to approach that because, again, I don't want to give him up. It's not like I'm looking at this as a guy to get rid of, but oftentimes when you get too much money and too many guys that you've produced that have become this good and you got to pay everybody, one of those guys has to kind of get kicked to the curb.
Yeah, no, I think during the offseason that will definitely be a topic of conversation.
Yeah.
I'm not sure when they're going to have to pay Ayuk, but the one thing you do have going for you is you have a quarterback making nothing. You have a bunch of quarterbacks making nothing. Like 3 quarterbacks making nothing.
Hey, nobody.
As good as their quarterbacks are, they probably got the best quarterbacks from a value standpoint in the NFL. Their quarterbacks make Zippo. But, yeah, I don't know how many more years Trent Williams is going to go. That's a monster contract that will come off the books. But Bosa is going to make a monster contract. Warner makes a monster contract for a linebacker. Relatively speaking, it's not huge because your quarterbacks, your defensive ends, some of your cornerbacks, wide receivers are going to soak up most of the money. But they do have guys that make money. And, yeah, I think as long as you have your quarterbacks making, dirt basically, relative to the NFL, you can afford to keep him. And I love the way he plays.
So do I.
I think he brings more to that football team just from an outside standpoint than his production, just because of who he is and how he plays. Like I said, I always single him and Kittle out because how hard they play, how physical.
And I think I want to point that out because I don't think Debo's a raw numbers guy. Like when you go back and we all think about what he did in 2 years ago when he took over as the wide back. Some of the numbers look great, but we all know it's like the eye. He passes the eye test. We all know what he does because we can see it. It's tangible. He's physical. It changes the game. But then when you have another guy like McCaffrey, who is a much different type of player but can do a lot of the same things for the offense, I just wonder how that fits in. Tangibly, he helps the team. There's no doubt. But I don't think a lot of what he's going to do will show up statistically.
And with a young quarterback, I'd like to have as many weapons as possible.
Sure. A guy who's familiar with him.
Just keep heaping him weapons. Here you go. Here, have more.
It is one more guy to dump off to and let him, because that's the thing, is you're not throwing it deep to Debo. You're dumping it like 6 yards and letting him run and
letting him go. I mean, just think, though, how explosive they are. Ayuk can get big chunk plays. So can Kittle, Debo, McCaffrey. I mean, Elijah Mitchell's not a big chunk guy, but he's a 7 yards here, 8 yards here, 9 yards here.
Their backfield looks solid.
Stay in bounds. 7 yards here, 4 yards. 4 yards.
The Cowboys game? Is that how it's all, dude?
Exactly.
I remember I leaned over. Oh my God. I leaned over.
Hey, nice run. Where are you going? Oh, you didn't just do that, did you? You did do that.
I thought Lund was going to throw his computer through the screen, through the glass of the press
through my TV, and I got a really nice TV too, 77 inches. I would have been very upset if I'd have done that, but I was not. Oh God, that kind of stuff just drives me nuts. Just drop down.
We'll talk more about this. Mike Silver's going to join us at 3:30 from the Chronicle. Talk a little bit more about the Niner roster heading into training camp. Maybe we'll talk about some of this. Where do they go? How does Debo use this year? The shape thing, him saying he was awful last season. We'll play that a little bit later. He did say that a couple of weeks ago, said, I was awful last year. And the numbers would back that up, but also the production, the usage just was not the same for him. You've been saying you wanted to hit on this just a little bit. We should talk about this. We have not spent any time on it. Pat Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
Out. And college football, by the way, we're like 6 weeks away. Like, head coaches are talking. I'm starting to see media days pop up. Mike Gundy yesterday was talking the end of Bedlam for Oklahoma and Oak State. So college football right around the corner. But this was a big story that we have not touched on. We got some time today. Pat Fitzgerald ousted. And you said it walking out of the building with me earlier this week, Tom. You said, first guy I've ever seen get suspended and then not have another review. And then he just gets fired. Just because of external pressure.
Exactly.
We'll talk about why he was. This is all a hazing thing going on in college football. That's up next, then Mike Silver at 3:30. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Mountain View, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Mountain View's Sports Leader.
You've been waiting. You can barely contain yourself. The wait is over. The 49ers released their open training camp dates. Check out all the crucial, critical details now. Find out how you can go out and see the Niners at training camp. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Thursday afternoon. Going to catch up with Mike Silver from the Chronicle at 3:30. Talk some Niners with him as they get ready for training camp next week. Eric Burns, 3:50. 4:30, Katie Woo's going to join us from The Athletic. She covers the Cardinals. Talk about John Mazziliak, the GM, yesterday, saying they are going to be moving guys come deadline time. We'll talk about their fit with the Giants and Larry Bear at 4:50. This happened, and it's been unfolding, and maybe it was better for us to just wait for this whole thing to unfold so we could sort of run down what had happened. As you and I are both college football fans, Pat Fitzgerald, head coach former head coach now at Northwestern University, was let go after they removed his suspension and then removed his job title. He is a college football Hall of Famer, is the winningest coach in the history of the program, has turned down NFL and college jobs for years, and I believe last year said, I'm a Wildcat for life. Now, I'm sure we're going to get more details about this as it comes out because it's the university took a while with this. Things are still kind of trickling out as they come, and it happened pretty quickly with all this thing, with how this thing is unfolded. So
yeah, they've been about as transparent as cardboard. Not
good. I mean, they went like 2 or 3 days without a statement to the university after more allegations came out. So we'll lay the framework for this. So what happens is ESPN has put a timeline out for how we got here. Basically, this goes back to, was it last Monday? Right? Monday. I think it was a week ago Monday is when it started. So a student emails, actually, this is back in November, pardon me. The last week is when this all went down publicly. But back in November, a Northwestern football player emailed the school's senior associate athletic director for compliance with the subject line, all caps, Northwestern football hazing. In the email that ESPN obtained, the player reported a, quote, extremely disturbing and vile hazing situation within the program. The player, who has since left the school, outlined the practice of, quote, running, where a group of older players would restrain a younger player, often a freshman, who'd made an on-field mistake. They would wear things like the purge masks, and they would dry hump them and do things like that. Tim, don't hit that soundbite. Don't hit the Rob Dent soundbite, Tim. Though apt. So he reports this in an email to the athletic director for compliance. So then they launch an investigation. ESPN first reported on the investigation in January. They interviewed current, former players, etc. So after this comes out, they ended up suspending Pat Fitzgerald for, what was it, a number of games? 2 games.
2 games.
The players then put out here's what happens. They suspend him for 2 games. Then the original student or player who wrote the email to the athletic director does an interview or gives lots more details in an article with a newspaper somewhere out there. Right? Yep. It goes national, right? So he gives more details. He gives quotes. There are other former players and students who have checked in and said they saw it happen and sort of give weight to what this guy is saying. That it's
I think there was 11 of them.
Okay, that was the number?
I think so.
But anyway, there was a whistleblower, and then once one person did, then numerous came out and said this is what was happening. This is then one of my favorite parts. Then the current football team puts out a statement on behalf of the entire team, signed the Northwestern football team, saying that Pat Fitzgerald had nothing to do with it. It was exaggerated and twisted. He was not involved in the alleged incidents in any way, shape, or form. But then late last Saturday night, they released a letter stating that they needed to reconsider Pat Fitzgerald's penalty. Did Schill, I believe this is the AD or the president of the university. Schill then wrote that he had initially focused, quote, too much on what the report concluded Fitzgerald didn't know and not enough on what he should have known. I think you were focusing on the bottom line and squashing a story for the university is kind of the way it played out and the way it looked. So after about 2 days of silence from Northwestern and all these other media reports pouring out and them saying nothing, he calls Fitzgerald Monday. They fire him. Fitzgerald held a brief staff meeting. He addressed the players, and that was it. So Fitzgerald out at Northwestern. You've probably got more details on this. I sort of followed it peripherally. I saw the stuff pouring out. I read some of the reports on the hazing. I don't know how graphic it got or how much more detail it got.
I think that was basically the gist of it.
Was they would hold you, restrain you, and they would
dark room,
inappropriate things.
Exactly, and then they dry hump you. Different than getting up in the bullpen and not getting in the game.
Yeah,
so
a little bit.
Yeah, and look, this isn't really about that because that's wrong. That's just flat wrong. I don't know how you're going to.
It's not about the hazing. It's about
gain the trust in your teammates by doing something like that. It didn't make any sense to me. But it would have been a nice touch too if they would have had their letter come out in support of their coach instead of signing it, the Northwestern football team, it would have been a nice touch to have everybody sign it, which they didn't do, which I thought was kind of weird. And it read more like a PR letter than an actual somebody from the team actually writing the letter. Hey, you got a bunch of smart guys there. You think someone could write that letter?
It's a journalism school.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So here's really, it isn't about the hazing, because I think anyone would agree that's just wrong. The players, if you knew who they were or who was involved in it, they're the ones that should be punished for it. They're there to, and look, I'm not saying it's weird, because I'm not saying you can't razz somebody. If somebody said, we're going to fire somebody for the team taping someone to the goalpost and leaving them there for 45 minutes, like, that kind of stuff. This stuff is too far. This stuff goes over and it's not one of those, is it even questionable? Anybody that looks at this could go, no, that's just wrong. You shouldn't do that. The question becomes, what did Pat Fitzgerald know? What should he have known? I think what Northwestern determined was 2 games was a good punishment because they didn't think he knew anything. And I would have thought that would have been fine.
They said they didn't find evidence, which I love when they do an internal investigation. We didn't find evidence in our own investigation.
Now, what happened was more of the story comes in, more outrage happens. Who knows how many donors he talked to? Because when the people that give money start calling and saying, no, we need to get, then you got to start listening. And then there was more national outrage about it. And then they went from a 2-game suspension to you're fired, without any new information. It was just like, the heat's too hot, let's fire him and move on. Here's the question I have. This is one that I grapple with a little bit. What should he have known? What is he responsible to know? And does it even matter? So if he doesn't know anything, then you ask, should he have known? Was he trying not to know? Did he not want to look into his program deep enough to find out those type of things, where he just let, the assistant coaches handle that kind of stuff, or maybe your grad assistants handle that kind of stuff? And the final question is, does it even matter? Like, if it happens on your watch,
that's where I'm at.
Are you just flat responsible for it? Period.
You're sitting in living rooms talking to 18 and 17-year-old parents of kids saying that they're going to come to your program and you're going to look out for them, you're going to do this stuff. You have an extreme responsibility when you're a D1 football coach, and you have more power than most people will ever have in any job or any role they have in their whole life. I think with the amount of money you make, if it happens on your watch, you're responsible. You don't have to be the one responsible for it, but the fact that, I don't know if he's put out a statement on publicly about this, or I feel horrified by it. But if you love Northwestern so much, you should be horrified that this is the mark you've left on the university and on the program. I'm thinking, should he have known? Yeah, I do think he should have known. Did he know it all? I don't know. They concluded the investigation that they said they found evidence supporting the whistleblower's claims, but they didn't find evidence that Fitzgerald or other coaches knew about the hazing activities. Then here's the funky part. However, they concluded coaches, quote, had opportunities to discover and report the hazing conduct.
Well, that's where they need to be more transparent.
Then you didn't want to know. And if you're telling me that you found evidence of the hazing, I don't understand why there was no follow. Like, if you found evidence of that, that should have been alarming.
Well, that's where they needed to be more transparent. What did they know?
Right.
Like, what did they know, or how could they have found out?
If you had opportunities, what does that mean?
And look, I can see that point. I really can. This is why I say I grapple with this a little bit, because, look, we were both 18. We did stuff that our parents didn't find out about. Should they be held responsible for what we do when they have no idea what we're doing? I mean, it's a tough question, because I could see the argument that, look, it's your program. You didn't know. You either not encouraged it, but you had that type of atmosphere where this happened, and I don't know how you could have changed it, but like, this doesn't happen at every program. I'm sure it happens at other programs out there that nobody knows about.
Oh, yeah.
So
you think it flies with Saban?
Do you? Oh my gosh, heck no. Do you think Saban get fired?
No, hell no.
Saban might not give. He wouldn't even get suspended for a quarter.
They would come to him and be like, "We got to talk to you about it." He'd be like, "You're fired."
What do you think about this? I'm going to take a week off practice. Okay,
Quit
good.
asking
That sounds
me.
good. Yeah, that sounds good.
Hey, they got Urban.
So yeah, you win enough Trust me.
You get power, man.
Well,
College football's crazy.
You know what? Yeah, you win enough, but I don't know. Did they get Urban at Ohio State?
No, he left Ohio State.
Did they get Urban at Florida?
Wait, did he leave Ohio State or no? They got Urban at Ohio after the fact.
Did they get him in Ohio
Remember, he stepped
State?
down. Remember, there's the whole thing with the accusations that were sent to him or his wife. Like people had reported things to them, and they maybe didn't follow the proper channels.
Coach.
There was all these proper channel things he didn't. So he stepped down. But it was a lot of bad press.
For the most part, you win enough, you're staying.
They got him in Jacksonville.
Yeah, Northwestern doesn't win
Josh
enough.
Lambo got him.
And Northwestern is a elite school.
More prestigious university.
They're like an elite school.
It's not a football
like an academic school. So I don't know the answer to it. I guess if I had to, I would say the firing is justified just because it's your program and it happened under your watch, whether you knew about it or not. It's just you're going to get credit for things you don't deserve. You're going to get credit for things you do deserve. And maybe this is something you didn't deserve, but this is something that maybe you couldn't have known, but you got to try to find a way to know those things.
He's not cooked to me. I don't think he's canceled.
No.
I don't think this isn't Joe Paterno. This isn't like.
No, it's not Joe Paterno.
It's not that.
Absolutely not.
No.
Because that one, that one was I couldn't swallow that one that he didn't know anything. I couldn't. I was like, come on.
I was pretty sure
Joe Paterno, you didn't know that.
I was pretty sure Joe didn't know most of my life what was going on.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I was a kid. I was so baffled by Joe Paterno. I never understood it. As a kid, I was like, I don't get why this old man is the coach, but he's not the coach. He's like a coach in. It's like he just put. It's sort of like Sir Alex Ferguson with Manchester United, but he was actually coaching and managing and running the team. But like Joe Pa, I was like, he's not recruiting kids. Like college football's wild. He's not still doing this, is he? But
I don't know.
He had to. When you have that much in your programs, that's what everybody's point is. When you guys know what's happening and you're in charge of everything, and you don't know that that's happening with a guy who's been in your.
Yeah, that one was different, right? Because that was an assistant coach.
It was generations.
And that wasn't. He wasn't just.
It's not kids
the
doing
football coach.
Yeah.
Like that guy was the face of the university.
Yeah.
Pat Fitzgerald's not the face of that university. He's the face of the football program. Was the face of the football program. But again, I could also make the point that there are tons of things that these athletes do that the coaches have no idea.
Yeah,
they do. I mean, you can't. How many football players on a college football team? Maybe 80?
Yeah.
You can't keep track.
Like 90 or something like 75?
You can't keep track of all these kids. You can't do it. But this happened, and maybe it was harder, maybe it was easier, maybe you should have known because it happened in your facility, or maybe it was harder because it didn't happen in front of anybody else. And the only people that knew were the football team, the kids. They're the only ones that knew. And
it's not in the dorms where it's going to trickle out.
Exactly. You're not going to find out about it outside. So that's why I think he'll get another job.
I think so
That's
too.
why I think he's absolutely going to get another job. And I would have, if they would have suspended him 6 games right off the rip and just kept him there.
They would have never had to do anything.
I would have said, you know what, that sounds about right. Half the season, clean up your program. I've never heard anything outside of this. I don't want to minimize this because obviously it's a big deal.
Self-report to NCAA in addition? Do you have to for hazing stuff?
I don't know.
I would
I don't even know. Is there a penalty for that? It's not because it's not recruiting. I don't even know if there's a penalty, like if the NCAA gets involved in that. Of course, the NCAA got involved in Penn State too.
Right,
and they didn't really have any jurisdiction to get involved in that, and they most certainly did. So, no, I just think it's a real. It's an interesting situation because of how it happened, and then how it escalated and how it ended, and basically what parents think coaches are responsible for. Because I'm sure my mom and dad thought, he's going to go play for Lute. And
I bet you they expected Lute to look out for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
They didn't think that you were going to go there.
These are young men. I mean, you're like, hey,
it's a gray area in your life.
He's going to be 2,000 miles away from home.
Yeah.
Someone's got to take care of him. I expect the program to take care of him. I expect you to take care of him. I expect you to keep him safe. And then when you can't, or you don't, then I don't know. Do you foster that kind of culture where something like this could happen? I don't know. But that's. Like I said, I've always kind of grappled with that question. What should they know, and does it matter?
Yes.
Does it even matter that they should have known or shouldn't have known? Does that even come into the come into the equation.
You should, and if you don't, you should have. And if you don't know any of that, it's on your watch. That's to me, it all comes down to.
I don't buy that you should have.
No, maybe
I'm not buying that.
That's fair.
I just say this.
That's fair.
If you don't know, it doesn't matter.
That's fair. I'm with you there.
That's just
it's irrelevant because you're in charge.
Exactly. That's the way the world works. I mean, you got to fall. What do they always say? I watch enough of these TV shows, and I was watching Billions again last night for the second time. I've been getting into it. It's been I kind of enjoy it. Shut up, Tim. And they're saying, look, someone's got to fall for this. Someone's got to
take the fall.
We got to find someone to take the fall. I don't care who it is. I love that show. I don't care who it is.
I don't care who it is. Somebody's got to get over
someone's
this.
falling.
I'm going to leave the room, and when I come back, it's one of your guys.
Guess what?
It's one of your guys' gun.
The head coach is the guy that takes the fall for it.
That's it.
And again, so and I don't even know if it's relevant. Should he have or shouldn't he have? It's sorry, you're the head man at this program.
Them's the breaks.
It happened under your watch.
Yeah.
You got to pay for it somehow.
That's it. We will get back into the NFL with Mike Silver, covers the Niners for the Chronicle. We'll talk to him about what's going on next week with training camp. Talk about the Debo situation, the comments from last week. Get an update on what's going on with Brock Purdy. There were some rumors out there about Trey Lance. See if he knows anything about that. Mike Silver on the other side. It's Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
All right, what a treat. Talk a little football here as we are under a week away from rookies reporting to 49er training camp next Wednesday. Veterans come in about a week after that. Starting to heat up here with conversation around the Niner roster. See what's going on with Brock Purdy. Mike Silver joins us from the Chronicle. Mike, good to have you, man. It only took us 4 days. I figure with Greg producing, we'd get you sooner, but he had to dig up your number or try to get a text or a call back, I guess, man. What's going on, Mike? How are you?
It would have caused all sorts of intra-household strife if I had not come through. So, I'm gonna try to play nice here.
Yeah, you have to bring the good stuff to keep Greg's job, I guess, is the, is the deal here. Mike Silver with us. So what's going on? He said you were down talking to Sean McVay. We were talking earlier this week about the Play Callers podcast that came out on The Athletic about the minds of McVay and McDaniel and Shanahan. It's cool to get into. We talked to Jordan Rodriguez from The Athletic who wrote about that. But the dynamics between those guys, and you've got two of them in the same division. I don't know who's going to stack up with the Niners this year outside of Seattle. I don't know where the Rams come in, but how do you view the division this year? How do you see it stacking up, and what kind of jump can the Rams make?
Well, first of all, Jordan did a great job with that podcast, which is not surprising. I also have a project that will be announced pretty soon that has some similar overtones. Nice. So I do happen to be quite an expert on that crew and have been on it for a while. And, yeah, it's fascinating, and we could go on and on. But as far as right now, yeah, Sean McVay, essentially, he's going to try to coach his way out of a little bit of a hole. But in fairness, if you ask most fans and coaches and GMs, hey, would you take putting yourself in a little bit of a hole for a couple of years in exchange for a Lombardi trophy? I think most would say yes. And so because the Rams, with the celebrated FM picks strategy and, really prioritizing the present, manipulating the salary cap, aggressively trading draft capital, because they parlayed that into a ring, I think they're at peace with that. But on paper, the Rams are not nearly on the level that they were 2 years ago. The Cardinals are a complete train wreck on paper. We'll see. New coach. I think Kyler's going to take a while to get back, but the Cardinals scare nobody on paper. And I do think there's a sense with the Seahawks that, as cool and heartening as last year was, when they were expected to be a non-factor and made the playoffs and came to Levi's and all that, they may not be as, poised to take that next step as commonly believed, though I do think they hit on some guys at the top of the draft in their mind based on early returns. So that brings us to the 49ers. It should be their division. It shouldn't be close, but of course, there is a question at the most important position of all. If you told me Brock Purdy's going to be Brock Purdy and is going to come back and play all season and it's all going to be good, I would say we're looking at the favorite to win the Super Bowl. But obviously, that is a big if right now.
Were they out with Trey Lance? I can never kind of figure out, because they always say nice things, and rightfully so. You're not going to come out and crap on your players when they're under contract.
He's not what we thought. He's not good. Yeah.
Just makes no sense.
Hoping it'd be better.
You're trying to get the best out of him, and if you were going to trade him, you don't want to tell everybody else what you think of him. So were they out with him? I'm just curious.
Well, I think two things are true. One is they love the kid. They would like to see more of them in a vacuum, and see what they've got. And they are encouraged in all ways by progress that they've seen in, low stress situations in the off season, right? They think he's throwing it better. They think he's, all the things you would look for in that context are positive. But clearly he has not been yet anything close to what they hoped. They were trading 3-1s to move up in drafts.
Yeah.
And they also can't play around. The window is now. They're going to pay Bosa. They're paying a lot of guys. You've got a lot of veterans who, if they're not declining, are certainly in that, right in that sweet spot. And you wonder about what next year even will look like. You've got 2 receivers. Are you going to pay both? You've got Kittle with a big number. You've got Juszczyk, wrong side of 30, though he's been so good. You got Trent Williams, who openly talked about, the possibility he wouldn't come back after last year. Armstead's getting up there. So I think you really want to get after it now, and you don't want to run a lab experiment. And so that's a long way of saying, look, they openly said they'd listen to offers over the offseason. a report came out that said they were shopping him. They certainly didn't do anything to try to strongly refute that. I don't believe they got offered anything close to, good, because they probably would have done it. So he's certainly got a chance to end up beating out Sam Darnold. He's certainly got a chance of playing if Purdy either can't start the season or starts it and then has to miss some time because the arm gets tired, which is another scenario. But, I don't think, put it this way, if someone called right now and offered him a 2 for next year, I think the deal would be done before the sentence was out of the GM's mouth.
It's always going to be a dubious scouting report when it starts off with great kid. Great kid.
Well, right. I mean, and that's what. That's
family.
Great kid.
I was always careful to not say you were a great kid. I have inside information, but you listen. Tom Tolbert can play ball. Not a great kid. Not even a hustle guy.
Great good family.
Maybe, but not really far from a great kid. And here's the other thing. Like, I just think, if they called the Jets right now, how do you not talk about a Trey Lance for Zach Wilson? Like, it's kind of like, well, we haven't loved our guy, but maybe we like your guy. I don't know. I feel like
I think I'd rather still have Trey Lance. I don't know totally what he is. We've seen enough, not a lot of Zach Wilson, but I've seen enough of it to be like, I don't want that guy.
Well, one guy's a great kid, and one guy is Aaron Rodgers' backup. So
yes, he is.
There you go. Talking to Mike Silver on the UMA guest line. Tom and I, a little bit ago, were talking about Deebo Samuel. We played the sound of him from CBS Sports the other day, but we were talking about his comments from a couple of weeks ago when he said I was awful last year. And we were looking at his numbers after Christian McCaffrey showed up, and I was asking Tom what he brings to the offense that McCaffrey can't. And really at the receiver position, there's not a great option behind him. I just wonder how big of a year this is for him, and if he has a big year, what kind of value that could give the Niners and maybe some flexibility in doing something with him.
All great questions and a great conversation. So, look, one of the things Deebo brings them at any alignment is attitude. A lot of, and remember, this is a team that it's an incredible stat, right? No team that played them and then played the week after, so we're not counting bye weeks, won its next game.
It's amazing.
I mean, it's an amazing stat. So they, when you play the Niners, what you better strap it on, all that stuff. They aren't great kids between the lines because they will make it hurt. But that's kind of their identity, and there's no more glaring representation of that. So I would liken it to Draymond and the Warriors, right? Yeah. Draymond gives you incredible things as a basketball player, but he also gives you something else, in terms of how he affects the other players, the attitude, the living on the edge, like all
physicality.
That. Yeah, and the physicality, right? Yeah. So Deebo's all that, but it is a very good question about what happens next year because Ayuk, who has been Mr. Offseason, which, again, we'll see, but that's cool that he's looked so good and is a very talented guy and seems to be ready to come into his own. He's going to be in line for big money. Kittle's making big money. McCaffrey's making big money for his position. So you're probably not going to pay all those guys. Assuming McCaffrey stays McCaffrey, then are you choosing between either, 2 receivers and no Kittle, or just one of the receivers, or just one of the receivers, no Kittle, and you're, paying someone else. So I think there is a lot on the line, but it's not just a numbers equation. The people who'll be making those decisions. We've seen Deebo get numbers, not get numbers, make big plays. When Deebo's locked in, he's just such an important part. The versatility is very important. He and McCaffrey together with their versatility, it just, going back to the, that crew of coaches, the things that Kyle can do with positional flexibility and his offensive mind, it's just, insane. So, Deebo has a very, very high value. I think Ayuk's value is going up. If you're a Niner fan, I think you just want to close your eyes, block all this out, hope that Brock Purdy is Brock Purdy, and just try to enjoy a really special season.
When Bosa signs his extension, is he going to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the league?
I feel like he will. That's what the market would dictate.
Yeah.
And, it's the position you would pay.
Yep.
If you're not paying the quarterback, other than paying the quarterback, you're paying the quarterback hunter.
Yep.
And so, he's done everything you would want someone drafted in that position to do. He fought back for the ACL and now looks even better. And, obviously you can't just go get another one. So I think you try to structure it in a way that helps you spread out the cap hit the best you can. But that seems like a no-brainer to me. Pay the man. They tend to get these things done sometime between, beginning of camp and end of camp. So somewhere in that wheelhouse, I think we'll see it get done.
Thanks for coming on, Mike. It was great to have you on talking some Niners, and we're starting to heat up our football talk. I want to get a Warrior question into you though before we get out, because I know you're a Dubs fan. Just your initial reaction to Chris Paul and how you think this is going to work out.
Am I allowed to be a Dubs fan anymore as a columnist? I mean, the thing is, Tom knows. You can say I'm a Dubs fan or not, whether I am or not, but I'm such a fan of, unfortunately, of the coach that it's going to be hard to separate. But Tom, you would know more about this than I would. I mean, I thought the pros are he's a Hall of Famer. He is he has a great assist to turnover ratio.
Yep.
He is you get out of the pool contract, which is huge.
Maybe number one. Yeah.
Right. It may be number one for sure. And then the other side is, who are you defending at the end of a game? How are you defending when you have, say, Chris Paul, Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond, if you're going small at the end of a game particularly, and even if you're not, it's just another guy that ideally is not defending an elite offensive player, at least at this stage. So, Tom, does that work? I don't know.
It's going to be it'll be interesting. I don't think, Mike, they're going to have the same closing lineup all the time. I mean, you might throw Looney in there, you might have Wiggins out. So I'm not sure exactly how they're going to play that. I know what they did get. They got an ultra competitive SOB. That's what Chris Paul is. Yeah. Now, can he stay healthy throughout the year? We'll see. His minutes will, I'm sure, be in the mid-20s, so they're going to try to keep him healthy throughout the course. He wasn't great last year. I watched a lot of Suns games. You could tell there was a noticeable decline, which, there should be.
Yeah, but you know what, Tom, great kid, though. Great kid.
He's more than a great kid. I'd go this. What do you think, Chris Paul? Oh, he's a real SOB, but that guy, that guy can play. He's tough to play against. He really is. And it's the funny part is, though, Mike, is he was probably public enemy number 2 around here forever. He was public enemy number 1, and then James Harden took over that role for a number of years with Houston. And then
But who had the famous construction site in Oakland lit up with the F-bomb at his name? You got to say LeBron is in the conversation.
Yeah, I think there's too much respect for LeBron, though.
I don't know. Warrior fans?
Yeah,
I don't think Warrior fans like LeBron.
I think they had respect. Dylan Brooks, yes, but Dylan Brooks was he's not at the level of those two. I mean, James Harden and Chris Paul are great players. Dylan Brooks is anything but a great player. So, and everybody hates Dylan Brooks. That didn't even count. But there was
team didn't like
there
him.
was a special hate for the Warriors and the Rockets and the Clippers, because remember that was the first rivalry, the Clippers and the Warriors, and then the Clippers blew it up after they realized they couldn't beat the Warriors, and they just said, well, let's just scatter these parts around the NBA. But yeah, that was because the way Chris Paul plays, it's going to be interesting just calling the games for me this year, Mike, because I've always said I got the utmost respect for the guy. Hall of Famer, one of the greatest point guards ever play the game. I hate some of the stuff he does on the court. You can't be a flopper and a tough guy at the same time. You have to pick a lane. Right. You got to pick a lane on that one. If you're a tough guy, you can't flop, and if you're flop, you can't try to be tough too. That bothers the hell out of me.
Was there anyone in your era who was the flopper tough guy? I'm trying to think.
Now, there wasn't a lot of floppers in my era. It was mostly this tough guy. Trust me, when you fell down in the 80s, you got hit most of the time.
Stepped on.
There was a reason you fell down.
Great stuff, Mike. Fun catching up, dude, and good to get some Niner talk, and always good to hit the Warriors with you too. It's great having you on, and we'll have to do it again when we get closer to the season, man.
And remember, this show produces itself, thankfully.
Yeah, thank God, dude. I told him, I was like, you better get your dad, and if you don't, I'll crush you for not getting him. So either way, it was a lose-lose for Greg. So good deal, Mike. Catch you on, man.
Thanks, Mike.
Happy to help the ball club.
Thanks.
He's a great kid.
Thank you. For great kid.
He's a
great
good kid. That's one of the Wolf Ferrell.
Look at this guy. Great kid.
He's a good kid.
Oh, so he's that bad, huh?
Well, that's the whole Leo DeRocher line. Forget these nice guys. Give me some a-holes that can play.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just want to win games, dude. I don't care how nice they are.
It's like what do the GMs always say? We're looking for high character guys around here.
Yeah,
No, you're looking to win. You don't care who you have.
Pac-Man Jones will win a game for you. You'll pick him up. You know what I mean? Come on. You guys are giving opportunities to everybody, especially football. Football's the funniest with that. Don't hear it as much there. All right, we'll get into some baseball. Eric Burns going to join us on the other side at 4:30. Katie Wu is going to stop by from The Athletic talking about John Maziliak's comments that the Cardinals will be selling come deadline time. Didn't say they were waving the flag. They're just focused on next year. Eric Burns first, then Katie Wu and Larry Baer. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Dwayne Kuiper joined Murph and Mack and suggested the Giants will not make a move for a middle infielder ahead of the trade deadline. That podcast and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, one of the biggest questions I think people have, because it's a stressful one, is what do you do if you can't pay your taxes?
Don't panic. Call us, and we'll take care of you. There's so much we can do for you, so many good options, like you ask the government to let you pay part and they forgive the rest. Or pay in monthly installments, small installments over a lot of years. Or forgive the penalties. Or just have them leave you alone completely till you're back on your feet. And another thing is, the fact that the IRS sends you a bill doesn't mean it's right. Lots of times it's wrong, especially if you haven't filed returns. So we want to get those canceled. We want to bring down the taxes to the absolute rock bottom bare legal minimum. We do everything for you. You don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them in almost all cases. And then you can have a normal life. But don't stick your head in the sand. Don't wait for one of these new agents to come and ruin your life and do bad things to you, your business, family. Just let us take care of you.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let him take care of it. It's a stressful conversation to have, but Steve's the guy to call. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEALER. Find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Dub Nation. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes with you Thursday afternoon, second half of the Giants season. Open it up tomorrow. We got a 3:05 pregame, a 4:05 first pitch. Giants going to be out in Pittsburgh taking on the Pirates. They've only announced their first two starters for the series. It's going to be Ross Stripling on Friday, tomorrow, and on Saturday I think we're getting Alex Cobb. Is that right? Was it Cobb? No, it wasn't Cobb. It was somebody I just saw yesterday. It's not Cobb. I'll get that for you in just a minute here. We had both of the starters announced. Anyway, they've not announced a Sunday starter yet. Little road trip to start the second half, but opportunity to build here before they come on home. I will get you the rotation here. Eric Burns working on making the connection with him. If we don't, we'll just talk to him next week. And Katie Wu will join us talking some Cardinals potential trades at 4:30. So short show tomorrow. I'm not going to be here. Tom will be with you. It'll be Rich Hill starting tomorrow. By the way, we were talking earlier about the last pitcher in the bigs who'd gone 10 innings, because I just saw that note about Gaylord Perry threw more 51% of his 300 and something starts in the 70s. He went 9 innings or more, and in like 97% he went 5 innings or more. Rich Hill, we were looking at the last guy to go 10 innings. It's only happened, or to go into the 10th inning and record an out at least. It's only happened 13 times since 1995. Rich Hill's one of them. He had a no-hitter into the 10th inning of a game against the Pirates in a 0-0 game a few years ago in 2017. First batter, Josh Harrison of the 10th, walk-off home run in Pittsburgh.
That hurts.
He had a no-hitter for 9 innings, didn't get an out in the 10th, and lost. By the way, I had mistaken earlier, too. I was talking about the Matt Cain, Cliff Lee game, because that's the last time a pitcher went into the 10th inning. Matt Cain went 9. Cliff Lee went a complete 10. Giants ended up winning it in 11. I said that Matt Cain got caned. He didn't. Here's the final call of that game. Matt Cain goes 9. Cliff Lee goes 10. Giants win the game.
It's in the bullpens now. 2 on, 1 out. Base hit! Here comes Belt. Pence with the long throw. The Giants have won it.
Was that a Melky walk-off hit? And Hunter Pence had to make the throw home from right field. It was 3 months later, 3.5 months later, he's a Giant. That's pretty cool.
Pence,
cool.
Melky, Belt.
Pence, Melky, and Belt. That's why it's wild. I was thinking about the other day at the All-Star game when they're handing out the MVP. So I was at that game in 2012, that All-Star game, which was random that it ended up being the all-time Giants All-Star game. They win home field. Melky gets the MVP. Kane starts, gets the win. Posey starts. Pablo starts. Bases loaded triple. It was all cool. It was Harper and Trout's first. It was Chipper's last. It was so cool. Then Melky gets the MVP, and it's wild that he gets handed that MVP trophy from Selig, and Selig knows that he's going to get suspended in like a month.
Yeah.
Or in 2 weeks, he's getting handed a suspension for the rest of the year, which is just it's so funny that Selig is just all over this stuff. But that was a fun year. Melky gets no love. It's funny that Melky gets no love from Giants fans, because I remember Melky being great. He's like 350.
Yes, he was.
353. I was like, this guy's going to win a damn batting title playing left field. I think they played 1 or 2 games
together. Didn't Posey win it that year?
I think he ended up winning it in 2012, right?
I think Posey won
MVP and the batting title. Yeah. Pretty good. I saw this note, too. This is a good one, or a good question that was getting thrown out, because everybody's so high on the Ohtani sweepstakes. If you were to do, and they do this periodically just for fun on days like this, I saw Talkin' Baseball put it out. If you were to do a redraft, or you were going to rank the players, if you were going to draft a franchise, and Shohei Ohtani is obviously the number 1 pick, who's the top player in baseball drafted? If you were going to redraft all of active Major League Baseball right now, who's the best player in baseball behind Shohei Ohtani? I don't know that I'd say Mike Trout still.
I told you that a month and a half ago.
Yeah, I know, and I wasn't sure.
Everybody's like, I don't know about that. I'm like,
because you watch every Angels game. Yeah, you watch him all.
No, he's not bad.
No.
He's still really good.
Top 10.
He's not. I mean, this is a guy who regularly, every year, like clockwork, you can put his OPS between 980 and 1,010.
Yep.
Every year. It's just what it is. Maybe 970, but it's the same. This year it's like 860, so it just stands out like a sore thumb that he's not hitting the ball as well.
Giants would kill for an 860.
They'd kill. Most teams would. But
he's an all-time player.
When you've dropped down over 100 points off your average. So now, are we talking do salaries get included into this?
Yeah, every player as he is.
So, well, that complicates a little bit because you're like, I love this player, but I don't know if I want to pay that type of if let's say this, let's do it for the next 3 years.
Okay, yeah, and you get the guy. Let's not say you're drafting showing as a free agent.
I don't know if I want Judge. I don't know if I want that contract.
Nope.
But do I want him for 3 years? Yeah, I do. Boy, after Shohei right now, for the next 3 years, I mean, Soto's not a bad.
I think I know my pick.
Not a bad pick.
I think I'd go Acuna.
That's a good pick.
Because
that's a really good pick.
I wouldn't have last year.
Okay.
Because last year I thought we didn't know if he had taken a step back or maybe he was just going to normalize a little bit after that injury. Maybe he wouldn't be as explosive. He's clearly come back from that knee injury just fine. And it's an injury that shouldn't hinder him for the rest of his career. Like, it's not like he's a running back.
Oh, I know who I'd take.
What's that?
I know who I'd take now.
Who's that?
Mookie.
It's tough to beat.
Mookie's incredible.
What's he got? What's he have? 30 home runs right now?
26, I think it is.
26 home runs right now?
It's insane. He snuck up on me too. 26. I was watching a Dodger game. Maybe it was against the Angels. Yeah, and he hit. I think he hit back-to-back games home runs. I think he went 25-26 when he got his 25th. I was like, he has 25 home runs. When that happened?
He started hot, so I think he had a bunch early.
How many Dodgers have over 20 home runs now?
Jeez.
Him, Muncy. I don't know if Freeman has over.
I don't think Freeman does
20. Freeman has 17, and then guy who's the.
I got the Dodgers lineup for you right here.
Who's the DH? Former Red Sox, former Astro, why can't I think of his name? I can picture him right now.
Yeah, JD Davis.
Yeah,
he does, right?
JD Martinez.
So Will Smith has 24.
Yep. Who does?
Will Smith.
Okay. Oh, Will Smith.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm looking at last year's numbers.
Okay,
I was like 24.
He does too?
I was like, he's the best catcher in baseball. Well, he wasn't. He might be anyway.
He might, yeah, exactly.
Will Smith has 13. So
okay.
He's hitting, 889 OPS.
Yeah.
Freddie's got 17.
Okay, 17.
Miguel Vargas, who's on the 40-man, they just sent him down, I think. He's got 7. He's like a second baseman.
Okay.
He's only played 81 games. 21 for Muncy.
Okay, that's 2.
Muncy has 21?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
What's his average?
Yeah. 212.
198.
198, yeah, I knew it was low.
OPS?
But wait, yeah, it's probably in the 880s.
It's lower than that, 807.
807, okay.
He doesn't have enough doubles.
Higher than that. Okay, not enough doubles.
So Muncy has 49 hits.
21 homers.
27 of them are doubles or homers. That's wild.
So that's 2 guys over
46 Ks. 82 Ks, 46.
So they do have 4 then, because I know Martinez and Mookie do.
Yes, Martinez and Mookie. And then Outman's got 11. I mean, he's going to hit 20 or 18, something like that. So Mookie's going to hit maybe 40. He might. 14 more. Why not?
What's his OPS?
964.
964.
And this is why the Dodgers, it's like if they get a little bit of pitching, and this is what makes me nervous about a team that produces talent like this and has so much of it in the minor leagues, that even if it's a guy in Double-A, if the guy in Double-A is coming out of the Dodger organization and is rated below the guy who's in Double-A rated out of the Rangers organization by like 15 spots or 20 spots, I might still take the Dodger. Same position or whatever, same maybe I just, based on development talent that's come up, that organization is working, and that Andrew, who's their Friedman, he's their president, he's been getting it done since he was in Tampa. And since he left Tampa, they have not produced talent at the same rate, though they've acquired talent with a lot of those prospects, which is just as smart. So, this is a team that scares me because every year, and that's what I think Farhan's goal is. Yep. You want to have that pool of prospects so that you have the option to say, we don't need Alexander Canario. We can give him up to go get Chris Bryant.
Yep.
We'd be willing to part with 2 top 10 prospects to get a guy who we're getting some control over because it's more beneficial. We know this guy's here and can help this team that's about to do something versus what if 3 or 4 years down the road. It's they scare me more than anybody in the division still.
Yep. So, I think so. If we're talking like top 10 guys over the next 3 years, regardless of position, and let's say no pitchers, let's say fielders, Judge is definitely in there. I just don't know if he'd be, I wouldn't take him second. I might take Acuna ahead of him. I'm not sure. Kyle Tucker would be in there. He's really good. Trout would be in there. He'd be in the top 10. He'd just be down a little bit lower than maybe he normally would be. Soto would have to be in there. I mean, he's in for like 258, and he still has an OPS over 900. I mean, it's insane how much this guy gets. It's insane how much he gets on base. I mean, it really is. Now, you do take a little bit of a ding with him defensively. I'll put it nicely. He's a good kid out in right field. He's a real nice kid. He's just not.
He's a nice kid.
He's not very good.
Well, they don't even play him in. They play him in left now because they play Tatis in right.
That's right.
They play him, which is better because it's less of a hazard and left, shorter throw. It's not a tough field out in San Diego. And Tatis has been, it's unreal. He's better now that he's a right fielder. He does more for you.
Yep.
He's not hurting you defensively.
Maybe Bo Bichette.
Ooh, because he's a straight hits guy. I think he's led the league in hits each of the last couple of years, or could do it again. He may be leading them right now.
I think he's good in the field. I'm not positive
he's a good
on that. Yeah, that's what I thought he was. So I'd probably have Bo Bichette.
By the way, Acuna's leading the league in OPS.
Yeah.
990. He's leading the league in caught stealings, fewest per. I think it's the most, 7. He led it last year too, but he's got 44 steals.
44.
He's hitting 331. Who's hitting what?
Yeah.
Nobody does that.
No.
And he's not leading the league, by the way, 331.
I know. He ain't catching him.
Luis Arias.
He ain't catching him.
He's got an OBP of 408. He's walked 44 times to 49 Ks, which is alarming relative to what he's done in his career. This is not, I don't know what's happened with Acuna's eye, but this is why his batting average is through the roof. 293 his rookie year, but he struck out 123, walked 45. He struck out 49 right now to 44 walks. That's an insane turnaround. That's something you can't predict or project. He's matched his RBI total from last year. He's got 21 bombs. The most he's ever hit was 41 in 19. I mean, he's going to be in the MVP conversation and may very well run away with it.
Would you have Julio Rodriguez in your top 10 for the next 3 years?
Probably. Corbin Carroll also. Starts thinking other young outfielders.
The only reservations I would have for him is I've only seen it for a year.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I'd take him number 2 overall.
I think he would be probably top 10 guy over the next 3 years, guy you'd want, especially since he's making dirt. But don't know yet. We've seen it before. Guys get off to great starts, and all of a sudden, league kind of figures them out just a little bit. They have a harder time making the adjustment than some. So,
or it takes a little bit to.
But
it
looks like he's going to be. It looks like he's going to be a guy. There's no doubt about it.
Someone on the text line just said Acuna could be 50-50. I hadn't even thought about that.
I know. I don't think he's going to get to 50 home runs, but
I don't think so.
They said the one they said he might get to is 40-75.
What?
Yeah, 40 home runs, 75 stolen bases.
He'd have to be the only guy to ever do that, right? Nobody's ever done that.
No.
40 and 75?
That would be insane.
Who would be the players with speed that you'd even think about? Like Mickey and Mays? That would be it, right? And even then, I don't think they ever stole 70. That's bananas.
Well, I love the old guys. You tell them about that, they're like, oh, hell, I didn't even know that was a thing. If I'd have known I would have done it.
Yeah, I didn't know. Because now we're trying to make things look cool. And first guy to ever do X, Y, and Z. Well, yeah, I didn't know. I would have tried to do that if I knew. We got credit for that. He's leading offensively, plate appearances, runs, stolen bases, OPS plus total bases. Acuna's leading in all of them. He's going to get 50. He may get 75 steals. So he's at 21 homers. Yeah, I'd like 40-40. That'd be cool. Because there's only, 4 of them?
I mean, look, if he gets to 40 home runs, he's going to
He's 40-40.
He's 40-40. That's already a given. It just matters how many home runs he's going to get to. But no, he's been now that's a good pick. He's been great, and he definitely would be in that group. And maybe the greatest bargain in baseball. Quite possibly. I think he only makes 15 a year or something like that.
Oh yeah, Acuna.
And he gets it for the next 5 or 6 years, something like that. His contract was absurd. And I remember people squawking about it when he got it and Albie's got his, that the Braves took advantage of him. And I always said, they didn't force him to sign it, did they?
No.
I mean, they're the ones. No one knows what their family's life is back.
That might have been life-changing right then and there. He might have needed that right then and there.
I'm sure it was. Yeah, I'm sure it absolutely was. And I think they're young enough, too, that they can get another one. And I'm sure they will.
He'll be 30 when he's got a, oh my gosh, he's the best deal in sports.
Yeah, he is.
This is the best deal in sports. He's making 17 a year.
Yeah.
And he's under contract. They bought out his arbitration, which would end next year. And they'd be paying more than 17 in arbitration.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And then his contract would be up in 2026, but they have club options for $17 million a year for 27 and 28.
Oh,
and he's a free agent 29. Guess when my man's getting a new...
They're going to pick those up.
Maybe. Or guess when my man is getting a new contract.
That's possible.
Rolling into 2027 when he's got 2 option years left, and they're like, we'll buy out those because he'll be 29 in the first option year. You buy it out, and we'll give you 6 or 7 more years for another $300 million. And by then, you got guys like Matt Olson maybe coming off the books.
Yep.
And you see what's going on with Sean Murphy's offense behind the plate because 5 years from now or 4 years from now, catchers, who knows? Who knows what production looks like for those guys. So interesting stuff, but the Braves are in a great position. Yeah, I think Acuna right now for me is number 2. Mookie's not a bad answer. He's playing short, too.
And second.
Play him wherever you want.
Dude's everywhere.
It's wild. Who does that?
I mean,
nobody.
how many Hall of Famers willingly, not just willingly, like happily, they go, oh, yeah, that's awesome. I'm going to play shortstop. Let me get out there and play short. Most guys are like, no, I'm not going to go embarrass myself.
Yeah.
It's hard enough to play my position. I'm going to play another position. And there you get Mookie, MVP, Hall of Famer. Yeah, I'll play second. Short? Yeah. The hell?
Yeah.
Give me a glove.
He played some second when he came up.
Yeah.
In Boston. Then they moved to the outfield. Like, your arm's too good.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be playing second. And then the shortstop thing this year is nuts. That doesn't make any sense to me.
I've seen him out there, too. He does not look out of place.
No, he looks great.
He does not look out of place.
Weirdest thing about him is number 50 at short. That's the only.
Yeah.
It's like, what is it, spring training game?
Well, number 50 anywhere looks kind of wild.
And he's a small guy. It's
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
You know what it is? It's because we're in CYO or like you're playing youth basketball. You can only have, it's like the college rules. The highest number is 55 because they all have to fit on one hand.
Yep.
You can't have like a number 7 or a number
Yep.
6. So the big kid always has the XL jersey and it's 55.
55.
The big kids are always wearing Timmy Lincecum and the big kids.
Exactly.
Rocking 55.
And just outside, I would say just outside my top 10, only because he's a DH, is Alvarez.
I couldn't put him in because he doesn't have a glove. I want to
But I'll
draft
still
him.
put him 11.
Yeah. I like my baseball players to have gloves. That's my one caveat.
Yeah, I like my baseball players to have 1,000 OPS. And he does.
The Giants have taken a two-way player in each of their first round picks in both of the last 2 years, including this year. Is there any significance to doing that in back-to-back years? Can you draw a line to that in any recruitment of Shohei Ohtani, what that could look like to him? We can talk about that on the other side. Also should tell you, Reggie Crawford, one of those two-way players, promoted already to Eugene. We talked about his numbers. I'll tell you what he's doing on the other side. And then we are going to catch up with Larry Bear at 4:50. And at 4:30, Katie Woo's going to stop by, talk about whether or not the Giants could be trade partners with John Maziliak. What do the Giants' two-way player draft picks look like to Shohei Ohtani? We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon Sports Leader.
The Giants announced their tentative 2024 schedule. Check out all the details and more trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. It seems like when you get something, you got to upgrade it a week later or a month later. You got to upgrade it already? What's going on? Well, some things you can afford to fall behind on, like, I'll get that later. New TV, just have to wait till the new model comes out. Well, the one thing you can't lag on, no lagging allowed, is your Wi-Fi. That's why you get Xfinity 10G network. Takes care of everybody. Especially during the summer, you're going to need it. You got the kids coming over. They're playing their video games, having their tournaments. You want to make sure they're happy. Keep those animals in their room, all right? Somebody else wants to stream movies. Somebody may be working from home. But you have a lot of people in the house, and everyone needs their Wi-Fi. No lagging, no buffering, none of that garbage. With the Xfinity 10G network, everyone, and I mean everyone, is taken care of with fast, reliable, powerful Wi-Fi. Even if you had a party, 50, 60, 70 people, everyone's still taken care of, whether it be their laptop, their phone, somebody's on the TV. What are you doing on the TV? It's a party. Actually, don't tell anybody, but sometimes during a party, I turn the TV on if there's a game on. Screw it. Then go out in the backyard. I got to watch my game somehow. Now through September 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gigabit internet with unlimited internet data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's all just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/10D, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes, fees, extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet after promo regular rates apply to internet services and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary. Love sports, you love high def. You love incredible speed, incredible power, and reliability. You're going to love Xfinity's new 10G network. Only with Xfinity.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, been a fun week. All things considered. It's usually, it's been a slow sports week. It always is, with Major League Baseball having the All-Star game on Tuesday, but cool outing for Alex Cobb and for Camilo Doval. And then the Shohei Ohtani thing is made for a lot of fun conversation for a couple of years, now for a couple of months, and now that he's getting closer and closer to free agency. This is awesome. A guy with something to prove for free agency. And is going to get a load of money. And the Giants very well could be in on him. I want to give you this piece of information, and then we'll tie back into this, because Bill Shaken of the LA Times, he caught up with 20 different All-Stars at the All-Star game, and he asked all of them, give me your pitch for Shohei Ohtani. Like, what's your pitch? You get to talk to him right now. What are you telling him? Right? So we'll give you a couple of those. Alex Cobb was one of them. There's some really funny ones. And as you can imagine, the teams that have like a more legit shot are giving more thoughtful answers. Brent Rooker of the A's, he wrapped his up saying anything's possible. So
no, it's not.
No, it's not, though.
Dude, has anybody ever signed a player and then tripled their payroll?
With one signing?
One signing. No
probably
one.
not, no.
No way.
I'm trying to wonder if like there's somebody who got bought by someone and then all of a sudden they're like, I'm a new owner, I'm
That'd
spending
be like
money.
if the Mets signed someone for $600 million a year.
Right, today. yeah, like that would be their equivalent of 3
Takes
times.
us to $900 million. Come on. He makes more than the entire A's. He might be worth more than the entire A's. It's possible.
Yeah. Well, two guys do. Scherzer and Verlander both make more than the A's, don't they? They're like making over 43 or 45 or something like that. That's,
I'm including the stadium too.
I think you lose value. I think I devalue you. I have to take that too? Then you're taking some of my salary.
You don't get the food trucks.
Well, no.
Food trucks got to stay. Okay. I want my taquitos.
They actually have to go. They're going because they're not brick and mortar.
Are they going to Vegas with them?
24-hour. Reggie Crawford.
We're going and we're taking our food trucks with us. Oh, damn.
They're probably bringing the gear in the food trucks. Just saving a trip. Traveling with the trucks themselves.
Dang.
Giants' first-round draft pick from last year, Reggie Crawford, the two-way player, already promoted. Came off of Tommy John. He's throwing 97 miles an hour. In 11 innings of work, he made 7 starts, 11 innings, so he was just throwing an inning or less, or just over a little bit. 4.09 ERA, but really the 1.18 whip, the 14.7 Ks per 9. He had it's a big number of strikeouts. I have them right here for you. He had, not huge, but 18 strikeouts to 4 walks in 11 innings.
That'll work.
1.18 whip. So he's only getting a little bit of work, but I wonder if what they're looking at is that Eugene is really where he's going to get more of a challenge. Like, this is where he's healthy. Let's get him up there and actually have him. His level of talent warrants having him there, not just in rookie ball.
He's a big boy, too, isn't he? 6'7"?
Dude, he's enormous. He looks like Susan Slusser said he's got an aura and like a build about him. He's listed at 6'4", 235.
Okay.
I thought he was taller than that.
I thought he was taller
but
than
he's
that,
like
too.
barrel-chested.
Okay.
He's got a home run. His OPS is as a hitter, is 840. He's only had 18 plate appearances, no walks, only 4 Ks. 3 of his 4 hits are for extra bases, a homer and 2 doubles.
UConn Husky?
UConn Husky. Where he didn't play a lot in his final year there as a pitcher either. Didn't throw a ton, but he hit 295, 13 homers as a hitter, and an 892 OPS. Sometimes I'm not thrilled by college numbers that aren't gaudy.
Yeah.
Like, if he's hitting 400 in college, I assume he's like, okay, that's like a 300-something guy in the bigs. But baseball's just evolved and changed, so it's tough to tell. But I wonder about, like, nobody else has done the two-way thing back-to-back years. Nobody knows how to develop a two-way guy. Nobody's gone down this path before. I don't know what the cost-benefit is for I said this to you the other day. If his arm is AA and his bat is Major League ready, what do? Do you say bring the bat up and let him throw on the side? Do you say we kick that to the curb, but this guy still wants to be a pitcher? Like, what if one of the tools develops faster than the other? He figures something out. How do you grow him? Is there one you're willing to drop? Is there one that you would rather have happen first? Like, I wonder if his bat was AA and his arm was clearly ready for the bigs. I'd say bring him up and let him pitch, and then we can let him hit a little bit and try to get him going. But he wouldn't be getting consistent enough at bats because he'd be a AA hitter. Like, I don't know how that works. I do wonder how attractive that would look to Shohei Ohtani. How the Giants have clearly shown this is the type of player that they think the organization needs. They can I mean, again, I don't know that this is anything. It could be a little nugget. It could be something else to say, we're all in on this. We want to pick your brain. We want you to help us grow these guys. You're the only person that can do it. And we think if we develop them correctly, we've got some incredible assets here that can help you and that you guys become this world-beating team. I don't know, but it's unique and interesting, and I wonder if there's some read between the lines thing, that Farhan's got a plan that, yeah, we believe in these guys anyway, but it's also a nice thing to be able to dangle.
Yeah, I think, look, usually players in sports and trainers are pretty receptive to people calling them and asking them. So it wouldn't surprise me if the Giants, because they have two of those guys now, have already reached out to Shohei Ohtani's like trainer or something and say, hey, can you walk us through like what the process is like? Or even called his professional coach or amateur coach in Japan and ask him, how did he go about doing this? How did you guys go about doing this? How did you develop both of them? And what was the process like for him?
Who was the manager at the end? Was it Osmus when he started there?
Oh boy, I think he was only there a year.
Yeah, because he came after Sosha, right? Was it Sosha and then straight to Osmus for a year and then Madden?
I want to say there was somebody in between, but you could be right. God, Osmus was like, he was there and then he was gone.
Yeah.
Like I think he was there a year.
Was he in Detroit after that? Is that, because I know he
I
lived
thought
in
it was
Los
Detroit
Angeles.
before
Maybe it was
that.
before.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Brad Osman, yeah, I don't know.
Good catcher for the Astros.
Yeah. You might be right though. It could have went. No, there has to be somebody else in between there because Sosha's been gone a long time, hasn't he?
Yeah, Sosha. Well, he was there for a long time.
Hasn't he been gone like 10 years?
No.
Has Sosha been gone 10 years? Not that long, no?
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think it's been that long.
Well, what was I'll
get you right.
Madden was there, like 4 years, 3 years maybe? 3 years.
Joe Madden was 20 to 22. Brad Osmus 1 year and 19, and he was right after Sosha. Sosha was 18? 2000 to 18.
Wow.
Yep.
I would have totally lost that one.
Yeah.
I lost that bet.
Yeah, he was there for a long time.
I'm terrible. Like apparently I'm terrible when managers manage, but I'm terrible when that dude died game too. When that dude die.
It's better than Murph who kills guys off.
20 years ago?
Murph will say guys died, and you're like, dude, he's still with us, man. Murph kills guys off.
I don't kill people off.
No, he's around.
I don't even get close. I don't even get. I'm always
cross him off.
Like, yeah.
This guy here is dead.
Yeah.
Most of these guys never had a prime. Phil Nevin right now, right? So, so it would have been. What was his debut? Would have been under Sosha. Would Shohei come up and win?
No, I don't think so.
It had to be.
No,
Shohei wasn't here in 2019 only, was he?
Sosha didn't manage. Shohei did? Really?
Yeah, he had.
Did he really?
You're telling me Shohei Ohtani's been here for 2 years or 3 years? He won his first MVP in 19, didn't he? Shohei Ohtani made his big league debut in 2018 under Mike Scioscia.
Wow.
He played 104 games under Scioscia, hit him 22 bombs, and won Rookie of the Year.
I would have never.
285. This is funny.
I would have never got that.
So maybe that's the guy we need to find. We're going to find Mike Scioscia or Brad Osmus and be like, how'd you guys do this? Let's get them on. Mike Scioscia, Osmus, we got to get to. We still want to talk to Joe Madden. I'd love to. See if he's still got that 4-leaf clover up his A.
Yeah, I've been wanting to talk to Madden forever. He seems like a really cool dude.
Yeah, we'll try to get on that for later in the season. That'd be a lot of fun to talk about these draft picks and Shohei's future. On the other side, though, John Maziliak of the St. Louis Cardinals gave some comments yesterday about the Cardinals' willingness to trade players come deadline time. Katie Woo of The Athletic. Katie Woo covers the Cardinals. She'll join us to talk about whether or not the Giants could be a fit, which players we could see moved. What does it mean when somebody says, we're not waving the white flag, but we're focused on 2024? Katie Woo next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law team at sftaxteam.com. You've probably heard by now the IRS was receiving billions of dollars to increase enforcement and audits of individuals and small business owners. No, you haven't. No one knows what the IRS is doing. No one's keeping track of. I gave up my IRS weekly years ago, so this news slipped by me. But it doesn't matter. I'm here to tell you. So now you do know, which means they're coming for their money. If they're receiving billions of dollars to increase enforcement, they're going to get that money back. You know how they're going to get their money back? Come after people that owe them money and come after them hard is what they're going to do. Do you like that? Hard is how they're going to come in. They're going to come after him hard. There's going to be fireworks. Oh, what is going on here? Look, the bottom line is this. Get it taken care of. Don't let it wait. Don't let it sit there. Don't think, IRS is going to forget about me. I mean, you know better than that. If you have unfiled tax returns, you're going to get the notices, and the notices will keep coming from the IRS or the Franchise Tax Board until you do indeed take care of that. Let Alex Kugelman help you. He can educate you on anything tax-related. You're having issues, he has answers for you. Don't worry about that stress anymore. Don't worry about not wanting to go to the mailbox or pick up the phone or answer the door because it could be the IRS. Eventually, they'll get around to you. It may take them a while, but don't think for a second they're going to forget. They will not. So if you want to drop the bag of stress, have the light at the end of the tunnel, and have a way out, a game plan, so to speak, blueprint. How do I do this? Schedule a consultation with Alex Kugelman. I talked to him earlier this year. He's real easy to talk to, knows his stuff, down to earth. And by the time you get done with the consultation, you'll feel like, hey, there is a way out of this. I know what it is now. I just have to do it. So visit sftaxteam.com to schedule a consultation today. That's sftaxteam.com, or just Google Kugelman, Kugelman, Kugelman Law, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Well, I think right now I can tell you that we're going to trade people. I just don't know if it's going to be like household names or more of guys that just aren't likely going to be here next year. And so, it's easy to talk about what we may or may not do at the moment, but we're not going to just have give away players. We want to get some value in return. We want to get some return that's going to help us for 2024, and that's going to be really our focus as we enter the trading period.
As a voice of John Maziliak, GM of the Cardinals, a weird statement, it feels like, from the St. Louis Cardinals. That's not an organization that usually makes statements or gives comments like that. He didn't say we're blowing it up or we're giving it all up, but guys will be traded. And usually the Cardinals are a team that you expect at some point are going to figure it out and turn things around, and that has not been the case to this point. Here to talk about that, Katie Wu. She covers the Cardinals for The Athletic. Joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. Love having her on. What's up, Katie? How are you?
What's up, guys? How are you doing today?
Good. Thanks for making time for us. So how was that? I mean, that was sort of different, at least in my lifetime, in your lifetime, for the way the Cardinals have gone about things, not the expectation I had for them approaching the All-Star break, or the trade deadline, I should say.
Yeah, a pretty weird statement from Cardinals President of Baseball Operations, John Mozeliak, and I think that pretty much sums up what was a pretty weird first half in St. Louis. Those comments, might not be surprising when you look at just a regular team's record. When you see 38-52 heading into the All-Star break, you think, okay, they're probably selling. But the fact that this is the Cardinals, and the Cardinals haven't been sellers in nearly 2 decades, and that they're going to sell to this degree is certainly surprising. But I think that Mo said a couple of key things going forward that we should keep in mind there. And the biggest one is they're not looking to just get rid of players, to just trade players and rebuild. The Cardinals fully intend on being competitive again in 2024. So when we look at the Cardinals as sellers this trade deadline, I don't necessarily think that means a rebuild or a teardown. I think they just mean they're going to pivot on this season and focus towards next year.
So what happened? I've only seen him a few times this year, Katie, and that it just, I mean, look at the names, you look at the lineup, and their pitching has not been nearly as good as I'm sure they would have expected. But what is it, one of those things that, like, if it can go wrong, it will go wrong, like just one thing or another, one of those type of situations? Has there been a definite weakness you look at, that's something they didn't expect, and that's the reason that they are where they are?
You know, I think Adam Wainwright said it best. This first half for the Cardinals was just a perfect storm of badness, and it starts with the starting pitching.
That says it all.
Nice. Really. When you look at it, it does start with the starting pitching. Starting pitching is a catalyst for any successful team, and the Cardinals just didn't have that kind of durability or performance in their rotation. They're coming off their first year in almost 2 decades without Yadier Molina behind the plate.
Yeah.
The Wilson Contreras acquisition took a while for everyone to become adjusted, and they're just simply not very good at finding ways to close out ball games. The common consensus with the coaching staff is that the Cardinals have to find a way to win a baseball game 3 or 4 times because they are so inconsistent and just relatively poor in holding on to leads that if they win a game, they've blown that lead 2 or 3 times just to get to that win column. That's just not a sustainable model of success. So, again, I'll chalk it up to Adam Wainwright. I think he says it better than anyone can with that perfect storm of badness because there just really hasn't been one thing that has gone St. Louis's way this year.
38-52. They're on pace for their first 90-loss season since 1990. 11.5 games behind the Reds in the Central. Reds just got fire. One of the most exciting teams in the game. They're insane, that offense is. Katie Wu from The Athletic covers the Cardinals. Are the Giants a fit at all in any sort of trade scenario? I think for Giants fans, we're looking number one at a pitcher, starting pitching. I don't know if they match up that way. I don't know if Flaherty is a guy that they'd be willing to move or that the Giants would have interest in. Middle infield is the one, I think, with the Cardinals that I'd have the most interest in. Where would you go in terms of potential trade destinations or trade targets? Who could be moved?
Yeah, well, you know what? We'll start with the pitching mainly because Marty Lurie has already started his motion for Jack Flaherty to be a San Francisco Giant.
I like Jack
and
Flaherty.
And if Marty's calling for it, there must be some truth, right?
You don't know Jack.
No. Marty's into it, though, so we'll entertain it. I do think the Cardinals will look to move Jack Flaherty and maybe Jordan Montgomery, though it depends. He went down with a hamstring strain in his final start of the first half. Cardinals are still awaiting some clarity on just how severe that strain is. But Flaherty will be a free agent for the first time at the end of 2023. He was drafted from St. Louis, grew up in that organization. I think it would make sense if the Cardinals don't look to re-sign him or extend him a qualifying offer to trade for him, and the Giants could be an opportunity there. But if you're looking at middle infield, that's where the Cardinals really have a true positional logjam, and they have some depth there where they can shake it up. One guy that comes to mind is Paul DeJong. I don't necessarily think with the injuries the Giants have that they're looking for long-term middle infield, just kind of a rental, and that's what Paul DeJong could be. He plays a really solid shortstop. He can play third, he can play second, but he can hit for power, and if he'll be a free agent, too, at the end of the year. He has a team off in 2024 and 2025. It does not look like the Cardinals were going to pick that up. So through all that middle infield talent, I'm looking at Paul DeJong. I think he could be a good rental piece for the Cardinals.
You mentioned
Giants, I should say.
You mentioned Adam Wainwright. I wanted to ask you about him because he's from afar, he's a real easy guy to like. Like I like everything about Adam Wainwright, and it's almost kind of sad watching him go through the first half of this year, just getting shelled every time he starts. I know he's on the shelf right now, but how does he look at it? I'm sure he's going to ride this season out, but how much did the Yachty retirement affect him, or how much of it is just, hey, it's age, and it was going to happen at some point. It just all got pushed into the first half of a season.
Yeah, it's been really disappointing to see Adam Wainwright's first half unwind the way that it did, mainly because you're right, Adam Wainwright is just an easy guy to root for, and he has been that backbone of that clubhouse for at least the last 10 years. And when you're looking at what the Cardinals are going to do in the second half, there's a couple things that they can do. If they're not going to be in contention, Adam Wainwright's 2 wins away from 200 career wins, and that's a huge, huge monument for anyone, but especially Wainwright, who has spoken so openly about how much that milestone would mean to him. He is on the injured list right now, working with some sort of right shoulder injury. He's going to take some time getting back, but with the Cardinals in such a sad position in terms of standings and just their overall performance, I think it would do them some good to have Wainwright come back in the end of August, perhaps. There is no timetable there yet. But finish out his season as strong as possible, just because he deserves to go out a lot better than I think this first half has gone for him.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, I always like when guys are open about wanting to hit a milestone, and then it makes me real like the one that comes to mind is Andres Galarraga. Always wanted to get to 400, and I think he got to 398. I went to the last game of the season in 2004. He was on the Angels. Socha batted him second to try to get him extra at-bats, but he never got there. It was fell just short, but I always think that's cool when guys want to get there. I hope Waino does just that. Talking to Katie Wu on the UMA guest line. A big name that has been kind of floated out there. I saw it on MLB.com. Paul Goldschmidt has 1 year left on his contract at $25 million. When you're talking about competing next season and acquiring pieces that can help you do that, he could net you a lot. If you're giving up on this year and you're looking to build for next season and beyond and to get more versatile, is that somebody they'd consider moving?
You know, I can see the logistical argument behind it because of all the reasons you just mentioned, and because Paul Goldschmidt would net a very, very hefty return. I can't see the Cardinals parting with one half of their cornerstones with Goldschmidt and Arenado. I just can't see them doing that. And Goldschmidt does, of course, have a full no-trade clause, so if they even considered it, it'd be something he'd have to agree to. But John Mozeliak was pretty adamant, the front office is adamant, the coaching staff is adamant, that they're going to compete again in 2024. And to me, you don't get rid of Paul Goldschmidt if that's the sentiment that you want. Now, if this trade deadline in the market pans out in a way where the Cardinals feel like they cannot get a lot of value from their other players, that's not a scenario I see happening, but, you know, let's just say this does occur, then I could see them maybe entertaining it. But really, guys, my gut feeling is that Goldschmidt and Arenado both
those are the two
aren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
I'd even wager that the Cardinals are considering a 2-year extension for Paul Goldschmidt over the offseason.
Gotcha.
Give me a little info on Jordan Hicks, because I can't figure him out. Every time I watch him pitch, I'm like, God, how does anybody hit this guy? And then I look at his stats and say, it looks like a lot of people hit this guy. It's like, so I'm not watching when he's getting hit. When he's dominant, he looks like as dominant as anybody at the back end of a bullpen. Like, where's the disconnect there with the stuff that I see, and then what I also see with my eyes being the stats?
No, it's fair. He had a brutal start to the season to the point where he was almost pushed himself out of a job. But a huge credit to Jordan for taking the adjustment. The Cardinals moved him from high leverage to the lowest possible leverage scenarios because they could not option him to AAA. He had already accrued the necessary amount of service time. And he had to figure it out in real time at the major league level. And he credited just to a total change in focus in his pregame routine. Now with the Cardinals' original closer, Ryan Helsley, on the injured list, Hicks has taken over as their closer, and he's just been nasty over the last month or so. Could not have come better timing for Jordan or for the Cardinals. He'll be a free agent at the end of the year as well. And as you guys both know, the value for a reliever is always highest at the trade deadline. Contending teams will do crazy things for competitive relievers. I'm sure they'll do even crazier things for a reliever, a closer that hits 104 with movement.
Yeah. Well, there you go. You answered my question. Obviously, I didn't watch a lot of early Cardinal games, so he accrued all those stats early, and he's been pitching better since. Okay, that makes sense. Absolutely.
I want to ask you, Katie, about the timing of this, because obviously we're a couple of weeks away from the trade deadline. It seems to me like this is Mozeliak getting out in front of it. If you're the first to sell, you can sometimes net a little bit more. You get full reign of what's going on out there. People may start contacting you a little bit early. You maybe want to start selling off some of these pieces before you're just getting pennies on the dollar for anything here, and you're stuck with some of these guys for next year. I wonder, timing of this, if this was interesting to you, when you think they'll start pulling the trigger on some deals, if it'll happen before the deadline, and what this could mean for the rest of the division. Do other teams in the Central say, oh, they're bowing out, we can make our move?
Yeah, and I think timing is actually really imperative here, because in these conversations that we've had with Mo over the last month or so, he always identified the All-Star break as when the front office as a whole would take a look at the roster, at the team, and really make the decision. And they're not completely putting the white flag on 2023, but they are being very realistic about their scenario. Again, guys, they're 38-52. They haven't shown a shred of consistency all year, and they've just been, to put it bluntly, a bad team. Now, I do think that by getting out ahead and saying we're selling, again, it's only surprising because it is the Cardinals, and that's just not a concept that they do in St. Louis. But you are right. It does give some time for other opposing organizations, 29 other front offices, to look at St. Louis and say, okay, they're bowing out here. They have plenty of talent, plenty of young, controllable talent in the major league and minor leagues. Who can we make a move on? And it does kind of send a signal to the division. Maybe this is the incentive the Reds need to go pick up some starting pitching. We've talked about what an exciting team they are, but their pitching is a problem. The Cubs have been right around, not good, not bad, but, you don't have to be great to win the NL Central. And the Brewers really, with a couple of good trades, could, I think, run away with the division in the second half if the Reds don't add pitching. So it's the timing, I think, is strategic. I think the Cardinals were kind of aware of the writing on the wall leading up to the All-Star break, but how they ended the first half just kind of made it official. So we'll see what they do from there.
Yeah, it's interesting, the division, because the Brewers have the pitching and not the hitting, and the Reds have the hitting and not the pitching. If you put the Brewers pitching with the Reds, they might win the World Series because that team can hit, and they're young, and they're going to be fun to watch for years. But I still think the same thing, and they're not that young anymore, Katie. But when I look at the Cardinals lineup, I mean, obviously you got the big two, then you got Gorman in there, and just a bunch of hitters, like a bunch of guys that could hit, which is surprising to me that they're not. Well, tell me, because again, the games I've watched, they've been real inconsistent hitting, and I guess that adds up to the badness. But I look at the players and the lineup, and I think, God, this should be one of the best lineups in the league. This team should score because everybody that comes up, I'm like, that guy could hit, that guy could hit, that guy could hit.
Yeah, and that's, I think, kind of what everyone is saying when they were looking around. Like, this should be a team that wins. I mean, guys, I went on the local radio in St. Louis and said they'd win 95 games in March, and that is something I wish I could take back because that just sounds absurd now. But when you're looking at the offense, they actually do have a top 5 offense in the league, but tell me this, what good does it do if your offense scores 7 to 8 runs a game, but your pitching staff gives up 9 to 10?
Yeah.
So I think the offense gets totally overshadowed because of the inconsistency, both from the rotation and from that bullpen. The Cardinals really just had no reliever come out and claim consistency all year, and it's really overshadowing the offensive production. Of course, you've mentioned plenty of names: Goldschmidt, Arenado, Lars Nootbaar, Brendan Donovan. You go on and on. There is no easy out in that lineup, but it just doesn't matter when the pitching can't hold a lead.
Are those guys we could see moved? Brendan Donovan, Nolan Gorman, guys like that? Are those other potential trade pieces?
I think so, and I don't necessarily think that's any of those guys are guys that Cardinals want to get rid of. But, if you want to get value, you have to be willing to get to part with it, right? And Brendan Donovan, Tommy Edman, Nolan Gorman, they're all some of that young, controllable core, but they're all guys that opposing front offices would love to have. So personally, do I love the idea of the Cardinals entertaining a trade for Brendan Donovan? No, he's such a versatile player. He's young. He's a left-handed hitter with some emerging power. Tell me those are all qualities, though, that opposing front offices are going to highlight and say, we'll give up a lot for that kind of player. So that's the kind of predicament the Cardinals have put themselves in this year. They're going to have to part with some of their homegrown talent they really like in an effort to be competitive next year.
I'm going to put this in the non-Ohtani division. Is there another storyline from now till the trade deadline you're looking forward to seeing how it all plays out?
Yeah, I'm glad you specified non-Ohtani because I'm on that.
Everyone's on that one.
That's all we care about. Yeah.
That's all I care about, truly, guys. My own team aside, I want to know what's going to happen with Ohtani. I'm not sure if one really jumps to mind. I'm really interested to see what teams are on the brink, like the Red Sox come to mind, the Mariners maybe, on who's going to buy and who's going to sell, who's going to go all in. And I know we keep talking about the Reds, but that's just because they're just so unexpectedly good. I really want to see if they go out and they land, an ace caliber pitcher. I know that's going to be hard to do at the trade deadline, but I would really like to see Cincinnati go all in. I think those fans deserve it.
They're like, damn, we should have held on to Castillo, huh? That probably would have been a good move. Have you seen De La Cruz in person yet?
I was there for maybe his second series in the big leagues, and, our Reds writer for The Athletic, Trent Rosecrans, was like, hey, this dude's fast. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I've read the scouting reports. And then I watched him play, and I was like, dude, this guy is so fast. It was just incredible to watch how the Reds play baseball. And, Ellie De La Cruz, he's like must-watch TV.
He's a blast. It's been a lot of fun. Katie, thanks so much for coming on short notice. Great stuff, good information, and we'll definitely catch up with you around trade deadline time.
You got it, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Katie.
Great stuff from Katie Wu. Make sure you're reading her, following her. Got a lot of good information out there on The Athletic. We'll go from that into a conversation with Larry Baer. Giants CEO is going to join us for his conversation, bi-weekly conversation on the other side. Also, the Giants, we've already got our schedule You know that? They already put out the schedule for baseball for 2024. Was it the NFL? What the hell's going on? We got schedule and times. Though we're just getting international stuff. Anyway, we got the schedule out. We can talk to Larry about the draft picks and where the Giants are going with this two-way situation next on the Sports Leader. Dwayne Kuiper joined Murph and Mack and suggested the Giants will not make a move for a middle infielder ahead of the trade deadline. That podcast and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app. We do it every couple of weeks. I think we've done it last few in a row. We talked to you from outside of your office at the Public House from Oracle Park last Friday, Larry, and we got you on now on the day before we start the second half. I got to tell you, I love the All-Star break every year. I love the Derby. I love the All-Star game. It's one of my favorite things, and I think it starts because when you're a kid, it's part of summertime, right? Like things that happen in the summer, you have that association, and you get that summertime baseball feel when you're at Little League, but by the time I get done with the All-Star game, come like Wednesday morning, I'm sick of this thing, man. I'm ready to get going again, Larry.
Well, hey, guys. Hey, Copes.
Hey, what's up?
And Tom. Yeah, I mean, and it's different. I think it's a totally justified from a player standpoint, but, Thursday is not a game day.
Yeah.
It used to be a three-day All-Star break, and I think from a player standpoint, it does really make perfect sense for, having the 4 days because, if guys are going home between getting out Sunday night from wherever they are, home or away, it's just really tough. So, by the way, it was great playing Pepper with you, yesterday, last week when you were, was it last week? Yeah,
it was last Friday,
you were at the Public House. So, you know what would be happening if you were there in that same location right now?
What's there?
Tons of tie-dye.
Oh, it's Dead and Company this weekend.
3 sold-out concerts, and yesterday, early in the day, so yesterday be Wednesday, first concert Friday night, and so 48 hours before, there's a line. It's sold out, but the field, the way the Dead & Co. does it, the field, they require the tickets on the field, not seated, but everybody stands. That's the way they do it. So it's an advantage to get in line if you want to be really up close. And there's a lot of people in line in Willie Mays Plaza and beyond for something that starts in more than 24 hours.
Wow, that's crazy.
Cool. Does Willie have a tie-dye shirt on the statue? Because that'd be sweet. If Willie was rocking some tie-dye, I'd like that,
Leave it to the Grateful Dead and the Giants and Warriors to bring back San Francisco, right?
That's it.
Yeah, the Bill Walton's got to be there, doesn't he?
Yeah, and Paulie Mack.
I hope so. I was going to text him. He is such a breath of fresh air.
Isn't he?
I love the guy. I don't know. I think most people do. So we do a thing every August, in the first week of August, which is an important period for the Grateful Dead, Dead & Co., and we do a Grateful Dead night at the ballpark to raise money for their charity. Bill is there every year and rocking it, goes on the broadcast sometimes with Kook and Kipe. Really, really great.
I'm hoping one of these years you'll have the Tool and Company festival. I'll be there. I'll be there for that one. I'll be there first annual. I'll be there for Tool and Company.
First annual, last annual, Tom, okay?
How dare you disparage Tool?
Talking about fans, you and I. We're in different worlds.
Yeah, before Larry knew what I was talking about, he said, yeah, I can get them in for I go, yeah, to get these guys for a national anthem.
Tool?
He goes, yeah, that was Guar. Larry, yeah, we could try that.
Guar. Right.
Odorous urungus.
You were on your Guar rant. That was 5 years ago.
Tom's Guar phase, yeah.
Oh, man.
The Guar phase, talking to Larry Bear.
I hung out with Larry. I go, there's no chance in hell he's going to get to them play. He'll scare me. This is pretty liberal.
You say,
this is a liberal area. They did scare the hell out of people here. Trust me.
We'll send that one. We'll send a memo out. We'll send that one up the ladder.
Yeah, do that for me. I would certainly appreciate it. So how many you guys just gonna is the hopes in about 4 or 5 years you'll have enough two-way players to field an entire roster of two-way players?
You have 13 guys on the team?
Oh my goodness, yeah. Well, then so you have about 15 players that some teams can play with 26. We'll play with 15.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think it's pretty cool. I think it's two in a row.
Yep.
Our most recent pick. Look forward to meeting him, etc. Reggie Crawford, I've gotten to know a little bit just from. He actually went on all company Zoom. Farhan had him on, just talking about his progression in San Jose, where he is now, and just I've gotten to know his family a little bit. They've come and sat at games. Just a really engaging. I think it takes a ton of discipline to actually do it, do that play that way. I think, who was it? Sean Estes maybe this morning was talking about that. It's just like, okay, it's tough enough to pitch every 5 days and then play every day and pitch every 5 days to start. And Reggie Crawford just really has that discipline where hopefully he can do it. So it is kind of a twofer, right? Pretty amazing. Yep. Pretty amazing display and of athleticism. Anybody that's playing that's two-way at an advanced league, let alone the major leagues.
Well, what's interesting to me, and we've been talking about this for a couple of days, and I guess we'll probably ask Farhan this next week. Tom was saying, I said basically it's interesting because there's no book on how to develop a guy like this, right? Like Shohei was already close to an end product when he got here. They were careful with him, and they let him hit, and then he wouldn't hit the day after. I think he pitched or something like that, but he'd hit 4 days a week, and then he'd pitch, and then get a couple of days here and there, and then they finally took the bubble wrap off. We were discussing what the situation would be if, like, hypothetically, a guy gets to Double-A, and he's got a Double-A bat, but his arm is Major League ready. And you're going, he's dominating these hitters. Do you bring him up and say, let him pitch, and we'll work on the at-bats? Do you kick the hitting to the side? Do you still try to develop it in the minors? I just wonder how you guys go about this. Do you talk to Shohei's people? Do you talk to what's the process for trying to do this, or is it just the Wild Wild West? We're going to try it out.
Well, I mean, in terms of there's just not that much of I don't think there's that much of a book on it.
Right.
And in terms of our two-way players, I mean, I think the big thing is you're thinking about the player, and the default is just to keep them healthy, right? So, if you get to a point where it's questionable, you just really you don't want the player to be deprived of being a one-way player, right? Because of if the regimen creates risk. On the other hand, you have a situation where these guys are two-way players and they've done it for a fair amount of time. It's not like they just started. So I think it's really each is an individual case unto itself, and you just depend on the experts and the medical training side as well as the coaching side to bring them along on what they call parallel paths. But we'll see. I mean, it's an unknown. Each case is really different.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about something that they brought up in the last week or so, in that during the playoffs, Manfred may be amenable to extending the pitch clock, maybe by another 5 seconds, something like that. And I two thoughts on this, Larry. I'm curious to get your thoughts. My first thought is, look, they've gotten used to this. They can do it. It's not that big a deal to have them stick with what they've done for 4 months. Second part of it is the best thing going for postseason baseball is the drama. Baseball builds drama unlike any other sport because there's time between pitches, and you can assess the situation in your head. The drama builds up. 2-2, huge pitch. I don't mind I don't want 45 seconds between pitches, but I don't mind an extra 5 pitches to kind of lengthen and heighten that drama a little bit, because, again, that's something that baseball offers that no other sport can offer just by the way it's played. How do you think this is going to – I mean, do you think there's a possibility they might do this? Do you think they need to do this? Are the players, they've gotten used to it and they're good to go? I mean, what do you think about that?
It's a really good question, and we haven't really had a lot of discussion about it internally. I haven't thought about it all that much. I'll say a couple things, a couple of considerations. I mean, one is you do have a separate set of rules. It's one rule that's different in the postseason already, where you have no ghost runner, right?
Yeah.
So in the extra innings, you play it out. So you could argue, I mean, you already are doing a little bit of a different rhythm. That's not a player fitness type thing.
Yeah.
But it is a difference between the regular season. I think that's very important. I'll throw another thing out, and just think about the fans. And if you're adding 5 seconds or 3 seconds to the pitch clock, this probably wouldn't have that much of a difference. But, one of the complaints about baseball's postseason is kids, and if you're a Yankees fan and the Yankees are in the postseason and it's a 3.5, 4 hour game, the 12-year-olds can't watch. You talk about the drama of the postseason; they can't be involved in the drama. So the fact we really have this, it's been amazing, almost uncanny, that these games really are all about 2.5 hours.
Yep.
I mean, Sunday's game, our game last Sunday was 157.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
1-0 game, but you'll get the 9 to 8 games, and it's 240.
I know.
They're not going to 340. So, again, 3 or 4 seconds on the pitch clock. I'm not saying that's going to add an hour, but in the postseason, especially, we're kind of lucky here, right, on the West Coast, is that, the 12-year-old is still watching the ninth inning.
Yep.
Because it's 8 o'clock, 8:30, 9 o'clock. It's not midnight. But you don't want to get these games out at midnight and have your team say it's a concluding game for a team in the Eastern time zone. Of course, we want the concluding game to be a Giants game, but the concluding game in the World Series to be at 12 o'clock body time.
Well,
those are a couple things. In terms of your point about the players,
yep.
I mean, it feels like they could adjust, but I think we got to hear from the players on this and what they think about it.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest, though, Larry. You could give a damn about a 12-year-old in New York. I mean, who cares about that kid, right? I mean, he's like 3,000 miles away.
Jeff Mayer.
He's rooting for the wrong team anyway.
Yeah, come on,
who cares
Jeff
about
Mayer,
that
keep
kid?
your hands off the field, kid. Let the players handle
Beat it, pal. We don't care. You're a Yankee fan.
You know what? And this is really true over the years. I've seen this. As much as you try to beat each other up on the field and beat each other's brains in, we really do root for every team to sell out and have maximized television ratings and get big sponsors and do all that, because that just rises the level of the game, rises the level of interest, and what's the expression? Rising tides
raise all boats.
Yeah.
Yep. No, of course.
It's true. I want teams to do well at the box office and with fandom, not on the field.
Yeah.
But
No. I mean, you do make a good point. I mean, who knows? At some point, you'll be getting into that 12-year-old's pocket. So, you want the money from him, too.
Yeah, right. I mean, you got to make him a lifetime fan.
Let's go, kid. Stand for the damn game.
He's going to pay taxes someday.
We're okay playing a team from the East and the Eastern time zone in the postseason.
I'm sure you are. I'm sure. I stayed up till 4 a.m. watching that Nationals game when Bell hit the.
Were you on the East
run.
Coast?
No, I had a party to go to. I taped it.
You came home and watched it?
I watched it live from midnight on. And I was like, good night. Is this game ever going to end?
That
I was
wild.
like, I was so tired. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning by the time I finished that thing. And it would have been longer, but I was able to fast forward through all the commercials. But my goodness, I was like 18 innings. Oh, boy.
Well, let me get this straight. I remember that game vividly. So did you come into the game at 2 a.m.?
No. I recorded it. I started it from the beginning. At like 11:30, I got back from the party at 11:30.
You wanted to watch it as if it were live.
And I started it live. So I watched it from 11:30 until 4 in the morning, and I just fast forwarded through all the commercials.
You didn't get to Petite till like 1:30 a.m.
Oh, my gosh. I was worried, Larry. I was worried my recording was going to run out. I was like, if my recording runs out, I've stayed up 4.5 hours. If my recording runs out, I'm going to kill somebody. I'm going to be so upset. I think I had 20 minutes left when Belt hit that homer. I was like, thank goodness. Thank goodness.
We got to get Petite back to the ballpark. Boy, that was
incredible.
Was that a championship performance?
Incredible. Wasn't it like 5 innings, I think? Something like that?
Shutout? Yeah.
Maybe more.
It might have been 6. Could have been a little more. And then he had the 8 did he go 8 2/3 perfect before the Eric Chavez base hit? Is that right? Into right field and Hunter Pence slid down. Yep. He went 8 2/3 perfect. Incredible. Talking to Larry Baer on the Yuma guest line. Larry, I just want to bring this up. Some texters have texted in about it. Tom and I haven't spent any time talking, but it's funny you mentioned Dead and Company at the start of the show. You said, isn't it funny that the Dead, the Giants, the Warriors, Niners have brought San Francisco back? One other thing I look at as a San Francisco institution, we took a blow this week. Anchor Steam Brewery, man, is going to close its doors. They said they brewed its last tank. I mean, one of my favorite things in the world is to drink an Anchor Steam at the ballpark. You know what I mean? To sit there and have a beer. One of my favorite things is in the city, walking in and getting a beer that I know is brewed right here since 1896. I've taken the tour, been all over the different spots. It's one of the best things to do in San Francisco, and it's gone. I don't know what's going to happen with it. They're in a process of either selling assets or maybe finding another buyer. I know you guys have the garden out there, and one of the common things is to buy a tall can of Anchor Steam at the yard. What are we doing? Where can we go? What's the future for this?
heartbreaking news. But I do believe hopefully it's a Yogiism. It's not over till it's over. That we have a really good history here in San Francisco. I think of people coming to the rescue on San Francisco.
You saved stuff before, Larry. You've done it before.
Yeah,
you've saved things before here.
Saving things. So it's really funny you mentioned that, because about an hour ago, a friend just texted me about that. It's like, what can the Giants and others do?
Yeah.
And it is just such an iconic part of a ball game. It's an iconic part of our city.
It's in our fabric, Larry. It is
here. Yeah. So I don't have an answer for you.
Okay.
It's, very hot off the press, but development. But if there is something we can do, and I can see a consortium coming together and doing it. I mean, there's a lot of folks that want to do things. To say there's a hotel on Nob Hill that was struggling, called the Huntington. And I don't know if you've been to that hotel, but it's a kind of an iconic. Goes back to goes back 100 years, like some of the other Nob Hill hotels, Fairmont, Mark Hopkins, and a group, some people we know, came together to buy that. I just think that there's a lot of heart that will go into San Francisco iconic treasures. So Anchor Steam's definitely one of them. And drinking Anchor Steam at the ballpark, we were just over the last weekend. It's Colorado. We had some guests in, and hey, what do you want? Anchor Steam,
of course.
Craft brew. You guys talk craft brews a lot. I know that's a fiercely competitive marketplace now.
No doubt about it.
Not a simple formula. You're gonna have somebody who has a good strategy.
No, it's a bummer.
It is,
because they're one of the OGs when it comes to craft beer.
They're considered, I believe, the first craft brewery in the nation.
Kind of them and Sierra Nevada were like the two big boys that kind of got it started here in the Bay Area. Yeah, that's kind of a bummer.
And there's some great ones. I mean, just up the street, 21st Amendment. Where Jeremy does his events, and I mean, there's some great ones. Fort Point, which is where we're all.
Fort Point,
love a Kolsch. Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
There's a lot of good ones, but I got a special tie to Anchor Steam. I've always felt that tie. It was first legal beer I ever ordered, and it's still maybe top 3 favorites of mine. So if we can do anything, Larry, we all want to keep them here and keep them going because it's an institution. But glad we could hit on that. Going to be fun to have a second half opening tomorrow against Pittsburgh. I feel like we always struggle in Pittsburgh. I'm looking to win this series. Tomorrow we get to Ross Stripling.
Well, the midseason inventory, I mean, I have to say, we after April, we were it didn't feel quite the way we feel now. And we've actually, since May 1st, we have the second best record in baseball. So, if you put April behind us, I think we're something like we're like 38. We're 13 over, 38 and 25, 600 or so since May 1st, and that's
but what are you guys since May 2nd?
What's that?
What are you since May 2nd?
The best team in baseball since then, yeah. It's always fun.
We work the statistics here. But
Everybody does. It's so funny when people do that. They go, since June 14th. And they go, yeah, what about June 13th? How you guys had June 13th? Nah, we don't count June 13th.
Well, it's the Krukoism.
We don't even count that game.
If you're 0 for 13 against somebody, you're due. But if a Giant pitcher has got a guy 0 for 13, he's owning him. And that's how my mind works. I'm like, we own this guy. And we're due. Can't get us every time. So it should be fun, Larry.
So I'm sticking with May 1st, guys.
Okay, stick with May 1st. Yeah, go with that one. Yeah, go get that. That's a good one.
The best bullpen in baseball since May 1st. How about that?
Bullpen's been nails. The bullpen has been absolutely nails. And by the way, I haven't mentioned it because we didn't really even talk about the All-Star game, but that was the best moment of the All-Star game, Duvall Rodriguez.
That was sweet.
That was a fun moment. Good game, good exciting game. Had some drama, but that was the moment. You got a young and upcoming star in Rodriguez and a young and up and coming star and flamethrower in Duvall, and that was fun. I enjoyed that a lot.
Love it. Love that. And then second place goes to a 35-year-old Alex Cobb, who was so excited to make the team, and then he goes in and pitches a good inning and gives a good inning. 35 years old and having been through lots of ups and downs and having a tremendous year. That was very sweet, I think, for Giants fans.
No, that was super cool. Although if he was really a team player, he would have grooved one to Ohtani.
Stop it.
Always fun, Larry.
We go back. Wait.
Let's go back to May 1st.
As of May 1st.
Let's go back to May 1st. Have a good one, Larry.
See you next week, Larry.
Okay, we'll talk soon. We'll see you in tie-dye this weekend.
Oh, fantastic.
Good deal. See you, Larry. Oh, man. Yeah, somebody checked it on the text line and was like, Copes, all these hippies in tie-dye are already working their way. He said they're lining up into my work site over here is what somebody on the text line said. Should just put this out real quick, let you know. The MLB.com put out a list of the teams that had the best hauls according to MajorLeagueBaseball.com's draft process. Who had the best drafts? The Reds were number one. The Giants
this year?
The Giants were number two.
Really?
According to MLB.com.
Wow.
There was a guy they drafted.
How much stock you put in that?
What's that?
How much stock do you put in that?
None, but it's a day with no sports, so I had to say something. You know what I mean? By the way, this guy we haven't talked about, Walker Martin, he was the guy they took in the second round. His numbers were insane. I was looking at his slugging percentage. I thought it was his OPS.
Really?
Like he's just a wild hitter, this guy. Giants were the only team to draft 4 players from MLB Pipeline's top 50 rankings. They're the only team to take 4 guys in the top 50. MLB Pipeline had...
since May 1st?
Yeah, since May 1st. He's a good kid.
I like it.
He's a good kid.
Good kid. Great family.
When we come up, we've got these...
His mom makes the best spinach dip. Incredible.
But how are his hands?
He sucks.
He's not good. He can't hit.
Yeah, I can't play that kid. I can't play him.
Stupid NFL offseason storylines. We don't have much time with this. NFL's right around the corner. They're still producing stupid storylines.
We also got to get at some point. We got to address...
LeBron?
No. We'll get to that.
That's coming. What do you need
We
to
got to
address?
address what Paulie was doing to my cardboard cutout over there this morning.
That's coming next with your stupid offseason storylines.
Okay. I want to know what the hell
stupid
that is.
Stupid offseason storylines. And Paulie Mack, I don't know.
What was he doing?
Assaulting Tom's cutout?
Yeah. It looked like Blair Witch.
A little much. We'll show you and tell you next on the Sports Leader. Sean Estes on the Murph and Max Show named his first half MVP for the San Francisco Giants. Find out who. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app. What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction, which is where I had my LASIK vision procedure done just a couple of years ago with Dr. Michael Furlong. Had it done during COVID. It's an awesome place to get a procedure like this done. They walk you through it. It's an easy, non-invasive, painless procedure. You go home, they give you a little pill, you take a little rest, you wake up. You can be seeing as good as I am. I'm at 2015. They've also been working with, for years now, the most advanced FDA-approved procedures. They've got a new breakthrough, highly effective alternative to LASIK. It's FDA-approved. It's called EVO, implantable contact lenses. And you might know that there are several celebrities that are using them. Athletes are using them now. Dr. Furlong, also the official LASIK eye care surgeon of the San Jose Earthquakes. He can be yours, too, simply by booking that free LASIK consultation online at furlongvision.com or by calling 408-453-5600. 5600. Furlong Vision has been voted the best place for LASIK in the Silicon Valley, and Dr. Furlong and Dr. Sane have been voted yet again the best LASIK surgeons in the Silicon Valley. You want them to do your procedure, pick up the phone. Call 408-453-5600. You want to start seeing better, go see the best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you until 6 o'clock tonight. I believe it's Kerry Crowley who's going to take you all the way up until 10 o'clock. He'll be with you at 6. We got some stuff to get to here. I'm out tomorrow. Tom will be with you till 3:05 when Giants pregame starts tomorrow. Ross Stripling against Rich Hill of the Pirates. But as we get closer to the start of the NFL, next week, rookies report for Niner training camp on Wednesday. Vets about a week later. We've got another edition of stupid NFL offseason storylines. Another edition of stupid.
Really dumb.
Now we don't have dumb, stupid offseason
really
opens.
Dumb.
It's really dumb. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. It's so dumb that we haven't opened for it. Get some help in there. Tim's going stretch.
Tolbert and
Stretch
Copes present Stupid OTA Storyline.
Just for that. We went all that for the... Okay, what is...
That's dumb.
This is about... This matches the content as much as the my God matches the
stupid OTA storylines.
Wait, we have a stupid OTA and a stupid offseason? You can't find the offseason. We're not in OTAs. It's stupid offseason story. What the hell is this? What is this, Tom?
Slayer.
Saquon Barkley.
I feel like we're going to get sued by Scott Farrell.
Yeah, maybe. Running back Saquon Barkley for the New York Giants Already, Tom, his availability for week 1 is in jeopardy.
Wait, it's July.
Stupid off-season storylines.
There we go. We found it. It's a serious question. If he doesn't reach a long-term deal with the New York Giants by Monday.
Well, why can't he reach it Tuesday?
Barkley and the Giants have until 4 Eastern Monday to finalize the deal. Otherwise, he's not eligible to be re-signed until after 2023. If they don't reach a deal by Monday, he ain't playing.
Saquon, I love you. Please just sign the deal.
It's a fan who went out to his house and yelled it from outside of his house. Barkley finished 4th with 1,300 rushing yards last year, 10 touchdowns.
Okay.
Tied for the team lead with 57 receptions.
Got it. But what about Matt Barkley?
I don't think he has a long-term deal either.
Oh, okay. Does he have to resign by Monday? Is he on the roster? Is he still with Buffalo?
You know what I think is going to happen? I think he's going to sign the deal and he's going to play football this season.
He might.
Remember what happened to Le'Veon Bell when he didn't?
Yeah.
That didn't work out, did it?
I do.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love Buffalo wings.
Last player to sit out an entire season was Le'Veon Bell in 2018. It's not reflected well.
Worked out well for him.
No, didn't work out well for running backs trying to leave and come back. Football's got to be the toughest sport for that, right? I mean, your body is not.
The body's like, oh, I can relax a little bit.
Football shape just means you can take a hit, like you're calloused, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what sport would be easiest to jump back in after taking a year off.
No, it'd be easy, but I mean, pitchers miss time for a year and a half all the time.
What was that?
I'm making love's.
That would be very easy to jump back into. Your equipment's working. You'd be good to go.
It wouldn't take long. You know what I mean? Moving on here. How about this?
Just tie a tongue depressor to it and get going.
Stupid off-season storylines.
Your favorite quarterback is getting his own documentary on Netflix.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Johnny Manziel.
Johnny Football. Love him or hate him, Johnny Manziel is going to get a documentary, I guess, on Netflix over 7 years removed from his final snap of his short-lived.
Hold on. Where's the music?
Okay, bring that back.
Yeah, we don't do this without music, Tim.
Slayer.
No, we don't. You better work on that.
Stupid off-season storylines.
Who did you say this was again?
Johnny Manziel?
No, the song. The artist.
Slayer.
Oh, damn near killed her. Over 7 years removed from the final snap of his short-lived NFL career, Texas A&M legend. His one-of-a-kind journey is set to be chronicled. What one-of-a-kind journey? What? He won a Heisman? He thought he was better than he was? He wasn't good? Talked to Dante Whitner about how bad this kid was. Kyle Shanahan was his own coordinator. He's like, Kyle didn't want to work with this guy. Dante's got a lot to say about Johnny Manziel. Man.
Yeah, exactly. That is exactly
I'll take
right.
anything Dante over Manziel.
I may watch it, though.
It's probably
such a train wreck.
It's probably going to be funny.
Maybe such a train
wreck.
I'm going to need to watch that one.
And Netflix has done a really good job with some of these sports docs. I've really enjoyed some of these, actually.
Have you watched the quarterbacks one yet?
Not yet. I'm going to start that this next week, I think, early next week. And then the tennis version of Full Swing.
Is that good?
It's pretty good. It's the same sort of thing. It's like
I liked Full Swing.
I really like. Well, I watch a lot of tennis anyway, and and I don't know much about the culture and inside a lot of the Eastern European women who are playing. Like, there's the culture of it and the ranking system and how Djokovic is dominated for a generation, but you've got a new big three now, and Rune and Sinner and Alcaraz. It's been fun. But anyway, this is going to drop for Johnny Manziel on August the 8th. It was tweeted out as the Untold Johnny Football, a play on the nickname the quarterback had during his time at A&M, as well as the handwritten note from Netflix that read, quote, "There will never be another Johnny Football."
Thank God.
I know. Thank
God there won't be another Johnny Man. Thank God for us there won't be another Johnny Football. And thank God for John Gruden there won't be another Johnny Football.
Yeah.
He loved him some Johnny, but not as much as Nathan Peterman. But he really liked. Remember him doing the draft that night?
Yeah, dude, he loved that kid.
What's this kid still doing around? I can't believe he's still on the board.
Right.
20, I think it was 22. And I think from pick like 5 on, Gruden was on him. Oh, I would draft Johnny Manziel. This guy's going to be incredible.
This kid's a punk ass.
Oops.
First time I heard him talk, I was like, this kid's a punk. I was like, I don't like this kid.
Straight punk.
And he's tried to like bury people after the fact. Like, remember when he came out and he said about how he illegally signed all the merchandise? He's like, yeah, I used to go into hotel rooms. They'd leave it there and sign a bunch. Then it's like, who cares?
Yeah.
Quit trying to make news.
No, that's exactly what he is, a punk.
The Alouettes don't want you, you know? Here's another. I don't know if this kid's a punk. This kid, I don't get his deal. Kyler Murray. Here's another one.
Stupid off-season storylines.
Kyler Murray said, here's the headline. I'll be coachable, but we'll have to look in the mirror if it isn't. But we all have to look in the mirror if it isn't working.
Bad. Just don't include everybody else.
You can't say I'll be coachable and then
just
say
include
but.
yourself. You just include you. That's it.
Recovering.
I have to look in the mirror. I love when everybody's like, yeah, but you too. Yeah, but you too.
No
yeah,
but.
Just shut up. Just do it. Okay? You're the damn quarterback. You're the leader of the team. Say, I have to. Oh, yeah, he seems fantastic.
He's a great kid, yeah.
Great at parties.
I'm going to start with the man in the mirror. You should start with the man in the mirror. Is what a great song. Maybe my favorite, MJ. Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray is recovering from the ACL. He's learning a new offense after the firing of Cliff Kingsbury. Is he back, by the way? Where did Kingsbury go again? Thailand?
Thailand. He's still there.
Dude, maybe my favorite story in the last year. Yeah. Cliff Kingsbury fired, bought a ticket with his girlfriend to Thailand one way.
One way. I'm out. Deuces.
See you guys when I see you. See
Not
you when
sure
I see
when
you.
I come back.
Yeah, gives you the see you when I see you. Anyway, new head coach Jonathan Gannon hired Drew Petzing as his offensive coordinator. Kyler Murray spent the offseason in his classroom doing work. He did add that it's going to be up to everyone involved to make adjustments in the initial approach if it doesn't bear fruit. Kyler said, quote, I've got respect for the person or understand the ins and outs or the rhymes and reasons for what we're doing. I'm going to listen. I'm going to be coachable, and I'm going to do it to the best of my ability. But if this S ain't working, and he said S, at some point we all have to look in the mirror. As far as growing from my rookie year to now, learning how to be one with your emotions, understanding how to talk to people. Have you? Some are able to talk the harsh way, in a natural way, or you need to give them a little bit of love. That's the job of the quarterback position. And what I can do better and learn better, blah, blah, blah. He's just rambling.
Go away.
It's a team sport. We all have to be locked in. That wasn't the voice of a leader, though. You didn't say what leaders say.
No.
You just said what the job of a quarterback is.
Because he's not.
Because he's not a leader.
He's not.
He's not much of a quarterback.
No, not really.
Not really. No skill set there. We've got, what's it say? No bed there. Dirty work. You've got one more bit here. We told you yesterday that Aaron Rodgers and the Jets are going to be featured on Hard Knocks. We've already got our first bit of Aaron Rodgers sound. Who's he courtesy of? Vern Glenn? Vern Glenn got it at the ACC Championship. He's out there.
Mr. Involvement?
Here we go. Rodgers is at the golf tournament. Where's he, down in Tahoe? Is that where he is? And Vern Glenn caught up with him, asked him about the Jets and Hard Knocks. Here's Aaron Rodgers.
You see that camera? You're going to see a lot of them now. Hard Knocks is coming. Your thoughts?
Listen, one of the only things I like about Hard Knocks is the voice of God who narrates it.
Right.
Liv, I hope I get to meet him. But look, I understand the appeal with us. Obviously, there's a lot of eyes on me, a lot of eyes on our team, a lot of expectations for our squad. So they forced it down our throats, and we got to deal with it.
Please just keep force. I just clipped "Force It Down Our Throats" from Rodgers. That's all I want from him.
That was pretty accurate.
That was yeah. By the way, I love Vern. Love Vern Glenn, dude. Can we match a little bit of Vern's energy, Raj? Hey, listen.
You see that camera? You're going to see a lot of them now.
Listen.
Vern Glenn, Mr. Involvement.
Vern Glenn. That's my guy. That's your stupid NFL offseason storyline. Some of them not so dumb.
Stupid off-season storylines.
Most very dumb. You want to get to the bottom of this situation.
We need to get to the bottom of why Paulie Mack was looming.
So you guys see this.
Almost trying to intimidate my my cardboard cutout.
We got these cutouts here behind us on the live stream. You can see they were actually our cutouts at Oracle Park.
Yes, exactly. And where ours are the only ones that are here because apparently we got a bunch of narcissists around here that took them home and probably...
No, we got this one here, too.
Who's that?
Great job, brother.
Yeah, but Marty's very rarely in here. He's usually over at River Island.
I think he demanded it stay.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd like you to remember me in the studio. I want you to look at my face whenever you talk ball.
So I want to know what the hell Paulie was doing.
I guess KNBR.com put out, or KNBR's Twitter account or somebody posted a photo of it because I talked to our digital guy. He's like, oh, yeah, I posted that picture. Paulie Mack was like standing over your cutout.
Yeah, but I want to know what's going on. Is he trying to intimidate me?
Was he? Yeah. Is he mad that we got a TV back up on the wall?
Is he trying to dominate me?
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's a couple holes in it.
But, over you. Should we? We're going to need to get to the bottom.
We need to explore this. We need to find out what's going on.
If you know what was going on this morning, I don't know if it was going on during a break. It seemed like it was during a show. Either way, I can't stand for it, Paulie. We can't stand for that kind of abuse here. On
Yeah,
the Tolbert and
we
Cook
just want to
show.
know what's going on. We want to know if I need to go to HR. If it's being,
We have an HR?
It's not really being, not really. Well,
really?
We kind of do, in name only. It's there.
HR, there are a bunch of good kids down there.
Yeah, we also have a Puffin stuff that I think are in their corner somewhere. I do believe old school reference. But yeah, I just want to find out what's going on. It looked like he was getting frisked.
It looks like he had his hand against the wall, spread him. Anything sharp that might poke me?
Yeah.
Anything I should be worried about?
Let's get pornographic up in this piece.
Yeah, so I don't know. I do not know what's going on. And Murph was sitting there laughing, yucking it up. So I do not know. I need to get to the bottom of it.
Did this offend you?
Yeah. No, not really. I just want to find out what's going on. Like, I think you could find a better looking cardboard cutout if you wanted sexual gratification.
Tim took his home.
That's probably
Tim
not.
sleeps next to his.
Yeah, we need another man crush.
Wow, nicely done.
Yeah.
So,
Tim said I didn't get one.
I just want to find out what's going on. Okay, I just want to make sure my cardboard cutout has not been disrespected.
Things are looking up.
You can defile it, but it better be in a respectful way.
Yeah. Yeah.
You and Marty.
Take me to dinner.
You and Marty, yes, exactly. You gonna go to Sam's Chowder House?
I think Paulie once did a bit on Marty being a psycho, though. I'm going to cut your throat. I'm going to drive down Turk Street with your head on my hood ornament.
Oh, Bochy, you're so fine, you blow out mine. Hey, Bochy.
Stop. Just stop. Somebody get it. I need to get somebody to get to the bottom of that.
Somebody gets to the bottom of it. Why was Paulie defiling the
Let's
Tom
get
Tolbert
pornographic
And
up
why
in this
was he
piece.
doing it long enough to where someone come in here and take a picture of it?
I think they took it off the stream.
It was staged.
Yeah.
Oh, it was off the stream?
I think they took the snap off the live stream. Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Anyway, I'm going to just sit here with Marty then for a while. And when we come on back, we got a sound soiree for you. LeBron James making waves yesterday.
Yes.
What the hell, bro? With his comments that he is coming back.
Yes.
Darvin Ham checked in on Steve Kerr not liking flopping or something during the playoffs. He's like now speaking out about something Steve said 2 months ago.
Wow.
When they were playing the Lakers. I'm not so sure about that.
7-second delay.
Yeah. We've got a lot of good stuff coming up in your sound soiree, and Rory McIlroy with his takedown of the Live Golf Tour yet again. That's all next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. It seems like when you get something, you got to upgrade it a week later or a month later. You got to upgrade it already? What's going on? Well, some things you can afford to fall behind on, like, yeah, I'll get that later. New TV, just have to wait till the new model comes out. Well, the one thing you can't lag on, no lagging allowed, is your Wi-Fi. That's why you get Xfinity 10G network. Takes care of everybody. Especially during the summer, you're going to need it. You got the kids coming over. They're playing their video games, having their tournaments. You want to make sure they're happy. Keep those animals in their room, all right? Somebody else wants to stream movies. Somebody may be working from home. But you have a lot of people in the house, and everyone needs their Wi-Fi. No lagging, no buffering, none of that garbage. With the Xfinity 10G network, everyone, and I mean everyone, is taken care of with fast, reliable, powerful Wi-Fi. Even if you had a party, 50, 60, 70 people, everyone's still taken care of, whether it be their laptop, their phone, somebody's on the TV. What are you doing on the TV? It's a party. Actually, don't tell anybody, but sometimes during a party, I turn the TV on if there's a game on. Screw it. Then go out in the backyard. I got to watch my game somehow. Now through September 21st, new customers can get 1.2 gigabit internet with unlimited internet data and Wi-Fi equipment included. It's all just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/10D, call 1-800-XFINITY, or Visit an Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes, fees, extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet after promo. Regular rates apply to Internet services and Wi-Fi equipment. Actual speeds vary. Low sports, you love high def. You love incredible speed, incredible power, and reliability. You're going to love Xfinity's new 10G network. Only with Xfinity.
Pacifica, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pacifica's sports leader.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
No, stop this. Give me back to my soiree. Give me the tones. There we go.
Yeah, they each have their distinct flavor.
Yeah.
Right?
We're trying to give everybody a little bit of something.
I mean, nothing's going to come close to the
grab bag.
The grab bag.
We're all just still trying to capture that magic.
The polka music is just fantastic. The polka music just fits seamlessly with what the NBA grab bag is. It just does.
Yeah.
I don't know why it just does. Like the NFL, the Slayer is funny.
It's funny.
Good.
Yeah.
You know, we kind of force that in there, but that's fine. And then the baseball hoedown's good with the country music. I do enjoy
we'll bring that
that
back next week. Yeah,
I do enjoy that. But there's just something about the NBA grab bag and the polka music. Maybe it's because it was our first.
Yeah. You're trying to capture that magic. It's like the 2010 Giants and Posey, and he's like, it's just like, something magical about
I like the polka music, but it is kind of stupid. It's just kind of goofy, and I don't know. I feel like I'm at Disneyland.
Kind of whimsical.
And, I get a big stein of beer or something like that.
Exactly.
Not at Disneyland, of course.
Get some lederhosen on.
It's just, and then you got the stupidity of the NBA grab bag. It just works. It just works.
Where you're getting NFL and hockey stories.
Yes, exactly.
Right? You're getting hockey in Tahoe, owned by Tim Tebow. Is what's going on. You know what this is?
Doom, 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 doom.
The hardball hoedown. That's what that is.
A hardball hoedown.
That's the hardball hoedown.
Going down to do it.
Okay, we'll get you your sound soiree for Thursday.
Doubles, come on back if you ever want to try again. Go ahead.
Looking for a soul to steal. All right, your soiree. How about this? Britney Spears checked in. Poor Britney, man.
Britney.
This whole thing has gone weird for her. The video came out. You saw police then reported that they reviewed the video. She actually hit herself in the face, they said.
I didn't see that.
You see that? That was
Did
like police.
she really?
I was like, come on, man. I was like, Britney.
You can't make that up.
Brittany. Now you can play the Hit Me Baby one more time. She
Yeah,
did to herself.
I'm sorry you did it to yourself.
Before we thought it was assault. Now it's, we were ahead of our time. She posted a video where she's talking to the camera, and she's just not. I don't know why they're letting her put this out. Anyway, she puts this out and is giving her statement as to what happened in the Wembanyama incident last week.
Hi, so I wanted to share with you guys an incident that happened in Vegas that a lot of people are talking about. I heard on the news this radio station talking smack and talking. That's why I'm addressing it.
Oh, no.
Saying that I deserve to be smacked. Security was doing their job and protecting their client. I've been with the most famous people in the world. In sync at one time, girls would literally throw themselves at them. On my way into the place, actually, I was knocked down by 3 12-year-olds trying to get my picture. My security not one time touched them or even came near them. Point being is, I didn't appreciate the people saying that I deserve to be hit, because no woman ever deserves to be hit. I simply tapped him on the back and I was backhanded. hit my face, came back on the floor. My best friend picked me up and held me. And I did get an apology at my table 30 minutes later, but I've yet to receive a public apology. That's it.
That's it. That's it, and that's all. She's right about you should never hit anybody. No woman should be hit, but it doesn't sound like Brittany was hit, per the...
Hit me myself one more time.
Ouch. Ouch.
And they were talking smack. She lost me on that one.
Who knew Brittany was such a big Tolbert and Copes fan?
You know, I was listening and they were talking smack, and maybe stop listening, okay?
Yeah, it's like, how about she was listening to a sports station?
And really, do you have to have the public apology? Just take your personal apology and go away. I mean, God, just
30 minutes
and
later.
Especially that you hit yourself now. I didn't even know that. That's hilarious.
It's tough. It's tough.
It's a rough break.
It's a rough break for Britt. I still stand with her, but she's making it tough.
Yeah.
Britt. All right. Next piece of sound here. Let's go to Darvin Ham. Do you have the Steve Kerr comments?
Darvin Hambone.
So I guess Darvin Ham, head coach of the Lakers, wanted to comment. He commented yesterday in response to something Steve Kerr had said regarding flopping back in the playoffs. I kind of remember Steve saying something about that. I think. Oh, we have the soundbite. We got this.
I remember him.
Here's what Steve said about flopping in the playoffs.
FIBA has a great rule. There's a flop rule, and if a referee deems that a player has flopped, they just call a technical foul, and it's pretty penalizing. And so the flopping has basically been eliminated from FIBA. And we have the ability to do the same thing in the NBA if we want. I think we should address it. The entire regular season is about gamesmanship and trying to fool the refs, and this is how it's been for a while. And it's up to us as a league. Do we want to fix this? Because if not, we'll just get the Chris Paul swipe through at half court when you're in the bonus, and for some reason we're shooting 2 free throws at a critical time of a playoff game when nothing has happened and nobody's gained an advantage.
Should have waited a year.
These are all things that my personal plea to the NBA. I think we can do better in terms of cleaning up the flopping. In the meantime, I give the Lakers credit for the plays that they've been able to sell.
So
should have waited a year before you said that.
Chris Paul life
could have taken advantage of the Chris Paul crap.
Didn't know that was in there, dude. That was so funny. Yeah.
You blew it.
We got to play that for him. We got to play that for him next time he's on and be like, did you you wish you'd waited?
Oh, should have waited. You could have taken advantage of all that this year.
Well, now they have
Damn it.
Now they have the flop rule. So that's what Steve said back in the playoffs. And then Darvin Ham yesterday, he woke up and he was like, no, it's been long enough.
I ain't having that.
I've got to get my voice out there.
I ain't having that up in here.
I've been quiet long enough on this, Steve. Here's Darvin Ham on Steve Kerr's comments.
Let me start here, man. I have nothing but the utmost respect for Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, everybody.
Utmost respect.
When you try to paint a narrative, I think, it's like playing chess, playing poker, whatever you want to call it, guys trying to give themselves any and every chance and every possible way to come out on top of a situation and be victorious, right? Me, I never blame the officiating. When you hear certain things, man, Rob will tell you, my coaches will tell you, I struggle to try to be catty and petty and complaining about the officiate. I don't want to use that as a crutch. When I'm hearing different sound bites and I'm seeing the game within the game being played and the media and all of that, I don't with it. I don't want nothing to do with it. I'm sorry. Excuse my language, but we coming out, we playing smash mouth basketball. That's the way we teach it. That's the way we preach it. And that's the way we're going to execute it when the lights come on.
So, Coach, you don't view that tactic term?
It's lame as hell.
Stein, what's the term? Gamesmanship.
He's
like to try to
Steve Kerr's a Phil Jackson disciple. That was a Phil Jackson maneuver.
Okay, but a lot of coaches do it. Like they plant a seed in hopes that the calls will go in their favor next game.
Well, I'm a Larry Brown disciple. You're gonna get out of your work what you put into it.
Okay.
Man, wow. That.
Perfect.
It's funny because I know Steve well enough that I don't think Steve does that
to get a call
to try for it to be a subliminal message to get calls down the road. He's a basketball fan.
He's voicing frustration.
This is the way he feels.
Yeah.
about the game. He watches a lot of basketball.
You
watches
referenced
a lot of games.
FIBA. He gave an outline for how to fix it. Like
he just sees the sport.
Yeah.
He sees it. And, I mean, there are guys on his team that take advantage of it. He has one right now. He mentioned him by name. Hint, if you don't know, it's the newest member. But Steph has flopped. Steph has absolutely flopped.
Lame as hell.
There's no doubt about that. Would you like to get rid of all of it? Yeah. And I think this will help. The technical is definitely going to help. Now, you may get a flop here or there that's a really good one that they just sell it really good and you're going to get suckered into making a call. But really, this is about the overt ones, the ones that everybody sitting in the audience goes, "Are you kidding me? Really? You just bought that?"
Lame as hell.
I love the lame as hell. Lame as hell.
Lame as hell.
Lame as hell. So it's a good thing.
May 10th, 2023, Darvin Ham rips refs after Warriors loss. I don't
Lame
know.
as hell.
Quote, I don't know what's a foul anymore.
Yeah. I knew he had done that
You're
before.
Yeah, that's you're fake as hell.
Yeah.
Like you want to sit here and act like you don't. You just said to do that through the media as you're voicing this opinion months after the series in the media. Rips after a Warrior loss.
Coaching?
I don't
Lame
know.
as hell.
I don't know what's a foul. And we're talking about his guys getting hit in the face and we're getting calls. So is he subliminally asking for hit in the face calls the next game? Come on, man.
You know what else is funny? I saw something popped up on, I forget where it popped up last night. No pun intended. YouTube? I don't know. But they were asking Chris Paul about, you remember that meme with him and Steve where he's like laughing and not laughing?
Right.
And they asked him about it and they go, "What was that all about?" And he goes, "It wasn't funny." I just started cracking up. Like, why'd you do that? It wasn't funny.
That's what you do.
I was like, oh, man, they got to have a laugh about that. That's got to be brought up. Like, somebody on the team, they're not doing it right.
We'll get that at media day or something.
If they don't bring that up, it's got to be Steph, Draymond, or Clay. More likely than not, Steph or Draymond. Somebody's got to bring that up, though. They got to bring that back because that was a classic. And now they're on the same team. Beautiful.
Okay, we are running short on time. We got to get to Kerry Crowley. I know you wanted to hit LeBron.
Dun, dun, dun.
But I'll give you the option. I know you wanted to talk LeBron, but I've got some really good Rory McIlroy sound about the Live Golf Tour.
We don't
going to give you the
both?
Option. We could do the LeBron with Kerry, I guess, if we wanted.
Okay.
So why don't we do Rory
let's
here?
do Rory.
Let's do Rory. So
What's Tim doing in there?
I don't know. He's sweating.
Tim's scuffling in there right now.
We can't break till Tim finds any soundbite anyway, so... Rory McIlroy.
Do we have any sound at all?
No, I don't think so. We do.
I think we have a...
Greg, just cool as a cucumber, is like, yeah, dude, we're fine, man.
Yeah.
Okay, he gives us a thumbs up. Rory McIlroy had to meet with the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund that with Tiger Woods and Rory, they both wanted them to own Live Golf teams, kind of like they've got a lot of these guys do, right? Like they play in tournament teams, and we played the sound last week from... who was it? Koepka ripping a guy on his team who wasn't working hard enough and said, basically, I'm done with this guy. Well, they apparently, in forcing out Greg Norman as the commissioner or president of Live Golf, part of what the Saudi Arabians wanted was for Tiger and Rory to partially own and captain a team in Live Golf. They joined forces for nearly $800 billion. So Rory had to meet with them, and Rory is on the ethics committee for the PGA. Rory has been very outspoken about this. There was no vocal comment from him about the meeting until this on if he would play in Live Golf.
How did you feel about them possibly making you a team captain? I know.
If Live Golf was the last place to play golf on earth, I would retire. That's how I feel about it. So
seriously?
Yeah.
I think you made your point.
That was the first round of the Scottish Open. That's today.
He has definitely made his point.
He said, I'd play the majors. I'd be pretty comfortable. That's what he said. I'd retire and I'll play the majors. I'd be comfortable.
This guy really hates Live Golf. So it wasn't just that he was sticking up for the PGA Tour. This is how he feels.
He's how he feels. He's real. And this is legit. And I think Tiger's that way, too.
Yeah,
I don't know if Tiger
right.
has agreed to that, but Tiger turned down $1 billion and wasn't even going to play anymore this way.
Yep.
And is like, I think Tiger and Rory care about the sanctity of golf.
How many people do you think were kind of on Rory and now are Rory fans over the last couple of years?
Ooh,
yeah,
after
thousands. I would say more than that.
After he dumped the whoever his ex was, that fiance, then he started winning again. That was a tough deal.
As hell.
It was like 2 weeks before.
But I think a lot of people are like, hell yeah, Rory. Hell yeah.
Morals can do it. It's kind of like that kid, the guy, what's the guy in the Full Swing doc? That Joel Damon?
Yes. Damon, yes, something
He's
like that.
He's no good, but love him.
Yeah, I absolutely love the guy.
Because of his personality
I'll
and
never
character.
bet on him, but I love the guy.
That's it. That's your sound soiree for today. We can hit the LeBron, or you can use it tomorrow if you want with Marcus Thompson. Anyway, we'll see what Kerry Crowley has going on the other side. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. You've been waiting. You can barely contain yourself. The wait is over. The 49ers released their open training camp dates. Check out all the crucial, critical details now. Find out how you can go out and see the Niners at training camp. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app.